C215 Jr. It's you who is looking for me. Boom bang boom. An extremely terrifying true chi fluctuation descended from the sky. In an instant, it covered the entire Chu family. Large tracts of the air in all directions started to descend. Even the space started to ripple, as if it could not withstand the violent aura. At any moment, it was possible to shatter. Puff puff, puff. Within the Chu manor, the hundreds to thousands of servants and maids with the lowest cultivation levels were the first to be unable to withstand the invincible pressure. They fell to the ground with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. After that were the ordinary 7th layer guards. They only managed to hold on for 2 breaths longer than the servants and maids before they spat out blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up 5 breaths later. Yang brothers, it's Big Brother who has let you down. No, I shouldn't have left you in the Chu residence. No, otherwise, you wouldn't have. Chu Shang's face was flushed red, as if he had been dyed in blood. His intermittent tone carried deep guilt. He had been kind enough to leave Yang Fann in the Chu prefecture to recuperate. Never had he thought that. He had been kind enough to do bad things, and had implicated Yang Fann. If he had known earlier that he would suffer together with them today, he would never have left Yang Fann behind, but it was a pity. Wah! Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Shang could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure. He threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned black and he fainted. Despite feeling ashamed, he did not notice anything unusual about Yang Fann. One should know that a huge perfection martial artist like him could only hold on for a few breaths of time in the level 8. He couldn't hold on any longer. As for Yang Fann, he was merely a trash who had just recovered from a serious injury and had lost all of his cultivation base. Not to mention comparing him to a high martial artist who possessed the strength of 1,000 cauldrons, he was even weaker than some ordinary people who didn't understand the martial arts. Under the terrifying pressure, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. This obviously didn't make sense at this moment. Yang Fann waved his hand like a cool breeze brushing against his face. In an instant, the terrifying pressure that enveloped Chu Shang's body disappeared without a trace. Unfortunately, Chu Shang had already fainted at this moment, but he didn't feel anything at all. Looks like I'm going to get fat from my words this time. Yang Fann shook his head slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Towards the Chu family, he could be considered to have done his utmost. He didn't want to meddle in their trivial matters anymore. He wasn't the housekeeper of the Chu family. There was no need for that, and there was no obligation to protect them all the time. However, looking at the unconscious Chu Shang, he really couldn't bear to do that. One had to say, Chu Shang's last sentence. It made him deeply feel that this was a dangerous situation. Chu Shang was the first to think that it wasn't his own safety, but his guilt for keeping him in the Chu prefecture. This was really treating Yang Fann as a friend and a brother. Forget it for Chu Shang and eldest brother Sake, I will help them once more. Bang bang bang. In less than 10 breaths' time, he could still stand in the huge Chu residence. There were less than 10 of them. At this moment, even the Heaven's Pride, whose combat strength was on par with the 4 Empyrean martial master, was suppressed to the ground. Only Chu Ling, the old ancestor of Chu family lord, Chu Yangming, and a few others were able to stand up straight. At the very least, these people were all 5 Empyrean martial master, and those who could barely move their feet were. It was only Chu Ling, the 7th layer old ancestor. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Just a tiny bit of chi was enough to suppress me. I didn't even have the chance to resist. This is a huge difference in the level of my life force. I can't be a match for the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Even if I use the forbidden technique and all the resources of the Chu family, I will never be a match for it. Not only will I not be a match for it. Chu Ling was terrified. His mind was on the verge of collapsing. The Chu family had existed for 1,000 years. How could he not have a few trump cards? Once he used them, they would be able to fight even a 9th Empyrean martial master, or even a 10th huge perfection martial master. However, at this moment, he realized that even if he used all of his trump cards, Patriarch Wu-Hu, it must be that Patriarch Wu-Hu. At this moment, swoosh shoo, swish, dense sword radiance tore through the air and arrived. These sword lights were dazzling and brilliant like pillars. Every single sword light contained terrifying concepts that could pierce through all things and shatter everything. For a moment, the pitch-black night sky suddenly lit up. Tens of thousands of rays of multicolored light shot out. The east rising purple chi, the dense fog, and the sword chi were like rainbows. There were over 100 sword cultivators, and all of them were stepping on the sword light. All of them were martial master stages, and none of them had a cultivation base lower than the 4th layer. A few of them were the best of the best, and they gave people the feeling that they were the best of the best. Compared to Xiaoleng, they were even better. Their auras were powerful, like a deep ocean. With just a thought, he could unleash the ultimate sword chi. He could kill someone from 10 miles away. Of course, the most eye-catching one was still the middle-aged sword cultivator in the lead. He was about 40 years old, wearing a golden robe. He was noble and mysterious, as if an emperor had descended. He was full of pride as he looked around. He was like a lonely swordsman who stood at the top of the world. He drew his sword and looked around. He was at a loss. He could not find a worthy opponent. He was arrogant and arrogant. Endless sword rays appeared in his eyes. It was as if he only needed one look. A terrifying sword chi that could kill gods and devils was unleashed, killing everything in the world. Nangong Qingfang, founding ancestor of the Windy Sword Sect, he was a rare genius in the way of the sword. However, due to the limited resources, his cultivation progress was slow. However, with the Windy Sword Sect's return to the Iron Sword Sect, and with the Iron Sword Sect's support, Nangong Qingfang was like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate, soaring into the sky. In less than 100 years, he had become a 3rd Empyrean martial master. He had broken through 7 major realms in a row, and he had broken through to the Great Secret Stage. He had successfully opened his acupoints and stepped into the Marquis stage. After 10 years of hard work, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He was only a step away from the Marquis. 3rd Empyrean Chu Bingxin's reaction could not be said to be insensitive. Xiaoleng had just died not long ago. She gave the order to not reveal what happened that day. It was not like there was no wall in the world that could not be exposed. Once the secret was known by a third person, it was no longer a secret, let alone what had happened that day. There were no less than 1,000 witnesses. Very quickly, the news of Xiaoleng's death had spread to the Windy Sword Sect. However, after the current sect master of the Windy Sword Sect heard the news, he didn't immediately attack the Chu family. Although he had always been skeptical about the news that Patriarch Wu Hu was in charge of the Chu family, one should know that other than the great Tang royal family and the 9 major sects, the number of rogue cultivators could be counted on one's fingers. Every single one of them was elusive. If Patriarch Wu Hu really was in charge of the Chu family, how could it be just a first-rate family? They had already surpassed many top families. It had become a super family second only to the 9 major sects and the great Tang royal family, but it wasn't afraid of 10,000. They were just afraid of what might happen. There was no big mistake in being careful. After all, 6th Elder Xiaoleng wasn't a weakling. It was just that he was a 10th martial master. It would take some effort to kill him. In the end, after much consideration, he finally invited founding ancestor from the Windy Sword Sect. He was also the only Patriarch Wu Hu in the sect, Nangong Qingfeng, with the old ancestor in charge. Even if the Chu family really had a Marquis guarding them, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Junior, tell me, where is that person? Nangong Qingfeng looked down at Chu Ling from above, as if he was a high and mighty deity looking down at the world. His voice was indescribably cold. Since the Windy Sword Sect had joined the Iron Sword Sect, they had never suffered such a huge loss. Swordmaster from the level 8, every single one of them was the backbone of the sect. Furthermore, Xiaoleng's potential wasn't low. He was one of the elders of the Windy Sword Sect. They're all in the top 3, and they'll be able to break through to the Marquis stage in the future. It might be difficult, but for half-step martial lord, there was still a high possibility that he would die just like that. It was definitely a great loss to Windy Sword Sect. One only fresh blood could wash up this grudge. Senior, this junior won't. Senior, I do not know. Chu Linghei's body trembled, and he forced himself to speak. He was facing a single Marquis sword immortal. The pressure he felt during this time almost caused him to collapse. Junior, you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. HMPH. The cold shine flashed across Nangong Qingfeng's eyes. In the next moment, Chu Ling felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly weakened. The difference between a Marquis and a martial master was like a heavenly chasm. This was the difference between the levels of life and death. Late. This junior is really late. I really don't know. Don't say it. I hope your bones are as tough as your mouth. Rumble. An extremely terrifying pressure enveloped Chu Linghei's body in an instant. It was as if a huge mountain was crushing down. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of bones rubbing against each other rang out continuously from Chu Linghai's body. It was the sound of bones being crushed. Junior, do you want to speak or not? All the Chu Lingas on Chu Linghai's body were surging crazily. He was struggling to hold on, and he was on the verge of collapsing. He was cursing in his heart. Motherfucker, fuck, snake spirit disease. If I knew where the old ancestor was, I would have asked the old ancestor to teach you a lesson. How could I let you be so arrogant? Good, very good. I want to see how long you can hold on. With a sneer, the pressure that was pressing down on Chu Linghai's body increased once again. Bang! Chu Ling could not hold on any longer. His legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. The sound of his bones cracking could be clearly heard, like fried beans. He closed his eyes in despair and waited quietly for death to arrive. What else could he say when he encountered such a snake disease? At this moment, a slightly old and hoarse voice rolled over from all directions and swept across the Chu prefecture. Junior, are you looking for me? C216 kill woo-hoo-hoo. He looked down upon the world like a god. Nangong Qingfeng, who didn't care about anything, suddenly changed his expression, and a serious look flashed across his eyes. He was a Marquis sword immortal, but he didn't even notice it. Someone was approaching him, and it was obvious how powerful this person was. It was very likely that this person was just like him, a patriarch woohoo. However, very quickly, that dignified expression was replaced by raging fury. Ever since he had successfully opened his acupoints and stepped into the Marquis stage, since when had he been looked down upon by others? Even the few old ancestors of the Iron Sword sect. They would never call him a junior. This was a complete slap to his face. In the next moment, a terrifying spiritual force that caused countless high-level martial masters to tremble in fear emerged from their bodies all of a sudden. In an instant, it swept across the entire Chu prefecture. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? Nangong Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. With his current cultivation, as long as it wasn't High Martial Marquis who wanted to hide, even some of the intermediate Martial Marquis wouldn't be able to hide from his spiritual sense. As for High Martial Marquis, what kind of existence was he? In the cultivationless age of the martial arts, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was an expert. Someone as strong as their Iron Sword sect, High Martial Marquis. They could count them all with one hand, and among the few rogue cultivators, there were only a few old ancestors. Not a single one of them. According to what he knew, the number one rogue cultivator in the Great Tang Dynasty, old ancestor Lu Yun, had only just entered the 5th Empyrean. The gap between him and High Martial Marquis was not small. He must be hiding outside of the Chu prefecture. It must be like this, it must be like this. Rumble. The terrifying spiritual sense continued to sweep across like a surging river. With the Chu residence as the center, it spread out in all directions in a grandiose manner. Ah, who is it? Frightening. This is too terrifying. This is the difference in the level of life. Undefeatable. Undefeatable, it is just a trace of spiritual aftertaste. It can make me die a graveless death. In all directions, countless martial artist warriors were surrounded by the terrifying spiritual sense. From martial master experts to ordinary martial artist warriors, all of them prostrated on the ground, shivering. In their eyes, there was only fear. It was as if they were being stared at by a primeval giant beast. Their life and death were completely out of their control. Ah no, still no. At some point in time, cold sweat began to form on Nangong Qingfeng's forehead. At this moment, the spiritual sense had already expanded to its limit. Half of the Liang city was covered by the spiritual sense, but he still couldn't find anything. Could it be that I'm the one who set out? An illusion? At this moment, a hoarse and ethereal voice once again swept over from all directions, revealing undisguised contempt. Junior, you think you can find me with just you alone? Ah, it's not an illusion. Nangong Qingfeng's expression changed once again, and a trace of uneasiness flashed across his heart. Bitch it, where is it? Ah, it's the old ancestor. The old ancestor has come to save us. The old ancestor has come to save us. At this moment, Chu Bingxin finally reacted. Her heart was immediately filled with joy. It was as if there was a bright ray of hope that cut through the limitless darkness and rose from her heart. Although she did not know the exact cultivation base of her old ancestor, it was undoubtedly Patriarch Wu-Hu. It was not that they did not have any hope of victory when one reached the Marquis stage, the number of people wouldn't be of any use. Although the opponent still had over 100 top-grade sword cultivators, the key was still that mark was stage sword immortal. No, after another thorough search, he still couldn't find any trace of Patriarch Wu Hu. Nangong Qingfeng's heart sank to the bottom. Could it really be High Martial Marquis? According to the legends, that old thief was from the same era as Chu Zhengyang. Maybe he really was. Once a martial artist opened their profound aperture, the longevity would immediately increase their lifespan to 500 years. After that, every time they broke through to the first layer, their lifespan would increase by another 100.5 years, and the limit of their lifespan would be almost 1,000 years. Chu Zhengyang was born over 700 years old. If that person was older than Chu Zhengyang, it was not impossible for him to break through to the 7th layer Marquis stage number. Impossible. Robe cultivators are different from his sect disciples. Every advancement is extremely difficult, especially in the era of the last days of the martial arts. For thousands of years, no robe cultivators had ever advanced to the High Martial Marquis realm. There must be some secret treasure that concealed his aura. It must be like this, it must be like this. A secret treasure that could perfectly conceal Patriarch Wu Hu's aura was rare. Furthermore, if it really was old ancestor High Martial Marquis, why hide your head and tail and suppress yourself so directly that you can't say what his cultivation base is? He's just trying to mystify me. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the other party was trying to scare him away. In an instant, the corner of Nangong Qingfeng's mouth split open and a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. You are looking down on me by following me in the next moment. Old man, I won't fall for your trick. Quickly come out and fight me, or else, I will kill every single member of the Chu family. The sound waves spread in all directions, containing endless killing intent. It was like the roar of the god of death. Didn't you take a fancy to the Chu clan when you were called by the king of hell? Fine, come out and fight me to the death. Ah, don't. Old ancestor, save me. Old ancestor, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Ancestor, save me, save me. In an instant, in the Chu residence, from top to bottom, cries of agony could be heard. Even an ant could live, let alone a human. Apart from those specially trained men of sacrifice, how many people could survive without being slapped to death? Zero. Good. How dare you threaten me with a junior of the Chu family? Junior, you have successfully infuriated me. The hoarse voice contained endless killing intent, causing people to tremble from the depths of their souls. Junior, pay the price for your words. Hidden old thing, I am right here. If you have the guts, just let. Suddenly, Nangong Qingfeng's voice froze, and his eyes widened in anger, as if he had seen a ghost from the legends. Boom boom, the heavens and earth shook, and light and darkness changed. The entire sky suddenly became bright. It was as if the entire world had suddenly fallen into a dazzling world of silver light. Time seemed to have come to a halt suddenly. A terrifying giant hand appeared in the direction of the residence of the branch disciples. The giant hand was much larger than anyone could have imagined. It seemed to be able to cover the entire Chu residence, and the silver light on it glittered. It was so bright that it seemed like the origin of all light. The light illuminated the 9 prefectures and the universe. It was like the hand of a god, suppressing everything in the world. The power contained within was far beyond human imagination. It could easily destroy a world. Wherever the giant hand passed, space would collapse. The surroundings were in a state of great destruction. Ah, High Martial Marquis, it really is High Martial Marquis. Nangong Qingfeng let out a despairing howl. The terrifying aura that was emitted from the heaven-sheltering big hand was not any weaker than the aura he had felt from the few High Martial Marquis from the Iron Sword Sect. In fact, it was even more powerful than the aura he had felt from them. It was definitely an invincible force that belonged to High Martial Marquis. An endless amount of regret surged into his heart. It was just a tiny swordmaster from the level 8. The Windy Sword Sect. Even if there weren't 20 of them, there would still be 10 of them. What was the big deal if one of them died? What was the big deal? He had even lost his life. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, he could buy it. He had to buy one without saying anything. No, 10. He wanted to dodge, but the space around him had already been sealed by the invincible force, leaving him with no other option other than to face it head on. Ah no, I'm still young, and I still have a great future ahead of me. How could I die here? Ah, break for me. A heart-wrenching cry sounded, as if someone was crying out in grief. The sword chi, sword intent, sword force. All over Nangong Qingfeng's body was burning crazily, and his strongest sword attack was unleashed in an instant. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the taboo or potential. If he couldn't pass this test, then everything would be a lie. Rumble. A golden sword chi was instantly slashed out toward the huge silver hand. This sword chi was 1,000 feet long, and it was as big as a door. With the help of the 8th layer early stage destruction sword intent, it was extremely sharp. It was as if there was nothing in this world that couldn't be pierced through. The space was like a piece of paper, it was instantly penetrated. It could easily slaughter ghosts and gods, exterminate immortals and Buddhas. This was a fatal strike, Nangong Qingfeng's most powerful strike. However, under the absolute power, everything was in vain in the time it takes to breathe. Puchi puchi puchi. The sword chi, which was 1,000 feet long, exploded with a loud bang and shattered into pieces. It turned into bits and pieces that floated in the air. The heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush, like Mount Tai crushing down, suppressing all living things. I'm not willing, I'm not willing. Rumble C217. The undercurrent surged. The Windy Sword Sect's founding ancestor, Nangong Qingfeng, a peak 2nd layer marquis. His strength was really strong, and he was also known for his attacking ability, Sword Immortal. With the help of the 8th layer destruction sword intent, his combat strength was terrifying. He was chasing after some 4th layer intermediate martial marquis in the entire Great Tang dynasty. They could be said to be heroes of a region, and could be considered top-tier 8th layers. And in the 3 hectares of the Shanglong County, he was the undisputed number 1 person. Unfortunately, he had encountered this abnormal monster, Yang Fann. What was even more unfortunate was that, after Yang Fann recovered from his injuries and became stronger after breaking through, if the previous Yang Fann's combat strength was only at the intermediate martial ancestor, then, now that he had broken through and established the black iron battle body, he had truly stepped into the small completion late stage. His combat strength would steadily advance to the first level of the intermediate martial ancestor. In Yang Fann's eyes, a mere low-grade marquis. It's just an ant that can be killed at any time. Yang Fann didn't even use any secret technique, the martial skill, in this palm strike. He did not even use any of the spiritual energies in his body. It was just a single attack from the pure strength of body. However, the power contained within it was still enough to shock the heavens and earth. Compared to many 7th layer marquises' full-powered strike, it was even more powerful. In an instant, it had killed God and Devil. It had destroyed the continent and shook the sun and moon. He swept across the starry sky of the universe. Rumble in a single breath's time. Nangong Qingfeng was smashed into a meat patty, and the ones who died were over 100 martial masters from the Windy Sword Sect. These swordmaster were also miserable. He didn't even say a single word, and he was worse than those minor characters. He just accepted the lunchbox dejectedly. Silence. The vast Chu manor was deathly silent. After a long while, there was the sound of people taking in a breath of cold air. I didn't see wrongly, right? Die all dead. Bululu. This is over 100 swordmaster realm sword cultivators, and there's even a marquis sword immortal living here. This is, he was just like that, being taken care of by a single palm. Is this high martial marquis's power? Terrifying. This is too terrifying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one in the Chu family would have believed it. All of this was real. One should know that those were nearly 100 intermediate swordmaster. There were a dozen high-grade swordmaster and a marquis sword immortal. Apart from the royal family of Tang dynasty and the 9 great sects, which were the top 10 powers, the overall strength of the major powers was incredible. Almost no family was a match for them, but in the end, all of them were wiped out just like that. And it was just a single strike. Unbelievable. This was simply too inconceivable. Is this the power of the old ancestor? Powerful, truly too powerful. At this moment, Chu Ling did not seem to feel the pain of his bones being broken. His heart was burning with passion. His eyes were filled with blazing light. This was their old ancestor. He had helped their Chu family time and time again. It wasn't difficult to tell how deep the relationship between their old ancestor and their ancestor Zheng Yong was. Their friendship was definitely at the highest level. With such a powerful old ancestor as their backing, who would the Chu family be afraid of in the future? They were afraid that even the 9 great sects wouldn't dare to provoke the Chu family. In this cultivationless age, there weren't many high martial marquis in the entire Great Tang dynasty. Every single one of them could be said to be a strategic weapon that could shock the world. As Chu Ling was immersed in his fantasies, he imagined the Chu family soaring into the sky, surpassing all the top families in one fell swoop, and pushing themselves into a super family that was second only to the 9 great sects in one fell swoop. However, he didn't know about this. His old ancestor, who was the pillar of support, had quietly left the Chu family. It was only a matter of 3 things. On the account of Chu Shang, saving them from danger 3 times was Yang Fann's limit. In the future, Yang Fann would never ask about the matters of Chu family. Whether they lived or died would depend on their luck. After a while, Chu Ling finally woke up from his daydream. His expression changed instantly and he mumbled to himself, "Is this the time for me to be in a daze?" He hastily raised his head to the sky and said, "The great kindness of the old ancestor has never been forgotten by the Chu family. Please show yourself, old ancestor." 1 breath. 3 breaths. 7 breaths. Very quickly, 10 breaths passed. "Ancestor, please show yourself." A trace of anxiety flashed across Chu Linghei's eyes. Could it be that ancestor felt that he had neglected him? Another 10 breaths passed, but there was still no response number. It can't be. The old ancestor, he won't. Really. Chu Ling swallowed his saliva and looked around anxiously. He shouted again unwillingly, but it was still the same. "What should I do if I tell you to be stupid? What should I do?" Chu Linghei's face turned pale, and he wished he could slap himself twice. When it wasn't good to be in a daze, at that time. If he angered the old ancestor, he would become the sinner of Chu family. Without the protection of the old ancestor, let alone the rise of their family. If he became a big family second only to the 9 great sects, he was afraid that his family would immediately be wiped out by the Iron Sword sect. No, that won't happen. What kind of person is the old ancestor? Why would he get angry at his juniors for such a small matter? Didn't the old ancestor save Bing Xin and the others 2 times? He left in a hurry. The old ancestor must have something urgent to deal with. That's why he left first. Yes, it has to be like this, it has to be like this. After some self-hypnosis, Chu Linghei's nervous heart finally relaxed a little. It was only at this moment that he realized how severe his injuries were. The intense pain that felt like he was being dismembered almost made him faint. Under the pressure of Nangong Qingfeng's aura, countless of bones in his body had been broken. He hurriedly swallowed a healing holy herb, no longer caring about anything else, and started treating his injuries on the spot. Very quickly, the news of an old ancestor of the Chu family, High Marshal Marquis, personally making a move and killing old ancestor Sword Immortal of the Windy Sword sect with a thunderous strike spread in all directions at a terrifying speed. It was as if it had swept across the entire Shanglong County, and even the entire Cloud Dragon Dao. The Mu family of the Liang City. This was an old and powerful family in Liang City. It had a long history and was even stronger than the Chu family. Compared to the Chu family, this family was only slightly weaker. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Ling from the Chu family had broken through to the Martial Master 7th Empyrean stage, it was still unknown whether the family name of the number 1 family in Liang City was Chu or not. Mu Yunlong was from the Mu family, and he was also one of the top 10 experts in Liang City. His cultivation base was so profound that he was no weaker than the head of the Chu family, Chu Yangming. What? Old ancestor High Marshal Marquis of the Chu family attacked, killing the Windy Sword sect to meet old ancestor. Mu Yunlong was dumbstruck. He didn't even know that the white jade teacup in his hand had fallen to the ground. This news was too frightening. After a while, Mu Yunlong reluctantly accepted the news. Bitch, how could this be? Initially, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the old ancestor of the Chu family was injured by a mysterious expert to replace the Chu family and become the new biggest family in the Liang City. Because of this, the Mu family was fully prepared. They never thought that such a shocking change would occur. In the next moment, Mu Yunlong collapsed onto the ground in dejection. I forget it. Cancel all the plans. The current Chu family was not something that the Mu family could shake. High Marshal Marquis, just thinking about it made them despair. Not to mention replacing the Chu family, it was already considered not bad if the Chu family didn't kill all of them. As for the authenticity of the news, he had no doubt about it. The terrifying spiritual sense that made his soul tremble just now was enough to send shivers down his spine. Furthermore, it was witnessed by the entire Chu family. There was nothing that could be faked. Cancel all plans against the Chu family. Hu family, the same major family in Liang City. Although they are not as powerful as the Chu family and Mu family, they are still considered one of the top 10 families. The current Chu family isn't someone we can afford to offend. Prepare a generous gift. My main purpose here is to pay a visit to the Chu family. However, it's not like the Windy Sword sect doesn't have a chance. A Marquis sword cultivator, nearly 100 intermediate swordmaster, and a dozen high-grade swordmaster. It could be said that all of them had come out at once. Currently, The Windy Sword Sect existed in name only. There were only 2 or 3 little cats in the sect. It was unknown whether they could find a high-grade swordmaster. What followed was destined to be a grand feast. Windy Sword Sect, the wind and water take turns. After eating my food, it's time to spit it out now. Windy Sword Sect, today is also your day. It's time to settle the score between us this time. The heavens are really going to change. C218 Longxiang Auction House. Many people are going to have insomnia that night, big and small families in Liang. They all started to mobilize, undercurrents surging. In the past 100 years, they had been sharpening their blades towards the pigs and sheep. The Windy Sword Sect had risen from a third-rate sword sect to the #1 sword sect in Xianglong County. The major and minor powers in the Xianglong County were like the ears of a cow, occupying almost half of the Xianglong County. Even the Liang city had its own courtyards. During this period of time, countless people's interests had been taken over. However, in the past, he was afraid of the formidable force of the Windy Sword Sect, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger. A Marquis Sword Immortal, nearly 20 high-grade swordmaster, more than 100 intermediate and low-grade swordmaster. This force was just too tyrannical. Even if the major and minor families of Xianglong County were to join forces, they might not even be their match. However, it was better now. In just one night, Nangong Qingfeng and over 100 high-level middle and high-level swordmaster had been reduced to ashes. This was as simple as shaking their foundations. It was like pulling out the firewood from the ground. The overall strength of the Windy Sword Sect had been reduced by more than 9 levels. At this moment, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were only 2 or 3 of them in the Windy Sword Sect. Whether or not they could find a high-grade swordmaster was still unknown. It was no different from a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered by everyone. Time flowed like water, and soon, the sky began to turn white. In the Chu Manor's Collateral Division Disciples area, in a small independent courtyard. Hiss. Okay. So painful. Chu Shang, who had fainted on the ground, slowly opened his eyes and slowly woke up. It was as if his entire body had been separated from his body and he was in incomparable pain. Suddenly, a trace of confusion flashed across his large eyes. Strange. Strange, I'm not dead yet. Suddenly, Chu Shang's eyes widened, as if he remembered something, and he urgently said, Yang brothers. Under the terrifying pressure, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been broken, not to mention the fact that Yang Fann's cultivation base had been crippled. He would be crushed into a meat patty in the next moment. Chu Shang's gaze shifted and he looked for Yang Fann. Strange, where's Yang brothers? Even if he was crushed to death, there should still be a corpse at this moment. What is this? It seems to be a letter. Chu Shang saw a piece of white paper pressed down by a tea bowl on the table. There was a short line of words written on it. Chu Shang, eldest brother, don't blame me for leaving without saying goodbye. I really can't bear to see that parting scene. Inside the universe bag is a little token of my appreciation. Chu Shang, eldest brother, don't reject it. It's good that Yang brothers is alright. Chu Shang's heart relaxed a little. Very quickly, a trace of bitter smile climbed onto his rough big face. Yang brothers really is. Let's go then. What else do we have to leave behind? He casually picked up the light blue universe bag on the table and inserted his spiritual sense into it. In an instant, the smile on Chu Shang's face froze, as if he had been struck by lightning, and he froze on the spot. This is a high-level dry universe bag. Chu Shang gulped down his saliva and his voice trembled. His face was filled with disbelief. He thought that Yang Fann only left him some small things. It could be said that it was a universe bag, but it could also be said that it was an even lower-level universe bag. What good things could a 15 to 16-year-old young man have? He never would have thought that it would be such a huge gift. One must know that in the huge Chu family, only the old ancestor Chu Ling, family lord Chu Yangming, the great elder Chu Yangcheng and a few others had high-grade universe bags. The others, even the young Miss Chu Bingxin used them. It was only an intermediate universe bag. Suddenly, Chu Shang's expression changed once again. However, he remembered Yang Fann's message. That universe bag was merely an additional gift. The treasure in the bag was his true intention. One must know that this was the lowest grade intermediate universe bag. As for high-grade universe bags, even the lowest grade of high-grade universe bags were worth several times more than the highest grade intermediate universe bags. If the supplementary items were so precious, then the true meaning of the gift. How heavy would it be? 500 spirit stones, still okay. Chu Shang heaved a sigh of relief. 500 spirit stones was an astronomical figure to him. A family general like him only had 3 spirit stones each year. 500 spirit stones was enough for him to struggle for over 100 years. However, compared to the high-grade universe bags, it did not seem to be a big deal. Suddenly, a trace of doubt flashed across Chu Shang's huge eyes. Strange, the color of these spirit stones doesn't seem to be right. The spirit stones that he normally used were all milky white. The universe bags within these spirit stones were translucent. Bitchit, this is a middle-grade spirit stone. Suddenly, Chu Shang cried out in alarm. He finally remembered that the translucent spirit stone was the middle-grade spirit stone that could be used to block 100 middle-grade spirit stones. 500 Chu Shang's, gurgle. Chu Shang's legs went soft. It was terrifying. It was truly frightening, and his reputation was illustrious. The 4 brothers, who had been roaming the Shanglong County for dozens of years, only had close to 8,000 low-grade spiritual stones in their possessions. He didn't even have 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and he was only a minor martial artist in the level 8. If the 4 tigers, leopards, jackals knew about this, then you have to cough up blood. This is a marrow cleansing pill. The price of a marrow cleansing pill was not very expensive. Within the sect, 5 low-grade spiritual stones could be exchanged for 1. However, it was not for sale. If an ordinary martial artist did not have the means to do so, then no matter how many spirit stones they had, it would be useless. High-grade meridian invigorating pills. Good fellow there. There are actually 100 bottles. High-grade meridian invigorating pills were not like marrow cleansing pills, they were not for sale in the sect. There was no sale in the outside world, but the quantity was limited. A prefecture like the Liang city had a monthly share of supreme-grade meridian invigorating pills. Which seemed like a lot. There was not much left. In the entire Liang city, there were high-grade martial artists. There were still some who didn't have 100,000 or 20,000. In addition to the other martial artist cities, there were many high-grade martial artists. He might not even be able to consume a single high-grade meridian invigorating pill in a few months, even if Chu Shang was backed by the Chu family, the #1 family in Liang city. He could only buy 2 high-grade meridian invigorating pills every month. This is the legendary blackberry fruit. This is a bone spirit grass that has gone extinct. In the end, Chu Shang was completely numb to it. After a long while, he finally managed to recover. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Young brothers, I'm afraid I won't be able to repay your kindness for the rest of my life. With his talent, he could cultivate for the rest of his life. Pulse opening stage huge perfection was his limit, but Yang Fann. He had given him a new life, the marrow cleansing pill, cleansing his meridians and meridians. The blackberry fruit increased his spirit, and with the bone spirit grass condensation of spirit bones, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, he could be said to have steadily entered the bone forging. Adding on the 500 middle-grade spirit stone, before reaching the high-level martial master. You don't have to worry about resources at all. But who exactly is Yang Brothers? Could he be the young master of a large sect? Such a huge amount of wealth was definitely not something that Gongzi of some big family could possess. Very quickly, a trace of seriousness flashed across Chu Shang's eyes. He secretly gritted his teeth and said, "We must not let a third person know about this. A man who was not guilty of possessing a treasure would become a criminal." This universe bag was almost equivalent to half of the Chu family. If news of this were to spread, even a high-level martial master would go crazy over it. There would be no place for him in the Shanglong County or even the Cloud Dragon Dao. In the center of the inner city of Liang City, there was a huge building with 9 floors. Each floor was more than 100 feet tall. The 9 floors were over 1,000 zhang tall. From afar, it looked like a pagoda piercing into the clouds, a spectacular sight to behold. The entire building was glittering with golden light. In the sky, there were invisible treasure weapons stirring the wind and clouds. It was as if there were endless treasures hidden within Longxiangtu, the headquarters of Longxiang Auction House C219, the #1 beauty, one of the best restaurants in Liang City. They were all the most prestigious figures in Liang City, even if they weren't true bone-forging martial master warriors. He was at least a pulse-opening stage. Perfection 9 Heavens warrior. One should know that any dish in the fragrant sky pavilion was worth hundreds of gold taels. If he ate something better, he would lose a spirit stone. As for most of the wealth of the martial artist in the 7 level 8, there were only a few spirit stones, and 1 spirit stone for each meal. This was simply taking their lives, and the top floor of this heavenly fragrance pavilion was even more of a symbol of identity. It was not a place that could be entered with money. Only those martial masters that had condensed the spirit bones had the right to enter. At this moment, on a square table on the top floor, 3 middle-aged men with powerful auras were talking loudly. It's about to be the annual large-scale auction of the Soaring Dragon Auction House. I wonder what treasure will appear this time. Longxiang Auction House, the #1 auction house in Shenglong County. Legend has it that its background was extraordinary. Even the Windy Sword sect had to give it some face. They didn't dare to offend it. Every year, on the 8th of December, Longxiang Auction House would hold a large-scale auction. On this day, it would be the grand feast of 10 million martial artist warriors in Shenglong County. Some of the treasures would even be moved by high-level martial master, and even the high and mighty patriarch Wu, who in the past 10 years, there will always be profound artifacts appearing in every large-scale auction. I think there will be no exceptions this time. As far as I know, not only are there profound artifacts in this large-scale auction, there are also 2 of them. There's even 1 middle-grade Zan artifact. What? 2 profound artifacts? There's also a middle-grade Zan artifact. How is that possible? In recent years, although there were profound artifacts being auctioned at Longxiang Auction House every year, all of them were low-grade profound artifacts. Although middle-grade Zan artifacts were only a grade higher than low-grade profound artifacts, there was a qualitative difference between them. This time, I'm afraid that even some high martial marquis will be tempted by them. In this era where resources were scarce, some of the miserable high martial marquis still used high martial marquis. A single middle-grade Zan artifact was enough to make many of them go crazy over it. Whether it's low-grade or middle-grade Zan artifact, it doesn't matter. It's not what we can think of. Although they were all rare bone forgings in Liang City, they were still far from bone forging 4th Empyrean stage. It was only a step away, but a supreme treasure like the profound artifact. It was not something they could covet. A man who was not guilty of having a treasure would be guilty of having it. Not to mention the profound artifact, it was just a supreme grade treasure weapon. Once it was leaked out, it would be enough to make them die without a burial ground in the martial artist world. What was least lacking was the matter of killing people and snatching their treasures. That's right. No matter what grade of profound artifact it is still the matter of those patriarch Wu. It has nothing to do with us small fries. Let's talk about those treasures that can be used by us. It is said that there will be blackberry fruits being auctioned in this auction. Blackberry fruit, but the legendary blackberry fruits that can increase spiritual energy. That's right, it's the legendary blackberry fruit. This is a good thing, as long as it's one. This is a good thing, as long as it's one blackberry fruit. It can increase the spiritual energy of a 1st and 3rd level martial master by several levels. It will be easy for us to break through. The 3 of them seem to be at the 3rd Empyrean Great Perfection stage. Once the spiritual energy realm was the first to step into the 4th Empyrean stage, it would be easy for them to break through. They were afraid that the container would not be able to contain more water. At that time, the status of their family in the Liang City would surely rise. 4 Empyrean martial master were enough to enter the ranks of the top expert in the Liang City. Even the number of intermediate martial master warriors in the family of the Chu family, who was the #1 family in the Liang City, would not exceed 2 hands. It's a pity that with our net worth, we want to get a blackberry fruit. It's really difficult. Ordinary 3-star low-grade spirit fruits were worth no less than 1,000 spirit stones. And blackberry fruits are considered the top among many 3-star low-grade spirit fruits. Their value is several times that of ordinary 3-star low-grade spirit fruits. Moreover, the blackberry fruit was almost extinct. It had become a legend. Its value was even higher, and things were valued by their rarity. No matter what it was related to legends. The value kept increasing. Conservatively speaking, the price of one blackberry fruit would exceed 10,000 spirit stones. Even if the 3 of them joined forces and even used all of their family's resources, they might not be able to gather 10,000 spirit stones. At that time, they would only be addicted to looking at the blackberry fruits. It would increase their knowledge and experience. Besides the blackberry fruits, there are also a lot of treasure weapons in this auction. There are also many different grades. Don't even think about top grade and high grade treasure weapons. However, that intermediate treasure weapon, we can take a gamble. The trashiest high-grade treasure weapons were worth no less than 10,000 spirit stones. It was not something they could afford. However, an ordinary intermediate treasure weapon. The price was only 2 to 3,000 spirit stones. With their net worth, however, they did not have the strength to fight for it. They only had one intermediate treasure weapon. It was enough to increase their combat strength by several levels. At that time, they would be able to fight against the 4 Empyrean martial master. It wasn't as if they didn't have the strength to fight back. Discussions like this rose and fell in Liang City. It seemed like the old ancestor of Chu family had killed Marquis Sword Immortal with a single palm strike. Countless families and experts of martial arts had gathered a large number of spirit stones to show their skills on the 8th day of the new year. In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th day of December. A large number of experts swarmed over. There were even some Marquis stage old ancestors. Even the high and mighty High Marshal Marquis had appeared. The temptation of middle-grade Zan artifacts was no joke. Every year, the annual auction would be held on the top floor of Longxiantu. There were a total of 300 rows of seats in the hall. Each row could accommodate 300 people, except for these 90,000 ordinary seats. There were also many private rooms that were further divided into 3 categories: heaven, earth, and man. The heaven rank VIP room was the most distinguished. There were also the least number of private rooms, and there were only 9 of them. There were a total of 18 Earth-grade VIP rooms. There were a total of 36 rooms with the lowest number of rooms. However, even if it was the lowest human VIP room, not everyone could enter. First of all, someone must have reached the intermediate martial master stage, and second, their value must be higher than 10,000 spirit stones. As for the 18 Earth room, there was no high-level martial master guarding it. You don't even need to think about having a net worth of more than 100,000. In recent years, in the Liang City, only the Chu family had the right to enter. As for the 9 highest-grade heavenly VIP rooms, that was something Patriarch Wu couldn't enter unless he wanted to. On the 36th seat in the first row, the aura of a man in black clothes was calm. Yang Fann, who looked like an ordinary gongzi who did not know anything about the martial arts, sat on the seat and casually played with a palm-sized golden plate. It was an auction token. If someone wanted to bid for it, they had to. It was a very simple task. 3 days ago, after Yang Fann killed Nangong Qingfeng and over 100 top-tier Windy Sword sects from the Windy Sword sect with a single palm strike, initially, he wanted to leave the Liang City and return to the sect. Coincidentally, he heard the news that the Dragon Soaring auction was about to be held. Most importantly, there were a few treasures inside. He was quite interested in them, but luckily, he stayed behind. Since he was a month late, he didn't have to worry about staying for 3 more days soon. The time for an incense stick to burn had passed. Suddenly, the noisy venue became silent the next moment. A seductive woman appeared on the auction stage. Everyone's gaze was focused on her. From time to time, they could hear the sound of someone violently swallowing their saliva. This woman was too alluring. Her plump and beautiful figure was under a tight purple dress. As she walked, her body swayed left and right. It was so alluring, it made people want to go forward and touch her. Her body was full of the charm of a mature woman. Her skin was white like snow, and her flawless face, coupled with her blazing red lips and her tall and round alluring figure, was simply a peerless beauty that could bring disaster to the country and the people. Lan Qinmei, Longxian Auction House's chief auctioneer, she faintly had the title of the most beautiful woman in Shanglong County, and her name was known far and wide. Legends had it that even Patriarch Wu, who had fallen to her pomegranate skirt C220, the powerful Chu clan Lan Qinmei, deserved to be called the most beautiful woman in Shanglong County. In terms of appearance alone, Chu Bingxin, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, was not any worse than her, but when it came to the temptation of men, Chu Bingxin could not even catch up with her. Every frown and smile on her face. Even the high and mighty Patriarch Wu was tempted. He could not help but be slightly stunned. Some of the people with weak minds. They were even more like hungry wolves in the forest, their eyes shining with a wolf's light. They even left disgusting saliva behind. Regarding this, Lan Qinmei, who had long gotten used to people's desire to eat it raw and peel it off, did not have the slightest bit of displeasure. Instead, she smiled charmingly and said, "Welcome to the annual grand auction of our Longxiantu. I am Lan Qinmei. The chief auctioneer of the Longxiantu is also the host of this year's auction. Looks like I can't wait any longer. Then, let's cut the crap. Let us invite the first item." When a dazzling blue light appeared on the auction stage, Then, a 3 feet-long sharp sword emitting endless cold shines appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It seemed to be able to freeze everything. This is the Ice Dragon Leopard Sword. It is a high-grade treasure weapon refined by Master Yang Zi using the 1000-year cold iron for 81 days. Moreover, there is a high-grade beast general sealed within it, the Ice Dragon Fox's soul essence. When facing an enemy, it can summon the Ice Dragon Fox to help. It is a rare weapon in this world. The starting price is 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and each increment must be no less than 100 low-grade spiritual stones. The Ice Dragon Leopard Sword was the opening treasure. Naturally, it was not an ordinary item. Among all the high-grade treasure weapons, it belonged to the high grade. In addition to the soul essence of the Ice Dragon Leopard, it belonged to an intermediate martial master. It was enough to challenge a high-level martial master. One should know that the Frost Dragon Beaver was extraordinary. With the bloodline of the Divine Beast and Glassy Dragon, even if there was only the soul essence left, its combat strength had been greatly reduced, but it was still comparable to an ordinary 7 Empyrean martial master. If the person wielding the sword was practicing an ice attribute skill, the power of the Frost Dragon Fox sword would be displayed. It was not the slightest bit weaker. 11,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 12,000 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones 15,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The price continued to rise, and soon, it exceeded 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. However, at this moment, the speed of the rise slowed down. The auction price of an ordinary high-grade profound artifact was around 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 35,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Is there any higher bid? This is the masterpiece of Great Master Yang Zi, and it has integrated with Great Master Yang Zi's unique forging technique. After passing this village, this shop will no longer exist. 35,500 low-grade spiritual stones 36,000 low-grade spiritual stones 38,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Everyone's passion was ignited once again. Master Yang Zi was a top-tier blacksmith master in the Great Tang Dynasty, and in the Cloud Dragon Dao, he was ranked second. There was no way he would dare to claim the first place. As long as he could comprehend something, even if it was just a tiny bit, it would be enough to benefit him for the rest of his life, allowing him to easily step into the level of a blacksmith. 45,000 low-grade spiritual stone for the first time. Is there anything higher? Great Master Yang Zi's products must be of the highest quality. If they were to miss it just like that, wouldn't everyone feel that it was a pity? 45,000 low-grade spiritual stones for the second time. 4,500 low-grade spiritual stones. Third time. Congratulations to honored guest number 3. For winning the bid for this masterpiece of Grandmaster Yang Zi. Lan Qinmei crossed her arms across her chest, and a seductive smile hung on her charming little face. The price of the Frost Dragon Fox sword at 45,000 low-grade spiritual stones could be said to be a good start. In fact, it had even exceeded her expectations. Initially, she thought that it would be considered not bad to be able to obtain 40,000 low-grade spiritual stones. After all, it was only a high-grade treasure weapon. Next, we will auction the second item. This is a fire attribute martial skill, Great Raging Flame Palm, a yellow level supreme grade martial skill, and it has reached the great perfection stage. With just one palm, the raging flames will burn the sky, and it will be unstoppable. The starting price is 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and each increment must be no less than 50 low-grade spiritual stones. As soon as Lan Qinmei finished speaking, the audience was a little excited. Especially those lone rogue cultivator in the martial arts worlds, their eyes were completely red. One should know that a first-rate family like the Chu family only had 2 or 3 copies of the martial skill. Every single one of them was the ultimate skill of the clan suppressing, and they weren't directly related to the family. Or, those who contributed a lot to the family were not allowed to practice it. They were allowed to practice ordinary rogue cultivator in the martial arts worlds. To be able to practice a superior martial skill, that was a dog shit luck. 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. A 4th layer rogue cultivator with white hair and beard couldn't wait to bid. In an instant, the scene became chaotic, and the bidding continued. 3,200 low-grade spiritual stones 3,500 low-grade spiritual stones 4,000 low-grade spiritual stones 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones for the first time. Is there anything higher? This is a supreme grade martial skill. For the second time. 5,000 high-level martial masters for the last time. Congratulations to honored guest number 1. Slapping this great flaming palm. A trace of displeasure flashed across Lan Qinmei's beautiful eyes. This great raging flame palm was in the midst of many supreme-grade martial skill. It could be considered as the best, although its value was not as high as the Ice Dragon Leopard Sword. But it was only a small level, not inferior to ordinary high-grade Lan Qinmei's 20,000, or even 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It was not impossible. It was just a mere 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It was definitely a cheap price. However, the person in VIP room number 1 was a person from the Chu family. Currently, the Chu family was like the sun at noon. Everyone knew that there was an old ancestor high martial marquis in the Chu family. For the sake of a mere supreme-grade martial skill, offending the Chu family and the patriarch Wu Hu behind him, could it be that he had been kicked in the head by a donkey? Now, let's start bidding for the third treasure. This is a high-grade sword symbol, and it contains the natal sword chi of a 7th-tier sword master. Once it is used, it will be enough to kill most intermediate martial master. It is a rare defensive treasure. The starting price is 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and each increment must be no less than 50 low-grade spiritual stones. 6,000 low-grade spiritual stones for the first time. This is a top-quality pill that can increase the cultivation of a 7th-layer martial master warrior by 10 years. If I miss it, there won't be a second one. 6,000 low-grade spiritual stones for the second time. 6,000 low-grade Ling Dans for the third time. Congratulations to honored guest number 1 for obtaining these top-quality pills. 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones for the third time. Congratulations to honored guest number 1. The bid for the supreme-grade martial skill, Flying Eagle 13 Swords. 25,000 low-grade spiritual stone for the last time. Congratulations to honored guest number 1 on winning the bid for the high-grade defensive precious armor. Exquisite precious armor. Lan Qinmei's smile did not change, but in her heart, she had already greeted all 18 generations of the Chu family's ancestors. In these 4 hours, his mother's food had almost become the exclusive venue of the Chu family. Except for those ordinary treasures and high-grade treasures. For example, top-quality pills, supreme-grade martial skill, and so on. Most of them were now in the Chu family's possession. If the Chu family were to buy them at a normal price, it wasn't a big deal, but it was a pity that every time. Almost all of the treasures were kept by the Chu family at a price that was far lower than the real value of the treasures. For example, the Ling Long precious armor that had just been sold. Even within the upper-grade precious armors, it was considered a high grade, and its value was extremely high. It was definitely not any lower than an ordinary high-grade treasure weapon. Normally speaking, it would be more valuable than a high-grade treasure weapon. In the end, even if there wasn't 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, it would at least be above 80,000 low-grade spiritual stones. But in the end, it was only 25,000 low-grade spiritual stones. He had really suffered a huge loss. However, in regards to this, other than cursing the Chu family in his heart, although the Chu family's way of eating was a little ugly, there was nothing he could do about it. If he were to talk about it, it could not be considered a violation of the rules. She could not possibly mobilize the guards to expel the people of the Chu family for no reason. Furthermore, above her head, he was afraid that he wouldn't want to offend the Chu family. The deterrence of High Martial Marquis wasn't a joke. Who suppressing the anger in her heart, Lan Qinmei continued to preside. The next item to be auctioned is a legendary treasure that everyone in the world knows. The spiritual energy is easy to cultivate and it is hard to raise one's spirit. However, with this treasure, there's no need to worry about the advancement of one's spirit. I think everyone already knows what this servant is talking about. That's right, this is the blackberry fruit that everyone is thinking of. It only needs one blackberry fruit. It will increase the spiritual energy of a third-grade martial master. The most important thing is, the blackberry fruit did not have any resistance. No matter how many blackberry fruits one consumed, now, the auction for the first set of 10 blackberry fruits would begin. The starting bid is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must not be less than 500 low-grade spiritual stones. C221 Regretful Yang Fann. What? 10 blackberry fruits. As soon as Lan Qinmei finished speaking, a commotion broke out in the auction. Countless pairs of eyes were passionately looking at the auction stage. The white jade plates were like apples, but they were all black fruits. Even the high-level martial master and even Patriarch Wu, who in the VIP rooms couldn't help but feel excited, although they knew that there were blackberry fruits being auctioned in this year's annual auction. The exact amount was. The Longxiangtu didn't announce it, but everyone thought. After all, it was a legendary spiritual fruit. Was a stroke of luck. Never would he have thought that there were actually 10 of them. More importantly, this was the first set of blackberry fruits. There was a first group, and naturally, there was a second group. There would even be the third group, the fourth group. How could they not care about 1 or 2 blackberry fruits? Even if they consumed them, it would not increase their spiritual energy by much. However, 10 blackberry fruits were different. Even if it was consumed by a 10th heaven huge perfection martial master, if they could obtain a few sets, this would increase their spiritual energy by several levels, and it would increase their chances of taking the final step by half or even more. Opening his acupoints and stepping into the Marquis stage, he had become the ancestor of the sect, and was now one of the top great Tang dynasties in the Great Tang Dynasty. Even Patriarch Wu, who swallowed a few more sets of blackberry fruits. It's good for them too. The blackberry fruits were different from other spirit fruits. It was said that the more spirit fruits there were, the cheaper they would be. However, the blackberry fruit was the exact opposite. The more blackberry fruits there were, the crazier they would be. Not bad, not bad. On the 36th seat, Yang Fann, who was dressed in black, listened to the swallowing sound of the surrounding people. A satisfied smile unknowingly climbed onto his face. There were not so many coincidences in this world. This blackberry fruit was naturally made by Yang Fann. In this auction, however, those treasures, each of them was a sky-high price. An ordinary marquis, even if he spent all his fortune, he might not be able to buy 2 of them. Although Yang Fann had a high net worth, Green Flood Dragon Great General's 1,000-year collection wasn't a joke. Also, Jin Ni, Spirit Phoenix General, and Devil Whale General had a lot of good stuff with them. Even an ordinary top martial marquis might not be as rich as Yang Fann and Yang Fann. However, most of them were spiritual medicines. There were not many true spirit stones among the treasures. The demon spirit secret realm was different from the outside world. The number of spirit stones was limited even after taking away Nangong Qingfeng and over 100 top-tier Windy Sword sects from the Windy Sword sect. The spiritual sense that Yang Fann currently possessed was only over 50 million low-grade spiritual stones. There were nearly 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 320,000 middle-grade spirit stones in his storage space. And in this auction, because of that middle-grade Zon artifact, let alone a low-grade marquis, even High Martial Marquis had 2 of them. As for the blackberry fruits, Yang Fann had obtained a total of 586 of them in Demon Spirit Secret Realm, which was enough for his parents' cultivation needs. It didn't matter even if he sold a few of them. In addition, Yang Fann had also sold a few precious items. However, right at this moment, a calm voice was heard from private room number 1, 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, please give my Chu family some face. The voice was ordinary, but it carried an unquestionable pride. Private room number 1, Chu Bingxin, who was dressed in fluttering white clothes and looked like a fairy descending from the heavens, frowned slightly. She glanced at young man, who was standing at the side. It was a young man in his early 20s. His face was as clear as jade, and his eyes were like the stars in the sky. His figure was slender and tall. He wore a purple robe that represented nobility, from top to bottom. Full of superior arrogance, just like the royal stomach. Too expensive to describe. Chu Shiji, the eldest young master of the Chu family, the biological eldest brother of Chu Bingxin. He was also one of the top geniuses in the Chu family. Although he was not as good as Chu Bingxin, he was only slightly inferior. He also possessed the rank 8 high-grade bloodline. If he had some fortuitous encounter, it was not impossible for him to break through to the high-level martial master. Logically speaking, with their cultivation bases, those who did not have the qualifications to enter the VIP room were not even qualified to enter the mortal VIP room. Although their combat strength wasn't lower than some 4th-layer martial master warriors, amongst the 2 of them, Chu Shiji, who had the highest cultivation base, was only at the 1st level of the martial master. However, the Chu family was different from the past. It was a high martial marquis. It was enough to make an exception for the auction of Longxiang eldest brother. Aren't we going too far? He hesitated for a moment. Chu Bingxin was a little worried. Just now, they had swept away many treasures, which had already made many families unhappy. Now, she still wanted to think about it. With 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, they could use all the blackberry fruits they had. This eating posture was really too ugly. It was completely offending people to death. It's fine, eldest brother has his own plans. In mind, Chu Shiji smiled indifferently, not caring at all. There was even a faint trace of contempt between his brows. This time was different from the past. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to endure it. With the old ancestor in charge, as long as they didn't offend those High Martial Marquis, no one would dare to touch the Chu family. Although 10 blackberry fruits were precious and even some low-grade Marquis would be tempted by them, they were nothing to High Martial Marquis. They were of little value, unless there were hundreds or thousands of blackberry fruits in the past 3 days. As a large number of families came to apologize for their crimes, almost everyone in the Chu family was arrogant. There was a big boss, and a big boss. The Chu family was the third strongest force in the Chu family. Even some servants who went out were holding their heads high. They didn't put the young masters of their families in their eyes at all. Bitch, he had gone too far. He's really going too far. 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones and he wants to get a set of blackberry fruits. To think that Chu Shiji would say that. Bitch it, do you really think that we are afraid of the Chu family? The crowd that was burning with rage because of Chu Shiji buying treasures at a low price had completely exploded. This Chu family name is really not something. Even if you want to eat meat, you should at least give someone a sip of the soup. Endure it time and time again. Do you really think I'm a clay sculpture? I don't have the slightest bit of temper. Countless big shots from various families and sects were cursing and swearing. They wished that they could cut Chu Shiji into 1,000 pieces. Bullying people is not such a bullying method. They really treat our face like straw paper. However, it was just cursing and scolding. No one dared to bid. The deterrence of the old ancestor High Martial Marquis wasn't a joke, but the two of them. They weren't afraid of the Chu family's backing, but for the sake of 10 blackberry fruits. It was obviously not worth it to provoke a Marquis of the same level. On the 36th seat, the smile on Yang Fann's face had disappeared, and his brows had been tightly furrowed. At this moment, he felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. He had saved the entire Chu family out of good intentions, and this was how all of you repay him. He had even given the Chu family some face. Without his father, he wouldn't be able to save their face. Where did the Chu family get their face from? Disgusting. Vaguely, a trace of regret emerged in Yang Fann's heart. If he had known earlier that the people of Chu family were all like this, why would he save them? This kind of suicidal action was to save as many people as possible. In the end, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of his family. One should know that even the geniuses of the 9 major sects, at most, they could only rely on the reputation of the sect to bid for a few precious items. They wouldn't be like the people of the Chu family, as long as it was a good item. They would sweep everything away. This was a blatant challenge to the bottom line of all the major families and powers. It was also a challenge to the limit of the Longxiang auction house. Free on the auction stage, the charming smile on Lan Qinmei's face was barely noticeable. It was a blunder. She had really made a mistake. Even though she knew that the Chu family was a troublemaker, why didn't she raise the starting price of the blackberry fruits by 10 times? 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 1 set of 10 blackberry fruits. That was no longer a cheap price. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a free gift. 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones for 1 time. The blackberry fruit is a legendary spiritual fruit. 1 blackberry fruit is enough to increase the spiritual energy of the 3 Empyrean Martial Master by 3 levels. Furthermore, the blackberry fruit doesn't have any resistance to medicine. The more you consume, the better the effect. What are you hesitating about? The second time the 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones were consumed. In VIP room number 1, Chu Shiji gently took a sip of the supreme-grade snow dragon tea that was hard to obtain, and a trace of disdain flashed between his brows. I'd like to see who has the guts to compete with our Chu family. C222A crazy bidding war. 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones for the second time. Anyone else who wants to bid? The chance of a rare blackberry fruit that only appears once every 100 years no longer exists. If you miss it, there will be no more. On the auction stage, Lan Qinmei shouted once again, unwilling to give up. The blackberry fruits that were worth tens of millions. If they were given 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones just like that, it would be a huge blow to their Longxiang auction house's reputation. In the future, Who would dare to sell their treasures to Longxiang auction house? Who was the owner of the treasure? The reason why they came out to auction wasn't because they wanted to bid a high price. In the end, not only did it not sell for a high price, but who would be willing to sell it at such a low price? As the chief auctioneer who presided over the auction, it was even more difficult for her to absolve herself from the blame. After this auction, she would be demoted to a high-level auctioneer by the upper echelons of the Longxiang auction house, or even the most ordinary low-level auctioneer. Unfortunately, no matter how she shouted, no one made a bid. The destruction of Windy Sword Sect was just in front of her. No matter how angry she was, as long as she wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, no one would dare to go against the Chu family at this moment. 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Third time, congratulations to honored guest number 1, slapping a group of 10 blackberry fruits. These words seemed to have drained Lan Qinmei's strength in an instant. Vaguely, she seemed to have already seen her own miserable fate. Chu family, what a good Chu family. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but she only thought about it in her heart. Although her name had spread far and wide, and she had many high-level martial master followers. Even Patriarch Wu Hu had something to do with it. However, she knew very well in her heart that those people were merely coveting her beauty. It was fine to ask them to do some small things, but to make them do it for her. Offending the Chu family, offending the high martial marquis behind the Chu family. That was absolutely impossible. In VIP room number 1, a trace of pride flashed across Chu Shiji's face, who was dressed in purple like a royal family. Now, who would dare to not give face to the Chu family? Even the 9 major sects did not dare to provoke the Chu family. Not to mention these families. Chu Bingxin, who was standing aside, did not feel happy at all. Instead, a trace of worry flashed across her face. The entire family had been blinded by the glory in front of them. Could it be that they did not know that others were afraid of the Chu family because of the deterrence of the old ancestor, but the old ancestor would always protect the Chu family? Regarding this, Chu Bingxin didn't have much confidence. After all, the old ancestor wasn't the ancestor of the Chu family. He was just the best friend of the ancestor and had no blood relation with the Chu family. Furthermore, the ancestor of the Chu family had passed away a long time ago. How long could the relationship between the two be maintained? Once the ancestor no longer protected Chu family, the result would be, the auction continued. Soon, another 4 hours passed. This year's grand auction was slowly coming to an end. The hundreds of treasures prepared by the Soaring Dragon auction house had mostly been auctioned off. The rest were all true treasures. During this period of time, the Chu family did not make any more moves. It was unknown whether they had finally realized that if this continued, they would really offend them to death, or they would not care about those ordinary treasures anymore. Without the shameless troublemaker of the Chu family, most of the remaining treasures were sold at a high price. This made Lan Qinmei's heart relax a little. The next item to be auctioned is the 672nd treasure. This is a set of 30 blackberry fruits, and the starting price is 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Each bid must not be less than 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The next item to be auctioned is the 672nd treasure. This is a set of 30 low-grade spiritual stones, and the starting price is 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. He was afraid. He was really afraid of the Chu family who was stirring up Shishti. Although the Chu family had not made any excessive moves in the past 4 hours, however, no one could guarantee that the Chu family would once again shamelessly ask the major powers to give them face. The blackberry fruit that was supposed to be auctioned 3 times immediately became a group for the auction. Moreover, the starting price had increased by several times. What? 30 blackberry fruits? What? 10 blackberry fruits? Just as Lan Qinmei finished speaking, the auction once again stirred up a commotion. Countless experts burst out with a blazing light, especially those 10th level huge perfection martial master. They secretly made up their minds. No matter what, they had to get these 30 blackberry fruits. Even if it meant offending the Chu family, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. 30 blackberry fruits would at least increase their chances of breaking through to the next level. This wasn't a joke. One should know that there were 10 top martial master. Not even one of them could successfully open their acupoints. The probability of breaking through to the first level, it was enough to make countless top martial master go crazy for it. Even the middle and low-grade marquis in the heavenly VIP room were moved. 30 blackberry fruits. Even for marquis like them, it could increase their spiritual force by quite a bit. 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Very quickly, someone impatiently made a bid. 1,200,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. 1,500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. In VIP room number 1. Bitched. Looking at the soaring price, Chu Shiji clenched his fists tightly. At some point in time, if he could get 30 blackberry fruits, how many intermediate martial master could he get for his family? If all of them were gathered together, it could even help the old ancestor break through to the 9th level of the bone forging in a short period of time, or even the bone forging great perfection stage. At that time, even if their old ancestor wasn't here, the Chu family would also have top-tier bone forgings in charge. Unfortunately, their Chu family's foundation was still a little shallow. Even if they mobilized all the spirit stones they could use, and just now, they had swept up everything in their way. Although the price was very low, it could be considered a cheap price. Added together, they had already used up most of the spirit stones they had brought. Now, there were only spirit stones left. This was also during the past 4 hours. It was not because he had discovered his conscience. His personality had changed, and he was completely short of money. A clever woman could not cook without rice. Fu Chu Bingxin did not have the slightest bit of unwillingness. Instead, she even faintly heaved a sigh of relief. Today, the two siblings' harvest was already big enough. Especially those 10 blackberry fruits, it was enough to add a few intermediate martial master warriors to the Chu family. If they were to target these 30 blackberry fruits again, it would definitely cause public outrage. Even the soaring dragon auction wouldn't let them go. On the 36th seat, Yang Fann inadvertently glanced at the VIP room with the word, Earth, and thought to himself, at least you know what's good for you. If this Chu family brother and sister dared to attack again, he had to be the first one to kill them. It was one thing to abuse his authority in the name of his father, but he still had to put the blame on his father. He had to fuck twice. Did he really think that Yang Fann wouldn't kill people? 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. 2,200,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 2,500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. I seem to have underestimated the blackberry fruit's physical strength. Yang Fann's heart slightly trembled as a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. In the end, the blackberry fruit was only a low-grade 3-star spirit fruit, even if it was extinct in the outside world. However, selling one blackberry fruit for tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones was the limit. He never thought that, in just 10 breaths of time, these 30 low-grade spiritual stones had exceeded 4 million low-grade spiritual stones. Looking at this situation, in the end, even if the price didn't exceed 10 million low-grade spiritual stones, it's almost there. 6 million low-grade spiritual stones going once. This is the last batch of blackberry fruits. I missed it. I really won't have any more. Lan Qinmei's breathing was a little hurried on the auction stage. This price was also out of her expectations. In her mind, this set of blackberry fruits could be sold for 4 million low-grade spiritual stones, and that was the limit. Very quickly, a fiery look flashed across her beautiful eyes. Perhaps, she would be able to resist the punishment if she overdid it. 6 million low-grade spiritual stones. My Blackwater sect's Bo Feng, how about all of you give me some face? A hoarse voice came from VIP room number 3. The Blackwater sect was one of the major sects in Shanglong County, and they were very powerful. Compared to the Windy Sword sect, they were only one step away from Patriarch Wu Hu. As for Bo Feng, he was the second elder of the Blackwater sect. 20 years ago, he had already broken through to the 10th martial master. The auction will be based on one's strength and status, but it will be meaningless. 6,500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. A cold voice sounded from private room number 5. That's right, Brother Bo, it's better to use spirit stones to speak in the auction. 6,600,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 6,700,000 low-grade spiritual stones. With High Martial Marquis in charge of Chu family, they had no choice but to give in silently. But what the hell is your Blackwater sect? The strongest, 210 Empyrean Martial Master, also wants us to give you face. 7 million low-grade spiritual stones. VIP Earth number 2 offers 7 million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is the last set of blackberry fruits. C223. The consequences of being shameless. 7 million low-grade spiritual stones. 7 million Chu families from the Chu family. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is the last set of blackberry fruits. 10 million low-grade spiritual stones 1. 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. VIP number 6 offers 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. 10 million low-grade spiritual stones for the first time. Lan Qinmei's voice was a little shaky. One should know that the price of a top-grade high-grade treasure weapon was only 1 or 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. 10 million low-grade spiritual stones was enough to buy nearly 10 top-grade treasure weapons. Sigh, Patriarch Wu Hu has made his move. Looks like these 30 blackberry fruits are not fated with me. Forget it all. Withdraw now. Sigh. Patriarch Wu Hu is not someone I can afford to offend. In the VIP room with the word, Earth, the big boss, Fang, they all sighed and stopped bidding. Putting aside the fact that they were not worth as much as Patriarch Wu Hu, even if they were worth as much as he was worth, they would never dare to offend a martial master or marquis. The difference was like heaven and earth, slapping a Patriarch Wu Hu in the face. In the end, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. If they were not careful, not only would they lose their lives, but they would also implicate their respective clans and sects. 10 million low-grade spiritual stones for the second time. If no one continues to bid, the final 30 blackberry fruits will belong to VIP number 6. 10 million blackberry fruits for the second time. If no one else bids, then the final 30 blackberry fruits will belong to VIP number 6. All join in the fun too. 11 million low-grade spiritual stones. A faintly discernible voice floated out from VIP No. 7. 11 million low-grade spiritual stones. VIP number 7 offers 11 million low-grade spiritual stones. Were there any more bids? Lan Qinmei's face flushed with excitement. Patriarch Wu Hu was Patriarch Wu Hu, and he was far from being comparable to a bone-forging martial master. The moment she increased the bid, the millions of spirit stones would appear. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. VIP room number 6 offers 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there any higher bid? Lan Qinmei's voice was high and she was extremely excited. After bidding such a high price, the trouble that Chu Shiji had brought her previously would not be a problem anymore. Brother Lin, I will not snatch away the love of others. Inside private room number 7, a white-haired, young, and sage-like old man chuckled lightly and chose to give up. The other party had raised the price by 10 million low-grade spiritual stones, which meant that he was determined to get these 30 blackberry fruits. If he continued to bid, he would not give the other party any face. Although he was not afraid, for the sake of 30 blackberry fruits. There was no need for him to offend a 4th layer Marquis Elder Mo. Thank you. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones for the second time. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones going thrice. Congratulations to honored guest number 6 for obtaining this set of 30 blackberry fruits. Not bad, not bad. 30 blackberry fruits were sold for 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. Do you want to sell some more blackberry fruits? Yang Fann was slightly moved. If he sold a few dozen more, it wouldn't have much effect on her parents' cultivation. However, after some consideration, he gave up on this idea. The sudden increase in the auction price had obviously violated the rules of the Longxiantu. The other party might not agree to it. Besides this blackberry fruit, he had also sent a few precious items to the auction. Even if he didn't continue the auction of spirit stones, he would still be able to collect enough spirit stones. The next treasure to be auctioned is a Chinese ginseng root, and it's an 800-year-old Chinese ginseng root. What? It's actually a Chinese ginseng root, and it's an 800-year-old Chinese ginseng root. No matter what, I have to get this Chinese ginseng root. Inside private room number 2 was a man with a sallow face. The old man looked sick, as if a gust of wind could blow him to the ground. A fierce light flashed across his cloudy eyes. Xuanyuan, one of the supreme elders of Purple Spirit Sect, was also one of the only 2 people in this auction, High Marshal Marquis. He was over 800 years old now, and if he couldn't break through to the 8th level of the Marquis smoothly, at most, he would only have about 10 years of longevity left. But, if he wanted to break through to the level 8, he didn't want to spend 10 years in such a short period of time. Even if he was given 50 years, he wasn't confident that he could break through to the next realm. The Chinese ginseng root had undoubtedly become his life-saving straw. Every 100 years, the Chinese ginseng root could increase 10 years of longevity. 800 years of Chinese ginseng root could increase the longevity by 80 years. With nearly 100 years of painstaking cultivation, he might be able to take that step and step into the level 8. At that time, he would be able to increase his lifespan by another 50 years. The longer he lived, the longer he lived, the longer he lived, the more afraid he would be of death. Whoever dares to snatch this Chinese ginseng root from me will be my mortal enemy. Good, good, good. I didn't expect to encounter this Chinese ginseng root. Luck. It's really my luck. Inside private room number 3, a face appeared. Good. The middle-aged man with silver hair, who was in his 30s at most, said 3 good words. Lu Hua, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sect. Although he was only a peak 6th layer Marquis, he was only over 300 years old. However, he didn't have many longevities, less than 50 years. 100 years ago, he had fought a low-level demonic commander. Although he had successfully cut him down with his sword, his injuries were not light either. Furthermore, he had used up more than half of his longevity with the forbidden art. That silver hair was the witness of that shocking battle. Chinese ginseng root, I'm going to get it. The starting bid is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Just as Lan Qinmei's voice fell, in VIP room No. 1, Chu Shiji impatiently bid and said, 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, please give me 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. For the face of my Chu family, I, Shiji, cannot thank you enough. The longevity of an ordinary 7 Empyrean martial master had only passed 200 years, and Chu Ling was now over 150 years old. Adding on the fact that Nangong Qingfeng had used up a lot of his vital energies, his longevity had been weakened by more than 10 years. If he didn't have any fortuitous encounters, he wouldn't be able to live for more than 20 years. How big is your face? Little bastard, let's see if you've ever died before. The crowd in the auction hall was in high spirits, and countless people were on the verge of exploding. Mala, my ass. Look at how spoiled you are. One time isn't enough. One more time. Do you really think you can take a shish tea and pee on my head? On the auction stage, this is too much. You're really going too far. Lan Qinmei was so angry that her chest rose and fell rapidly. He had really given her 3 parts of her color and she had opened the dye shop. Did he really think that their Longxiang auction house had no one? With High Marshal Marquis in charge of Chu family, wouldn't there be no Marquis in our dragon soaring auction house? On the 36th seat in the front row, Yang Fann's expression instantly turned cold. The joy of bidding for the blackberry fruit had disappeared without a trace. This kid really wants to die. This 800-year Chinese ginseng root was not his. It was when he first entered the demon spirit secret realm. The Chinese ginseng root he had picked was currently inside his universe bag. There were several thousand-year-old Chinese ginseng roots, but some of them did not seem to be interested in the 800-year-old Chinese ginseng root. The Chinese ginseng roots were different from the blackberry fruits. They were only effective when consumed for the first time. Even if there were more, it would still be of little value. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Green Flood Dragon Great General. Those few thousand-year Chinese ginseng roots were all obtained from his treasury. What was unbelievable was that the martial artists that had caused countless martial artist warriors to fight over them were casually thrown to a corner of the treasury by Green Flood Dragon Great General like trash. There was nothing they could do about it. The longer one lived, the more willful one would be. Descendant of a divine beast, who was like them. Once one stepped into the demonic commander realm, one could live for nearly 10,000 years. The longevity had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was only 100 years old. Indeed, it was nothing. With a thought, Yang Fann wanted to teach Chu Shiji a bloody lesson. Relying on his father's power, he still wanted to forcefully buy his father's things. This was not the first time he really thought that Yang Fann was a dog raised by their Chu family. However, he did not wait for Yang Fann to make a move. Cough, 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 cough. A cough suddenly swept out from private room number 2. The cough was not loud and it was faintly discernible. There was even a faint smell of air. However, in Chu Jia's ears, it was as if a heavy hammer was violently pounding his soul. All with an extremely miserable scream, Chu Shiji collapsed onto the ground like a pile of mud. Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices and he kept twitching. C224. This is hair number 36 in the front row. Yang Fann's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. It saves me the trouble of making a move. Although Xuanyuan did not take the disgusting life of Chu Shiji, who was stirring shit, with that strike, however, it was not much different. It completely shattered the spiritual energy that he had been bitterly cultivating. Most importantly, there was still a trace of Xuanyuan's true qi left in Chu Shiji's body. If he could not dispel the remaining true qi, Chu Shiji would never be able to condense the spiritual energy again for the rest of his life. Continue cultivating, however, it was easier said than done to dispel Xuanyuan's wisp of true qi. At least there had to be an intermediate martial marquis to do it, but would Patriarch Wu Hu not hesitate to use true qi to heal him? Others might not know the exact details of Chu family, but Yang Fann himself did not. That mysterious old ancestor was just a disguise. Was it possible for him to treat Chu Shiji? He didn't send this bastard on his way. That would be considered not bad. It could be said that Chu Shiji's life was over. However, who could be blamed? Everything was caused by him. If he did not seek death, he would not die. He was talking about him. Ha ha ha, I'll call you arrogant, I'll call you a bully, or you stupid now. Chu Shiji, oh Chu Shiji, don't treat our tolerance as your capital to be arrogant. How are you now? Ha ha ha. Satisfying, truly satisfying. Chu Shiji, you have today too. Everyone in the auction hall, although they did not know what was going on with Chu Shiji, from his shrill cries, they could imagine how miserable the outcome would be. In an instant, countless people started laughing heartily. It was really satisfying. In VIP room number 1, Chu Bingxin's eyebrows were completely knitted when she heard the unrestrained laughter of the crowd. This time, eldest brother had really offended all the major powers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have laughed so brazenly. This was a direct slap to the Chu family's face. What a waste of effort. Looking at Chu Shiji, who had passed out, a trace of disgust flashed across Chu Bingxin's beautiful eyes. Did she really think that with the support of the old ancestor, the Chu family would be able to look down on everyone and run amok? Do you know how many enemies you have offended for our Chu family? The next moment, a deep melancholy swept across Chu Bingxin's heart. The 9 great heavenly guests. Every single one of them was the high and mighty Patriarch Wu Hu. How could he not give face to the Chu family? He had severely injured the eldest son of the Chu family, the second distinguished guest. It was very likely that he was just like the old ancestor, High Martial Marquis. Because of the matter of the Windy Sword Sect, it could be said that the Chu family had shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Iron Sword Sect. And now, they had offended another High Martial Marquis. This was simply a disaster. On the auction stage, Lan Qinmei giggled and giggled. There was also an indescribable laughter. It makes a lot of people gulp. Good, this was karma retribution. The depression that he had previously suffered dissipated in an instant. 800 years old Chinese ginseng roots. Starting bid is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Without the annoying stirring of shit like Chu Shiji, Lan Qinmei only felt that everything was so beautiful. Even her voice was much higher. 110,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Just as Lan Qinmei finished speaking, someone from the Chu family immediately said impatiently, 150,000 low-grade spiritual stones SS. The price began to rise at a terrifying rate, and soon, it surpassed 1,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Many of them were at the 10th tier of the huge perfection martial master, especially those who were over 200 years old. The martial masters, which had little time left, became even crazier, increasing their lifespan by 80 years. If they were ordinary people, it would be no different than living another life. If there were any more fortuitous encounters during this period, and they succeeded in taking the final step, breaking through to the Marquis stage, that would be a huge profit. The longevity directly increased by 300 years. He was going all out. He would not hesitate to offend Patriarch Wu Hu for this 5,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 5,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Lan Qinmei's voice trembled slightly. This price had already exceeded the true value of the Chinese ginseng root. One must know that 5 years ago, they had also auctioned off a Chinese ginseng root. In the end, the final price was 1.2 million low-grade spiritual stones, although it was only a 400-year-old Chinese ginseng root. In her opinion, it was twice as much. 4 million low-grade spiritual stones should be the limit. Esteemed guest number 3, bid 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. Anyone else? 5 million low-grade spiritual stones for the first time. However, Lan Qinmei had clearly underestimated the pursuit of life of those old undyings. The longer they lived, the more unwilling they were to die. Especially these people, they were not heroes of a region. Even the leader of a clan, the ruler of a region, ruled over the life and death of thousands of lives. They did not want to be reduced to bones in a tomb just like that 6 million low-grade spiritual stones 7 million s. It's almost 9 million. Could it be that these guys are crazy? Isn't it just a single Chinese ginseng root? As for, on the 36th seat, Yang Fann stared with his mouth agape, unable to understand. He really couldn't understand. One should know that ordinary low-grade marquis, for example, Nangong Qingfeng, only had around 2,000-10,000 spirit stones in his possession. He might not even have 30 million low-grade spiritual stones left in his miserable life. As for those half-step martial lord and those huge perfection martial master, all of their wealth, perhaps it was just 1,000-10,000 spirit stones, all for a mere Chinese ginseng root. Was it really worth it to take out all of their belongings? Esteemed guest number 2, bid 8,800,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Is there any higher bid? 88,800, low-grade spiritual stones going once. Lan Qinmei's face was flushed red. An indescribable temptation made one want to take a bite out of it. 9 million low-grade spiritual stones at this moment. There were very few people who could continue bidding. Although they were the strongest among the martial master, and some of them had even stepped into the marquis stage, they were not Patriarch Wu Hu after all. Their net worth was at most a few thousand or a few million low-grade spiritual stones. In terms of spirit stones, it was already considered not bad if they could exceed 10 million spirit stones inside private room number 5. It's about time. A young man in a black robe with lightning crackling in his hair laughed. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. Esteemed guest number 5 offers 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones for the first time. Lan Qinmei's body trembled slightly. Her voice was filled with indescribable excitement. This price was equal to the 30 blackberry fruits that were previously auctioned. Rich. These Patriarch Wu Hu were really rich. Sigh. Patriarch Wu Hu has made his move, we have no hope left. In the VIP room with the word, Earth, all the big shots looked dejected. To think that they still wanted to compete with Patriarch Wu Hu. They were really overestimating their own abilities. He had just said 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Even if they sold all their underpants, they still wouldn't be able to gather so many spirit stones. However, they didn't know that they weren't the only ones who had been struck. Inside private rooms number 8 and 9, there were 2 low-grade marquis. They were also dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with frustration. They were both at the marquis, only a first-order difference. Why was the gap between them so huge? The spirit stone that he could use. You guys, on the other hand, you're asking for 20 million just like that, yet you're still making me have fun of you. Brother Zhang is generous. I'm here to join in the fun too. 30 million low-grade spiritual stones. Brother Zhang is generous. I'm here to join in the fun as well. 30 million low-grade spiritual stones. Then I'll join in the fun too. 40 million low-grade spiritual stones. Since everyone is so interested, how can I miss out on 50 million low-grade spiritual stones? Fuck, these old fellows really don't take spirit stones seriously. In the blink of an eye, the price had been pushed to 80 million low-grade spiritual stones. Yang Fann couldn't help but curse in his heart. His eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky of the universe, couldn't help but flash with traces of blazing heat lights. He was wondering if he should just rob these old men and let them go. If he opened his mouth, it would be tens of millions, or even tens of millions. Who would believe it if he didn't have a net worth of 8 billion? 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. He was going to give them away. See 225 4 billion spirit stones. 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. VIP number 2 offers 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. Also, is there anyone else who wants to bid? 200 million low-grade spiritual stones, first bid. Lan Qinmei's voice was extremely loud, piercing through the heavens, as if it had reached the pinnacle of bliss, bursting out. Oh my god, I was really scared to death. One must know that a low-grade profound artifact could only be sold at this price. Although longevities that could increase spiritual medicines were much rarer than other spiritual medicines, especially for Chinese ginseng roots of this age. In 10 years or even longer, there might not even be a single Chinese ginseng root. However, compared to low-grade profound artifacts, there was still a huge difference if it were her. she would definitely choose a low-grade profound artifact instead of a Chinese ginseng root that could increase Chinese ginseng roots by 80 years. Forget it. I'll give up. Forget it. I don't want to fight anymore. I still have to give face to Ku Yuan, senior brother. For a moment, the group of Patriarch Wu Hu all withdrew their flags and drums. They stopped bidding. Xuanyuan was one of the greatest experts in the dynasty. He had already broken through to the 7th Empyrean stage 100 years ago. He was not someone an ordinary intermediate and low-level marquis could afford to offend. Most importantly, who didn't know that Xuanyuan's longevity was almost depleted? In order to live a few more years, he would definitely do anything. In any case, all of them had at least 100 years of life left. Why would they risk their lives to offend Xuanyuan? Furthermore, the price of 200 million low-grade spiritual stones was astronomical. It's a little out of their minds, 200 million low-grade spiritual stones for the second time. If no one continues bidding, this Chinese ginseng root that can increase the price of 80 years of Chinese ginseng roots will belong to the second honored guest in the heavenly state, all of them. Although she didn't think that there would be anyone else who would continue to bid, 200 million low-grade spiritual stones, this was already tens of times the actual value of Chinese ginseng roots. However, due to the instinct of the auctioneer, Lan Qinmei still shouted. At this moment, 250 million low-grade spiritual stones, a firm voice sounded out from private room number 3. In an instant, the price increased by 50 million low-grade spiritual stones. This undoubtedly showed his determination towards the Chinese ginseng root. What? Is there really someone who isn't afraid of death? All of the Patriarch Wu Hu were shocked. One should know that Xuanyuan had shouted out a sky-high price of 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. It was obvious that he was determined to get this Chinese ginseng root. If he continued to bid at this time, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was slapping Xuanyuan's face. However, when they realized the identity of the person who shouted the price, all of Patriarch Wu Hu's faces couldn't help but show a hint of emotion. The incident of Lu Hua killing demonic commander 100 years ago could be said to have shocked them for a moment. They had all heard of the price they had to pay for this, so it was reasonable for them to compete for this Chinese ginseng root. Furthermore, he did indeed have the qualifications to compete with Xuanyuan. In terms of cultivation base, the peak 6th layer Lu Hua was only slightly lower than Xuanyuan. However, Lu Hua was a sword cultivator that was famous for its offensive power. If the two of them were to fight, the outcome was hard to predict, but when it came to the background, Xuanyuan had the Purple Spirit Sect as his back, but Lu Hua also had the Heavenly Sect as his back. In fact, in the 9 major sects, the Heavenly Sect was even ranked above the Purple Spirit Sect. Inside the Sky number 2 VIP room, bitch Lu Hua, do you really want to go against me? Xuanyuan's withered old face twisted into a ball, and his eyes were completely red, as if he wanted to eat someone. This Chinese ginseng root doesn't need to be taken into account. I'll just let Grand Elder Ku Gui and Lu Hua Brat fight for it. Inside the Sky character number 1 VIP room, a figure that looked like a god descended upon the world, causing people to involuntarily kneel on the ground. He chuckled at the terrifying middle-aged man that knelt before him, and a wisp of playfulness flashed through his deep eyes. No matter if it was Xuanyuan or the white-haired sword saint, Lu Hua, they were both longevities that were scarce. No one was willing to easily give up on this Chinese ginseng root. There would definitely be a fierce battle between 2 tigers and a dragon too. 250 million low-grade spiritual stones. Esteemed guest number 3 bid 250 million low-grade spiritual stones. 250 million low-grade spiritual stones for the first time. 250 million low-grade spiritual stones going twice. Lan Qinmei was so excited that she could not speak. She even started to doubt. What she was auctioning was not the Chinese ginseng root, but the ultimate treasure of the annual auction, the middle-grade Zan artifact. I almost made this junior confused from anger. Xuanyuan was furious. 300 million. This was not the time to be angry with Lu Hua. It was the right thing to bid for the Chinese ginseng root. No matter what, he would not give up on the Chinese ginseng root. The spiritual medicine that increased the number of spiritual medicines could only be encountered by chance. He could not ask for it. If he missed it, then in the next 10 years or so, the chances of encountering a second Chinese ginseng root would be very, very low. Hang comparing value. Could it be that I'm afraid of a younger generation like you? Very quickly, Xuanyuan's furrowed brows eased up. He didn't believe that his nearly 900 years of accumulation couldn't compare to a junior like Lu Hua who wasn't even 400 years old. 300 million. VIP number 2 offers 300 million low-grade spiritual stones, 350 million, 400 million. The price rose crazily and there was no need for Lan Qinmei, the auctioneer, to shout. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the bidding price had already risen to 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Wasn't it just a single Chinese ginseng root? Was there really a need to pay such a high price? One had to know that this price was almost enough to buy a middle-grade Zan artifact at this moment. Several patriarch Wu whose faces were filled with envy. They could be considered rich people. It would be fine if they took out 100 million or 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. However, they had to take out 2 billion xuanyuans in one go like Xuanyuan and the white-hair sword Saint Lu Hua. It was absolutely impossible. There were many 4th, 5th. Empyrean Marquis. This was all that they had. As for the low-grade Marquis in the sky number 8 and no. 9 VIP rooms. They had long since cried and fainted in the restroom. They were all patriarch Wu. How could the gap between them be so huge? Compared to Xuanyuan and the others, they were like beggars on the roadside. Number 36. Even with Yang Fann's mental state, he was somewhat dumbfounded. That was a total of 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones this time. It had really been distributed. After a long while, Yang Fann finally came back to his senses. The corner of his mouth curled up, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Don't give me any face. Don't give me any face. All of you, fight to the death with me. All of you are rich people. A mere 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones is nothing. 5 billion, 10 billion, it's all a drizzle. 400 million, no, that's not right. 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones. The number 2 VIP in the heaven character bid 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Lan Qinmei's charming little face flushed red. She was already somewhat incoherent. Her soul-reaping eyes had turned into a dollar shape. The chief auctioneer like them did not only get a fixed salary, but also a fixed salary. As long as the value of each treasure exceeded the estimated value of the auction house, they would be able to receive a certain amount of commission, although the commission was very low. Only 1,000th, even so. 1,000th of 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones was still a total of 4 million low-grade spiritual stones, some of the poorer 10 Empyrean martial masters' net worth. That was all in VIP room number 3. Bitchit rumble, rumble, rumble. A panicked sword beam suddenly shot out from Lu Hua's body. The voids in all directions were instantly minced into pieces, turning into pieces of chaos. In terms of cultivation base and strength, he wasn't much weaker than Xuanyuan, but in terms of wealth and resources, he was still far from being able to compare. It had been nearly 500 years. It was not that easy to make up for it. 4 billion spirit stones had already exceeded his bottom line. 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones, second time 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones, third time. Congratulations to honored guest number 2 for successfully bidding for the Chinese ginseng root in VIP room number 2. A hint of pride appeared on Xuanyuan's wrinkled old face. You want to compete with me? Junior, you're still too young. The auction continued, and soon, another dozen or so precious treasures appeared. 3 of them were even created by Yang Fann. They were respectively ultimate martial skill, rain-covered sword technique, and a supreme-grade treasure weapon, fire Qilin sword. A top-grade artifact forging material, crimson meteorite. Unfortunately, the result disappointed Yang Fann. The combined value of the 3 treasures was only close to 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. Not to mention the astronomical price of 4 billion Chinese ginseng roots, even if it was compared to those 30 blackberry fruits. A few 100,000 Chinese ginseng roots were needed now. We will auction off the 4th last treasure. This is a rare combat puppet beast that came from the ancient sect, the Puppet Sect. C226 silver puppet beast in the ancient era of the Puppet Sect, the overlord of the western region of the South Mountain Domain. It even dominated the entire western region of South Mountain Domain. Not to mention the 9 great sects that could be called the ancestors of Enlightenment stage Marquis. Even at their peak thousands of years ago, they were not even 1,000th as powerful as the Puppet Sect. The Puppet Sect was just like its name, famous for its ability to create monster trainers' puppets. According to historical records, the combat puppets of the Puppet Sect ranged from low to high. They could be divided into black iron puppets, bronze puppets, silver puppets, golden puppets and the legendary purple gold puppets. They were respectively divided into martial artist, martial master, marquis, martial ancestor and martial lord. According to the legends, during the peak of the puppet sect, there were several purple gold puppets. There were more than 100 dark gold puppets, and there were also countless silver and gold puppets. Even outer sect disciple, who was at the lowest level, could control several bronze puppets. The next combat puppet beast to be auctioned is a lower silver puppet beast. What's a low-grade lower silver puppet beast? Before Lan Qinmei could finish her words, the breathing of countless martial artist warriors in the auction hall became rapid. Although a low-grade lower silver combat puppet beast was the lowest grade among all the silver puppets, its combat strength was not much weaker than a low-grade marquis. This combat puppet beast is called the Howling Moon White Wolf. There are a total of 108 energy nodes in it. Using the high-grade spirit stone as the source of energy, place 36 high-grade spirit stones in it. It can stimulate the lowest combat strength, comparable to an ordinary half-step martial lord. With 72 high-grade spirit stones, it could stimulate most of his combat strength. There was almost no one below the Marquis stage who could resist him. If he used 108 high-grade spirit stones at once, he would be able to stimulate the strongest combat strength of the White Wolf. It was comparable to a first-layer patriarch woohoo. Good finally, we've got this White Wolf no matter what, we have to get this White Wolf. I'm determined to get this White Wolf no matter what price I have to pay. The Marquis in the Sky VIP room was nothing, especially High Marshal Marquis, who was like Xuanyuan. In their eyes, the Howling Moon White Wolf was far inferior to the Chinese ginseng root. After all, the puppet beast was different from a human martial artist. Its strength might not be any weaker than a martial artist. In fact, it might be stronger, but a puppet was a puppet. It was not as agile as a martial artist, and its combat strength was average. It was much weaker than a martial artist at the same level. It was the lowest grade of silver combat puppet beasts. Its strongest combat strength was comparable to a first-layer marquis at the lowest level. It wouldn't be of much help to their strength, however. It was different for half-step martial lord, who had broken through to the marquis stage with just a single step. Many of them were here for the Howling Moon White Wolf. For this reason, they didn't hesitate to find a few hundred years of their family's treasury. In their hearts, the purpose of the Howling Moon White Wolf. Although the profound artifact was powerful, if the user's cultivation base was not high enough, the power it could unleash was extremely limited. It was the power of an ordinary 10th martial master. Even with the low-grade profound artifact in his hand, it was very difficult for him to put an Marquis in danger. However, this Howling Moon White Wolf was different. As long as there were enough high-grade spirit stones with him, it could be said that having a Marquis in charge was the same as having some Marquis who wanted to attack their family. They had no choice but to think about it. Many of the big shots among the characters even secretly contacted their friends and forces. They were deeply afraid of the lack of spirit stones and missed out on this rare silver combat puppet beast that would only appear once every few decades. The 36th seat in the front row. Yang Fann's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light flashed. This combat puppet beast was one of the great treasures that he valued. It was not prepared for him. With his current cultivation base and strength, unless it was a gold combat puppet beast. Otherwise, it would be that top-tier silver puppet. To him, it was useless. It was a pity that he had no use for food. It was a pity that he had abandoned them. Everything had been prepared for his parents. He couldn't possibly stay by their side and protect them all the time. With the protection of the Howling Moon White Wolf, as long as it wasn't Patriarch Wu who bullying the weak, the safety of the two old men was guaranteed. The starting bid for this battle puppet beast is 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must not be lower than 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Just as Lan Qinmei's voice faded, someone impatiently bid, 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. 15 million low-grade spiritual stones. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. 30 million low-grade spiritual stones. 30 million low-grade spiritual stones. The price rose crazily, and soon, it exceeded 50 million low-grade spiritual stones. However, there was no sign of stopping. Once the super families and top sects unleashed their full power, even Patriarch Wu Hu would be moved by the power they could display. 55 million low-grade spiritual stones. 60 million low-grade spiritual stones. 65 million low-grade spiritual stones. A family clan that can be passed down for hundreds of thousands of years really can't be underestimated. If it wasn't for the sky-high price of the Chinese ginseng root just now, we might not have been able to win against them. Yang Fann, who was sitting on the 36th seat, was slightly shocked in his heart. If the Chinese ginseng root had not unexpectedly sold at a sky-high price of 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones, based on the over 500 million low-grade spiritual stones he had on him, adding the blackberry fruits and some other precious treasures, he would have been able to get nearly 40 million low-grade spiritual stones. Just now, the auction price had already exceeded 80 million low-grade spiritual stones. Yang Fann wasn't the only one who was shocked. The faces of the two low-grade marquis in private rooms number 8 and 9 were equally ugly. They were being suppressed by Xuanyuan and the others. They had to admit that they were weaker than them. They had nothing to say, but these families and sects, they were nothing. The strongest of them were only a few half-step martial lord. He was actually richer than them. This was simply slapping their faces after the auction. I think I should pay a visit to their families. They are all so rich. I don't think they would mind sponsoring me, a poor person. In VIP room No. 1, Chu Shiji, who had fainted, had already been carried back to the Chu family. In the huge private room, Chu Bingxin was the only one left, looking at the soaring price. Chu Bingxin's flawless face had unknowingly turned red. Compared to these super big families and top sects, their Chu family was nothing. Thinking about their Chu family, when they had all the available funds, the difference was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. If it wasn't for the old ancestor, no wonder all these years. The leader of the Chu family was the last guest in VIP room number 18, and this was on account of the fact that the Chu family was the local tyrant of Liang City. Otherwise, they might not even have the qualifications to enter the VIP room with the word, Earth. VIP Earth number 5 bids 93 million low-grade spiritual stones, 93 million low-grade spiritual stones s. That was also true. With the Chinese ginseng root's sky-high price, it wasn't even 100 million. There was really nothing to be excited about. 95 million. VIP Earth number 6 offers 95 million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone else who offers an even higher price? 97 million. They gradually approached the limits of the various great clans, especially after surpassing 100 million spirit stones. Each bid slowed down by quite a bit, and each bid only increased by 1 to 2 million. It was far from being as heroic as it had been at the beginning. It was no wonder. Although they were known as top clans and sects, they were only limited to the rogue cultivator in the martial arts worlds. Compared to the 9 great sects, they were just a bunch of insignificant small powers. Any Marquis stage Supreme Elder would be able to erase them from the world. To be able to take out over 100 million spirit stones, that was equivalent to putting everything on the line right at this moment. 150 million low-grade spiritual stones, a heroic voice sounded out from VIP room number 2. 150 million low-grade spiritual stones. Distinguished guest number 2 offers 150 million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 150 million going once. 150 million going twice. 150 million going twice. 200 million. 200 million. VIP number 2 offers 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there any higher bid? 200 million going once. 200 million twice as expected of the Black Dragon sect. They are indeed rich and powerful. I'm afraid there is no hope for us to obtain the silver puppet beast. All the big shots in the VIP room had gloomy expressions. 200 million low-grade spiritual stones had already far exceeded the bottom line in their hearts. In VIP room number 2. Good with this silver puppet beast, even if our brothers aren't here, we will definitely be able to protect the sect without any worries. The 2 devil cheese were ghastly, and their entire bodies were covered in black robes. Emaciated old man, who had an ordinary face, looked at each other and smiled. Black Dragon sect, the number 1 sect in Black Dragon County in Cloud Dragon Dao, was extremely powerful. It was not any weaker than the Windy Sword sect in the past, even though Patriarch Wu Hu was not in charge. Black Dragon and Dragon was one of the best amongst half-step martial lord. Furthermore, because the 2 of them were twin brothers, their minds were connected from a young age. He was proficient in joint attack, and the 2 old men were working together. Their combat strength wasn't any weaker than the average Patriarch Wu Hu, but a martial master. Even with their incredible combat strength, the longevity had only been around for 200 years. The two old men were already over 200 years old, and it seemed like they wouldn't have many years left to live if they could get enough Chinese ginseng roots. They could divide them and eat them. Each of them would add 30 years of longevities. They might even have a chance to take the final step. Unfortunately, Xuanyuan was not someone that the two of them could afford to offend. 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. Third, 300 million C227 Chu Bingxin's wishful thinking. Your courting death rumble. Strange devil cheese suddenly rampaged out from Black Dragon and Dragon's body like a river of sulfuric acid. They flowed straight down. Large tracts of the air were corroded into slag. Who is it that has such guts? How dare you not give Black Dragon and Dragon face? Countless martial artists were shocked and started guessing the identity of the bold man. Under Patriarch Wu, Black Dragon and Dragon could be said to be invincible. With the two of them working together, even if it was an ordinary first-layer Marquis. As for the voice just now, it was obviously not coming from the 9 great heavenly VIP rooms at this moment. Lan Qinmei's slightly high-spirited voice sounded from the auction stage, 300 million low-grade spiritual stones. I thought that 200 million Lan Qinmeis would be the limit for this silver puppet beast. After all, to those Patriarch Wu, this silver puppet beast could only display the combat strength of a Layer 1 Marquis at most. It was simply useless. Its value was far less than the low-grade profound artifact. He had never thought that. He had even increased the bid by 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. Could this be another Chinese ginseng root? Unconsciously, Lan Qinmei's beautiful eyes turned into a dollar shape again, as if there were countless spirit stones waving at her again. What? Number 36 VIP. How dare he? Hearing this, countless martial artists were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost from the legends. There were a total of 9 heaven-grade VIP rooms in Longxiantu, and 18 earth-grade VIP rooms. Only the lowest human-grade VIP room had 36. The VIP room that Lan Qinmei spoke of had 36. It was obvious that it was the number 36 VIP room. One must know that the Black Dragon sect was the number 1 sect in the Black Dragon County. Among all the top sects, they were the top. As for Black Dragon and Dragon, even Patriarch Wu had to be wary of him. However, those 36 guest rooms were basically all first-rate families. Not to mention, they were the 36 most distinguished guests. Whether or not there was a high-level martial master was still a big mystery. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Black Dragon sect had sent out a 10th Heaven Supreme Elder. They actually dared to compete with Black Dragon and Dragon for the silver puppet beast. Wasn't this the same as an old man who was looking for death by eating poison? It happened in the blink of an eye. The group of big shots, spiritual sense swept out without any restraint, and swept towards VIP room 36 to investigate. This little fatty is quite interesting. He's only a 6th layer martial master, and he dares to challenge Black Dragon and Dragon. You have guts. It was really him. You've got guts, little fatty. I think highly of you. That's right, don't be a coward. Continued to fight back. What's wrong with the Black Dragon sect? One word and it's done. Although all the VIP rooms had the effect of isolating the spiritual sense, however, it could only block the probing of an ordinary high-level martial master. As for those half-step martial lord and even the real Patriarch Wu, they were nothing. In an instant, everything in private room 36 was seen clearly. Many big shots even found a piece of delicious fat meat. Their eyes were filled with greed. 300 million spirit stones. That was not 300 million spirit stones. Some poor intermediate martial marquis only had this much in his entire fortune. The most important thing was that this fatty was still so weak. He was just like a child taking gold. If the heavens were to follow him, if he didn't take it, then he would suffer the wrath of heaven. In VIP room 36, Fang De, who was less than 1.7 meters tall and looked wealthy, was drenched in sweat. It was as if he had just been fished out of the water. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping from his fat face, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Just now, he had sensed several terrifying spiritual sense sweeping across him. It was the difference between their levels of life and death. As long as the other party was willing to, he would be erased from this world with a single thought. In particular, there were 2 spiritual sense that contained an incomparably cold killing intent, causing him to tremble from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, his crotch was wet, and there was a faint stench coming from it. He was actually scared to the point of pissing his pants. Just like that, You dare to challenge Black Dragon and Dragon? Is it really this fatty? Many big shots started to doubt Fangda's character. No matter how they looked at it, he did not seem to have the guts to bid. Furthermore, even if he was one of the top families in the Chu family, even if he could find time to mobilize all the resources, he could only barely raise millions of spirit stones. 1,300,000,000, that was a total of 300 times the difference. Could it be that we've really made a mistake? But that Lan Qinmei clearly shouted number 36 just now at this moment. 300 million low-grade spiritual stones twice. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? If you don't bid, this rare silver puppet beast will belong to VIP 36. It's VIP number 36, is that right? No, Lan Qinmei didn't seem to mention that it was VIP room number 36. Difficult. Could it be? She finally reacted. Lan Qinmei did not say VIP room number 36 but VIP room number 36. The difference between the two words was completely different. However, it was no wonder that the big shots would misunderstand. The VIP room was a symbol of identity and strength. Only those small families and rogue cultivators who did not have much strength would dare to enter the hall and dare to enter the Black Dragon sect. How could the forces who dared to compete with Black Dragon and Dragon not even get a VIP room? The next moment, countless martial artists' eyes swept across the 36 seats. How could it be such a little devil? Looks like he hasn't won the championship yet, right? He actually dared to go against Black Dragon and Dragon. Truly, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. This junior is quite interesting. He's much more daring than that fatty. He's strange. Why can't I see through this brat's cultivation? He must have cultivated some sort of secret technique to conceal his cultivation. There were not many secret techniques to conceal one's cultivation base. The secret techniques that could hide one's cultivation base from High Marshal Marquise's eyes were even rarer. However, it wasn't that they didn't have any. As for Yang Fann, he was even stronger than them. They had never thought that a 15 or 6-year-old hair-raising boy would be able to do it. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he would still be able to break through to the martial master stage with 1 foot. That was his limit. In VIP room number 1. How could it be him? Chu Bingxin's small mouth was wide open, as if she could stuff a duck egg into it. Her face was full of disbelief. Others did not know Yang Fann's background. Wasn't that one of the injured patients that they had saved in the Hermit Plains? However, she had heard that his cultivation had been crippled, and that he would never be able to practice the martial arts again in the future. Therefore, she didn't pay too much attention to it. She didn't have the leisure to do so. She paid attention to a useless person, but on the way there. I've seen him a few times. Very quickly, traces of doubt welled up in her heart. How could a trash like him dare to become enemies with the Black Dragon sect? Also, where did he get the 300 million spirit stones? As for Yang Fann randomly calling out prices, this thought had just surfaced in his mind when it was snuffed out in his cradle. The soaring dragon auction house was not a kind man. As long as one's head was not clamped by the door, it was impossible to randomly call out prices. All of a sudden, a trace of spiritual light appeared in his mind. Difficult. Could it be that he is that gold, the owner of the Chinese ginseng root? 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones, that is a total of 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Even if you exclude the profits from the Longxiangtu, then there are still 6 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Chu Bingxin's breathing started to become rapid. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with a fiery glow. 6 billion spirit stones, what kind of huge wealth was that? Even if the Chu family didn't eat or drink for thousands of years, they might not be able to accumulate 6 billion spirit stones. Soon, endless regret surged into her heart. If I could have discovered that Chinese ginseng root earlier, that Chinese ginseng root would not have been in my Chu family's possession. A trash without any cultivation base would be at their mercy. 4 billion, my 4 billion, just like that. I missed it just like that. I missed it just like that. Chu Shang had a good relationship with him. If he asked Chu Shang to come out and meet him, he would definitely not reject it. At that time, it would be up to him. He was just a waste who had lost all of his cultivation. Isn't that C228 all entrusted to that brat? First 300 million low-grade spiritual stones for the second time. The silver puppet beast is rarely seen in 100 years. It has passed this village. There's no such shop. If no one else bids, this silver puppet beast will belong to VIP number 36. Lan Qinmei kept shouting loudly, her charming eyes looked towards VIP room number 2 from time to time. 320 million. Black Dragon and Dragon did not let Lan Qinmei die and increased the bid by another 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. This silver puppet beast was the key to the Black Dragon sect's survival in this world 100 years later. No matter what price they had to pay, they were determined to get it. At the same time, endless killing intent surged in their hearts like a great river. If it wasn't for this reckless kid's interference, they would have gotten the silver puppet beast at the price of 200 million silver puppets a long time ago. Why would they need to spend such a huge amount of money? 120 million low-grade spiritual stones was practically the Black Dragon sect's 100 years of accumulation die. If we don't slice this kid into 1,000 pieces, we won't be able to dispel the hatred in their hearts. Oh, are you planning to kill me? Yang Fann inadvertently glanced at VIP room number 2, and a trace of playfulness flashed across his deep eyes. You must not make a mistake. Two top-notch half-step martial lord, who were proficient in joint attack, even many patriarch Wu who had to be wary of them. However, in Yang Fann's eyes, they were just two loaches that he could easily crush with his bare hands. 300 million and 20 million. The price of VIP number 2 is 300 million and 20 million low-grade spiritual stones, 300 million and 20 million. The price of VIP number 2 is 300 million and 20 million low-grade spiritual stones, 350 million. Yang Fann bid easily, as if he had only bid 350 spirit stones. 350 million low-grade spiritual stones. VIP 36 offers 350 million low-grade spiritual stones. Those who didn't bid, 350 million once. Lan Qinmei's eyes were as watery as water and the passion in her heart was completely stirred up. She could faintly see the second 4 million waving at her. Just what is the background of this brat? He doesn't take spirit stones seriously at all. I'm afraid Black Dragon and Dragon is in trouble this time. Having met such a wealthy person, it will be difficult to take down this silver puppet beast. However, this kid has offended Black Dragon and Dragon. Black Dragon and Dragon will never let this kid off easily. Black Dragon and Dragon was not a kind man. He was a famous devil in Black Dragon County and even Cloud Dragon Dao. There were at least 1 million people who died in their hands. There were at least 800,000 of them. In Black Dragon County, it was enough to stop a child from crying. Offending them would definitely not end well. In VIP room number 2 with the word earth, bitch brat, you're courting death. Rumble the rolling devil cheese were like the yellow river flooding out uncontrollably. The voids in all directions were like mirrors as they broke layer by layer, turning into pieces of chaos. Fortunately, every VIP room was protected by an array formation set up by the experts of the Longxiangtu. Otherwise, the entire top floor of the Longxiangtu would have been corroded by the rolling devil cheese and corroded into nothingness. 360 million. He hated the injustice in his heart. However, he still managed to get the price. No matter what, he had to get that silver puppet beast. VIP Earth number 2 offers 360 million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there any higher bid? Lan Qinmei's charming eyes stared straight at Yang Fann. At this moment, anyone who wasn't an idiot could see that it was time for Yang Fann and Black Dragon and Dragon to perform. 400 million this time. I'm afraid Black Dragon and Dragon is going to lose. Each and every one of them hesitated before adding 10 million low-grade spiritual stones, and without any hesitation, raised 400 million. The difference between the two was obvious. Merely their imposing auras were not on the same level. In the next moment, threads of doubt lingered in the hearts of the group of big shots. Look at this kid who is only 15 or 16 years old. His hair is not even fully grown yet. How can he be so rich? He opened his mouth and said 400 million, just like 400 spirit stone. With this tone, he didn't have a 1.8 billion spirit stone on him. He was afraid that no one would believe it. If it was Patriarch Wu, then it would naturally be nothing. But this brat in front of him, let alone a marquis. He wasn't even a martial master. Where did all these spirit stones come from? Even the princes of the royal family and the young masters of the 9 great sects would find it hard to get a millions of spirit stones at such a young age. Could it be that this kid is the spokesperson of some great power? In order to keep it a secret and avoid attracting the attention of the opposing powers, it was common to find a spokesperson to bid for it. However, thinking about it carefully, it was unlikely. Even if a major power wanted to find a spokesperson, they would usually find a mature and steady person. They did not have much on their lips, but they could not handle things properly. Although these words could not be considered as the truth, they were deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Could it be that this kid is the lucky one who obtained the Chinese ginseng root? This is not impossible. A spiritual medicine like the Chinese ginseng root. It mainly relies on luck. It does not have much to do with one's cultivation. Now, he is in such a hurry to purchase the silver puppet beast. He should urgently need strength to protect his own safety. That was a pretty good idea. Unfortunately, I am still a little anxious. I have forgotten the principle of not revealing my wealth. There were more than 3 billion spirit stones. Many of intermediate Marshal Marquise's belongings were not even worth that much. It was enough to move countless High Marshal Marquise's heart. Although the howling moon white wolf was not bad, it was nothing to old ancestor High Marshal Marquis. 400 million low-grade spiritual stones for the first time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 400 million low-grade spiritual stones going twice. The silver puppet beast is the supreme treasure of the ancient puppet sect. As long as there are enough high-grade spirit stones, there will be an expert at the Marshal Marquis stage guarding it. 450 million black dragon, and dragon's voice was full of determination. Even though the Black Dragon sect was the #1 sect in Black Dragon County and one of the top forces in Cloud Dragon Dao, they had a lot of wealth and were far more powerful than ordinary top families. But to take out 450 million low-grade spiritual stones at once was their limit. 500 million. Without waiting for Lan Qinmei to speak, Yang Fann directly gave a number that made Black Dragon and Dragon despair. 500 million low-grade spiritual stone going once. 500 million low-grade spiritual stone going twice. Lan Qinmei's voice faintly trembled. Although 500 million low-grade spiritual stone was not as expensive as the 4 billion Chinese ginseng root from before, it was still. However, this was the second highest price that had appeared so far. It was even higher than the final price of an ordinary low-grade profound artifact. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 500 million low-grade spiritual stones for the third time. Congratulations to honored guest number 36. Successfully bid for Moonhowl White Wolf. Bitch brat, I'll leave the Howling Moon White Wolf in your hands for now. Once you leave the Longxiangtu, it will be your death date. Since the spirit stone was no match for him, he could only fight for it openly. Although the silver puppet beast was strong, however, with the two of them working together, they were confident that they would be able to defeat the Howling Moon White Wolf. This brat has really offended Black Dragon and Dragon this time. These two old fellows will definitely not let this matter rest. At that time, I might as well join in the fun as well. Hee. Billions of spirit stone. It's not a small amount. If you want to take advantage of me, it will depend on whether you have the teeth or not. How could Yang Fann not feel the malicious gazes from the group of big shots? However, he did not care about this at all. It was still uncertain who was the hunter and who was the prey. The next item to be auctioned is the 3 grand finale treasures of this year's annual auction. Now, let's welcome the first grand finale treasure. As soon as Lan Qinmei finished speaking, a tall and beautiful female servant dragged a tray and slowly walked onto the auction stage. On the auction stage was a small dragon-shaped boat that was about a foot long and lifelike, and it was engraved with various mysterious and profound runes. Roaming dragon flying boat, low-grade flying boat. C229 then sees the flying boat. Flying boats, the transportation tools used by high-level martial artists, were divided into lower grade, intermediate, upper grade, supreme grade and transcendent grade. 5 grades from low to high grade. However, the supreme grade and transcendent grade flying boats among them were completely legends. Even a high-grade flying boat might not be able to find even one in the entire Great Tang Dynasty. The roaming dragon flying boat that was about to be auctioned was only a low-grade flying boat. Moreover, among the many low-grade flying boats, it was considered low-grade. But even so, its value was not the slightest bit inferior to ordinary low-grade profound artifacts. It might even surpass them. The roaming dragon flying boat's speed is 5 times the speed of sound, and its highest speed is 10 times the speed of sound. As Lan Qinmei slowly introduced, in the heavenly VIP room, many Patriarch Wu Hu's eyes lit up. The flying boat was a rare commodity. Patriarch Wu Hu, who did not have a flying boat, had a lot of people around. With this roaming dragon flying boat, their chances of survival would increase. It wasn't just one level. One should know that an ordinary intermediate Marshal Marquis could only reach 5 times the speed of sound with his full strength. Even for those high Marshal Marquis, there were very few people who could reach 10 times the speed of sound. Inside VIP room number 4. A childlike old man whose eyes contained the sun, moon, and stars, with an aura as strong as a deep sea, had a flash in his eyes. With Xuanyuan and the others around, I don't have much hope of competing for that middle-grade Zon artifact. Why not take a step back and fight for the roaming dragon flying boat with all my strength? This roaming dragon flying boat is not bad, but unfortunately, my spirit stone is limited. Forget it, the profound artifact is still more important. Today, all right. Inside private room number 5 of the Heaven character, a trace of regret flashed across the eyes of the middle-aged man, whose entire body was flickering with lightning as if he was the reincarnation of the ancient thunder god. The flying boat was something that could only be chanced upon by luck, but not sought after. It was even rarer than some profound artifacts, and once it was missed. It was unknown when he would be able to encounter a second ship. Unfortunately, there was a limit to the number of spirit stones. If he were to compete with all his might for these roaming dragon flying boats, he was going to give up on the spirit stones that were about to be auctioned off. Number 36 in the front row. Yang Fann's eyes flashed once more, just like the silver puppet beast Moonhowl White Wolf from before. This roaming dragon flying boat was also something he had high hopes for. Ever since he had seen Patriarch Qing Yun's flying boat, Yang Fann had always had a wish in his heart, and that was to have a flying ship that belonged to him. Although the grade of this roaming dragon flying boat was a little low, it was still useful to him. It was 10 times the speed of sound. Even if he used his full strength, that was all he could do. Furthermore, it was far from being able to hold on like the roaming dragon flying boat. As long as Yang Fann was willing to part with the spirit stone, he would be able to hold on for a long time. Just keep moving at 10 times the speed of sound. This roaming dragon flying boat is mine. The starting bid is 30 million low-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones. However, what made Lan Qinmei somewhat stunned was that for a moment, there was actually not a single person bidding. What on earth is going on? Logically speaking, the value of the roaming dragon flying boat should still be above the silver puppet beast, Moonhowl White Wolf. Otherwise, it would not be able to become the 3 grand finale treasures of this year's auction. However, she did not know that in the eyes of those Patriarch Wuhu, the roaming dragon flying boat was naturally far above the silver puppet beast Moonhowl White Wolf. However, to those half-step martial lord and those 10th perfection martial master, on the contrary, the roaming dragon flying boat was far less important than Moonhowl White Wolf. Although the flying boat was good, it was only faster than speed. They couldn't possibly drive the flying boat to crash into people, right? But the Howling Moon White Wolf was different. With him, they would be able to increase the combat strength of their family by 1 marquis. For the sake of the Howling Moon White Wolf, they wouldn't hesitate to do anything. They could mobilize their family's thousands of years of savings, but this roaming dragon flying boat was impossible. At most, they would use their personal collections based on their personal wealth alone, not to mention the roaming dragon flying boat. Even the starting bid of 30 million would be difficult to swallow. No. It can't be, right? Could it be? Could it be that it's going to be auctioned fluently? After shouting for a while, there was still no one bidding. Lan Qinmei's face turned pale and her heart sank to the bottom. If it was one of the most valuable treasures, the flowing cloud flying boat would be auctioned. It would be a devastating blow to the reputation of Longxiantu. Even the most valuable treasure in the auction house was auctioned off. Such a trashy auction house. How could it be trusted? Who else would send the treasure to their auction house for auction? Not to mention obtaining millions of commission, it would already be considered not bad if she wasn't scolded by the higher-ups at this moment. 30 million low-grade spiritual stones. The Patriarch Wuhu in private room number 9 was the first to put down Patriarch Wuhu's reserved bid and bid. Distinguished guest number 9 offers 30 million low-grade spiritual stones. Looking at VIP room number 9, Lan Qinmei's charming eyes faintly flashed with a trace of crystal. Truly a benefactor. 40 million, 50 million, 60 million. Someone started. The rest of Patriarch Wuhu did not continue to remain silent. Very quickly, the price passed the 100 million mark and continued to charge towards the 200 million mark at an astonishing speed. Who it gave me a scare. Lan Qinmei gently patted her, and her heart relaxed. At that moment, even if there were no more people bidding, she could still reluctantly hand over the job. 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. VIP number 7 offers 300 million low-grade spiritual stones. 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. VIP number 7 offers 300 million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 210 million, 250 million. VIP number 6 offers 250 million. 300 million low-grade spiritual stones. VIP number 5 offers 300 million low-grade spiritual stones. 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. An ethereal voice drifted out from VIP room number 4. It was like a heavy hammer that fiercely pounded on everyone's souls. What? 1 billion. In an instant, all kinds of bids stopped. Countless martial artists were stunned. Although roaming dragon flying boats were rare, they were only the lowest grade low-grade flying boat. 300 million low-grade spiritual stones was almost the true value of the boat. 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones was simply challenging everyone's limits. Xuanyuan had spent 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones to bid for the Chinese ginseng root. Although it was frightening, for someone who was about to run out of longevities, it was understandable. After all, a spirit stone was just an external object. However, at the end of the longevity, there were more spirit stones. However, for the sake of a low-grade flying boat, spending 1 billion spirit stones, was there really a need to? Esteemed guest number 4 offers 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Is there any higher? 1 billion spirit stones. Old man Jay really has you. This roaming dragon flying boat is yours. A low-grade flying boat actually offers 1 billion spirit stones. I don't want to go crazy with you, old man Jay. Consider yourself ruthless. Intermediate Marshal Marquis and the others chose to give up. 1 billion spirit stones was far beyond their bottom line. The spirit stone wasn't something that could be found by a strong wind, so how could it be wasted like this? Furthermore, they had to wait. There were still 2 more profound artifacts to be auctioned off. In the eyes of some Marquis warriors, profound artifacts were much more valuable than flying ships. 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones going once. If 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones go twice, if you don't bid again, this roaming dragon flying boat will belong to VIP number 4. Although 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones was already a sky-high price, as an auctioneer, Lan Qinmei still shouted with all her might, and her eyes occasionally looked at VIP number 1. The number 2 VIP room scanned back and forth. Up until now, these 2 High Marshal Marquis were the only ones who had yet to bid. However, Lan Qinmei had obviously made a mistake this time. It was merely a billion low-grade spiritual stones. Xuanyuan and Lan Qinmei naturally did not take it to heart. However, they already had their own flying boat, and its grade was even higher than the roaming dragon flying boat. How could they possibly bid for this roaming dragon flying boat? It was not like there was no place for them to spend so many spirit stones. 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Third. 1 billion C230. No one can save you. 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Guest number 36 offers 1 billion 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. Lan Qinmei's voice was incomparably excited, but her gaze towards Yang Fann was filled with deep disbelief. It could even be said that she was looking at a madman. Crazy. This brat must have gone crazy, bidding with Black Dragon and Dragon. She could still somewhat understand that the strongest combat strength of the silver puppet beast, Howling Moon White Wolf, was comparable to a first-layer Marquis. With the Howling Moon White Wolf, it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight Black Dragon and Dragon. However, it would be unwise to continue competing with Patriarch Wu Hu for the roaming dragon flying boat. It could even be said that he was extremely stupid. That was Intermediate Marshal Marquis, and he was one of the many Intermediate Marshal Marquis present. He was going to be mercilessly suppressed by the Howling Moon White Wolf before he could even use it. The hearts of almost everyone present in the auction hall were like looking at a ghost in the legends, as if they were looking at a ghost. They looked at Yang Fann, who was sitting on the 36th seat. Did this kid really think that he could run amok just because he had a silver puppet beast? Foolish kid, you're simply courting death. Inside VIP room number 2. This reckless brat sure knows how to cause trouble. Black Dragon and Dragon looked at each other, and a trace of seriousness faintly flashed between his brows. Yang Fann and the others wanted to kill him, but the most important thing was to seize the silver puppet beast Moonhowl White Wolf in his hand. But now, it was hard to say what would happen. Although the 2 brothers were powerful, they were proficient in joint attacks. Even ordinary first-layer Marquis might not be a match for the 2 of them. However, they were absolutely no match for Intermediate Marshal Marquis, let alone a 6th Empyrean Marquis like Elder Jay. The Moonhowl White Wolf must not fall into Elder Ji's hands. Once this kid leaves the Longxiangtu, we will immediately kill him and seize the Moonhowl White Wolf. In the crowd of heavenly VIP rooms, Patriarch Wu was looking at Yang Fann in disbelief. Could it be that this little guy had eaten the guts of a leopard? A mere junior who hadn't even grown a hair yet dared to compete with Patriarch Wu. He was still naive enough to think that Patriarch Wu wouldn't do such a thing to bully the weak. This time, I'm afraid that old man Jay will be extremely angry. The middle-aged man who looked like the god of thunder in VIP room number 5 looked at VIP room number 4 with a playful smile on his face. HMPH inside the sky number 4 VIP room, the aura was as strong as a deep ocean. The expression of the white-haired old man in purple instantly turned cold. The cold shine kept flashing in his eyes. If a Patriarch Wu were to fight with him, it would be fine. But now, this junior, who was not even at the age of a weakling, dared to fight with him. This was a direct slap to Zhe Changtian's face. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the Longxiangtu's formidable strength, he would definitely let that junior know that the dignity of the expert was sacred and inviolable. He really thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was lucky enough to obtain a Chinese ginseng root. When we leave the Longxiangtu, it will be the day of the death of this junior. In VIP room no. 1. What should we do? What should we do? Chu Bingxin looked worried, as if she had lost her soul. The more than 3 billion spirit stones and the silver puppet beast Moonhowl White Wolf flew just like that. How could she get any better after offending the high and mighty Patriarch Wu? It was likely that he had already fallen at the hands of Patriarch Wu before she could send out an invitation. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. It felt like it was being cut by a knife. You're just a trash with a crippled cultivation base. What's the use of being strong? How good would it be if you were able to make a fortune? Why would you compete with others for the roaming dragon flying boat? Furthermore, it's just a trash like you. Even if you get the roaming dragon flying boat, what's the use of it? Did you manage to use it as an imperial censor? Although the flying boat was powered by spirit stones, it still required the martial artist's spiritual sense to operate. Control. 1,100,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones going once. If no one bids, this low-grade flying boat's roaming dragon flying boat will belong to VIP 36. 1. 2 billion. He coldly swept a glance at Yang Fann. Zhe Changtian continued to bid. He was determined to get the roaming dragon flying boat, and if he withdrew from the bidding, people would think that he, Zhe Changtian, was afraid of that reckless kid. He could not afford to lose face. 1. 3 billion. The price continued to rise, and soon, it exceeded 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Inside private room number 4, Zhe Changtian's face, which was as smooth as a child's, had completely sunk. One had to know that a slightly inferior middle-grade Zan artifact was only worth this much. This had far exceeded the true value of the roaming dragon flying boat. More importantly, he was not like Xuanyuan, who had lived for nearly 900 years. He was wealthy enough to not take billions of spirit stones seriously. He had just entered the 6th layer, and his spirit stone reserves weren't even comparable to the white-hair sword saint, Lu Hua. 2 billion spirit stones was more than half of his spirit stone reserves. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. Furthermore, this was not only a competition for the flying boat, it was also related to Zhe Changtian's face. He was a dignified 6th Empyrean Marquis. If he lost a hair-raising boy just like that. If word of this got out, he, Zhe Changtian, would become the laughing stock of the world. How could he still establish a foothold in Great Tang Dynasty? Gritting his teeth, Zhe Changtian increased the price by another 100 million to 1 billion low-grade. Spiritual stones. VIP number 4 offers 6 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Anyone else willing to pay a higher price? Lan Qinmei's charming eyes stared straight at Yang Fann. At this moment, she no longer had the time to think about why Yang Fann would be so crazy. She only hoped that Yang Fann would continue to be crazy. Spirit stone. These were all spirit stones. With every additional 100 million, she would be able to obtain more 10,000 spirit stones. That was fast. It felt like a torrential river, one wave after another, causing her to soar to the highest heavens. 2 billion. Yang Fann did not let Lan Qinmei down, and without saying a word, he shouted out a sky-high price of 7 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Bastard brat, you really don't take spirit stones seriously. In the sky number 4 VIP room, Zhe Changtian tightly clenched his fists together. A cold light circulated in his eyes. Finally, A trace of determination flashed across his eyes as he said, 5 billion. This was the maximum amount he could take out. Success or failure depended on this one move. 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones. VIP number 4 offers 5 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Is there any higher bid? 2,500 million low-grade spiritual stones for the first time. 6 billion. Without waiting for Lan Qinmei's excited voice to fade, Yang Fann added another 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. His tone was indescribably casual. It was as if it wasn't 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones at all, but only 31 spirit stones. The spirit stones came easily, and the less heartache one would feel when spending them. Even if he used up all the 4 billion Chinese ginseng roots he got from the auction, Yang Fann didn't care too much about it. There were still a total of 8 Chinese ginseng root lying inside his universe bag, and they were all 1,000-years-old Chinese ginseng roots. An 800-year-old Chinese ginseng root could be sold for 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones. The value of those 1,000-year-old Chinese ginseng roots was simply unimaginable. Especially that 3,000-year-old Chinese ginseng root, which was sold for tens of billions of spirit stones. It's not hard to be afraid. One had to know that breaking through to the Marquis stage from the martial master only increased one's lifespan by 300 years. Of course, Yang Fann only thought about it. Forget about the other 1,000-year Chinese ginseng roots, he wouldn't sell the 3,000-year-old Chinese ginseng root. Naturally, he would leave the good stuff for his parents too. 6 billion low-grade spiritual stones, first time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 6 billion low-grade spiritual stones going twice. Inside VIP room number 4, Zhe Changtian, who had white hair and a youthful complexion, had a dejected look on his face. Defeated. He was the dignified first 6th layer Marquis. He lost to hair-raising boy just like that. Although it was just a competition of wealth, it still caused him to feel a deep sense of defeat. He, Zhe Changtian, was a dignified first 6th Empyrean old ancestor, the grand elder of Li Huozong, one of the 9 big sects in Great Tang Dynasty, but he actually lost to a young man in his teens just like that. This was a humiliation that he could never wash his face with in his life from today onwards. His old face would be hard to see in the next moment. A raging killing intent rose in Zhe Changtian's heart. His eyes were bloodshot, like an enraged beast. His voice was extremely cold, causing people to tremble from the depths of their souls. Junior, you will die once you leave the Longxiangtu. No one can save you from the heavens and the earth. C231 and anyone else bidding. If no one else bids, this roaming dragon flying boat will belong to VIP number 36. 6 billion low-grade spiritual stone was already a sky-high price, but Lan Qinmei was still somewhat unwilling to give up and continued to shout. This was the human heart, never knowing what was called satisfaction. To be able to bid 6 billion, she wanted 7 billion. However, even Zhe Changtian had already chosen to give up, let alone the others. 6 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Third time. Congratulations to honored guest number 36, for obtaining the roaming dragon flying boat. This time, old man Zhe has really embarrassed himself. He was slapped in the face by a 10-year-old junior. Old man Zhe's reputation has been ruined. The dignified patriarch Wu who can't defeat a single aphid. This old man Zhe is also a scorpion shitting, he's the only one. Inside the VIP rooms, the group of patriarch Wu who was laughing. A dignified 6th Empyrean Marquis was defeated by a junior. This was definitely a stain that Zhe Changtian would never be able to wash away in his life. After today, he was afraid that he would become the laughingstock of the numerous patriarch Wu who in Great Tang Dynasty. While laughing, all the old ancestors looked at Yang Fann. They looked at Yang Fann, who had a calm expression and even a faint smile on his face. They couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This kid's heart was truly extraordinary. If it was someone else, after learning that he had offended a 6th Empyrean Marquis, even if they managed to maintain their composure, they would still be terrified. In their eyes, there would be traces of uneasiness from time to time. Unlike this kid, he did not take the imminent danger to heart. It was as if the person he had offended wasn't Patriarch Wu Hu, but an ordinary pulse-opening stage martial artist. This kid is interesting, what a pity. No one thought highly of Yang Fann. In everyone's eyes, Yang Fann was like a grasshopper in the autumn season, he wouldn't be able to jump around for long. One should know that Zhe Changtian was a 6th Empyrean Marquis in the huge Great Tang Dynasty. He was ranked below High Martial Marquis. It could be said that he rarely met a worthy opponent. That silver puppet beast, the Moonhowl White Wolf, was able to stop Black Dragon and Dragon. However, it was impossible for him to be Zhe Chengtian's match. The auction continued, and soon, another precious treasure appeared on the auction stage. It was a curved saber that looked like a crescent moon. It was completely blue, and faintly visible on its surface. There were also traces of blue lightning flashing on it. The surrounding space started to distort strangely under the vibration of the arc of lightning, as if it would shatter at any moment. Blade of Thunder. Low-grade, high-grade, profound artifact. It was a profound artifact that the rogue cultivator old ancestor, Taoist Thundercry, had made a name for himself 800 years ago. It was refined from true thundergold mixed with over 100 kinds of rare and precious ores. The day the saber was formed, it had been baptized by the nine heavens' divine thunder, and it naturally had the ability to absorb the power of thunder. To many lightning element martial artists, it was not only a rare profound artifact, but also a supplementary effect for their cultivation. True Man Lei Ming, one of the top Great Tang dynasties among the billions of rogue cultivators in Great Tang Dynasty 800 years ago. His cultivation base was at the 6th level of the Marquis, and with the help of this blade of lightning, he had caused countless martial artist warriors to tremble in fear. Even High Martial Marquis was afraid of him inside private room number 5. The middle-aged Marquis, whose body was flickering with lightning and looked like the reincarnation of the ancient thunder god, had an unprecedented determination in his eyes. This blade of thunder is mine. No matter what price I have to pay, I will take it down to him. This blade of thunder was even more powerful than many middle-grade Zon artifacts. It was almost as powerful as some high-grade profound artifacts. Once he refined the blade of thunder, his combat strength would certainly increase by several times. Even if he were to fight an ordinary 7th layer Marquis, he would still have the strength to fight them. What a good blade of thunder! It does have some skill. On the 36th seat, Yang Fann's eyes lit up slightly. The power of thunder. It had always been one of the most powerful forces in the world, purely in terms of attack power. This blade of thunder was no less powerful than most of the middle-grade Zon artifacts, but it was also the same. He had no intention of snatching it away. He already had the intermediate high-grade profound artifact, Demon Slaughterer. To it, the blade of thunder was of little value. If he practiced the lightning skill, he might even compete for the blade of thunder. Unfortunately, he wasn't. The starting bid is 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. 500 million low-grade spiritual stones. As soon as Lan Qinmei's voice faded, the middle-aged Marquis in private room number 5 impatiently called out a bid. In an instant, the price rose by 400 million, indicating that he was determined to obtain this blade of thunder. However, he had obviously underestimated the low-grade high-grade profound artifact. Even if they weren't lightning cultivators, the blade of thunder was enough to increase their combat strength by leaps and bounds. 600 million low-grade spiritual stones, 700 million low-grade spiritual stones. 2 billion. VIP number 5 offered 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone else bidding? 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones for the first time. 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones for the second time. If no one else bids, this blade of lightning agility will belong to VIP number 5. After a while, there was still no increase in bid. The blade of lightning agility was in Lei Shu's hands, and it was worth more than many middle-grade Zon artifacts. It was even better than that, let alone a mere 2 billion. Even if it was doubled, it was nothing. However, to the other Marquis warriors, it was just a low-grade high-grade profound artifact. Even the blade of lightning senses was considered the top of many low-grade high-grade profound artifacts, and its true value was only around 1 billion spirit stones. 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones had already far surpassed the price of the old ancestors' hearts. 2 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Thrice, congratulations to honored guest number 5. I bid for this blade of lightning senses. With the owner of the blade of thunder, this auction had finally come to an end. It was also the highest-end treasure of this year's grand auction, the final ultimate treasure, that had made its debut. It was a full-body armor, completely golden in color. On the bidding price of the peerless divine armor that was glittering with divine armors. 2 dragons circled around it, with scales and horns. The 5 claws below the abdomen were vivid and lifelike. It was as if they could fly out of the precious armor at any moment, soaring through the 9 heavens. Dual dragon golden armor, low-grade intermediate profound artifact, the masterpiece of Master Shu Lin, 1,000 years ago. The starting bid is 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must not be less than 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Lan Qinmei did not explain much this time. As long as one was not an idiot, the value of a middle-grade Zan artifact-grade precious armor. It was obvious that this was an attack from an ordinary high-grade profound artifact. Not even a little bit on the 36th seat. Yang Fann muttered in his heart, dual dragon golden armor. It's really gorgeous, a precious armor that caused countless Patriarch Wu Hu to fight until his head bled. In his eyes, other than being more gorgeous, there were no other advantages. It was a great irony, but it was a pity that it was the truth. A late small completion black iron battle body. Yang Fann's body defense alone was comparable to a high-grade profound artifact. If he used all of his strength to activate the black iron battle body, his defense would be extremely strong. He would be able to catch up to a low-grade earth organ. It was just a mere middle-grade Zan artifact. And it was the lowest grade of middle-grade Zan artifacts. To him, he thought highly of him and giving them to his parents. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, it was snuffed out in the cradle. The middle-grade Zan artifact, even if it was half-step martial lord. It would take a few years, or even longer. With Yang Yunfeng and his wife's current cultivation base. Even if he bought it, it would just be a decoration. Furthermore, he didn't have the spirit stone to buy the 4 billion Chinese ginseng roots that the Chinese ginseng root had. He had already used up most of the Longxiangtas. After deducting the Longxiangtas commission, not enough for the starting price. In fact, Yang Fann was not the only one who could not afford it. Most of the other Patriarch Wu Hu had also become a spectator. This pair of golden dragon armor was destined to be a feast for two high martial marquis. 5 billion, 6 billion, 8 billion, 8 billion. In just a short period of time, the bidding price had already exceeded 10 billion low-grade spiritual stones, and it was still rising rapidly. C232 Kill Black Dragon first. Although the Twin Dragon Golden Armor was only a low intermediate defensive profound artifact, its value was still very high. It was even comparable to a high-grade offensive profound artifact. It was definitely not something that an ordinary Patriarch Wu Hu could covet. Among the group of Patriarch Wu Hu, only two high martial marquis had the ability to fight for it inside private room number 3. In terms of cultivation, he was only slightly weaker than Xuanyuan and Lu Hua, who were at the peak of the 6th layer. His actual combat strength was not any weaker than Xuanyuan and Lu Hua. However, in terms of value, he could not even compare to them. He had all the spirit stones in his body. In fact, he couldn't even be compared to them by a fraction. It had to be said that this was a huge blow. 16 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Esteemed guest number 2 offers 16 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Is there any higher bid? Lan Qinmei's voice was filled with excitement. 16 billion low-grade spiritual stones. 1 in 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones would be a total of 16 million low-grade spiritual stones. Many of half-step martial lords' net worth was only so-so. Adding on all the previous draws, it was just an auction. Her net worth had increased by more than 10,000 spirit stones. Just thinking about it made her feel like she was dreaming. Heavenly Room 1. A terrifying middle-aged man who looked like a deity who had descended to the mortal world had his brows knitted tightly at some point in time. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated this old undying Xuanyuan. He thought that after spending 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones to bid for the Chinese ginseng root, his value had shrunk by quite a bit. He shouldn't have the ability to compete with him anymore. He didn't expect that Xuanyuan still hadn't been defeated yet. In the next moment, a wisp of resolution flashed through his eyes. HMPH, no matter what, I will definitely obtain this double dragon golden armor. An ordinary middle-grade Zan artifact was one thing, but this middle-grade Zan artifact class defensive precious armor was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. After passing this village, there would no longer be a shop. As long as he refined it, his strength would definitely soar to a whole new level. He would be able to block most of the attacks from martial artist warriors of the same level, even if he were to fight some Marquis warriors from the level 8. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight, but for ordinary intermediate and low Marquis warriors. If he didn't have the high-grade profound artifact, he would just let them attack him. It would be very difficult to break through his defense. 17 billion low-grade spiritual stones, first time. 18 billion, 19 billion. Bitch you, Senior Elder Ku, are you sure you want to make things difficult for me? The price gradually climbed to 250 billion. Inside the Sky Number 1 private room, the face of the terrifying middle-aged man, whose chi was enough to crush countless high-level martial master warriors into pieces, had already twisted into a mess. This price was almost equivalent to the value of a 8th layer warrior. 30 billion. His voice carried a hint of desperation. HMPH, Senior Elder Ku Gui, let's see how you're going to compete with me this time. It should be known that for most 7th layer Marquis, having 20 to 30 billion spirit stones was already considered not bad. He did not believe that Xuanyuan, who had just taken out 4 billion low-grade spiritual stones, would be able to take out more than 30 billion low-grade spiritual stones in one go. 30 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Heavenly Number 1, please come out. The bid was 30 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Lan Qinmei's voice was slightly trembling, and there was an indescribable excitement in her voice. This was not the first time that she was hosting the annual auction. However, a treasure like this, which was sold at a sky-high price of 30 billion spirit stones, was definitely the first time that it was sold at such a high price at this moment. 30 billion. A casual voice came from the Sky Number 2 VIP room, as if it wasn't 3 billion, but just 310 spirit stones. Compete with me in terms of value, Han Long, you're still too young. The accumulation of nearly 900 years was no ordinary thing. Competing in value, not to mention those 7th layer Marquis, even those 8th or 9 heavens Marquis would not be able to compete with Xuanyuan. On the 36th seat, Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and a bright light flashed across his eyes. These high martial marquis were really rich. Should he find an opportunity to rob a rich man and squeeze out the poor? That was more than 30 billion spirit stones, not 3 billion and not even 300 million. Yang Fann was really tempted. 3 billion low-grade spiritual stones going twice. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 3 billion Lan Qinmei for the second time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Lan Qinmei shouted again, unwilling to give up. Unfortunately, she was still disappointed in the end. 30 billion low-grade spiritual stones was almost the limit of what Han Long could take out. The remaining spirit stones combined could not even reach a billion. 30 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Thrice congratulations to honored guest number 2, for obtaining the intermediate defensive profound artifact, Double Dragon Golden Armor. As the final treasure was obtained by Xuanyuan, this year's annual auction of the Longxiangtu could be considered to have come to an end. Countless martial artists withdrew from the Longxiangtu, but many of them stopped near the Longxiangtu. They had never forgotten that there was a fool who had offended Black Dragon and Dragon first. Then, he had gone against Patriarch Wu Hu. Anyone with a bit of brain would know. Whether it was Black Dragon and Dragon or Zhe Chengtian, they wouldn't let it go just like that. Strange. It has been almost 2 hours. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that that kid is afraid? It would be strange if he wasn't afraid. Whether it was Black Dragon and Dragon or Zhe Chengtian, which one of them is easy to mess with? Don't you think it's too late to be afraid now? Seeing Yang Fann refusing to come out of the Longxiangtu for a long time, many martial artists couldn't help but feel impatient. Fuck, could it be that this kid is staying in the Longxiangtu and won't come out? Still not coming out? Could it be that the Longxiangtu is really going to protect this kid? It shouldn't be, right? It was one thing for Black Dragon and Dragon. Although he was the number 1 sect in Black Dragon County, he was still comparable to the Longxiangtu. However, Zhe Chengtian was different. He was the supreme elder of the Lihuo Zong, one of the 9 major sects. It was obviously not a wise man's doing to provoke the Lihuo Zong because of a brat who didn't know the difference between life and death at this moment. He's out, that brat is out. An exclamation instantly attracted everyone's attention. They saw a black-clothed Yang Fann slowly walking out from the Longxiangtu. Just collecting the roaming dragon flying boats, howling moon white wolf, and the remaining 540 million low-grade spiritual stones naturally wouldn't take that much time. The Longxiangtu still had some conscience. They had only drawn 400 million from the auction of the first layer of Chinese ginseng roots, and the rest of the blackberry fruits and other items. They didn't take any, and even made a full count for Yang Fann. He had also given Yang Fann a silver VIP token. In the future, he would enjoy a 20% discount when spending in the Longxiangtu. The reason why it was so slow was because he had made a huge purchase in the Longxiangtu. The Longxiangtu did not only hold auctions, but also within the Longxiangtu. They also sold all kinds of ordinary treasures, such as ling dans of different grades. Low middle grade treasure pills, etc., were rich and capricious. With a wave of his hand, Yang Fann directly purchased goods worth 100 million spirit stones. Medicinal pills and weapons could be said to take up half of each. With these things, the Yang family will be developing rapidly in the next period of time. He believed that it wouldn't take long for them to catch up with a first-class family like the Chu family. Even beyond rumble, Yang Fann had just walked out of the Longxiangtu when a brilliant demonic light streaked across the sky. It was like a heavenly pillar connecting the heavens and the earth. Very quickly, two black-robed and long-haired emaciated old men walked out from within. Their faces were identical to each other, and their bodies were covered in thick devil cheese. It was as if ancient devil god had descended from the heavens, causing the surrounding air to emit rustling sounds, as if they were begging for mercy. These two people were none other than the Black Dragon Sect's two supreme elders. Ignorant Junior, you dare to oppose my brother. Truly have eaten an ambitious leopard. Before Black Dragon could finish his words, Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and showed a trace of impatience. I don't have the time to waste with you two old dogs. Die in the next moment. Yang Fann moved his right hand and pointed at Black Dragon and Dragon. Rumble C233 and then kill Woohoo. Rumble, Yang Fann pointed out with his finger. He did not use any finger technique, martial skill, or any other profound mysteries. But in Black Dragon and Dragon's eyes, it was like the call of the god of death, the finger of a god. The heavenly pillar collapsed and crushed everything. The power contained within it had completely exceeded their imagination. In an instant, it had destroyed mountains and rivers, killed ghosts and gods, destroyed the continent, crushed the stars, and swept across the starry sky of the universe. Wherever the finger passed, the spatial crystal walls in all directions were like fragile paper, breaking apart with a single stab. Countless black holes appeared in the air, and one could faintly hear the roars of the ancient devil god. How is this possible? How could you possess such strength? How could you possibly possess such strength? Black Dragon and Dragon let out a desperate howl, his eyes widened like a light bulb. He was only a 15 to 16-year-old kid. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to be so abnormal. He wanted to dodge, but what made the two brothers despair was that the surrounding space had already been tightly sealed. At this moment, not to mention dodging, even moving was extremely difficult for them. Roar, second brother, use that move. Black Dragon's eyes turned red, and he let out a miserable cry before a wild beast died. Waiting for death with his eyes closed was definitely not his personality. Suddenly, dark blue demon fire burned around his body. He actually didn't hesitate to burn his remaining longevity to unleash a deadly attack. Every pore on his body was displaying the strongest devil art. Almost at the same time, the Black Dragon's second brother, who was connected to his mind, was also burning crazily. The demonic fire around his body was burning crazily, and his aura was soaring crazily. It was as if ancient devil god had been revived, and he was invincible with the few longevities they had. It would not take long for them to return to the underworld soul after this attack. However, at this moment of life and death, they couldn't care about anything else. Dual Dragon Fusion, God Slaughter Immortal. Suddenly, two devil chi black dragons shot out from Black Dragon and Dragon's body. In an instant, the netherworld devil chi from the nine hells swept across the world, making people tremble from the depths of their souls. These two black dragons, one yin and one yang, yin and yang, intersected. The combination of the two dragons entangled in the air. In an instant, it formed a yin-yang twin dragon formation. It was profound and profound, extraordinary and sacred. Dense devil chis and tiny dragons were circulating. It was as if 10,000 dragons were annihilating the world as they charged toward Yang Fann's heaven-raising finger. This was Black Dragon and Dragon's most powerful attack. He had once used this attack to severely injure a first-layer Marquis, and it was also because of this that it had completely established the Black Dragon Sect's position in Black Dragon County, and under their crazy burning of longevities. This technique was even more terrifying. It was almost comparable to a full-powered attack from a third Empyrean Marquis. It was a normal first-layer Marquis, if they didn't have a supreme treasure to protect them. Hong Long. Unfortunately, before absolute power, nothing would be of any use in less than a breath's time. Amidst the despairing roars of the dragon, all of the devil chis were crushed into dust. The two ancient black dragons, along with the countless small demon dragons, everything turned into dust. Furthermore, the bones in Black Dragon and Dragons and his brothers' bodies exploded, and they were sent flying backwards. Explosions were continuously emitted from their bodies, and countless mushroom clouds kept rising from their broken bodies. With just a finger, the two supreme elders of the Black Dragon Sect, who had shocked the entire Black Dragon County and even Patriarch Wu-Hu, were crushed, as if they had just killed a dog. All of a sudden, there was silence in all directions as they looked at the black-clothed man. The calm Yang Fann looked at the legendary devil god as if he was looking at the legendary devil god. After a long while, there was the sound of people inhaling cold air. I am not here. Dream on black dragon and dragon. Just like that, he died. One finger. With just one finger, Black Dragon and Dragon was killed. How could this be possible? How is this possible? How old is he? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's impossible for him to have such a monster. Black Dragon and Dragon was a famous expert in their Cloud Dragon Dao. Half-Step Martial Lord was one of the top experts, and the two elders were working together. Even an ordinary Patriarch Wu-Hu might not be a match for them. As for Yang Fann, he was just a kid who did not even have the hair of a teenager. Logically speaking, even if he wanted to kill that little devil with a single finger, it should be Black Dragon and Dragon who killed that little devil with a single finger. One should know that it was the legendary grade 6 Spirit Pulse. At such a young age, being able to step into the martial master stage was the limit. As for his actual combat strength, could he match up to a high-level martial master? It was still a big mystery, let alone a half-step martial lord like Black Dragon and Dragon. What was even more exaggerated was killing him with a single finger. Weren't they listening to that mythical story? Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Chu Bingxin. Others might not know about Yang Fann's background, but she knew it very well. He was just a piece of trash whose cultivation base had been crippled. Not to mention killing two half-step martial lord with a single finger. Even an ordinary low-grade martial artist could beat him until he couldn't take care of himself right at this moment. Rumble! A dazzling rainbow light streaked across the void. Very quickly, a white-haired old man with a youthful complexion walked out from within. One could see that his eyes were flickering with scarlet-red divine radiance, dazzling light, dense flames, ethereal divine sounds and all sorts of strange phenomena. It was as if a single glance from him would shatter a large area of space. This old man was none other than the Li Huo Zong's Grand Elder. Xianxia, sir, you are really scheming. What a great technique. A dignified expert at the martial marquis stage. You are pretending to be a naughty kid, but you aren't afraid of being laughed at by your descendants. Xianxia's expression was cold. The ridicule in his eyes was obvious. To be able to kill Black Dragon and Dragon with a single finger. It was definitely a Marquis expert, and amongst all the Marquis. At least, he was a fourth-layer Marquis. As for Patriarch Wu-Hu, he had the dignity of an old ancestor, and disguised himself as a young man in his teens. What was he playing at? This was an insult to the word Marquis. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artist felt a hint of enlightenment in their hearts. So that's what happened. This kind of cultivation technique that could last forever in one's youth. Although it was rare, it wasn't as if it didn't exist. Like the legendary Eternal Spring Arts, the true sutra of the Prime Maiden. The Lotus Boy technique could allow one's youth to last forever, especially the Lotus Boy technique. It could even make one return to their youth until the end of the longevity. They all had the appearance of a boy, and this, black-clothed youth, in front of them must have cultivated a similar cultivation technique. In reality, he didn't know that he had lived for several hundred years. Otherwise, how could he have such a terrifying power? One must know that even those legendary spiritual bloodline users, it was impossible for them to open their acupoints at such a young age. However, this old man was really sinister. He was simply digging a grave for himself. Poor Black Dragon and Dragon, he had died in such an unjust manner. Old man, you blocked my path just to say this. Yang Fann didn't deny it. A young Marquis warrior, even if he said he could break the sky, no one would believe him. One should know that the youngest Patriarch Wu-Hu in the world was a few hundred years old. Sir, don't you think you should give me an explanation? Xianxia said with a cold face. He knew that Yang Fann was just like him, intermediate martial marquis. The killing intent in his heart was dissipating. It was a disgrace to lose to hair-raising boy. However, losing to a Marquis wasn't unacceptable. However, there must be an explanation for this, otherwise. Did they really think that Xianxia was easy to bully, and that there was no one else in the Li Huo Zong? Can I give you an explanation? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a cold smile emerged on his face. In the auction hall, everything was said with spirit stones. This old thing didn't have enough spirit stones, so he wouldn't be able to compete with him. He even came to him with a solemn vow, demanding an explanation from him. Bitch it, look at how spoiled he is. If you really think that I am his servant, can you let him call me here and there? You still want me to give you an explanation? Old man, who do you think you are? Die for me. With a cold shout, Yang Fann's body moved. He raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Xianxia. If there was a disagreement, he would immediately fight. It was a swift and decisive move. Rumble C234. He was a marquis. He had used his power to bully Yang Fann. Who did he think he was? A martial ancestor expert, or a martial lord? He even wanted him to give him an explanation. His mother's face was really big. Without any hesitation, Yang Fann raised his hand and struck out with his palm. It was a swift and decisive strike. After all, he was a 6th Empyrean Marquis, not some random dog or dog. Yang Fann did not look down on him too much. His power of the shell was raised to the extreme by Yang Fann. With a single palm strike, it exceeded 200 billion ding of divine power. The force of the attack was tremendous. It was able to break through all illusions. He aimed at his heart and slammed his palm down. It was as if the cosmic storm had swept across the starry sky of the universe, causing the heavens and the earth to sink. Everything collapsed, in all directions. Large tracts of space were shattered into pieces like mirrors. The sound of stars exploding rose and fell. It was endless awe. An ominous omen of falling apart deeply enveloped Xianxia's heart. It caused him to let out a miserable cry before a wild beast died. During this time, it was mixed with deep disbelief. Yang Fann had killed Black Dragon and Dragon with a single finger. Although it had shocked him a little, in his point of view. At most, Yang Fann was only a 6th Empyrean Marquis like him, or else he wouldn't have come looking for him so confidently, asking Yang Fann to give him an explanation. He had never thought that Yang Fann would be so terrifying. The power of this palm strike was like Devil God's attack. Even if it was compared to top martial marquis, it was not much weaker the next moment. Rumble rumble. A scorching sun slowly rose from above Xianxia's head. Sunlight overflowed in all directions, illuminating the 9 states. All of a sudden, that brilliant scorching sun exploded with a loud bang, turning into rays of golden light. The sea gathered hundreds of rivers and surged into Xianxia's body. At the moment of life and death, Xianxia did not hesitate at all. He directly used the strongest secret technique of the Li Huo Zong, the Great Sun Destruction Curse. He shattered his natal sun by merging with his body. His combat strength would increase exponentially in a short period of time. Of course, the side effects would also be great. If it was light, his yuan qi would be greatly injured. If it was serious, his cultivation level would drop drastically. It was not impossible for him to drop his cultivation level. Xianxia had lived for more than 500 years. Once his cultivation level fell, the only thing waiting for him was death. But at this moment, he could not care about that much. If he used the Great Sun Destruction Curse to take a risk, he still had a chance of survival. If he did not use the Great Sun Destruction Curse, he would absolutely not be able to block that terrifying palm. It happened in the blink of an eye. Boom. Boom boom. The aura around Xianxia's body started to rise rapidly. He was unable to stop himself. His body started to grow at a terrifying speed. In just a split second, he had turned into a 3-jong tall giant. A layer of golden light started to appear on his body. It was glittering like an ancient golden Buddha that had descended from the heavens. His appearance was solemn and his divine aura was unparalleled. Break it for me, Great Sun Divine Fist. Rumble. Xianxia threw out a punch in shock. This punch was like one of the Buddha's attacks in the legends. Its power was like the roar of a god, crushing everything. It swept across the primeval universe and destroyed thousands of worlds. Rumble. The fist and palm collided. Stars immediately broke apart between heaven and earth. The terrifying figures of comets and comets collided. The ground cracked, and the spatial crystal wall element collapsed inch by inch. Not good, everyone, attack at once. The expressions of the many patriarchs who were watching the show changed one after another. If the aftershock of the force were to be allowed to spread out, the area within a 10-mile radius would be. The 2 patriarch Wuhu who were guarding the Longxiangtu became even more anxious. If they didn't stop them, it would be hard to say where else they would go. The Longxiangtu, who was the first to suffer, would definitely be doomed. Don't. Ah, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Why is it like this? The cries of the beasts before they died sounded incessantly. Although the group of old ancestors had already made their move, it was still a little too late. Many martial artist experts had no time to react before they were swept away by that wanton force. They exploded with a loud bang, and blood and bones splattered all over the ground. In less than a breath's time. Ah, no, Zhe Changtian, who looked like a golden Buddha, threw his head back and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. He retreated at a rapid speed. The golden light around his body was dim. Horrifying cracks appeared on his body. Bright red blood kept dripping down from the cracks like a spider web. It was an indescribable confrontation this time. Zhe Changtian was seriously injured by the collision although he had used the Li Huo Zong's secret technique, the Great Sun Destruction spell. It had increased his combat strength by several folds. Together with the profound grade martial skill Great Sun Divine Fist, he unleashed it all at once. It was almost comparable to the full-force attack of an 8th or 9 Heavens Marquis, but it was not any weaker than Yang Fann's full-force attack. There was still a big gap between them. Zhe Changtian was at a disadvantage. You actually didn't die. I have somewhat underestimated you. Old fellow Yang Fann raised his eyebrows, revealing a trace of surprise. After breaking through to the small completion late stage, with just the power of the shell alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight an ordinary top martial marquis. A 6th Empyrean Marquis like Zhe Changtian. Hong Long. In the next moment, Rumble Yang Fann was stronger than many top martial marquis. Many of Yang Fann's terrifying mental strength was like a surging river. In an instant, Yang Fann's strength and speed had increased by more than double. In a split second, Yang Fann had already crushed the void and caught up with Zhe Changtian. He threw out a punch in shock. Under the enhancement of the terrifying spirit energy, the power contained in this punch far exceeded 500 billion ding of power. It was like an epic, it was like a legend. Wherever the power passed, everything appeared to be in a state of great destruction. It was as if Devil God was going to destroy the world. What a terrifying power. He was top martial marquis. It must be top martial marquis. The faces of the Patriarch Wu who was watching the battle changed. Even Xuanyuan and High Martial Marquis looked terrified. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a ferocious beast from the legends. The power of that punch made them feel despair. Even someone as strong as a 7th layer Marquis could not withstand that deadly punch. This was definitely not the power that High Martial Marquis had. Old man Zhe, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this time. His voice faintly sounded like a fox mourning for the death of a rabbit. At that moment, I'll fight you to the death. With a desperate roar, Zhe Changtian forcefully gathered all the true qi in his body and threw out a punch. One of them had more than doubled his strength, while the other had a seriously injured body. With all the strength in his body, he was unable to exert the strength of a 8th layer warrior at the 10th level. Under such circumstances, the result could be imagined in less than a breath's time. Puchi puchi puchi. The clothes on Zhe Changtian's body were shattered into powder by Yang Fann's fist wind. Soon after, the criss-crossing cracks on his body continuously expanded and broke into pieces. It seemed as if it could completely collapse at any time. The golden precious bones that looked like Buddha bones under the rush of true qi also instantly produced spiderweb-like cracks that spread in all directions. The clear and terrifying sound of bones exploding sounded like firecrackers bang like a kite with a broken string. His entire person fell from the sky and heavily crashed onto the ground. After twitching a few times in an irregular manner, there was no longer a trace of movement. The supreme elder of Li Huo Zong, Zhe Changtian, who could almost squeeze into the top 100 of Great Tang Dynasty, had fallen just like that. Dead, old man Zhe. Just like that, he fell. Brutal, truly too savage. Although he had already guessed that Zhe Changtian would not be able to escape this time, but after everything became reality, the old ancestors still couldn't accept it. Zhe Changtian wasn't a weakling. He was a 6th Empyrean Marquis. Except for a few High Martial Marquis, no one dared to say that they could defeat him. Not to mention that he would be able to keep his life. With their cultivation base at their level, which one of them didn't have a few life-saving techniques? This is top Martial Marquis's power. He slaughtered intermediate Martial Marquis like a dog. C-235 Return home. Grand Elder of Li Huo Zong, Zhe Changtian, 6th Empyrean Patriarch Wu Hu. In the vast Great Tang Dynasty, he could be ranked among the top 100 expert, but to a monster like Yang Fann, he was still too weak. 2 punches, just 2 punches, and Zhe Changtian, who was arrogant just a moment ago, was blown to pieces. It was like slaughtering a dog. For intermediate Martial Marquis. With a wave of his hand, Zhe Changtian, who had fallen to the ground, and Black Dragon and Dragon's corpse fell to the ground. 1 6th layer Marquis, 2 half-step Martial Lord, and the 3 pieces of Demon General that he had collected in Demon Spirit's secret realm should be enough for him to advance his cultivation base to the next level, and step into the 6th layer in one go in the next moment. Yang Fann activated his spiritual sense. The spiritual sense, which was even scarier than top martial marquises, swept out. In an instant, it covered an area with a radius of several miles powerful. He's really too powerful. Where did this old monster come from? He was afraid that he was one of the top existences amongst top martial marquis. He's able to suppress us with just his spirit alone. He has made it so that we don't even have the chance to resist. This is a huge gap in the level of our lives. Heaven and earth, cloud and mud, even if we attack together. Including Xuanyuan and High Martial Marquis, within a few miles radius. All the martial artists were shocked. Almost at the same time, an ominous feeling surged into their hearts. They had never forgotten. How did they mock him for overestimating himself in the auction just now? If he wanted to settle the score with them in the future. Hiss. In an instant, the hearts of countless martial artists rose to their throats right at this moment. The terrifying spiritual sense that caused them to despair was like a tidal wave that quickly retreated. In less than a breath's time, it disappeared without a trace in the next moment. Yang Fann's figure moved and his entire body soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the vast sky. It wasn't that Yang Fann didn't harbor any evil intentions just now, especially those High Martial Marquis. Each of them was a master with a net worth of tens of billions of spirit stones. If they were to be robbed clean, the Yang family had lived for hundreds of years, perhaps even longer. There was no need for them to worry about the spirit stones anymore, but in the end, they still suppressed that evil thought. Most of these marquis were the old ancestors of the major sects. If he were to rob them all for no reason at all, it would definitely cause the public to be furious. He wasn't afraid of himself, let alone these ordinary marquis warriors. Even if it was top martial marquis, as long as he didn't exceed the number of hands in one go, he had the confidence to ruthlessly suppress them, but he wasn't alone after all. There were his loving parents and his family. If he forced them to take the risk, if he killed his family, then it would be too late to regret it. It was impossible for him to keep his parents by his side and protect them at all times, therefore, there were some things that he shouldn't do too harshly. Let's go. Finally, Dark Star, he finally left safe. Finally safe, mommy, it really scared the baby to death. After a while, there were whispers everywhere, and countless martial artists fell to the ground, gasping for air. It was as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. It was terrifying, it was truly frightening that little heart almost jumped out of his throat. His mother was actually mocking a terrifying top martial marquis. How many heads did he have? How could he not die? It was his luck, it was really luck. We must inform sect leader of this matter as soon as possible, in case the disciples below. If I recklessly provoke that Dark Star, my death will be a small matter. If we implicate the sect, he will be held responsible even if he dies 10,000 times over a top martial marquis. That was definitely the undisputed ultimate expert of the entire empire, even if it was one of the 9 great sects. We have to be careful not to provoke each other. It would bring a huge disaster to the sect. The water in the pugilistic world is really deep. I only have this little bit of cultivation experience. In the future, it's better to be obedient and act as a person, lest you provoke someone you shouldn't provoke. When the time comes, you won't even know how you die. Countless martial artists secretly made up their minds. This was a lesson they had learned from their mistakes. A 6th Empyrean Marquis must be really powerful, even if there were 36 of them in the Great Tang Dynasty. However, what happened in the end? He was easily blown up by 2 punches. It was better to keep a low profile as a person. This world was not so safe. Who knew when he would meet an old monster? A few hundred meters to the southeast of Longxiangtu, on an empty land. A young and beautiful woman stood on top of it, only to see that she was 20 years old. Her skin was fair as snow, and she was tall and slender. Her curvaceous body was tightly wrapped in a white dress, which made her indescribably elegant and moving. It was as if a fairy from the heavens had descended upon the mortal world. The only thing that was lacking was that her gaze was somewhat dull. She couldn't help but mutter, "Top martial marquis. How is this possible? How is this possible?" From afar, he looked like a complete fool, making people feel pity for him. Among the people present, if Chu Bingxin was the one who was the most shocked, No one would dare to admit that she was number one a moment ago. She was still a trash whose cultivation base had been crippled. In the blink of an eye, she had become a top martial marquis who slaughtered intermediate martial marquis like a dog. After experiencing this shocking scene personally, it was fortunate that she wasn't shocked into a fool after a long while. Chu Bingxin finally managed to regain a trace of consciousness. I actually had designs on him. It must be said that ignorant people are fearless. A trace of bitterness appeared on Chu Bingxin's pretty face. A deep lingering fear swept across her heart. Fortunately, her plan had not been executed yet. Otherwise, the Chu family would have been removed from this world. Even the old ancestor could not protect them. They might even be implicated by them, causing them to fall in this world. Although their old ancestor was strong, he had once killed a patriarch Wu Hu with lightning speed. However, Chu Bingxin didn't think that he would be a match for Yang Fann. The scene just now was too frightening. Zhe Changtian was a 6th Empyrean old ancestor. Compared to some high martial marquis, he was much stronger. In the end, he was easily defeated by Yang Fann. Furthermore, he had just suppressed all the martial artist warriors present. There was no lack of old ancestor high martial marquis among them right at this moment. Chu Bingxin's eyes widened and a horrifying thought appeared in her mind. Old ancestor, old ancestor. It's. With this thought, it was as if there was a magical power that had rooted itself in his heart. The first time he had encountered danger, it could be said that he had met the old ancestor by chance. But what about the second time, and the third time? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Furthermore, thinking about it carefully, there were clearly many unreasonable aspects to it. Although their ancestor Zheng Yang was the pride and talent of the Chu family, throughout the history of the Chu family, there was no one who could surpass him. Even she was slightly inferior. But even so, it was only 1 or 8 Empyrean martial master at the end of his life. A dragon does not live with a snake, a friend of a marquis. Usually, only a marquis. Even if ancestor Zheng Yang was really lucky and befriended a marquis. But what happened in the end? Even if they had all the ancient books and records of their family and the relics of their ancestors. They had searched through all of them, yet they were unable to find any information regarding the mysterious old ancestor. It was as if he had jumped out from a crack in a rock. The best friend of elder Zheng Yang is probably just a casual mention. Even the name Yang Fann. It's just an alias. In the next moment, Chu Bingxin's body trembled and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. In her beautiful eyes, other than fear, there was also fear. What should we do? What should we do? These days, they had relied on the backing of the old ancestor, especially during the annual auction. The Chu family had offended all the major powers. Yang Fann could only watch helplessly as Patriarch Wu Hu crippled her eldest brother. Obviously, he had no intention of continuing to help the Chu family. No, Yang Fann is the news of the old ancestor. We must not let anyone else know about it. Suddenly, a trace of determination flashed across Chu Bingxin's eyes. Our Chu family has an old ancestor. Our Chu family has an old ancestor. The old ancestor is High Martial Marquis. The old ancestor is High Martial Marquis. At this point in time, other than going in the dark, what other choice could the Chu family have? Once the news of their old ancestor was leaked out, the Chu family's outcome would be extremely tragic. At the border of West Shu Road, a dragon-shaped flying boat that was 30 meters long, like a divine beast golden dragon that was swimming in the 9 heavens, flew towards the Nanyang County at a terrifying speed that was 10 times faster than the speed of sound. C-236 Yang Fann was dead at the border of West Shu Road, 100,000 feet high in the sky. Between the white clouds, there was a dragon-shaped flying boat that was 10 feet long. It looked like a true dragon from the 9 heavens, flying at a speed that was 10 times faster than the speed of sound. On top of the boat, a young man in black stood with the wind blowing against him. His long hair was fluttering in the wind, and the clouds around him were floating. He looked like an ancient immortal god who was about to ascend to immortality. He was about to step on the clouds at any moment. This young man was none other than Yang Fann. The Shanglong County's Liang City was at least 100,000 miles away from the West Shu Road. Even if an ordinary person rode a top-tier mount, which was 1,000 miles long wind-chasing horse, it would take at least a year and a half to get back to the West Shu Road. Luckily, Yang Fann had bought the roaming dragon flying boats, especially since he didn't hesitate to buy the Yang Fanns. He used the roaming dragon flying boat's maximum speed, which was 10 times faster than the speed of sound, in less than a few days. It was close to the West Shu Road. It was also because Yang Fann was rich and imposing that if it was any other martial artist, even an ordinary patriarch Wu Hu would not dare to be so extravagant. In order to save a few days, the consumption of spirit stones had increased by more than 10 times. One had to know that at 5 times the speed of sound, middle-grade spirit stones were the source of motivation. However, if one wanted to use the strongest speed of sound, 10 times the speed of sound, the consumption would be high-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, one would need to consume 100 high-grade spirit stones a day in just a few short days. Yang Fann had already used up 500 high-grade spirit stones. If converted into low-grade spiritual stones, that would be a total of 5 million. The net worth of a 10th-level martial master who was slightly worse than him was only so. It had to be said that flying boats were not something an ordinary martial artist could play around with. Even if they were flying at a normal speed, they would consume over 200 middle-grade spirit stones a day. Some intermediate martial master could use flying boats once, and they might even go bankrupt standing against the wind. Yang Fann once again sighed with emotion at Xianxia and the other two's generosity. If it wasn't for the generous help of the 3 of them, he might not have been so heartless. He kept unleashing the strongest speed of the roaming dragon flying boat, the annual auction of the Longxiangtu. After deducting all the expenses, Yang Fann still had 10,000 spirit stones left. To buy a large batch of pills and spirit artifacts, but because of the silver VIP token. After a 20% discount, he finally had 10,000 spirit stones left. 200 million of them had been exchanged by Yang Fann for 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, which seemed to be quite a number. However, don't forget that Yang Fann still had the silver puppet beast, Howling Moon White Wolf, which was a huge gold devourer. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be able to obtain 108 high-grade spirit stones. No matter what, he would have to leave behind 10,000 or several thousand high-grade spirit stones for his parents. Otherwise, how could he be at ease? There weren't many high-grade spirit stones that he could use. Luckily, Xianxia and the other 2 selflessly helped him. Black Dragon and Dragon's cultivation base wasn't that high. He wasn't even a marquis, but he had a high social status. He had surpassed most of the low-grade marquis, and he wasn't much worse than some 4th-layer marquis who had a lower social status. For the sake of the Moonhowl White Wolf, this ultimate treasure of the Black Dragon Sect, it could be said that they had used up all of the Black Dragon Sect's reserves. Nearly 460 million low-grade spiritual stones, of which 8,000 were high-grade spirit stones. 1 million low-grade spiritual stones were low-grade spiritual stones, and the rest were low-grade spiritual stones. Of course, Big Head was still Xianxia, a 6th Empyrean Marquis. Just the high-grade spirit stones alone numbered close to 100,000. There were nearly 16 million middle-grade spirit stones, but the number of low-grade spiritual stones was the least. In fact, it was less than 10 million. The spiritual energy within the low-grade spiritual stones was too thin. Patriarch Wu Hu would need to consume thousands or tens of thousands of Patriarch Wu House just to cultivate. There were also many impurities within the low-grade spiritual stone. Usually, when one reached the Marquis stage, they would use middle-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Of course, high-grade spirit stones were better. However, high-grade spirit stones were too rare. An ordinary 1st-2nd layer Marquis wouldn't be able to afford it. Besides a large amount of spirit stones, Xianxia and the other 2 men also had a lot of good stuff in their universe bags that could move Yang Fann's heart. For example, the profound grade intermediate martial skill, Great Sun Divine Fist, had just made up for the deficiencies of Yang Fann's martial skill. Also, the arcane art, Spiritual Arrow, was actually a mental attack secret technique. The condensed mental energy was like a sharp arrow, killing the enemy in an invisible way. Although Yang Fann could also use his mind power to kill the enemy, he could only deal with some weak people who were far weaker than him. As for experts of the same level, they were useless. However, once one cultivated this mental energy secret technique, it would be different, even if it was a martial ancestor expert. If one was not careful, they would suffer a huge loss under the mental energy arrow. It was a pity that there was no Li Huo Zong's sect protecting secret technique, the Great Sun Destruction Curse. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have another trump card. Furthermore, with his abnormal physique, he did not need to pay too much attention to the side effects of the Great Sun Destruction Curse. At most, I will arrive at Nanyang County in a day's time. I wonder how my family is doing. Have my parents found out about my disappearance? In the Yang family of the Fengyang city of Nanyang County, in the meeting hall with an extraordinary aura, an old man dressed in a green robe sat on the seat of honor, at the head on his left. Yang Yunfeng and his wife was sitting on the seat of honor, following the rise of Yang Fann. Yang Yunfeng and his wife's status in the Yang family also rose. He even seemed to have the potential to surpass the old man. The meeting hall was the meeting place for the upper echelons of the Yang family. Luo Yun originally could not enter this place. Who asked him to have a good son? Besides Yang Yunfeng and his wife, the elders of Yang family, as well as Yang Yunha and his brothers were also sitting in the meeting hall. Even Yang Yunlei, the old man who had been ordered to leave Yunlei's courtyard, appeared here. Each of them had a solemn expression on their faces, as if a storm was coming. Family Lord, Fengyang City is the foundation of Yang family. We can't retreat. At most, we'll fight them to the death. Our Yang family isn't easy to mess with either. The most hot-tempered ninth elder, Yang Hongyi, said angrily. 3 days ago, the Huang family of Kuyang City had invaded the Fengyang City. They even threatened to evacuate the Yang family from the Fengyang City within 3 days. Otherwise, the Yang family would be removed from the Great Tang Dynasty. Are we going all out? Old Jew, that's the Huang family of Kuyang City. What can we use to fight them? The elder of the 7 families, Yang Hongsheng, sighed. Fight. One must have the ability to do so. One must know that Kuyang City was different from Fengyang City. That was the most important town in Nanyang County, second only to the prefecture rule of Nanyang. Its strength was far above Fengyang City's. Although the Huang family wasn't the strongest family in Kuyang City, it was still one of the major families in Kuyang City. In the family, just the number of 9 heavens elders was more than the number of hands. According to the legends, their old ancestor had even successfully condensed the spirit bones and stepped into the martial master stage. If we were given a few more years, the Huang family would dare to bully me like this. The old man clenched his fists tightly. He let out an unwilling sigh in his heart. The Yang family did not lack resources. What they lacked was time. If the resources given to them by his beloved grandson were converted into strength. At that time, even if the Yang family wasn't as powerful as the Huang family, they wouldn't be as powerless as they were now. 3 months was really too short a time. Although the Yang family's strength had doubled, he was the only one who had broken through to the realm of 9 heavens. The strongest amongst the others was only at the 8th grade great perfection stage. There was no comparison between them and the Huang family. Fan, could he arrive in time? This was the last hope of the Yang family. As long as his precious and obedient grandson could return, the Huang family was nothing. With just a wave of his hand, the Huang family would be removed from the world. His precious and obedient grandson. That was mortal bored first from the 7 Stars Sect. Even peerless evildoer, Bailey Yunfei, was mercilessly suppressed by him when the news came. The old man was so excited that he didn't close his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days is too short. Young Master Fan is afraid that 3 days is too short. The Fengyang City was more than 10,000 miles away from the 7 Stars mountain range. Even if he rode the 1,000-mile wind-chasing horse and ran without sleep or rest, he would only be able to make it to the 7 Stars mountain range by now. Family Lord, why don't we retreat from the Fengyang City temporarily and wait for young Master Fan to return? Then we'll make the Huang family pay back 10 times, 100 times more. Family Lord, 6th elder is right. As long as there is a green mountain, there will be no need to worry about the lack of firewood. When young Master Fan returns, it will be the day of Huang family's destruction. That's right, father, it's not too late for a gentleman to seek revenge. With Fan around, Huang family won't be able to be arrogant for long. Everyone tried to persuade him. This was their best choice at the moment. They could not afford to lose their ancestors' foundations, but now that they were fighting with the Huang family, it was no different from throwing an egg at a rock. It was obviously not a wise move. As long as they could endure for a few days and wait for Yang Fann to return, these clowns from the Huang family would not be a problem at all right at this moment. What a good idea. When Yang Fann returns to take revenge on our Huang family, it's a pity that you guys have the wrong idea. Yang Fann will never be able to come back. C-237 Who dares to destroy the Yang family? The Huang family was one of the few major families in Kuyang City, which was the most important town in Nanyang County. Their strength and foundation were far greater than any ordinary family. The number of 9 heavens experts in their family alone was more than 2 hands. There were more than 100 high-grade martial artists in the level 8, and there were even martial master experts guarding them. Although the Yang family had been developing rapidly with the help of Yang Fann, 3 months was just too short. Currently, the old man was the only 9 heavens expert in the entire Yang family. There were more than 50 high-grade martial artists in the entire 7 level 8, almost half of the total number in the Huang family. Unfortunately, in the war between the two families, the true deciding factor was still the number of high-grade martial artists. If they were to fight the Huang family now, the Yang family would only be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the Yang family still had the young generation most powerful monster of the Seven Stars Sect. Yang Fann, the peerless genius of the Yang family, was holding back for the time being. As long as Yang Fann returned, the Huang family would definitely return everything that belonged to the Yang family, 10 times, 100 times more. However, a slightly playful voice made their hearts tighten the next moment. Dang, dang. Amidst the sound of footsteps, a group of over 30 people, led by a yellow-robed elder, entered the conference hall with vigorous steps. What a good Huang family! No wonder there are so many big families in Qiang City. Seeing the yellow-robed elder and the others striding in, there were more than 30 of them. It could be said that none of them were weak. The weakest among them was at least at the level 8. Among them, 6 of them had an aura that was not any weaker than his. In fact, their auras were even stronger than his. Apparently, they were all 9 heavens warriors just like him. This was not the most important thing. The most terrifying one was still the yellow-robed old man in the lead. It gave him the feeling that it was like an unfathomable ocean. As long as he was willing, he could raise his hand. Even if it wasn't a true martial master expert. This force, they can easily wipe out the Yang clan, but soon, the old man couldn't be bothered to be shocked. He said urgently, "What did you just say? What happened to my good grandson, Yang Fann?" Everything. None of them were as important as the arrival of his good grandson, Yang Fann. This was the hope of Yang family. As long as his good grandson was here, the future of the Yang family was bound to be glorious, and it would become one of the top families in the dynasty. It was not impossible. It seems like you all still don't know that Yang Fann has already died in Demon Spirit's secret realm. What? You are talking nonsense, nonsense. As soon as the yellow-robed elder finished speaking, Luo Yun jumped up immediately. Her eyes were red, like an enraged leopard, and her voice was hysterical. "Sir, you better not speak nonsense. A mere demon spirit secret realm is not enough to keep my good grandson," old man Yang said with a gloomy face. "Even if you lie, you have to do it well. Do you really think I don't know about the demon spirit secret realm? It's just a trial ground for one of the 4 sects. Although there will be casualties, the ones who die are usually those ordinary geniuses from the mortal board. As for his precious grandson, he was the mortal board first who had suppressed a peerless monster in Baili Yunfei. How could he die in a small pit like the demon spirit secret realm?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yun's excited heart calmed down a lot. He must be lying. This old fellow must be lying. Her fan was not a short-lived person, but at this moment, a mere demon spirit secret realm. To think you said it out loud. Do you know that the demon spirit secret realm is now under the demon race's control? With the peerless great demon, the demon spirit secret realm no longer suppressed the demon race's strength. Now, in the secret realm, it was said that lower demon generals were no match for dogs. It was not an exaggeration to say that the medial demon generals were everywhere, even if Patriarch Wu Hu entered. Let me tell you the truth. Out of the 180 Heaven's Pride evildoer from the 7 Stars Sect, only 28 of them managed to escape from the danger. Even Thunder God Sword, Xiao Tian, and Dongfang Bai, who ranked first in the Earth Board, were killed. The other 3 major sects were even more miserable. More than 9 layers of monsters were lost in the monsters. Only 2 or 3 of them were left. What? How could this be? The Fengyang city was really too far away. News of the unusual change in Demon Spirit's secret realm and the heavy losses of the 4 great sect had already spread like wildfire in the outside world. However, no one from the Yang family had heard of it. Just like the news of Yang Fann snatching mortal board first earlier, it had also been more than a month before they finally found out. If it wasn't for Yang Fann's death, do you think the Huang family would dare to invade the Fengyang city? How dare you threaten the Yang family? The yellow-robed elder's words were like a heavy hammer that struck deeply into the hearts of the people of the Yang family, cutting off their last hope. This was also their previous doubt. Under their deliberate push, the news that their Yang family had produced Yang Fann, this peerless monster, had spread like wildfire. It was impossible that the people of Huang family didn't know about it. Although the Huang family was strong, they still had martial masters guarding them. However, compared to Yang Fann, who was a mortal born first from the Seven Stars Sect, it was like comparing a firefly to a bright moon. There was no comparison at all. It was reasonable to say that, even if they had eaten the guts of a bear or a leopard, they would never dare to attack the Fengyang city. It was better to target the Yang family. Otherwise, Yang Fann didn't need to do it himself. He just needed to show some dissatisfaction towards the Huang family. There were many families and forces who destroyed the Huang family in order to please Yang Fann. Mortal born first's monster was no joke. As long as he didn't die, he would at least become a half-step martial lord in the future. Furthermore, Yang Fann was still so young. In the future, not to mention Patriarch Wu Hu, even stepping into the legendary senior martial master stage was not unheard of now. Everything made sense. He had died prematurely. Their Yang family's a peerless monster had died prematurely in Demon Spirit's secret realm. All of a sudden, endless panic swept across the hearts of the Yang family's people. Yang Fann was the reason why they had the confidence to fight the Huang family. He was the spiritual pillar in their hearts. Now that the sky-supporting jade pillar had collapsed, what else could they use to fight the Huang family? Right at this moment, Fann, the most painful thing in the world was nothing more than a white-haired man throwing away his black hair. The anxious Luo Yun threw her head back and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her eyes turned black and she fell backwards. If not for Yang Yunfang supporting her in time, she might have already fallen to the ground. Yun wake up. Wake up. Initially, for Yang Fann's sake, the Huang family did not want to be too ruthless. Who would have thought that not only were you not grateful, you even wanted to destroy our Huang family? Then don't blame our Huang family for being ruthless. Although Yang Fann was dead, he still had the power to threaten them. As a member of the Seven Stars Sect, mortal born first, no one could guarantee that. Yang Fann didn't have one or two powerful friends in the Seven Stars Sect. This was also the reason why they were willing to give the Yang family 3 days to leave the Fengyang city. The yellow-robed elder said. Everyone from the Yang family was shocked. This was a sign that they were going to kill all of them. Sir, please leave a line for everything and let us meet again in the future. I, the Yang family of the Fengyang city, will give it to the Huang family. Although he was extremely unwilling, old man Yang still gritted his teeth and said, if you don't give it up, then you will die. Not to mention the entire Yang family. The 30 people in front of them were far from being a match for the Yang family. In an instant, old man Yang looked like he had aged for 10 years. He looked gloomy and lifeless. The Fengyang city was the root of the Yang clan. They had been living here for generations. Now, they were chased out of the city like homeless dogs. This was a humiliation that they would never be able to wash up with in their entire lives. How could they still have the face to meet their ancestors after 100 years? I gave you the chance, but you didn't cherish it. It's too late to quit now. The yellow-robed old man sneered, and his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Don't go too far. A rabbit would bite when anxious. Our Yang family is not someone to be trifled with. Old man Yang's eyes turned red, like a furious tiger that wanted to eat someone. He had already promised his family that he would withdraw from the Fengyang city, but he still refused to let them go. This was going too far. This was too much. I'm going too far. What are you going to do about it? Today is the day that Yang family's name will be removed from the list. Old man Yang's heart was filled with anxiety and anger. He pointed at the yellow-robed old man and was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, an extremely cold voice, like the voice of a god, came from all directions. Such a big tone. I would like to see who has the ability to destroy my Yang family. C-238 Bloodbath. Huang family rumble. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy rolled like a great river, covering the people of Huang family in an instant. Puff puff, puff. More than 30 martial artists from the Huang family, from the yellow-robed elder to the ordinary martial artist from the level 8, it was as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain. They threw their heads back and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was crushed to the ground, and their breathing became sluggish. Their eyes were filled with panic and despair. Terrifying. This is truly terrifying. Even the old ancestor couldn't do anything about it. With just a breath of air, he would be able to destroy all of us, causing us to die without a proper burial ground. High-level martial master, or even a peak martial master. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could a tiny little Yang family have such an expert? How could they have such an expert? Before they invaded the Fengyang city, the Huang family had already investigated the Yang family thoroughly. It was a small family that had been passed down for more than 200 years. They had never produced a martial master. If it wasn't for peerless evildoer, Yang Fann, after leaving the Fengyang city, perhaps not many people knew about the Yang family. How could such a small family have such a peerless expert? At this moment, the people from the Yang family, who were originally filled with despair and fear, had a look of surprise on their faces, especially Luo Yun, who had just woken up. She jumped up in surprise. It's Fan. My Fan is fine, my Fan is fine. What? Yang Fan is not dead. How is this possible? How is this possible? Luo Yun's pleasantly surprised words were like a heavy hammer in the ears of the Huang family's people. It ruthlessly smashed onto their souls. Many of them began to roar hysterically. Among the remaining 28 Heaven's Pride evildoer from the Seven Stars Sect, there was no trace of Yang Fann. They had investigated this matter thoroughly and confirmed it over and over again. Yang Fann had already died in the demon spirit's secret realm. It was impossible for him to still be alive in this world. Otherwise, how would they dare to touch the tiger's whiskers? At that moment a young man in black clothes walked in from outside the meeting hall. His face was cold and his body was filled with cold energy. He was like a peerless god of slaughter from the depths of hell. In an instant, the temperature of the large meeting hall dropped by more than 10 degrees, as if it had fallen into an extremely cold winter, causing people's souls to tremble. Fan, my Fan, Luo Yun cried out in shock. Her body swayed slightly, and she fell backwards once again. Mother Yang Fan's expression changed abruptly. His body turned into a stream of light and erupted. With extreme power, in an instant, he appeared in front of Luo Yun and supported her. The spiritual sense moved and found that Luo Yun had only slightly injured her mind. She did not suffer any serious injuries. She could not help but let out a long breath. After feeding an intermediate treasure pill to her mother, Yang Fan's eyes turned and his cold gaze swept across the people of Huang family who were kneeling on the ground. His killing intent was boiling in his heart. At the same time, he felt a slight lingering fear. If he hadn't used all of his strength to activate the roaming dragon flying boat and rushed back in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's Yang Fann. It's really Yang Fann. Although she had never seen Yang Fann before, Luo Yun's previous performance had undoubtedly confirmed the identity of this black-clothed youth. Furthermore, that terrifying speed. It was not something that an ordinary martial master could possess. Finished. Our Huang family is finished. The yellow-robed elder's face was filled with despair. His entire body fell to the ground, and a terrifying scene of his entire family being slaughtered appeared in front of his eyes. For a peerless evildoer like Yang Fann, it was just a matter of words for him to deal with the Huang family. Even outer sect disciple, who was part of the Huang family, wouldn't be able to escape death. The weak abided by the rules. The expert created the rules, and the Seven Stars Sect's prohibition of harming their fellow disciples restricted the ordinary disciples. However, it was impossible to restrict a monster that defies the heavens like Yang Fann. As long as mortal Board First, who was 15 years old, didn't die, he would at least become a top martial marquis in the future. As long as Yang Fann did not commit treason, the Seven Stars Sect would not punish him at this moment. What a good Huang family, I would like to see. Are you the ones who destroyed our Yang family, or are you the ones who massacred your Huang family? Yang Fann's voice was extremely cold. It was as if Devil God from the nether hell was going to die if his scales were to be touched. The one who dared to plot against the Yang family must not be spared from death. He even dared to hurt his mother. If he didn't massacre the entire Huang family, he's a son in vain. No, sir, all of this is our fault. It has nothing to do with the family, it has nothing to do with the family. The yellow-robed elder begged bitterly. He knew that he and the others would die for sure, but he was prepared to resist this matter with all his might and fight for a chance to live for the family. Grandfather, I'll leave these dog things to you to deal with. Don't let them get away with it. Yang Fann ignored the yellow-robed elder's pleading and turned around to speak to the old man. He dared to hurt his mother and kill them with a single slash. That would be too easy for them. They could only have a taste of what it meant to beg for death. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Don't worry, my good grandson. Grandpa knows what to do. Old man Yang gently said. Even if Yang Fann did not say it, he would not let them go easily. The scene of that bitter struggle just now was still vivid in his mind. If his own good grandson had not arrived in time, they were afraid that the entire Yang family would be slaughtered by them. In the next moment, the old man shifted his gaze to one of the elders. He looked at emaciated old man, who had a cold expression on his face, as if everyone owed him 1,000,000 yuan. He said in a cold voice, "Emaciated old man." The old man turned around and looked at emaciated old man, who had a cold expression, as if he owed emaciated old man 1,000,000 yuan. "Fourth brother, I'll leave these guys to you. Treat them well, don't worry, family lord. I will definitely treat them well." A trace of ferociousness flashed across emaciated old man's face. He was the elder of the 4 families, Yang Hongye. People called him the cold-faced Yama. He was the person in charge of the Yang family's torture chamber. He was a cold-faced and selfless person. The person who fell into his hands would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. In the Yang family, his name could even stop children from crying when he fell into the hands of the cold-faced Yama. Death was absolutely an extravagant hope for the people of the Huang family. "No, my lord, please spare my life. Spare my life." The people of Huang family begged bitterly. Some of the resolute people even wanted to sever their own heart meridians and free themselves. Instead of living a life worse than death, they might as well end it here. However, what made them despair was that, at some point in time, the inner force in their bodies had been sealed. The surging inner force in their bodies. It was like a pool of stagnant water that could not be moved at all. In the front yard of the Yang family, under the curious gazes of the crowd, Yang Fann took out the roaming dragon flying boat. Strange. What is young Master Fan doing? Didn't he say that he would bring us to Kuyang City to seek revenge on the Huang family? Why did he take out such a model boat? Revenge did not last night. After sending Luo Yun back to Yunfeng Garden, Yang Fann was ready to go to Kuyang City and massacre the Huang family to vent the hatred in his heart. When he heard that Yang Fann was going to take revenge on the Huang family, the old man and the others immediately shouted that they wanted to go with him. These days, under the coercion of the Huang family, the entire Yang family had been holding their breath regarding this. Yang Fann did not refuse. The strongest person in the small Huang family was only a first martial master. With his protection, he was not afraid of any danger. After hearing this, Yang Fann did not explain anything. Instead, he threw the roaming dragon flying boat to the ground. A shocking scene appeared. The roaming dragon flying boat was growing with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge ship that was 30 meters long and 15 meters wide. How is this possible? The miraculous scene stunned everyone. It's just a palm-sized small boat, how did it become such a huge ship in the blink of an eye? This Momo, could it be the legendary flying boat? The old man's voice was slightly trembling. According to what he knew, the flying boat was a legendary treasure. It could soar through the 9 heavens and travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. Its speed was far from what ordinary horses could compare with. "That's right, this is the flying boat." Yang Fann nodded slightly and said, "All right, everyone get on the flying boat." Good, everyone get on the flying boat, get on the flying boat. I didn't think that this old man would be able to get on the flying boat in his lifetime. The heavens really treat me well. The old man said, "Good," 3 times in a hurry and took the lead to jump onto the flying boat. Once they got on the flying boat, everyone touched it. They touched it from the west, and there was an indescribable excitement. Even the old man, who was as calm as the old man, he also used his hands to touch this and that like a mischievous child. This was a legendary treasure. Even those martial master experts might not be able to take it once. Rise with a move of the spiritual sense, the roaming dragon flying boat seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand. In an instant, it was 1,000 feet high. From the ground, it flew up. It really flew up. So high, this should be more than 10,000 meters. The Fengyang city looked like. It looked like a small black dot. What a fast speed! It's not something ordinary horses can compare with. C-239. The old man was shocked. The flying boat was a legendary treasure. Even many martial master experts could only hear of its name and could not see it, let alone a small and remote family like the Yang family. All the disciples of the Yang family, including the old man, seemed to have turned into curious babies at this moment. When they touched each other, they were indescribably curious and excited. After a long while, they finally managed to calm down. Good Fan, it seems like the sect values you more than I had imagined. I can't believe they even gave you such a precious treasure. The old man said. Good, 3 times in a hurry. His wrinkled face was filled with excitement and pride. The flying boat was a precious treasure that even Patriarch Wu Hu wanted. The fact that the Seven Stars Sect was able to give it to his precious grandson showed how important his grandson was in the Seven Stars Sect. He was probably on par with many elders of the inner sect. In fact, it was even better than that. Yang Fann was getting more and more favored by the Seven Stars Sect. The status of the Yang family had naturally risen along with it. No, this flying boat was obtained from my own auction. Yang Fann gently shook his head. A flying boat was a treasure that could not be found even in the entire Seven Stars Sect. Although he had displayed the monster previously, it was still a little lacking if he wanted the sect to bestow the flying boat to him. Of course, it was a different story now. Fan, what? What did you just say? This is what you obtained from the auction. How is this possible? The old man's voice trembled slightly. It was not that he did not believe Yang Fann's words. It was just that these words were too shocking, even though he did not know the exact value of the flying boat. Compared to some of the supreme-grade treasure weapons, it was definitely better. At the very least, it was worth a few millions of spirit stones. There were so many spirit stones. Even some high-grade martial master warriors would be able to afford it, let alone a junior like Yang Fann. It is indeed what I got from the auction. If it wasn't for the roaming dragon flying boat, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to rush back to my family in time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Fann could not help but rejoice. He was glad that he had managed to obtain the roaming dragon flying boat in time. Otherwise, just by relying on his footwork, it would probably take a few more days before he could get back to the family. It would be too late for regrets. Is it really Fan who got it from the auction? Could it be that I was wrong? This flying boat is not something that is too precious. The old man raised his eyebrows and muttered in his heart. He asked curiously, Fan, how many spirit stones did this flying boat spend? Not a lot, just 6 billion low-grade spiritual stones, Yang Fann said casually. With his current status, he was only slightly higher than top martial marquis. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the 8 Chinese ginseng roots alone were worth hundreds of billions of spirit stones. A mere 6 billion low-grade spiritual stones was indeed not a lot. Oh, it's only 6 billion low-grade spiritual stones. It really isn't. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Yang Fann, as if he had seen a ghost from the legends. Fan, more how many? 6 billion. Yang Fann gave the old man a strange look. He was used to seeing Patriarch Wu Hu's bid of hundreds of millions in Longxiang auction house. For a moment, Yang Fann did not realize how shocking this price was to an ordinary martial artist. My God, 6 billion spirit stones. The old man's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. This was a terrifying number. One must know that their Yang family. In other words, the total income of the Yang family was only a few dozen spirit stones. The Yang family had accumulated so many spirit stones even if they didn't eat or drink for tens of millions of years. This obedient grandson of his was truly frightening to the point that he wouldn't pay with his life. After a long while, the old man finally managed to regain his senses. Immediately after, he felt a heartache. It was not excessive to say that his heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife. That was a total of 6 billion spirit stones. If it was left to the clan, he didn't need too much, just 100 million. It was enough to increase the strength of his clan by more than 10 times. To think that he would buy such a flying boat. Squandering it was really too squandering. Although flying boats were hard to come by, in the end, they were just a means of transportation. They did not provide any substantial help to the family's strength. Fan, there are so many spirit stones. You want to buy such a flying ship? This is too. The word squandering was about to come out of his mouth, but it was swallowed by the old man. Although Yang Fann's relationship with him had eased up, the old man still had some misgivings. What was the reason for planting and what was the result? He could only blame himself for not paying much attention to Yang Fann, his grandson. Now, he even had to think about the future when he spoke. He was deeply afraid that he would make Yang Fann unhappy. Grandpa, although 6 billion spirit stones is a little more, I think it's worth it to buy this flying boat. If it wasn't for this flying boat, I would still be outside West Shu Road. If that's really the case, I'm afraid the family would already. Seeing the old man's pained expression and the look of wanting to say something, how could Yang Fann not understand what he was thinking? He smiled and said in a relaxed manner. Hearing this, the old man's conflicted expression could not help but calm down. That's right, there was no flying boat. The entire Yang family might have been killed by the Huang family, but when he thought of the sky-high price of that flying ship, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. That was a total of 2.6 billion spirit stones, not 26 Yang families. Even if the Yang family didn't eat or drink for a few hundred years, it would still be difficult for them to accumulate 1 in 10,000 Yang family's grandfather. I know what you're thinking, but there's really no need. A mere 2.6 billion spirit stones is nothing. Yang Fann spoke in a light tone, but in the old man's ears, it sounded like a heavenly thunder, shocking him until he sucked in a cold breath of air. This old man's obedient grandson had arrived. What kind of shocking fortuitous encounter did he have? 2.6 billion spirit stones. Even those high and mighty patriarch Wu Hu might not be able to take it out. However, in the mouth of his obedient grandson, it was completely like 26 spirit stones. Hiss. The West Shu Road was different from the chaotic and powerful Cloud Dragon Dao. It was the ancestral land of Seven Stars Sect. In this place, other than the Seven Stars Sect, there were no other decent families or sects. There was no place for others to snore and sleep. As long as they had a martial master expert, they would be at least a first-rate power in the West Shu Road. Unlike the Cloud Dragon Dao, which was a top power, even if they didn't have a true marquis, they would at least have a 10th grade huge perfection martial master. The Huang family of Kuyong City was originally just one or two major families in Kuyong City. However, after the Huang family's old ancestor took the last step and succeeded in the condensation of spirit bones, the Huang family immediately became one of the top families in the Nanyang County. The Huang family, which was originally only 100 acres of farmland, had expanded and expanded in recent years. Now, it had become a huge monster that covered an area of 1 mile. Outside the mansion, there were many exquisite stone lions, stone tigers, stone kilins, and stone pegasi. They were vivid and lifelike, and there were many types of them. It was as if there were 10,000 beasts gathered together, causing one to feel intimidated within the courtyard. The courtyard was deep and connected in all directions. It was like a maze. There were fake mountains and ponds, waterfalls and lakes, lotus flowers and goldfish, pavilions, grand and upright, lush forests, and everything that was available. One by one, beautiful maids that were carved with jade held fruits and ornaments in their hands as they shuttled back and forth. Enormous guards with armor and sabers. They patrolled from time to time, saying that they would patrol every 3 steps. A sentry post every 5 steps might be a little exaggerated, but the security was so tight that it could not be compared to the Yang family. Furthermore, the strength of each guard was not to be trifled with. At the very least, they were all at the 6th layer early stage, and any one of them was the chief of the guard. All of them were quasi-7th layer warriors, or even true 7th layer martial artist warriors. Even if it was a 9 heavens expert, who would dare to trespass Huang Prefecture? They would always come in vertically and go out in a straight line. Look at the sky, what's that? Suddenly, a loud and clear cry of surprise erupted from the front yard of the Huang mansion, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Ah, it's a dragon. No, it's a dragon. A dragon-shaped ship, a dragon-shaped ship. How is this possible? How can a ship fly in the air? How can a ship fly in the air? Look, there seems to be someone else in it. I know, it's a flying ship, the legendary treasure, a flying ship C-240. The entire clan was annihilated no matter what. The Huang family of Kuyang City was a big family with a martial master. Their knowledge and experience was not something that a small family like the Yang family could compare with. Soon, someone recognized them. What was that gigantic thing that kept descending from the sky? It was not the legendary flying treasure, the flying boat, but what it was. What's going on? That flying boat seems to be heading towards my Huang mansion. Quickly inform family lord. Quickly inform family lord. A gray-robed elder of Huang family suddenly cried out in shock. His voice was filled with deep confusion. The flying boat was a legendary treasure. Almost all the people who could control the flying boat were the high and mighty patriarch Wu Hu. Although the Huang family was considered extraordinary, they were one of the 5 great families of Kuyang City. In the huge Nanyang County, they were considered one of the top families. However, to Patriarch Wu Hu, they were as insignificant as ants on the ground. Logically speaking, such a big figure. It was impossible to have anything to do with the Huang family. However, there was a faint trace of indescribable excitement mixed within. This might be the opportunity for the rise of the Huang family. As long as they could establish a connection with that lord, at that time, the Huang family would be rich, not to mention the number one clan in Kuyang City, the Jian clan. Even the number one family in Nanyang County, the Bu family, would have to act according to the Huang family's decision. It happened in the blink of an eye. The dragon-shaped flying boat, which was 30 meters long, landed on the spacious training field in the front yard of the Huang family. Quick, quick, kneel down and welcome the master. The gray-robed elder's voice was filled with fear. As the saying goes, misfortune is a blessing in disguise. Patriarch Wu Hu had a weird temper. If he was not careful, he would have provoked him. If the old ancestor was unhappy, this great opportunity might turn into a genocide at this moment. Ha ha ha, Huang family, I'm here. How dare you plot against the Yang family? Today is the day of your Huang family's destruction. Boys, follow me and kill. A wild and unrestrained laughter rang out. The second master of the Yang family, Yang Yunha, was wielding a top-grade spirit weapon, the flaming saber. Like a ferocious tiger that had descended from the mountain, he leapt down from the flying boat. In an instant, he cut the gray-robed elder in the lead into two with a single slash. Kill, kill, kill him. The sound of killing shook the sky. Over 100 elite warriors of the Yang family followed closely behind Yang Yunha and jumped down from the roaming dragon flying boat. For the past few days, under the coercion of the Huang family, everyone in the Yang family had been suppressing their anger. Miserable wails rang out in all directions. The heads of the guards following closely behind the gray-robed elder were instantly chopped off. After putting away the roaming dragon flying boat, Yang Fann quietly stood in front of the old man. He watched the experts of Yang family rushing towards the inner courtyard of Huang family under the lead of second master Yang Yunha. From time to time, the guards of Huang family would swarm in from all directions. Unfortunately, all of them were mercilessly killed by the people of Yang family. It was a one-sided massacre. Half an incense stick of time ago, Yang Fann had activated the terrifying spiritual energy in his body. On top of the flying boat, there were over 100 elites of the Yang family. After opening up all 108 heavenly meridians in his body, they had all broken through to the 9th level of the huge perfection. Although it had only been half an incense stick of time, the family members were still unable to fully control the sudden increase in their cultivation base. Whether or not their combat strength could be unleashed to the 8th layer. It was still a big mystery, but the top-grade equipment they were wearing. Not all 9th layer martial cultivator warriors. They all had supreme-grade spirit artifacts and supreme-grade spirit armors to protect themselves. It could be said that the combat strength of each of these hundreds of warriors was no less than that of an ordinary 9th level perfect martial artist warrior, and they might even surpass him. With the combined strength of over 100 9th grade great perfection martial artist, even an ordinary bone-forging martial master would have to retreat for now. The guards of Huang family could be considered as elites, and the weakest of them was at the 6th Empyrean. However, in front of a group of 9 heavens experts, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Ha ha ha, kill all these scumbags, kill those scumbags from the Huang family, die for me. Miserable wails mixed with frenzied battle cries rose and fell one after another. It was an endless stream of blood that soon dyed the ground red. At every moment, someone's throat would be slit. The souls returned to the underworld, and in less than half a cup of tea's time. Thousands of Huang family's guards had already lost their lives. On the other hand, the Yang family, except for a few of them who had suffered some minor injuries, not a single one of them had died. It was a one-sided massacre. Run devil, they are all demons, run they are not human, I don't want to die. Soon, people started to run away, hating their parents for giving them 2 less legs. Hold on, the reinforcements will arrive soon, hold on all of you, hold on. Who's running away? I will take his life. The leader of the guard, Huang Dali, who was wearing a golden tiger head armor, shouted hysterically, even though he had killed a few defeated soldiers. It collapsed. He had completely collapsed. His opponent had just casually swung his blade. It could have taken their lives. As for them, even a desperate strike would not be able to harm a single hair on their opponent's body. There was no way they could fight this battle at this moment. Rustle, brush, rustle. A burst of hurried footsteps came from behind. A large group of experts from the Huang family rushed over under the lead of a dignified middle-aged man. The dignified man wasn't anyone else. He was none other than Huang family's acting head of the family, Huang Weiman. After receiving the request for help from the front yard, Huang Weiman immediately gathered all the experts he could gather. Among them, there were 8-9 heavens expert, 52 experts from the level 8, and nearly 200 high 7th layer martial artist experts. This lineup was really powerful. If a martial master didn't appear, it would be hard to find a worthy opponent in an instant. All the guards of Huang family were defeated. Brothers, family lord has brought some men to support us. Their death date has arrived. Brothers, follow me and kill them. A horrifying and ferocious look flashed across Huang Dali's face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was like an angry beast that wanted to eat someone. However, the ferocious smile on his face was quickly replaced by fear. Huang Weiman had brought almost all the elite warriors of Huang family, but unfortunately, they were still so weak before the hundreds of fully armed huge perfection warriors, especially after verifying the terrifying defense of the spirit armor on their bodies. Everyone in the Yang family was fearless of death, as if they were exchanging injuries for injuries. As the saying goes, when you are strong, you are afraid of being stunned. When you are stunned, you are afraid of dying. In the face of the desperate fighting style of the Yang family, the imposing manner of the Huang family's people was instantly suppressed. Their combat strength was at the 10th level, and they couldn't unleash the strength of a 8th layer. With just a single exchange of blows, nearly 100 of the Huang family's 200 high martial artist warriors were mercilessly killed in just a few minutes. More than half of the 200 Huang family's reinforcements were killed. The remaining dozens of people were also injured, and they were struggling to hold on. They were like a lone boat in the middle of a raging ocean, and they were in danger of being destroyed and killed at any moment. At that moment, Junior, you are courting death. A sharp howl sounded like the furious thunder lord. The roar of a god swept over from all directions, and the battle instantly came to a halt. In the next moment, wuxia brilliant sword beam pierced through the air from the backyard of Huang family. Very quickly, a proud and aloof black-robed old man walked out from the sword light. His entire body was filled with boundless killing intent. He was like a peerless god of slaughter from the depths of hell, causing people to tremble from the depths of their souls. His eyes were like swords, as if a casual glance could unleash a terrifying sword chi that could destroy everything. Martial master, this old man is definitely a martial master expert. The hearts of the people from the Yang family slightly tightened, and a trace of seriousness flashed across their eyes. They could feel the thick aura of death coming from this black-clothed old man's body. It was as if as long as this old man was willing, he could take their lives with a single thought. However, when they caught a glimpse of Yang Fann, who was standing with the old man not far away, the uneasiness in their hearts disappeared immediately. With young Master Fann around, what were they afraid of? So what if this old man was a bone-forging martial master? He was definitely not a match for young Master Fann. With just a wave of his hand, he had already killed over 100 huge perfection martial artists. Such a marvelous technique was something that not even the high and mighty high-level martial master could possess. The people of the Huang family who were in despair immediately burst out with joy after surviving the disaster. However, soon, their happiness was replaced by endless fury. Their faces were twisted, and they kept howling like ferocious ghosts from the underworld. Rubbish, your death has come. Die, all of you must die. Roar, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. Use their blood to sacrifice the souls of our people in heaven. C241 Luo Yun's request. Huang Chengyang, the old ancestor of the Huang family. He was also the pride of the Huang family for hundreds of years. Without Huang Chengyang, not to mention the fact that the Huang family had become one of the 5 big families in Kuyang City, it was still unknown whether the Huang family could become one of the top 100 powers in Kuyang City. In the hearts of countless disciples of the Huang family, old ancestor Cheng Yang was their god, their pillar of support. Nothing could stop old ancestor Cheng Yang. As soon as Huang Chengyang appeared, the disciples of the Huang family who thought they were in despair immediately had their confidence burst out. Many of them looked at the disciples of the Yang family as if they were looking at a dead man. However, they didn't notice the faint trace of fear in Huang Chengyang's eyes. It was more than 109th grade huge perfection martial artist. Moreover, each of them was holding a supreme grade spirit artifact, and they were all wearing supreme grade spirit armors. This was definitely not something that an ordinary family could possess. One must know that their Huang family, under his full cultivation, they only managed to obtain a total of 18 9 heavens experts. There were only a handful of 9th grade great perfection stages among them. And each of them had a set of supreme grade spirit artifacts and supreme grade spirit armors. Let alone them, there was no need to talk about them. A mere Huang family, even the Jian family, the number 1 family in Nanyang County, didn't have such a huge arm. The strength of these people was far beyond his imagination. They were far from being a match for the Huang family, and there was even a high possibility that they might even be a match for them. It was the top family with a high-level martial master guarding it, but soon, the fear was replaced by anger. Goo sounds burst out from his throat. He was angry and angry, baring his teeth as if he was in a mourning state. He looked around and saw corpses everywhere. His heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife. Many of them were his direct descendants, and his bloodline flowed in their veins. Roar, die, all of you will die. Today there is no place for you in this world. Huang Chengyang's eyes were bloodshot. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. His voice was like the cry of the crying ape. It was heart-wrenching and filled with hatred. So what if you are all disciples of the top families? If you dare to harm my descendants, you will have to pay the price of blood right at this moment. Noisy Yang Fann, who had been by the old man's side and looked from afar, looked like wealthy young master, who had just come to play. He suddenly shouted coldly, and a golden light flashed in his deep eyes like the starry sky. The next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. Rumble! It was as if a god of death had descended from hell. The mighty old ancestor of the Huang family exploded with a loud bang. He was like a dazzling firework that burned the last of his light. What the fuck? The old ancestor of the Huang family died just like that. The old man couldn't help but curse. Although he knew that his grandson was extremely terrifying, and even some high-level martial master warriors might not be a match for him, he never thought that it would be such a terrifying technique. With just a glance, a bone-forging martial master warrior had exploded and died. Was he still human? Dead. Dead. One bone-forging martial master died. He died just like that. The other people from the Yang family were equally shocked. Although they knew that the old ancestor of the Huang family was no match for their young master Fan, he was still a martial master expert. Even if he was no match for young master Fan, he should be able to withstand a few attacks. In the next moment, boundless joy filled their hearts. Yang Fann was their reliance and their backer. The stronger Yang Fann became, the stronger their kin would become. Arg, the old ancestor is dead. The old ancestor is dead. This is not true. It is not true. The old ancestor was a bone-forging martial master. How could he lose? How could he be defeated? One look, with just one look, he killed the old ancestor. Was he a human or a ghost? Was he a human or a ghost? Devil, he is a devil. Flee, run. In an instant, all the disciples of the Huang family, from Huang Weiman's family to the ordinary disciples, lost their courage and their morale collapsed. The spiritual pillar in their hearts collapsed with a loud bang. Their hearts scattered, and they could no longer muster up any thoughts of resistance. They fled frantically in all directions, hating their parents for giving them 2 legs less. Yang Fann only glanced at them indifferently, but he had no intention of continuing his attack. A group of ants who were at most at the 9th level of the pulse opening stage couldn't arouse his interest at all. However, just because Yang Fann didn't attack didn't mean that the rest of the people from the Yang family wouldn't attack. The kindness they showed to their enemies was the cruelty they showed to themselves. If they were in their shoes, would the Huang family show mercy to the Yang family? Kill. Under the lead of Second Master Yang Yunha, the people of the Yang family were like the ferocious tiger that had descended from the mountain. They were crazily slaughtering the people of the Huang family, causing blood to flow like a river. Apart from some servants and maids with low cultivation base, all the disciples of the immediate and collateral branches of the Huang family were slaughtered. Not only that, even the disciples of the Huang family who were outside the Huang family would not be let off easily. This was the cruelty of the war between families. Defeat often led to the destruction of the family. In the Yunfeng garden of the Yang mansion of Fengyang City, Luo Yun, who had passed out, slowly woke up and suddenly woke up. Her pretty face changed and an indescribable fear flashed across her face. She cried out in shock, "Fan, where are you? Where are you?" "Mother, I am here, I am here." Yang Fann, who was sitting beside the bed, immediately grabbed Luo Yun's hand and replied hastily. At this moment, more than 2 hours had passed since the destruction of the Huang family. Yang Fann had already brought the people of the Yang family back to the Yang family. During this period of time, he had also robbed the Huang family. Yang Fann naturally wouldn't be interested in something as small as the Huang family. However, to the old man and the others who were afraid of poverty, it was a huge windfall. Among them, just the spirit stone. Including the other treasures, the total value was no less than a single 10,000 spirit stones. It directly increased the amount of Yang families stored in the Yang family's treasury by more than 10 times. Fan, my Fan. Luo Yun looked at Yang Fann by the side of the bed and suddenly hugged him tightly, as if she was deeply afraid that Yang Fann would suddenly disappear. Mother, Fan is here. Fan is here. Feeling Luo Yun's trembling body, Yang Fann's heart ached. He regretted not coming back earlier. If he had come back when his injuries were more than half recovered, he would not have made his mother so worried. Fan, look at you. You have already lost weight. You must have suffered a lot these days, right? Mother, this child isn't suffering at all. Fan, that Huang guy said something big happened in Demon Spirit's secret realm. Are you hurt? Suddenly, Luo Yun seemed to have thought of something and said with a worried expression. It was a small incident, but it was just a small matter. Son, I am not the same as I used to be. Even those Patriarch Wu who were no match for me. How could those little demons hurt my son? Yang Fann smiled with a tsundere smile. Yang Fann did not mention the fact that he was severely injured by three-eyed old devil. There were some things that would only make his parents worried. He might as well not tell them. He carefully examined Yang Fann's body and discovered that he was not injured. Only then did he relax. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Suddenly, Luo Yun's face slightly froze. She said in a serious tone, Fan, it's fine to say this at home, but you must not speak nonsense outside Patriarch Wu whose dignity could not be challenged. If these words were to spread to those Patriarch Wu whose ears, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Fann didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. My mother, what nonsense is my son spouting? A mere Patriarch Wu who is truly no match for me. A few days ago, I killed 2 marquis, but when the words reached my mouth, it immediately changed. Mother, I understand. I was just saying this at home. Age was a severe injury. If she did not see it with her own eyes, Luo Yun would not have believed that he would say heaven-shattering. The last mistake would only cause Luo Yun to worry for nothing. This was not what Yang Fann wanted to see. Fan, you shouldn't be in a hurry to return to sect this time, right? That's not urgent. Upon hearing this, Yang Fann slightly nodded his head. Luo Yun needed him to accompany her now, so he naturally wouldn't leave in such a hurry. As for the matter of sect, it had already been delayed for more than a month, so it wouldn't be too late for a few days. That's good. 3 days later, it will be your grandfather's 80th birthday. You can follow us back this time. C242. The Luo family of Sun City will grandpa's 80th birthday be in 3 days. Yang Fann murmured in his heart. He had long since forgotten what his grandfather looked like. Compared to the Yang family of the past, the Luo family was a true big family, and it was one of the 4 big families in Ganyang County. Its strength was so strong that it was not even worth mentioning the tiny Yang family. Even the Huang family, which had just been destroyed, was weaker than them. There were countless experts in the family. Experts were like rain, and he was only at the bone-forging martial master. There were a few of them. Yang Fann's grandfather was the acting head of the family of Luo family, Luo Yi. He was also one of the few bone-forging martial master warriors in the Luo family. As the youngest daughter of Luo Yi, Luo Yun was deeply loved by him. He was the undisputed little princess of the Luo family, and he was loved by thousands of people for the rest of his life. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples, but for some reason, perhaps it was fate that made him fall in love with Yang Yunfang, the son of a small family. The most important thing for the disciples of noble families was to have a matching family. Almost no one in the Luo family had any interest in Yang Yunfang, the son of a small family. If it wasn't for Luo Yun's insistence, she would have cut off all relations with the Luo family. It was hard to say if she wanted to be with Yang Yunfang. Yang Fann would never have appeared in this world. Every time they went to the Luo family, their family would suffer the same fate. All kinds of sarcastic remarks were uncountable. And those cousins, almost none of them thought highly of his countryside younger cousin. They often bullied him as a form of entertainment, especially when he was 6 years old. His older cousin had even evilly pushed him into the inner lake of his residence. If it wasn't for the fact that someone happened to pass by, he was afraid that he would have drowned for many years after rescuing him. What hurt him even more was that the old man didn't care about this matter at all. It was as if the person who was pushed down from the lake was not his own grandson, but an outsider. It was also from that day onwards that Yang Fann never went to the Luo family again. He didn't have any good impression of the Luo family, including the old man. To be honest, Yang Fann felt conflicted in his heart. However, when he looked at Luo Yun, whose face was full of expectation, and what he said. Because of what happened back then, his mother had not returned to the Luo family for nearly 10 years, even though she never said it. However, Yang Fann knew in his heart that his mother had always missed his family. He missed his grandfather and the others because he was afraid that he would feel wrong, so he had to suppress it. It's been so many years. It's time to let it go. As long as it can make mother happy, there's no harm in making a trip to the Luo family. With a slight change of heart, Yang Fann gently nodded his head in agreement with Luo Yun's words. Fan, I have wronged you. Luo Yun touched Yang Fann's forehead with pity. Yang Fann pretended to smile freely. Mother, it has been so long. I have long forgotten about it. Furthermore, it is grandfather's 80th birthday. How can I not have a child? My Fan has grown up. He has really grown up. Luo Yun whispered softly. A faint trace of gratification flashed across her fair and tender face. How could she not know that all of Yang Fann's actions were for the sake of her mother? The governor of Ganyang County, Ganyang City, was a mountain city. The city was square in shape and extended for over 100 miles. It was imposing. The city walls were over 100 jong tall, and they were built entirely from large limestone. In front of the city gates, there was a moat. The river was deep and wide, and the river water within was. It was not ordinary water, but the black mausoleum water that could terrify countless high-grade martial artist warriors. This water had a characteristic of the legendary weak water, which could sink as soon as it entered the water. Its feathers did not float, even if it was some high-grade martial artist. If it fell into the water, it would only sink to the bottom of despair. Even a bone-forging martial master who had condensed the spirit bones would have to spend the time it takes to drink a cup of tea in the dark tomb water. It was impossible for him to escape the fate of falling into the depths of the river. In addition to the thick and tall city wall, it immediately gave people the feeling that one man could hold tens of thousands of men by himself. The city walls were filled with powerful soldiers dressed in black armor. They were ready to fight, like dragons and tigers. Each soldier was not weak at all. They were not any weaker than the guards of the Liang city. They were even more valiant. The weakest among them was at the 6th Empyrean. The chief of the guards wasn't a true high-grade martial artist. He was one of the captains who had stepped into the 7th Empyrean stage. All the captains were 9 heavens experts. The distance from Ganyang City to Ganyang City was 30 miles away. From Ganyang City, there was an army stationed there. The army camp was continuous, and the flags were like the sea. It was one of the 10 elite armies of Great Tang Dynasty, the profound armored army. It had to be known that Ganyang City was not only governed by Ganyang County, but also the gateway to the west of Great Tang Dynasty. It defended against the invasion of the various barbarian tribes in the 100,000 Mountains. The barbarian race, according to the legends, they were the descendants of the ancient barbarian race. They possessed the bloodline of the ancient barbarian race. Each of them was over 3 meters tall, and possessed extraordinary strength. Although they were not as proficient in the martial arts as the martial artist humans, they were still very powerful. However, by relying on the bloodline of the ancient barbarian race in their bodies, they couldn't be underestimated by the world. In fact, their combat strength was even higher than the martial artist warriors of the same level. They were a huge threat to the western border of Great Tang Dynasty. 50 miles to the east side of Ganyang County, in a small, uninhabited valley, a dragon-shaped flying boat that was 30 meters long descended from the sky, and very quickly. 2 men and 2 women walked down from the flying boat. It was Yang Fann's family of 3 and Luo Yun's personal maid, Aunt May. Initially, Yang Fann wanted to use the flying ship to enter the Luo family, but for some reason, Yang Yunfang. He asked Yang Fann to find a deserted place outside the city and stop the flying boat, although he was a little puzzled. However, he had to listen to what Yang Yunfang said. On the contrary, Luo Yun seemed to understand what her husband meant. She rolled her eyes helplessly at Yang Yunfang. The next moment, 4 flawless and pure 1,000-mile wind-chasing horses were dragged down from the roaming dragon-flying boat by Yang Fann using the spiritual sense. Very quickly, Yang Fann and the other 3 mounted their horses. They urged the horsewhip and sped towards Ganyang City. which was 50 miles away. In less than an hour, Ganyang City was already in sight. Looking at the city in front of him, Yang Yunfeng and his wife's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. There was a trace of homesickness and fear in his eyes, as well as many other feelings. Enter the city. Yang Yunfeng's voice was filled with an indescribable excitement. 4 wind horses turned into 4 rays of light, and in the blink of an eye, they passed the suspension bridge on the city protection river and arrived at the city gate. The people who entered the city avoided them and looked up with curiosity. Although Ganyang City was the governing area of a county, it was one of the top 5 cities in the West Shu Road. It was even one of the top 3 cities. However, it was only a mortal city after all. It was rare to see a top-tier mount like the 1,000-mile wind-chasing horse. Only the disciples of the big families were qualified to ride it. Many people started to guess the identities of Yang Fann and the other 3 just as the soldiers were about to ask. A middle-aged man in his 50s asked, "Who are you?" When he saw Luo Yun, his expression changed slightly. He seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted to stop her. Immediately, he bowed to Luo Yun and said, "This lowly one, Luo Liang, greets 5th Miss and 5th Young Master. You all should quickly enter the city these few days." The various young miss and young masters all rushed back one after another. It is very lively. Luo family's acting head of the family Luo Yi had 4 sons and 5 daughters. Luo Yun was his 5 daughters, and she was also the youngest one. He looked at Luo Liang with some doubt. Although he did not recognize who he was, he should be a disciple of the Luo family. The Luo family controlled nearly half of the army in Ganyang City, and many disciples of the Luo family had joined the city guards. "Big sister and the others are back," he muttered in his heart. He nodded at Luo Liang and rode his horse into Ganyang City. Yang Fann's hearing ability was excellent. Even if he didn't specifically listen, the movement of the wind and grass within a mile radius would not be able to escape his ears. "Uncle Liang, is that the 5th young lady of the Luo family who married into a small family in Nanyang County? Didn't she say that she had already been expelled from the family? Why would she come back? Could it be that they can't continue living in the outside world and want to return to the family with a dead face?" "Shut up, don't spout nonsense." Luo Liang's expression turned cold as he berated, "Although Miss Wu does not get along well with the family, Family Lord has never expelled her from the family. The reason she came back this time should be to congratulate Family Lord on his birthday. Remember, disaster comes from the mouth. Regarding Miss Wu's matter, it's not something a small figure like you and me can talk about blindly. Not to mention that Luo Yun was not expelled from the family by Family Lord. Even if she was really expelled from the Luo family, one should know that. Before this, she was Family Lord's favorite little princess. After all, blood was thicker than water. There was no feud between father and daughter. No one could guarantee when she would regain Family Lord's favor. C-243. He had just become a half-step martial master. The prefectural rule was the prefectural rule. Even though it was just a border city, it still gave people the feeling that it was flourishing. The city was packed with people, and there were rows upon rows of carriages. The pedestrians were shuttling back and forth as if they were woven. They were connected to each other like a wall, and they were rubbing each other's shoulders. Tea rooms, stores, restaurants, inns, all sorts of stores were complete, and they had everything they needed. There were countless pedestrians on the street. However, most of them were warriors with weapons at their waists. They were the guests of the martial world. Ganyang City was the gateway to the west of Great Tang Dynasty. It was also one of the most important economic towns in the west. The 100,000 mountains behind it was the nest of the various barbarian tribes. It was also the place where several Great Tang dynasties were produced. In the Great Tang Dynasty every day, a large number of martial artist warriors would pass through Ganyang City and enter the 100,000 mountains. They would collect all kinds of spiritual medicines, although it was very dangerous inside. There were also a large number of barbarians and countless exotic beasts. However, it was still difficult to stop the spiritual medicine from attacking a martial artist. One should know that, even the lowest grade of a 1-star spiritual medicine was worth 100 gold coins. If he was lucky enough to obtain a 3-star spiritual medicine, then he would be rich. He would never have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Businessmen pursued profits. If there was a 100% profit, they could do whatever they wanted. In fact, it was the same for martial artists as well. Wealth was the number one in terms of wealth, partner, and land. For martial artists, resources were the most important. Without resources, No matter how talented you were, no matter how profound your cultivation method was, your achievements would be limited in the end. Half an hour later, Yang Fann and the others finally arrived at their destination. Luo Mansion is one of the 4 great families of Ganyang City. Luo Mansion was simply a giant. Currently, the Yang family was far from being able to avoid them. The huge Luo Mansion covered an area of a few miles. It occupied almost half of the central area of Ganyang City. One should know that it was located in the center of Ganyang City. That was a land with an inch of land, a small courtyard with an acre of land. Not to mention other things, it was worth no less than 1,000 gold coins. If the Luo family was willing to sell this mansion, he was afraid that there would be no less than several tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones to be sold. It was no wonder that the Luo family would look down on Yang Yunfang, the 3rd young master of the Yang family. The Yang family in the past was really too weak. To put it bluntly, it was not even worthy to carry the shoes of the Luo family. It's been 10 years. Yang Yunfang, I'm here again. He looked at that direction. Yang Yunfang took a deep breath and walked into the mansion with his head held high and chest puffed out. Compared to the past, Yang Yunfang's body was obviously less timid and inferior. He walked like a dragon and walked like a tiger. There was a hint of pride in his steps, as if he was a superior being patrolling the area below. Within the Luo mansion, the courtyard was deep and connected in all directions. It was like a maze. There were ponds and rockeries, lakes and waterfalls, fine pavilions and eaves, and everything was there. Along the way, he met a group of maidservants and maidservants. All of them were little beauties carved from jade. It was a bit exaggerated to pick one from 10,000 miles, but to say that it was one from 1,000 miles was absolutely not an exaggeration. There were also pairs of guards with sabers patrolling the surroundings. Every one of them could be considered as elites. The weakest among them was at the peak of 6th layer, and many of them were at the advanced pulse opening stage martial artists. The huge Luo mansion could be divided into 2 parts. The direct line disciples area and the residences of the offline disciples were in an orderly manner. An hour later, Yang Fann's group of 4 appeared in front of a courtyard. They carved pillars and pillars, showing the wealth of the wealthy families. Looking at the unfamiliar and familiar courtyard in front of them, a smile unknowingly appeared on Yang Fann's cold face. If there was someone in the big Luo mansion that could give him a favorable impression, it was only his uncle's family, Luo Jianing's family, because they were about the same age. His uncle, Luo Jianing, had grown up with his mother. Among the 9 siblings, they loved the house and the crow's nest. As for his nephew, he loved him the most, and the Ningling garden in front of him was his uncle's residence. It's the 5th Miss and 5th young master. As soon as they entered Ningling garden, a servant recognized Yang Yunfang and his wife. Very quickly, the entire courtyard boiled up. 5th Miss and 5th young master are back. 5th Miss and 5th young master are back. Not long after, a man and a woman, 2 middle-aged men, snatched it out. The middle-aged man looked to be in his early 40s. He wore embroidered clothes and had a refined appearance. Although his temples were slightly covered with frost, the faint aura of a book between his brows was still very attractive. Vaguely, it could be seen that he was somewhat similar to Luo Yun. It was Yang Fann's uncle, the 4th young master of the Luo family, Luo Jianing. Like Luo Yun, Luo Jianing's talent was not too outstanding. He only had the bloodline of a rank 9 high grade. He had bitterly cultivated for dozens of years and had only managed to squeeze into the peak of the 8th level. In the vast Luo mansion, he could barely be considered an expert. The middle-aged woman had a petite figure and an extremely beautiful appearance. She looked to be in her early 30s. She could be said to have a lingering charm. There was a pearl necklace around her neck. It was smooth and round, and it made her look elegant and dignified. Little aunt, Han Min, the 3rd young lady of Han family, one of the 4 big families in Ganyang City. The Luo and Han families had always been on good terms with each other, and they were in-laws. Furthermore, Han Min was Luo Yun's close friend. When Luo Jianing was able to get the beauty back, Luo Yun had put in a lot of effort at that time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was their matchmaker. Yunfang, youngest sister. Luo Jianing first nodded slightly at Yang Yunfang. Then, he turned his gaze to Luo Yun, who was at the side. His eyes were filled with pity. It seemed like this little sister of his must have suffered a lot over the years. The Yang family of Fengyang City was a remote town, and this brother-in-law of his was not a cultivation genius. He wasn't really valued in the family. How could his life be easy? This was also the reason why the old man firmly opposed the marriage. It was not that the disciples of small clans were unacceptable. As long as you were outstanding and talented enough, it wasn't a problem at all. Unfortunately, Yang Yunfeng was just a mere 9th-class medium bloodline warrior. He might not be able to step into the pulse opening stage 7th Empyrean stage even if he trained hard for the rest of his life. Right at this moment, Luo Jianing's body suddenly trembled, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Strange. How could I not see through my little sister's cultivation? Could it be that my little sister's cultivation has already surpassed mine? How is this possible? He was at the peak of the 8th rank. Even if it was some 9th-level mid-stage experts, he would still be able to see some clues, making it so that he wouldn't be able to see the real situation. He was at least at the late 9th level, but was this possible? He was well aware of his little sister's talent. She was even worse than him, barely able to be counted as a first-grade rank 9 with a superior bloodline. After 10 years of hard work, the limit of breaking through from the 5th-level pulse opening stage to the pulse opening stage and 7th Empyrean stage was the limit. This was under the condition that he had sufficient cultivation resources, but the Yang family of Fengyang City wasn't the Luo family of Ganyang City. With so many resources for his little sister to squander, logically speaking, the fact that his little sister could step into the 6th layer was the limit. Even Yunfeng is like this. Looking at Yang Yunfeng from the corner of his eye, Luo Jianing's heart trembled once more. In his eyes, Yang Yunfeng was like an ordinary man who didn't know anything about martial arts. But according to what he knew, 10 years ago, Yang Yunfeng had already reached the peak of the 5th level. Unknowingly, Luo Jianing's eyes fell on Yang Yunfeng and his wife's Yang Fann and Aunt Mei. What exactly is going on? Why can't I see through Xiao Fan and Hong Mei's cultivation? He was clear about his nephew's talent. The lowest grade rank 9 bloodline. At that time, he felt sorry for his nephew. If Yang Fann had found out that he was the peerless genius of the 8th grade bloodline, at that time, the old man would forgive them for what they did in front of his precious nephew. What a pity with his low rank 9 bloodline, no matter how hard he cultivated, it was still unknown whether he could step into the 3rd Empyrean. Logically speaking, he should be able to see through his cultivation level with a single glance. Could it be that little sister and the others have cultivated the secret technique that can conceal their cultivation level? All of a sudden, a flash of inspiration appeared in Luo Jianing's mind, but it was quickly snuffed out in the cradle. A secret technique that could conceal one's cultivation base was rarely seen. Even in a large sect like the Seven Stars Sect, it was considered rare. Many families and powers only heard of its name, but no traces of it could be found. Even the Luo family couldn't find a secret technique that could conceal one's cultivation base, let alone a small family like the Yang family of Fengyang City. Little sister, what is your current cultivation base? After a slight hesitation, Luo Jianing asked the question in his heart. Just a half martial master C244 Yang Fann's gift. That's right, Yang Yunfeng and his wife. He wasn't at the level 8, but a half martial master who had just stepped into the martial master stage. 2 days ago, Yang Fann first ordered Yang Yunfeng and his wife to consume a blood spirit grass, pushing their bloodline to the lowest level of the rank 8. Then, with the help of the blood spirit fruits and anemone fruits' massive medicinal strength, the couple, they became low-grade 7th grade bloodline warriors in one go, especially Yang Yunfeng. They were only a step away from the middle grade rank 7, and they had the acquired wind lightning body. If he cultivated the wind and lightning attribute skill, his achievements would definitely be no less than some middle grade rank 7 bloodline experts. During this period of time, Yang Fann naturally could not help them refine the medicinal strength. Otherwise, just based on their own bodies, just the blood spirit grass, without 10 days and half a month, they would not be able to refine it. At the same time, Yang Fann used up some more spiritual energies. After opening up all 108 heavenly meridians in their bodies, he then consumed another blackberry fruit that increased his mental strength. Stepping into the half-martial master was naturally a matter of course. Furthermore, with their current bloodline talent, as long as they were in seclusion, they would be able to completely break through to the condensation of spirit bones. As for Aunt Mei, although she did not consume blood spirit fruits or anemone fruits, a marrow cleansing pill and a blood spirit grass had also raised her bloodline talent to the low rank 8. Adding the power of the blackberry fruit, she had also successfully stepped into the half-step martial master stage. There was hope for her to reach the martial master. Adding the blood spirit grass that she had given the old man, the 4 demon spirit secret realms that she had obtained from demon spirit secret realm had all been used up. Luo Yun said it lightly, but in the ears of Luo Jianing and the rest, it was like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens, shocking them until they were dumbstruck. Half martial master, little sister, you didn't say, joke. His voice was slightly trembling, and it was filled with deep disbelief. In just a short 10 years, he had broken through to the 5th level of the pulse opening stage. Breaking through to the 4th layer and stepping into the half-step martial master stage. Even the genius with the low-grade rank 8 bloodline might not be able to do it. Not to mention an ordinary 9th class medium bloodline. Luo Jianing was more willing to believe that his little sister's family had some fortuitous encounter. He was lucky enough to obtain a secret technique to conceal his cultivation base Ling. Isn't it just a half martial master? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Luo Yun laughed and rolled her eyes at Luo Jianing. Fuck. Luo Jianing staggered when he heard her. He almost cursed out loud. Wasn't it just a half martial master? To think that you would say it out loud. That was a half martial master expert. Even in Ganyang City, it could be considered a first-class expert. Even the Luo family couldn't find many of them. Every one of them was an elder with great authority. Their status was so high that it was even slightly higher than him, the 4th young master of the Luo family. Who? After taking a few deep breaths, Luo Jianing finally managed to suppress the criticisms in his heart. Panting heavily, he asked curiously, little sister, what exactly is going on? In the martial artist world, bloodlines determined everything. A half-martial master warrior must at least have a quasi-8th grade bloodline. An ordinary rank 9 high-grade warrior could open up 108 heavenly meridians in his body. Stepping into the pulse opening stage great perfection stage realm was the limit. As for his little sister, Luo Yun, she was only a mere 9th class medium bloodline. Without any fortuitous encounters, the pulse opening stage 7th layer was the limit. Not to mention a half martial master who had just broken through to the bone forging stage. Could it be that little sister has obtained some kind of divine fruit that can defy the heavens and change her fate? Bloodline metamorphosis. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, it was quickly expelled from his mind. He thought of his brother-in-law, Yang Yunfeng, who was standing at the side. Even if he wasn't like his little sister, who had broken through to the half-martial master, spiritual fruits that could help one break through to the next realm were extremely rare. It was a miracle to be able to obtain one. One should know that in the hundreds of years of history of Luo family, the 3rd-generation-old ancestor was lucky enough to obtain a blood spirit grass, which allowed his bloodline to transform into a rank 8 high-grade bloodline in one fell swoop. He had successfully led the Luo family to establish their roots in Ganyang City, and eventually became one of the 4 big families in Ganyang City. Hee, 4th brother, are you just going to let us stand outside? This is not the way to treat guests. Luo Yun did not directly answer Luo Jianing's words, but smiled at him. Yun, these years have really been hard on you. She looked at Luo Yun, who seemed to have returned to her youthful and quick-witted nature. Yunfeng could not help but feel his heart ache. All these years, family, trivial matters, all kinds of pressures were like 1,000 heavy mountains. It pressured them so much that they could not breathe. He did not know when it started. It had been a long time since he saw Luo Yun's bright and beautiful smile. It was still all right. He had a good son. Yang Yunfeng immediately felt proud when he thought of Yang Fann. The 15-year-old mortal born first was among the young generation of the great Tang dynasty. Who could be compared to him? What was even more rare was his filial piety. If there was anything good, the first thing he would think of would be the 2 of them. One must know that every single spiritual medicine that could enhance one's bloodline was enough to make countless martial artists go crazy. For the sake of a single blood spirit grass, they would fight with each other. It was common for brothers to be crippled. Not to mention a heaven-defying spirit fruit like the blood spirit fruit and the anemone fruit. Whoever obtained it would be the one to devour it. How many people in the world would give them to their parents? At this moment, Luo Jianing patted his forehead and said with a bright smile, look at me. I was too busy talking. Younger sister, Yunfeng, little Fan, please come in. Please come in. Ah Fu ordered the kitchen to prepare dinner. Very quickly, under Luo Jianing's lead, everyone entered the main hall. The hall was very spacious, no less than an acre of farmland. There were pieces of furniture carved from precious wood everywhere, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The ground was covered with soft beast skins, and the corners of the house were burning with precious spices. After the distinguished guests took their seats, a few beautiful maids quickly served fragrant tea and exquisite desserts. After lightly sipping a mouthful of tea, Luo Jianing impatiently asked, "Younger sister, what is the matter with your cultivation base?" Luo Yun only picked up the fragrant tea on the coffee table and savored it carefully. She remained calm and did not seem to have the slightest intention of explaining. "Hey, look at my brain, Yunfang. Fourth brother, I don't know what to say. You must not take it to heart." At this moment, Luo Jianing finally reacted. Someone who could make a 9th class medium bloodline, breaking through to the half-step martial master stage in just 10 years, there must be a huge secret hidden within. It was very likely that this was the foundation of the Yang family. How could they tell others about it so easily? He smiled awkwardly and quickly apologized to Yang Yunfang. "Puchi fourth brother, where did you think you were going?" Before Yang Yunfang could speak, Luo Yun was the first to laugh. She originally wanted to dry her fourth brother and see how anxious he looked, but she did not expect him to have such thoughts. "The breakthrough of our cultivation has nothing to do with the Yang family. What is going on, little sister? Difficult could it be that your luck is really heaven-defying, that you obtained a batch of heaven-defying spirit fruits that can allow you to be reborn and advance your bloodline?" Hee. Luo Yun smiled mysteriously. She did not deny it, nor did she admit it. Her eyes turned slightly, and suddenly, she threw down a heavy bomb. "Ling, half-martial master is really nothing. Furthermore, you will soon step into the half-step martial master stage." "What? What do you mean? If you don't scare me, I'll kill you." That was it, Luo Jianing. After a long time, I was unable to say a single word. "Mother, do you really think half-martial master is a cabbage in the field? You can have as many as you want. Yun, your fourth brother is timid. Don't scare him." Han Min, who was standing at the side, could not stand it any longer. She rolled her eyes at Luo Yun unhappily. Her family only had a rank 9 high-grade bloodline. If she did not have any fortuitous encounters, even if she had been cultivating bitterly for the rest of her life, the 9th level of the huge perfection was her limit. Soon, he would reach the half-martial master. Isn't this nonsense? It's not just Ling. Little Min, it's the same for you. It won't be long before you step into the half-step martial master stage as well. Han Min glared at Luo Yun. She had no energy to complain anymore. She felt that her best friend, who had grown up with her, had gone crazy. Her talent could only be considered to be at the peak of the intermediate level, not even the high-grade bloodline. It was unknown whether she could break through to the realm of 9 heavens in this lifetime. Half-martial master. That was simply an extravagant hope. "Little sister, let's talk about serious matters. Let's not joke around, alright?" Luo Jianing smiled bitterly. This little sister of his was getting more and more ridiculous as she spoke. "With this bloodline talent of mine, it's already considered not bad if I can break through all the heavenly meridians in my body and step into the 9th perfection stage in this lifetime. Ling, you'd better not jump to conclusions. When you see the gift Fan prepared for you, you won't be so emotional anymore." C245 number 1 on the mortal board as my nephew Ning Ling Garden, in the Grand Hall. The scholarly Luo Jianing looked at Luo Yun, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Does little sister know what I am talking about? Not to mention that his talent was limited. If he did not have any fortuitous encounters, it would be very difficult for him to step into the half-step martial master stage in his lifetime, even for those heaven's pride who possessed the bloodline of a rank 8 high grade. If he wanted to advance from the peak of the 8th level to the next major realm, a few small realms, in less than a year or two. In fact, it might even take a longer period of time than that. It was simply an extravagant hope at this moment. Luo Yun beckoned to Yang Fann by the side and said, "Fan, take out the gift you prepared and let your uncle and aunt see if your mother lied to them." She looked at Luo Yun, who had an impatient look on her face and was showing off her beloved toy like a child. Yang Fann smiled bitterly. He really did not expect this. In the past, her mature and steady mother would have such a side to her. However, his hand movements were not slow. With a thought, an ancient, aromatic, 2 feet long wooden box appeared in his hands. "Little aunt, this is a little bit of goodwill from little Fan. Good boy. Little uncle, I'd like to take a look. What kind of gift can make your mother praise so much?" Luo Jianing laughed heartily. He teased Luo Yun's words. He didn't believe it. She was a rank 8 martial artist with a low bloodline. How could it be so simple to become a half-martial master? Even the high and mighty sect elder might not be able to do it. let alone this young nephew of his. Ling, just wait and see. Your nephew is no longer the nephew you know. What does little sister mean by this? What do you mean my nephew is no longer my nephew? Could it be that little Fan has changed? Is he having sex? Luo Jianing's face twitched, and a strange smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Luo Yun had already opened the Ji Shui wooden gift box in Yang Fan's hand. Ling, little Min, this is a bottle of 10 marrow cleansing pills. As long as you have one, your bloodline will be able to break through to the level 1. When he had just broken through to the outer sect, these marrow cleansing pills had been a precious treasure that Yang Fan had been extremely excited about, but to the current Yang Fan, it was nothing. After collecting so many of Heaven's Pride evildoers' treasures, at this moment, within his universe bag, there were hundreds of marrow cleansing pills. A mere bottle of 10 marrow cleansing pills was nothing more than a drizzle of rain. However, in the ears of Luo Jianing and his wife, it was completely different. At some point in time, their breathing had begun to quicken. 10 washing, marrow cleansing pill, I didn't hear wrongly, did I? The value of the marrow cleansing pill was not high. In the Seven Stars Sect, however, the right to purchase them. Only core disciples were allowed to buy them. If Yang Fan hadn't broken the Kaiyang Yimai's record of several hundred years, he would have been able to obtain a perfect evaluation. He would be treated as one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, and he wouldn't have the qualifications to purchase marrow cleansing pills. Adding the fact that the Seven Stars Sect had deliberately controlled the marrow cleansing pills, the number of marrow cleansing pills that flowed into the pugilistic world every year was extremely small. Even a big family like the Luo family might not be able to get a single marrow cleansing pill in a year. And with Luo Jianing's bloodline talent, even if it was the 4 young masters of the Luo family, he also didn't have the qualifications to consume Luo families in the next moment. Luo Yun threw down another heavy bomb. Here are 3 stalks of flood dragon grass. As long as you have 1 stalk, it will be enough for you all to break through the limits of your bloodline and advance to the low-grade rank 8 bloodline. As she spoke, Luo Yun opened up an exquisite brocade box that was a foot long. Within it lay 3 7-inch long, completely golden spiritual plants with dragon patterns revolving around their leaves. Flood dragon grass, low-grade 2-star spiritual medicines. Although they weren't as precious as blood spirit grass, they were still a type of rare bloodline upgrade spiritual medicine. If he could gather over 100 types of spiritual medicines and refine them into flood dragon body cleansing pills, the effects would definitely be no less than blood spirit grass. Unfortunately, Yang Fan didn't know how to refine Yang Fans. One had to admit that Zhe Changtian was a good person. These flood dragon grass were found in his universe bag. There were a total of 8 of them. These were 3 of them. I didn't see wrongly, right? The leaves are like gold, and there are dragon marks attached to them. It was really a flood dragon grass. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. Hiss. Luo Jianing and his wife nearly sucked in a breath of air. This is the legendary spiritual medicine that can increase one's bloodline. As long as it was a single stock, it would be worth more than 10,000 spirit stones. Even if he sold them, it would still be far from enough. Bang! Another gift box was opened by Luo Yun. There were 2 rows of fruits arranged neatly inside. There were a total of 6 fruits that looked like apples but were entirely black in color. This is a blackberry fruit. As long as it's a blackberry fruit, it can increase the spirit of a 3rd-grade martial master. At that time, your spirit will definitely transform into a spiritual sense, and it will be a piece of cake for you to step into the half-martial master. Even if you are at the martial master stage, you will still be able to cultivate for a few years. I must be dreaming. At this moment, Luo Jianing and his wife only felt that they were still awake, still in a dream. If not for this, how could such a shocking thing have happened? One had to know that these 3 gifts, each one was more shocking than the last. The lowest value of the marrow cleansing pills was in the black market. They were all sold to dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones, and they were usually priceless. As for the blackberry fruit, it was a legendary spiritual fruit, and every single one of them was enough to make countless martial master go crazy. Even the elders of the Seven Stars Sect might not be able to afford such a great gift. Not to mention his brother-in-law's family. After a while, Luo Jianing and his wife finally reluctantly accepted this shocking fact. Little Fan, Uncle Li can't accept this gift. You'd better take it back. Luo Jianing gritted his teeth and said. If it was an ordinary gift, he would have accepted it with a smile. However, This gift was too heavy, so heavy that he still felt somewhat uneasy. Ling, what are you saying? It's only natural for a nephew to pay respects to his uncle. There's nothing he can't accept. As she spoke, Luo Yun handed the gift box in her hand to Luo Jianing. Little uncle, this is a little gift from Little Fan. Don't reject it. Furthermore, it's just some small things. There's nothing valuable about it. Yang Fan agreed. What do you mean these are all small things? There's nothing valuable about them. If this isn't considered expensive, then there are still precious things in this world. Is it? Luo Jianing looked at Yang Fan speechlessly. The value of these three treasures was so high that even the Luo family might not be able to afford them. Little Fan, uncle can't accept these gifts. You should. All right, fourth brother, don't delay it anymore. These things are really nothing to Fan. Before Luo Jianing could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Luo Yun. Also, have you forgotten what I said just now? Fan is no longer the Fan you remember. Why do you say that? Luo Jianing wanted to refute, but when he heard the second half of Luo Yun's words, he was a little confused. Hey, Ling, don't you think Fan's name is very familiar to you? Luo Yun gave Luo Jianing a somewhat unpleasant look. The news of Yang Fann seizing the Seven Stars Sect's mortal board first was known even in a remote city like Fengyang City. It was impossible that Luo Jianing had never heard of it before. Xiao Fan is my nephew, of course I am familiar with him. Luo Jianing rolled his eyes speechlessly. As his nephew, how could he not be familiar with him? Forget it, let me give you a reminder. You should know the name of the #1 mortal ranking war in this year's Seven Stars Sect, right? How can I not know? Luo Jianing had no energy left to complain. He really thought that he was some ignorant peasant in a valley. Isn't it just Yang Fan? Suddenly, Luo Jianing's entire body was like a poisonous snake. He jumped 30 meters high and stared at Luo Yun, who had a playful smile on her face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Gulp, gulp, gulp. Little sister, you won't tell me that. The newly promoted mortal board first. The most powerful monster in the history of Seven Stars Sect. He's my nephew, right?" C246. The beginning of the birthday banquet. The Great Tang Dynasty was a vast land with hundreds of millions of martial artist warriors. Those with the same name and surname didn't know Fanji, and Yang Fan's name was even more common. There were no 10,000 warriors in the entire Great Tang Dynasty, but there were at least 1,800 of them. He had just heard that a new peerless evildoer had appeared in the Seven Stars Sect, and he was only 15 years old. He had defeated the peerless genius, 100 Swords Lord Bailey Yunfei, and won the first place on the mortal board ranking. No one in the Luo family, including Luo Jianing, thought that peerless evildoer was the young master of the Luo family, Yang Fann. However, it was no wonder that there was a huge gap between the two of them. One of them was a peerless genius who was known as the most powerful monster in the history of the Seven Stars Sect. The other he was a trash with a low rank 9 bloodline, and was barely qualified to cultivate the martial arts. He might not be able to break through to the 7th Empyrean stage even if he trained hard for the rest of his life. It would be strange if he could connect the two of them together right at this moment. Of course it's my Fan, except my Fan. At the mere age of 15, becoming the first on the mortal board ranking, Luo Yun admitted frankly, her raised head. It was as if she was a proud rooster, an indescribable pride. Being a parent was the proudest thing. No one could be more successful than their own children, and it was obvious. Yang Fan's current achievements had far exceeded the scope of bright future. I never thought that mother would have such a side to her. Looking at Luo Yun, who was like a rooster that had won a battle, Yang Fann couldn't help but feel that it was somewhat funny. If I return to the sect and choose the #1 on the heavenly ranking and seize the #1 position in the sky ranking, I wonder what mother would do. It should be very interesting to think about it. Vaguely, a trace of expectation flashed across Yang Fan's deep eyes. The #1 expert of sky ranking, his strength was extraordinary. Even many sect elder couldn't match up to him. He was even stronger than the #1 monster of Iron Sword Sect, unparalleled divine sword, Shen Wushuang. He had the strength to fight Patriarch Wu Hu, but to Yang Fann, it was just a dish. As long as he wanted to, he could pull him off the altar at any time. Is it really Little Fan? Luo Jianing's voice was still filled with doubt. It wasn't that he didn't believe Luo Yun's words, it was just that the information was too frightening. A useless person who had barely stepped into the martial arts had become a peerless and unparalleled peerless monster in the blink of an eye. This was a myth, this is still fake. Can I lie to you? Luo Yun rolled her eyes at Luo Jianing unhappily. Ling, that mortal bored first is indeed my fan. Your nephew Yang Yunfeng, who had been quietly watching the show, also chimed in. Really, fan. At this moment, Luo Jianing finally believed that the newly risen mortal bored first of Seven Stars Sect was his nephew, Yang Fann. He wasn't a man with the same name and surname. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Good, I never thought that the widely known a peerless monster would be my nephew. Good, little Fan, uncle is proud of you. Happy, truly happy. Having a nephew like a peerless monster, this was definitely the pride of Luo Jianing's entire life. Ling, now you can relax and accept it. Of course Luo Jianing smiled frankly when he heard this, and he said. These things were precious treasures to them, but they were probably ordinary treasures to his nephew, so there was naturally no need to be courteous. Ling, now you can believe what little sister says. Half martial master isn't difficult at all, he. That was only natural. Luo Jianing smiled brightly. With the help of so many treasures, I never thought that I, Luo Jianing, would have the chance to use the condensation of spirit bones as well. The heavens have really treated me well. Who says so? Yang Yunfeng and his wife was also filled with mixed emotions. If it was a few months ago, they would never have thought that not only would they have the chance to reach the martial master stage, they would even have the chance to open their true acupoints and become a martial master stage. The legendary patriarch Wu Hu was also known as the ancestor of the sect. It was highly possible. At that time, his biggest dream was that Yang Fann would be able to pass the Bronze Warrior's lane and advance to the outer sect. Little sister, Yun Feng, we will immediately look for father and tell him the great news. Let him be happy as well. Suddenly, Luo Jianing seemed to have thought of something. He was pleasantly surprised. The reason why Luo Yi did not like Yang Yunfeng, his son-in-law, so much. The main reason was that he didn't want to see Yang Yunfeng's low cultivation base. He thought that Luo Yun had followed him. She would only suffer, but it was different now. Yang Yunfeng had already stepped into the martial master stage, half martial master. This cultivation base, even in the Luo family, he was considered a top expert. Furthermore, he had a good son like Yang Fann. Luo Yi would certainly gladly accept Yang Yunfeng as his son-in-law. However, right at this moment, Ling, there's no rush in this matter. It's not too late to tell the old man about this after the old man's 80th birthday. Yang Yunfeng chuckled. It was not like they were trying to climb up the Luo family's ladder. It was the Luo family who wanted to curry favor with him, their son-in-law. After a couple of decades, Luo Yun thought for a moment and understood what Yang Yunfeng meant. She gave him a look that did not need to go too far, but she still agreed with him. Ling, let's wait until after father's birthday banquet is over before we talk about this. She also knew that Yang Yunfeng had suffered a lot in the Luo family these few years, and he was holding back a wave of anger in his heart. Time waited for no man. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Night. The biggest courtyard in the Luo family estate. It was a clear night. The sky was clear, and a dark fragrance drifted about. The clean sky was decorated with numerous stars that flickered like gems. A light breeze blew past, and the shadows of trees fluttered about. The enormous Qi clan, especially the largest courtyard, was filled with lanterns and colorful banners at this moment, and it was noisy. Moreover, dazzling fireworks, firecrackers, and ash of firecrackers were burning at the entrance of the residence, causing numerous small hills to be piled up. This day was the 80th birthday of the Luo family's old master, Luo Yi. He was the fourth direct descendant of the Luo family, and he was married to 5 daughters. There were also numerous disciples from other branches of the family gathered here, and it was very lively. At this moment, in the spacious hall of the mansion that was like a palace, 100 banquets were held. All the guests were seated, and it was bustling with noise and excitement within the area of the direct line. In the area where the direct line of descent was located, besides the 4 sons and 5 daughters of the Luo family and their family members, there were also many influential figures in Ganyang City. As one of the 4 major powers of Ganyang City and the various major powers in Ganyang City, who would dare to not give face to the Luo family? Even the other 3 major families had prepared generous gifts. As for the surrounding areas, needless to say, it was a sea of people. At a glance, it was densely packed with people. However, there was also an exception. There was a seat in the direct line region. Compared to the other tables that were filled with people, it could be said to be extremely deserted. This table, it was the 4th elder of Luo family, Luo Jianing and his wife. There was also Yang Fann and his family, as well as a beautiful young girl. Luo Jianing had only married Han Min in his life. Unlike his three brothers, who had many wives and concubines, he only had one daughter, Jia Wei, who was also the beautiful young girl sitting next to Yang Fann. She looked like she was 14 or 15 years old, wearing a white princess dress. There was a pink jasmine flower embroidered on her chest. She looked elegant and lively. There was a trace of baby fat on his round little face. He looked so cute and lovable that it made people want to pinch him. It was as if she was not worthy of her age, as if she would come out of her princess uniform at any moment. She had a pair of bright eyes. They flickered as if they could speak. What a clever and charming beauty compared to the other three powerful rooms. The four rooms were indeed in decline. Luo Jianing's talent was not good, and he only had the rank 9 high-grade bloodline. He had trained hard for his entire life, and had only reached the 9th layer martial cultivator. He only had Luo Jiawei under him, and she was the only girl in the Luo family. His power was not even comparable to some of the disciples from other branches. In addition, Luo Jianing had always lived in seclusion. He was not good at befriending, so he did not have many friends. Up until now, no one had come to pay him a visit. Unlike the other three rooms, there was an endless stream of people who came to pay their respects. It was a total of 3 small centers in the hall. Regarding this, Luo Jianing smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart at all. If it was in the past, perhaps he would still be a little unwilling. Now, everything was as light as the clouds. Looking at the crowd's eager appearance, there was even a hint of disdain. There was no other way. Who asked him to have such a good nephew? As long as Yang Fann was here, their bloodline was destined to be superior to the Luo family. Even if he didn't fight for anything, no one would dare to offend their family in the future. At this point, Luo Jianing couldn't help but feel somewhat fortunate. He had always been on good terms with his little sister's family, and he truly loved Yang Fann. Otherwise, how could this day have come? From this day forth, Yang Fann's family of 3 stayed in the house. They had been staying in their Ningling garden, not going to see their boss and the others. It wasn't hard to tell that their boss and the others. Their position in Yang Fann's heart was extremely insignificant. Although the number of people in the seats was small, they were all close people. The atmosphere was very good. There was no cold atmosphere at all. The discussion was very lively, especially Luo Jiawei. Ever since she found out about Yang Fann's little cousin's amazing achievement yesterday, she immediately became Yang Fann's brainless fan. She surrounded Yang Fann and chattered non-stop. "I didn't expect you to come back, little sister. It's rare." It was really rare. C-247. The awesome Yi Chen 4 rooms, a thin population, even if added Yang Fann's family of 3, there were only 6 of them. Not even a round table was filled. In this hall filled with guests, it seemed so unusual. However, the 6 of them did not have the slightest feeling about this. They were chatting happily and harmoniously. How harmonious! Just as the 6 of them were joking, a voice pretending to be surprised came from not far behind them. The next moment, a group of people could be seen walking towards them in large strides. The one walking in front was a middle-aged woman around the age of 35 or 36. Her skin was fair, her face was pretty, and her charm was still there. Her entire body was shining with jewels, and she had a graceful and elegant temperament. The only thing that was lacking was her thin lips, which gave people a vague feeling of being mean. Behind the middle-aged woman were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was about 18 years old. Her face was full of spring, her eyes were charming. She was wearing a gorgeous outfit and exuded a seductive aura from head to toe. He wore a light yellow dress that tightly clung onto his graceful body. Coupled with his fair and tender long legs, it was truly alluring. She was a seductive beauty, like the number 1 succubus in Shanglong County, Lan Qinmei. However, the only difference was that her appearance was not like Lan Qinmei's. She was peerlessly beautiful, and could only be considered as a high grade. Even so, it was enough to make countless men go crazy over her. From all directions, the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard from time to time. This was the proof. On the left side of the charming girl was a young man about 16 or 17 years old. He was extremely handsome, and coupled with his white robe, it made people praise him. He was a handsome young man, but just like the middle-aged woman in the front, his lips were a little thin, and he gave people a feeling of being heartless. The other person was a man in black who was about 20 years old. He was plump, had a straight nose, and his eyes were arrogant, revealing a sense of superiority. He looked at the middle-aged noble lady who was walking towards him with big steps while twisting her waist. Luo Yun's beautiful eyebrows unconsciously wrinkled. She was one of the 4 sons and 5 daughters of the Luo family. Luo Yun and Luo Jianing, the 4th brother, were the closest to each other. They were very close to each other. Their relationship was ordinary, especially after she married into the Fengyang city. Their relationship had worsened, and the 4th sister, Wuxia, was the most important. Before Luo Yun was born, Luo Qian was the youngest daughter. It could be said that she was doted on by Luo Yi the most, but all of this happened after Luo Yun was born. It was also because of this. Ever since she was young, Wuxia had disliked Luo Yun. After Luo Yun found Yang Yunfeng to settle down in such a lousy house, as long as she had the chance, she would show off her superiority towards Luo Yun, and the middle-aged lady in front of him was Luo Yun's 4th sister, Luo Qian. Now that she had come looking for her, Luo Yun did not need to think to know what she wanted to do, but very quickly, that frown on his face eased up and he almost forgot. His fan was no longer the same as before. He was the mortal board first of 7 Stars Sect. The most powerful monster in the history of the 7 Stars Sect was showing off its superiority to him. This was a complete slap to his face. Good. It was time to forget about all the grudges he had accumulated over the years. In the blink of an eye, Luo Qian had already brought the 3 of them to the front. Luo Yun smiled and said, "Little sister, you are such a rare guest. I thought you would not come back." Before Luo Yun could speak, Luo Qian waved at the 3 people behind her and said with some displeasure, "Luo clan, Jia Lin, what are you standing there for? I haven't seen you before. Your little aunt was married to the Fengyang city, and it was a rare occasion for her to come back. Little sister, don't take offense. Jia Lin and Jia Lin have been sent to the floating snow mountain village by your 4th brother-in-law since they were young to cultivate. Recently, they have come down the mountain and have recognized some strangers." When it comes to the floating snow mountain manor of the Snow Dragon Mountain, his voice immediately became louder, as if he was deeply afraid that Luo Yun would not be able to hear him. When he spoke of the floating snow mountain manor of the Snow Dragon Mountain, his voice immediately became louder, as if he was afraid that Luo Yun would not be able to hear him. Although Snowdragon Mountain's Snowfall Manor was far from being comparable to a hegemon power like the 7 Stars Sect, it was still a piece of land in Ganyang County. It was a first-rate major power, and it was extremely powerful. It was even stronger than the Luo family, and there were more than a few martial master stage elders in the sect. The chief swordsman, Shui Long, was also known as the #1 sword cultivator in Ganyang County. 10 years ago, he had already broken through to the bone-forging 6th layer, and had been cultivating bitterly for 10 years. Perhaps, he had already broken through to the 7th Empyrean stage. Right at this moment, Luo Qian suddenly patted her forehead and said to Luo Yun, "I'm a little embarrassed. Little sister, look at my memory. I forgot to introduce you. This is Yi Chen, the young master of Floating Snow Manor, our Jia Lin's fiancé. Little Yi is the #1 genius of the young generation of the Snowdragon Manor, a peerless genius with an intermediate rank 8 bloodline. In his early 20s, he has already broken through 108 heavenly meridians in his body. Even compared to those top-level heavens pride from the 7 Stars Sect, she wasn't any weaker." "Auntie, you're praising me too much, Yi Chen said so, but it was not hard to tell from his arrogant expression that the cheap mother-in-law, Wuxia, had said something that touched his heart. Mid-rank 8 bloodline, in his early 20s. The cultivation base of a 9th grade huge perfection is not bad." A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. It was just a glance. He had already seen through Yi Chen thoroughly, and could only barely fight against the few people behind the mortal board. The word, genius, could be considered, but compared to a peerless genius, it was still a long way to go. As for comparing him to top-level heaven's pride of the 7 Stars Sect, he didn't even have the right to carry his shoes. He was just a random top-level heaven's pride. Hong Long, this should be Little Fan. It's been 10 years since I last saw him. He's grown so big that Aunt almost can't recognize him anymore. Suddenly, Luo Qian's gaze shifted to Yang Fann. "I wonder if Little Fan has entered the sect. If not, with Little Yi's help, it shouldn't be a problem for her to become outer sect disciple in the Floating Snow Manor." Little Fan is the younger brother of Jia Lin. That means they are a family. A single word from outer sect disciple Yi Chen patted his chest and supported his cheap mother-in-law as he said. Yang Fann and the others almost laughed out loud when they saw Luo Qian singing along with her. You guys are really bold to poach him. If these words were to be heard by the elders of Seven Stars Sect, they would definitely annihilate your floating snow manor in a matter of minutes. Fourth sister, we appreciate your good intentions. My Fan was lucky enough to pass the Bronze Warriors Lanes test a few months ago. Now, he is outer sect disciple of the Seven Stars Sect. Luo Yun laughed lightly. However, she did not say that Yang Fann was mortal board first of the Seven Stars Sect. Now was not the time to slap his face. The higher he climbed, the more pain he felt from the fall. It was the same for slapping his face. Luoxi's voice froze, her red lips twitched, and an unnatural expression appeared on her face. She was also outer sect disciple. One was from the Seven Stars Sect, and the other was from the Piao Shui Mountain Manor. These were two completely different concepts. Even the proud Yi Chen had an unnatural expression on his face. But soon, a trace of resentment flashed across his eyes. He was the dignified young master of the Floating Snow Manor, Heaven's Pride, who possessed an intermediate rank 8 bloodline. He was actually slapped in the face by a country bumpkin. This was truly something that his uncle could tolerate. And couldn't tolerate this face. He had to get it back. I didn't expect little Fan to still be the Seven Stars Sect's outer sect disciple. I have been too rash for you. Yi Chen cupped his hands at Yang Fann. Suddenly, his eyes rolled slightly, as if he had inadvertently thought of something. Xiao Fan, have you ever heard of Mr. Yulin, Zhao senior brother? 3 months ago, Zhao senior brother and I hit it off at first sight, drinking and chatting happily. We went to the 9 Dragon Village together and took the heads of the 9 Dragon Village chiefs. If Xiao Fan had the chance to enter the inner sect in the future and meet Zhao senior brother, he would greet Zhao senior brother on behalf of his brother. It had been a few months since they last met. This little brother really missed him. If he was unhappy in the Seven Stars Sect, little Fan, you can also go to Zhao senior brother. On account of my brother, Zhao senior brother will definitely uphold justice for you. Young Master Yulin, Zhao Yulin, one of the young generation of the Seven Stars Sect, top-level Heaven's Pride. He was ranked 26 in the Earth Board. His strength was not any weaker than the previous mortal board first, Baili Yunfei. In fact, he was even slightly better than him. It was true that Yi Chen knew Zhao Yulin, but the relationship between the two of them. It was not as if they were old friends at first sight. They had just had a drink together. They just barely knew each other. What did he mean by exploring the 9 Dragon Village together? Taking the heads of the 9 Dragon Village's 9 great village chiefs was complete nonsense. He was just like many martial artist warriors, watching Zhao Yu charge into the 9 Dragon Village in anger from afar. Among the 9 chiefs of 9 Dragon Village, the weakest of them was a half-martial master warrior who had just stepped into the martial master stage. The strongest chief, the 9-striped dragon Marquis, was a bone-forging 5th Empyrean warrior. A 9th-layer martial cultivator like him could die without a burial ground with just a finger. The more Yi Chen talked, the more excited he became. In the end, as long as he was there to protect Yang Fann would be able to do whatever he wanted in the outer sect of Seven Stars Sect. It was as if no one in the huge Seven Stars Sect would dare to not give him face. How could he be so awesome? C248 just pretend in order to save face. Yi Chen had put in a lot of effort. All kinds of boastful words were coming out of his mouth, like the big Seven Stars Sect. From sect elder to outer sect disciple, almost no one would dare to not give face to Yi Chen. His tone and demeanor didn't seem like the young master of the Floating Snow Manor, but the son of a Seven Stars Sect lead. Those who didn't know what was going on were stunned by Yi Chen's words. Just like Luo Qian and her daughter, they looked at Yi Chen with admiration. From time to time, they would even raise their heads and look at Yang Fann and the others. It was as if they were saying, "Did you see that? This is my good son-in-law, fiancé." Unfortunately, Yang Fann and the others were not ignorant villagers. They looked at that mouth that was like a river that was hanging in the river. They were just short of saying, "Big Brother Tien, Big Brother Tien, and Big Brother Tien, as well as Big Brother Tien, and Big Brother Tien." His third brother's, Yi Chen, was indescribably strange. The corners of his mouth twitched from time to time, as if he was about to burst into laughter at any moment. He was bragging about how awesome he was in front of Yang Fann, the most powerful monster that had existed in the history of the Seven Stars Sect. Who had a good relationship with the Seven Stars Sect? What was this? Was he trying to show off in front of the Guan family? In the future, I will follow Brother Chen. I hope Brother Chen can take care of me more. Yang Fann suppressed the laughter in his heart. He cupped his hands towards Yi Chen as if he was serious. He knew his son better than his mother. On the other hand, Luo Yun did not directly point out his identity. He vaguely understood Luo Yun's plan. Since his mother wanted to play, as his son, he naturally had to cooperate well. Sure, no problem, Fan. If you ever suffer any grievances in the Seven Stars Sect in the future, you can tell your brother Chen that he will make the decision for you. Yi Chen immediately patted his chest and promised when he heard that. He even gave Yang Fann a look that said, I will protect you from now on. Puchi. Luo Jiawei, who was sitting beside Yang Fann, couldn't hold it any longer. She burst into laughter. Where did this supreme grade come from? Didn't he hear that the new mortal board first of Seven Stars Sect was called Yang Fann? I'm sorry. I just thought of something interesting. She hurriedly apologized. Although she didn't know why Yang Fann's cousin would do that, she knew that he had his reasons. She couldn't ruin his plan. Yi Chen, who was a little angry, saw that the one laughing was a cute little loli. The anger in his heart disappeared immediately. He waved his hand generously and said, It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're all family. There's no need to do that. His mind was filled with wild thoughts. I didn't expect Zhang Jilin to be such a fool, and there's such a top-quality cousin. If I can get her on as well. Let them serve me together. How wonderful would that be? Just as Yi Chen was immersed in his endless fantasies, the noisy hall was silent, and one could see a person in high spirits. He seemed to be in his 60s, surrounded by a group of people, with a smile on his face. He kept cupping his fists and cupping his hands in all directions, and soon, he walked up to an armchair placed on the top of the hall. This old man's cultivation and talent were not weak at all. He had condensed 108 spirit bones with his low-grade rank 8 bloodline. He was only a step away from breaking through to the bone-forging 4th Empyrean stage. He was now one of the top expert in Ganyang City. Between his brows, there was a trace of indescribable dignity. It was obvious that he had been in the top position for a long time. Very quickly, the entire audience burst into thunderous applause, and the people from the Luo family even loudly called out to Family Lord. This old man was none other than the acting head of the family of Luo family. He was also the cheap grandfather of Yang Fann, Old Master Luo Yi. After a while, Old Master Luo began to speak. Of course, he was just saying some polite words. It was nothing more than thanking the people of the major families for coming here to celebrate the birthday of this old man. Everyone, please do not be restrained. Just treat it as if you are in your own home. You must eat well and drink well. Amidst the noisy eating and drinking, another hour quickly passed. Finally, they welcomed the main event of the birthday banquet, singing congratulatory gifts. This was a big characteristic of the major families. Many disciples of the Luo family were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms together. They were excited and couldn't hide their excitement. They hoped that their birthday gifts could be the best and win the favor of the old master. Eastern part of the Chu family, an 800-year-old immortal mountain plant. The southern, pearl was a pear, and it was a congratulatory gift for the old man. It was as good as the East Sea. Longevity is comparable to the south of the mountain. East of the city, Ma family, 100 spirit stones, 1 jade ruyi, and old man Yi's auspicious ruyi. Rich and safe south side of the city, dragon horse carriage, 10,000 miles of wind-chasing horses, 10,000 taels of gold. Old man Zhu always smiles, and every year, there will be this day. Cheng Nanhu Wei Martial Arts School, yellow level intermediate martial skill, dragon tiger fist, high-grade spirit armor, tiger king armor. Old man He, everything is as you wish, good life and good health. West City's Zhang family, 1,000 years cold iron, a pair of night luminescent pearls. I wish the old man good luck like the long flowing water in the East Sea. I wish him a long life like the pine tree on Nanshan Hill. In the Wang family in the western part of the city, 1 top-grade spirit sword and 100 spirit stones. Old man He is as bright as the sun and moon. He is not old at all. West of the city, fragrant cauldron tower, 1,000-year-old golden ginseng, level 9 exotic beast, golden horned flying tiger. I wish old man He, the sun and moon, eternal brightness, long life. After all the big and small families, it would be the 3 big families of Ganyang City. As expected of one of the most powerful families in Ganyang City, they were generous in their actions. They were far from comparable to the other smaller clans. For example, the Bai clan. Low-grade precious armors, Suani gold armor, high-grade 1-star spiritual medicine, sun-gathering grass. A yellow-level superior martial skills, vast wave saber art. Its total value was extremely high. It was no less than 2,000 spirit stones, especially the Han family, which had been on good terms with the Luo family for generations. It was even more extraordinary. It was just a 1-star top-grade spiritual medicine, 1,000-year-old Lingzi grass. In addition to that, there was also a low-grade top-grade treasure weapon, the Dragon Mark Sword. A high-grade movement technique, swimming dragon steps. Its total value could be said to be close to 3,000 spirit stones. The wealth of many families was only this much. After the three great families, it was the Luo family disciples' turn. First, it was the branch family. The White Horse Luo family, the White Jade Buddha, and the 10,000 Buddha illustration. I wish family lord the best of luck and happiness. The Azure Yang Luo clan, a pair of luminous pearls, 10 East pearls. He, family lord, is at the peak of spring and autumn, blessed with a peaceful life. 5 Long Yang Luo clan, a string of 1,000-year pearls, a piece of lustrous jade. He family lord is in good luck, everything goes according to his wishes. Ganling Luo clan, a 1,000-year-old polygonum multiflorum, 10 stalks of 100-year Ganoderma. I wish family lord's life as long as the sun and moon, and he will not grow old. Elder of the main clan, gather 10 bottles of Ling Dans, 1 bottle of essence strengthening pills. I wish family lord the best of his life, the best of his dreams. Elders of the main family, Qian He, give me a picture of your birthday. A pair of white jade ruyi. I wish family lord a happy birthday and a bright future. An hour later, the singing ceremony came to an end, leaving only the 4 sons and 5 daughters of the Luo family. Luo Jiwen, the young master of the Luo family, naturally took the lead and said, "The young master has given family lord 100 white jade peach and a piece of psychic jade. I wish family lord 1,000 years old tree and a staff that will walk forever in the spring." One by one, precious gifts were being sung by the servants. Luo Jianing had given him a painting of 10,000 years of life that he had personally drawn up. Although it wasn't worth much, it contained a strong sense of filial piety and was quite liked by the old man. Soon, there were only the 4th young lady, Luoxi, and the 5th young lady, Luo Yun, the 2 families left. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on the 2 of them. The 4th miss of the Luo family had never been on good terms with the 5th miss. This was something everyone knew. In an instant, many people started to mutter to themselves. The show is about to begin this time. Luo Yun is probably going to make a fool of herself again. Men are afraid of entering the wrong profession, and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. These words are not false at all. The Zhang family that the 4th Miss Luo Qian married into was the top clan in Yuyang City, the Zhang family. Although it was not as powerful as the Luo family, it was only slightly inferior. Not to mention that she had recently boarded a large ship from the Floating Snow Manor. Even the young master of the Floating Snow Manor had become her son-in-law. The congratulatory gift this time was definitely extraordinary. Even the 3 great clans were moved. As for the Yang family that Luo Yun was married to, it was just a small clan in a remote city in the county. If it was placed in Ganyang City, it would be a third-rate family outside of 100. What good things could there be? He raised his head and looked provocatively at Luo Yun. Luo Qian was very confident in her birthday present. That was her precious son-in-law, Yi Chen. The young master of the Floating Snow Manor had prepared this meticulously. He would certainly surpass everyone and seize the first place in one go. He would firmly trample Luo Yun under his feet. However, to Luo Qian's disappointment, Luo Yun didn't seem to notice her provocative gaze at all. Her expression was as calm as usual, making her feel as if she had punched the air, and there was nowhere to use her strength. "Humph, little slut, just pretend when I sing the congratulatory gift. I'd like to see how you're going to continue pretending right at this moment." The servant's clear voice rang out, "4th Miss sends. C249 whoever slapped him in the face 4th young miss will give you 10 essence gathering pills, a mid-intermediate treasure weapon, a spirit rhino divine sword, a intermediate supplementary treasure weapon, a piece of calming heart jade, 100 bottles of upper-class elixirs, and 100 bottles of meridian invigorating pills. I wish family lord good fortune like the East Sea, and a long life. What? 10 essence gathering pills, mid-intermediate treasure weapon, spirit rhino divine sword, supplementary treasure weapon, heart-calming jade, and 100 bottles of upper-class elixirs and meridian-invigorating pills. It's really a big deal. The Floating Snow Manor is indeed worthy of being the #1 sword sect in my Ganyang County. Its generosity far exceeds our imaginations. It's rich. The Luo family is rich this time. In the hall, countless martial artists took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. They wished they could replace the old man. This huge gift was simply too generous. The energy-gathering pill was an intermediate high-grade treasure pill. One treasure pill was equivalent to 10 years of hard work from a low-grade martial master. 10 energy-gathering pills was enough to make the cultivation base of several bone-forging martial master warriors in the Luo family sword to the first layer realm. As for the spiritual rhino divine sword and the calming heart condensing jade, this was especially true for the intermediate assisting treasure weapon, the heart calming jade, which was even harder to come by. Its value was comparable to some high-grade treasure weapons. Without 5,000 spirit stones, there was no need to think about obtaining this calming heart jade. The most ordinary was that upper-class elixir meridian invigorating pill, but it could not withstand the massive amount. 100 bottles, 1,000 meridian invigorating pills, combined into one. That was over 1,000 spirit stones. Even old Master Luo, who was sitting on the armchair, couldn't help but be slightly moved. He looked at the four women, Luo Qian, with an increasingly gentle gaze. This gift was enough to allow the Luo family's strength to improve by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Yi Chen raised his head. He was like a rooster who had won, and he was filled with an indescribable pride. Luo Qian and the other two girls beside him weren't any better. In fact, they were even better than him. Especially Luo Qian. Her face was full of pride, like a proud swan that was about to fly into the sky. The next moment, she turned her gaze and looked down at Luo Yun from above. With a glance, it seemed like he had seen the gap between us. Even if your family worked hard for your whole life, it would not be enough for my son-in-law to pull out the roots of your hair. However, what made her angry was that Luo Yun was as calm as usual. She even leisurely picked up her chopsticks and picked up a mouthful of vegetables. She was completely ignoring them. You little slut, let's see how long you can pretend. She fiercely glared at Luo Yun. Luo Qian's soul-sucking eyes rolled around as if she did not care. Little sister, what kind of congratulatory gift did you prepare for father? Among the 9 of us, father dotes on you the most. I believe your congratulatory gift will definitely surpass us. Luo Qian's mouth is really vicious. She knows that Luo Yun's family is not good, yet she still says such words. Does she not know that she wants Luo Yun to make a fool of herself? Many people looked at Luo Yun with sympathy and pity in their eyes, as if they had already foreseen Luo Yun's humiliating scene. Above the hall, old Master Luo raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, ready to say something. Although he was unhappy that Luo Yun did not listen to his advice and was determined to be together with Yang Yunfang, this good-for-nothing, it was not a joke to have decades of familial love. He could not bear to watch Luo Yun be humiliated in front of so many people. But at this moment, Luo Yun stood up first and glanced at Luo Qian indifferently. She said calmly, "Of course, this is my congratulatory gift. Naturally, it is not something that you ordinary people can compare with. Whoa. Did I hear it wrong? This is what Luo Yun said." Countless guests in all directions were dumbfounded. Many of them even started cursing. That aura, those words, those who did not know about it, even thought that it was the Seven Stars Sect lead madam who had spoken little. A man is a dead duck that refuses to admit defeat. I would like to see what kind of good stuff you can bring out. With a cold snort in her heart, Luoxi put on a fake smile and said, "Little sister, then let us country bumpkins see what is called great gift. She's already a mother. Why is Yun's words still so immature?" Old Master Luo's words that reached his mouth, all of a sudden, it became a helpless bitter smile. Among the people present, Luo Qian's congratulatory gift was the most valuable, if it was considered ordinary. What was the value of other people's gifts? A pile of trash. If these words were not good, they would offend many people. At that moment the attendant who was singing said loudly, "A gift from the 5th Miss." Looking at the shocking gift list, the attendant trembled and almost fell to the ground. "Send her a gift." "Gift? Gift what? Hurry up and recite it. Could it be that your little sister's congratulatory gift is too heavy, and you are too embarrassed to say it out loud?" Rossi urged him, especially the word, "too heavy." Her words were extremely heavy, and everyone knew how ironic it was. What good things could a small family like this bring out? This time Luo Yun will probably lose face, but who is to blame? Who asked her to slap her face to make herself look fat? At this moment, Fifth Miss is here to give you a bath. 100 marrow cleansing pills. The attendant finally managed to suppress the shock in his heart as he uttered those words while trembling. High-grade treasure pill, dragon tiger chi and blood pill, 10 pills, high-grade treasure weapon, cold ice glass dragon sword. High-grade martial skill, hurricane divine sword technique, 3 ranked high-grade spirit fruit 10 blackberry fruits. I wish family lord the brilliance of the sun and moon, eternal youth. What did I hear? In the huge main hall, the noise instantly vanished, leaving the entire place completely silent. Even the sound of a thin needle landing on the ground could be clearly heard. If the congratulatory gift that Luo Qian had gathered with the help of her cheap son-in-law was a heavy bomb that shocked everyone, then Luo Yun's congratulatory gift was a nuclear bomb. It was a destructive blow to everyone, and countless guests were stunned on the spot. Although the marrow cleansing pill was only a supreme grade Ling Dan, it was still a supreme grade Ling Dan. In the black market, every marrow cleansing pill had been sold at a sky-high price of over 100 spirit stones, and there was often no market price for them. 100 marrow cleansing pills was almost equal to the amount of 7 Stars Sects that the 7 Stars Sect had flowed into the Western Three Paths for 5 years. Dragon Tiger Chi Pill, high-grade treasure pill. Furthermore, among the many high-grade treasure pills, they were the cream of the crop. Each of them was worth over 1,000 spirit stones. To an old man like Old Master Luo, the effect of the Longhu Chi pill was even more precious than many top-quality pills. Martial artist condensation of spirit bones, breaking through to the martial master stage. The longevity could last for 200 years, but that was only the theoretical data. It was like immortal living for 100 years. But how many people actually reached the age of 100? Most of them, they only had 70 to 80 years of life, which was equivalent to an ordinary martial master. For example, Old Master Luo, who had reached 80 this year, could only live for 160 years. His chi and blood had begun to decline, and his physique had begun to decline. Without an exception, bone forging 4th Empyrean stage was his limit. However, it was different with the Longhu Chi and blood pill. It was specifically used to replenish chi and blood. It was a high-ranked treasure pill that could help one recover to their peak condition. At that time, it would be difficult to break through to the martial master 7th layer, but it wasn't impossible to break through to the 6th layer. As for a high-ranked high-grade treasure weapon, it was a treasure that even a high-level martial master would covet. Many of the 7 or 8 Empyrean martial master didn't even have a high-ranked high-grade treasure weapon in their hands. Compared to the cold ice glass dragon sword, it was impossible to find a high-ranked high-grade treasure weapon. The spiritual consonance divine sword was not just a tiny bit inferior, it was on a completely different level. The next supreme grade martial skill, hurricane divine sword art, was even more frightening. It was the ultimate skill of clan suppressing. One must know that the Luo family was huge. It was just a supreme grade martial skill. As for the last blackberry fruit, it was the legendary spiritual fruit. Every single one of them was worth a fortune. It was inestimable. Even if they sold their Luo family, they wouldn't be able to buy these 10 blackberry fruits. After a while, there were whispers in the hall. This time, I have truly gained a lot of experience. Such a great gift. It is definitely the first time in my life that I have seen such a thing. Hiss, compared to these 5 great treasures, Luoxi's birthday present is really just trash. Just the value of those 100 marrow cleansing pills is already more than Luoxi's birthday present. Luoxi has really lost all her face this time. A typical slap in the face instead of success. However, many people had different opinions. Is Luo Yun really able to bring out such a heavy gift? Could it be that the attendant is in a bad mood with her and is blindly thinking about it? They had all heard of Luo Yun's situation. The Yang family in Fengyang City was a small family that was not considered to be of high rank. Not to mention high-grade treasure weapons, supreme-grade martial skills, and legendary spirit fruit blackberry fruits. It was a huge problem whether they could take out a marrow cleansing pill or not. If the other guests were still doubtful in their hearts, they would at most whisper to each other. However, Luo Qian had already flown into a rage. Her jade-like hand pointed at the attendant who was singing. Someone, drag this lowly servant out and punish him with 100 strokes of the staff. Who gave him the guts to lie about the birthday present? C250. I am the main character no matter what. Rossi can't believe that Luo Yun, the little bitch, could come up with such a big gift. This little slut's family, it was not like she did not know. The Yang family was just a small and insignificant family in a remote city. There wasn't even a bone-forging martial master in the entire family. How could they bring out such a great gift? One should know that even those high and mighty high-level martial master might not be able to produce one of the 5 great treasures. It must be this little bitch who bribed the attendant to change the bill. Yes, that must be it, that must be it. Rossi, who was angry from embarrassment, waved her hand and called over the guards of the family. She wanted to severely punish that lowly servant who did not know the difference between life and death, so it turns out to be a private servant. I knew it. How could a lowly small family clan bring out such a heavy gift? The countenance of the ashen-faced young master of the floating snow manor turned slightly better. 100 marrow cleansing pills. 10 high-grade treasure pills, dragon tiger chi pill, high-grade treasure weapon, frost ice glass, dragon sword. Top-grade martial skill hurricane divine sword art, 10 legendary spiritual fruits and blackberry fruits. They were all more expensive than the same amount of gold, even if they were sold to the floating snow manor. Not to mention, not even a single bone-forging martial master wouldn't be able to enter a small family. In the next moment, the cold shine flashed across his eyes. How dare you play with me like this? This matter won't just end like this. Yi Chen's face was not something that could be beaten by any Tom, Dick, and Harry. Family lord, you should know that I am not lying. I am not lying. I am not lying. The attendant who was performing the ritual struggled and shouted. With his weak physique and weak cultivation base, if he were to be hit by 100 heavy plates, even if he didn't die, he would lose half of his life. This. Old Master Luo opened his mouth, wanting the guard to let the attendant go. Reason told him that a mere attendant. He absolutely did not have the courage to casually sing a congratulatory gift. Furthermore, if this was true or false, he could casually compare the congratulatory gifts. It was clear, except that his head had been squeezed by the door. Who would dare to say that this was a lie that could be broken with a poke? However, emotionally, they subconsciously believed that all of this was fake. Those 5 great gifts were simply fictitious. Others had only heard rumors, but he had ordered someone to investigate the Yang family. The situation in the Yang family was very clear. The strongest expert in the family was only an 8th grade huge perfection martial artist. Any half-martial master elder of the Luo family could eliminate the Yang family from the great Tang dynasty. Not to mention the precious treasure that could make a high-level martial master go crazy, even if it was just a marrow cleansing pill. It's a big mystery. The last words that came out of his mouth were still swallowed by him. You still don't know how to repent. Drag him down and directly kill him with your staff. A hint of impatience flashed across Luoxi's face. HMPH Luo Yun and Yang Fann's mother frowned almost at the same time. In front of them, they were slandering them for hooking up with that servant. Not only did they fake it, they even wanted to kill him with their staffs. That servant really went too far. It was really unbearable for his uncle, and he could not tolerate it. However, before they could explode in anger, a cold snort filled with endless resentment came from the top of the hall. 4th Miss, you are truly impressive. Are you trying to drag me down and kill me with your staff? The one who spoke was a skinny old man in a green robe. His face was as cold as ice, and his entire body was emitting a terrifying chill. He looked like a person who should not be approached by strangers. 3rd Elder, you misunderstood. I didn't say anything about you. Luoxi's body trembled and her voice was incoherent. Her face was filled with panic. She could treat the life of a servant like grass. If anything went wrong, she would have someone kill the servant. However, she didn't dare to act impudently in front of the old man. Luoan, 3rd elder of the Luo family. His talent was so high that it even slightly surpassed Old Master Luo's. He had an intermediate rank 8 bloodline, and his cultivation base was so high that no one in the 3rd elder of the Luo family could surpass him. He was only one step away from breaking through to the martial master 4th Empyrean stage, and was one of the top expert in the Luo family. He had an extraordinary status in the Luo family. Misunderstanding. I will personally be in charge of the congratulatory gift. 5th young lady's congratulatory gift. Furthermore, I will personally examine them, and each and every one of them is true. You keep saying that the congratulatory gifts are false, but what is your intention? And you don't even know the difference between right and wrong. You want to kill the servant. Do you still have family lord in your eyes? Luo An's expression was cold. He did not give Luo Qian any face as he questioned her sternly. Luoxi had just said that the gift was fake without saying anything. She wanted to kill the servant, but it was also a slap to his face. Of course, during this period of time, she also had the intention to please Luo Yun. Although he did not know what exactly happened to Luo Yun's family, he was certain of one thing. At this moment, Luo Yun's family was far beyond the imagination of Luo family. One must know that such a huge sum was enough to make most of the high-level martial master blush with shame. As for the high-level martial master, that was an existence that the Luo family looked up to. Any one of them had the power to suppress their Luo clan third elder. I didn't. Luo Qian's face turned pale. This hat of Luo Yin was too heavy. Once it was taken, even if she was family lord's daughter, she would have to bear the consequences. Alright third brother, little Qian was just impulsive. Don't make things difficult for him. Old Master Luo tried to smooth things over. After all, she was his daughter. Furthermore, he also understood that Luoxi did not really look down on him, her father. Then, he shifted his gaze. He reprimanded Luoxi, and, Xiaoxi, you too, Yun is your younger sister. How can you doubt her? Apologize to your younger sister Xiao. Youngest sister, yes, everything. Fourth sister, not good, you'll be the same. Forgive me fourth sister, this time he felt extremely aggrieved in his heart, but at this moment, he had no choice but to lower his head. Ha 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 ha, Luo Qian, oh Luo Qian, you have such a day as well. Luo Yun was in high spirits. It was as if she had drunk a bottle of ice water on a hot summer day. She laughed wildly in her heart. All these years, she had been angered by Luoxi. After a while, Luo Yun pretended to be generous and said, humans are not saints. Who can be right? We are sisters. Let the past go. After all, she was her biological sister. Blood was thicker than water. It was fine to let her apologize and vent her resentment. If she really wanted to take revenge and torture Luo Qian to death, Luo Yun would not be able to bear it. Furthermore, the old man was still there. He did not care about the monk's face and the Buddha's face. Bitch you, little one. A little one gets what he wants. Just wait for me, I will not let it go just like that. Putting aside the fact that Rossi swore in her heart, she would definitely make Luo Yun, this small person, look good in the future. Old Master Luo, who was in the main hall, had already walked over like the wind and greeted young Yunfeng warmly. Yunfeng, we haven't seen each other for a long time. This time, no matter what, we have to stay at home for a period of time. Come, cheers to you, father. The old man's voice carried a hint of flattery. The present was different from the past. Young Yunfeng's achievements were far greater than the Luo family's. The one who should be worried was no longer Yang Yunfeng. It was the Luo family. If Yang Yunfeng, the son-in-law, held a grudge against them and refused to acknowledge them, it would be the Luo family. If that was the case, the Luo family would suffer a huge loss. As he spoke, the old man fiercely glanced at his youngest son, Luo Jianing. Looking at his youngest son's indifferent attitude from the beginning to the end, it was obvious that he already knew that his cheap son-in-law's family was no longer the same as before. Such an important piece of information, yet he didn't inform him in time. This old man, wasn't this a scam? Looking at the old man who greeted him warmly, there was no need to say anything more about the joy in Yang Yunfeng's heart. In the past 10 years, the old man had never seen him with a straight face. It was as if he owed him 30 to 5 million yuan. Old man Luo, oh, old man Luo, you're finally what you are today. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, but his hand movements were not slow. He hurriedly picked up the wine pot on the table and filled the old man's cup. Father-in-law, I'll do it. Luo Yun was still at the side. It was fine to let the old man lower his head, but if he really wanted to personally pour wine for himself, he would have to prepare it for the night with the washboard. This is little Fan, right? I saw you back then. And you are still a little bean curd. It's been so many years since I last saw you, and I can't even recognize you anymore. Yi Chen, who was supposed to be the old man's target, was thrown to the side by the old man. The young master of Floating Snow Manor was not as important as his son-in-law and grandson. People were all realistic. It was even more so for the aristocratic families. If you have the ability, then bring out the same precious gifts. If you can't bring them out, then don't blindly compare them. Bitch it, how could this be? How could this be? Yi Chen's face was ashen. He had clenched his fists so tightly that veins were popping out on his forehead. I am the main character of this banquet. I am the center of this banquet. C-251. The storm rose again. I'm afraid the situation in Ganyang City will really change this time. Of the four great clans of Ganyang City, the Luo clan and the Han clan had been on good terms for generations. They were in-laws, and the Bai and Meng clans were on the same path. They had formed an alliance to fight against the Luo and Han families. Although both sides had swept away the other side, dominating Ganyang City, however, both sides had the same power, and the difference was like. No one had absolute confidence that they would be able to defeat the other side in one go. They could only suppress their ambitions and maintain a balance. Over the past few decades, although there had been constant friction between the four great clans, however, a true war had never happened. However, after today, this balance would probably be broken. This birthday present was really too heavy, so heavy that it caused one's heart to tremble. 100 marrow cleansing pills was enough to add 100 quasi-8th grade bloodline geniuses to the Luo family, or even a few true 8th grade bloodlines. As for the 10 dragon tiger chi pills, they could allow the Luo family to produce a few intermediate martial master warriors in a short period of time. One should know that both Luo Yi and Luo En had been stuck at the 3rd grade great perfection stage for many years. It was only because of the depletion of their chi and blood that they were unable to break through. Once their chi and blood were replenished, they would be able to return to their peak condition, and they were very confident that they could break through the bottleneck in one go. In Ganyang City, if a low-grade martial master was considered a top expert, the intermediate martial master was the expert of the clan suppressing, and every single one of them had a pivotal position. High-grade treasure weapon, cold ice glass. The dragon sword was also a great killing weapon. Once it was completely refined, it was afraid that no one in Ganyang City would be a match for the Luo family's old ancestor. The hurricane divine sword art could not allow the Luo family to increase their strength in a short period of time. It was not easy to comprehend the martial skill of supreme grade. Even though 7th rank bloodline peerless evildoer wouldn't be able to cultivate a supreme grade martial skill to the mastery in less than a year or even longer. A few years, a few decades later, and the final blackberry fruit even exceeded the imagination of the world. That was the legendary spirit fruit, as long as it was one. 10 blackberry fruits would be refined with a single blackberry fruit. It would be enough to increase the spiritual energy of a 5th grade martial master to the bone-forging 7th layer in a short period of time. Even in the level 8, once a high-level martial master appeared in the Luo family, he alone is enough to suppress both the Bai and Meng clans. The most important thing was that this was such a great gift. Even many high-level martial master warriors might not be able to take it out. However, Luo Yun's family could easily give it away. One could imagine how terrifying it was. All these years, the relationship between Luo Yun's family and the Luo family had been somewhat stiff. Blood was thicker than water, and familial love was not something that could be abandoned just like that. If kindness were to be severed, they would not have given such a huge gift. The banquet continued, but compared to before, the atmosphere had become much heavier. Many people were thinking about how to deal with the Luo family that was about to soar into the sky. Ganyang City was only so big, and with the rise of a major power, there would be a lot of bloodshed. Suddenly, the noisy hall became silent, and 3 people came in aggressively from outside the hall. The person in the lead was a muscular middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a rough face and was born with a powerful aura. It was as if he could control everything at any moment. His steps were steady and heavy. Every step he took was like a heavy hammer pounding on the hearts of everyone present, making them feel as if they could not breathe. Behind this robust middle-aged man were 2 young men in his 20s and 30s. The man on the left looked to be in his early 20s. He wore a purple robe and had an oppressive air of nobility. Combined with his angular and handsome face, he was definitely the ideal Prince Charming in the hearts of countless girls. However, the flaw in his beauty was that his face was too pale. There was almost no color on his face, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. How could the word, Shu, be so powerful? The last person was not very old. He was only 28 or 29 years old, but in his eyes, it contained the meaning of time being like water, time being like a song. It was very desolate and ancient, and his body looked gentle and refined. However, his temperament was extraordinary, and his face was angular. Occasionally, he would release a trace of aura that gave people the feeling that he was a god that had descended to the mortal world. It made people unable to help but deeply prostrate themselves on the ground and worship him. Is he here? When his line of sight came into contact with the scholarly young man, a trace of surprise flashed through Yang Fann's eyes. This youth could be considered a familiar face to him, Tang Xuan. He was the third disciple of the inner sect of the Yuhang. He had the reputation of Shushang, and was ranked 17th on the Earth board. Among the group of monster geniuses that Yang Fann had saved in Azure Dragon Peak, Tang Xuan was one of them. Right at this moment, old Master Luo had already laughed out loud and went forward to welcome him. "Brother Tang, you are late, you must drink 3 cups of wine as punishment." Tang Long, the Castellan of Ganyang City. Although the Tang family was a foreign force, they were far from being as deeply rooted as the Luo, Han, Bai, and Meng families. However, it could not be underestimated, especially after the rise of this peerless evildoer, Tang Xuan. The Tang family had the potential to fight against the 4 families. Vaguely, a trace of doubt emerged in old Master Luo's heart. If one were to say that he was going to celebrate the birthday of this old man, half of the birthday banquet would have passed by now, and it would only be a matter of time before it came to an end. However, it didn't seem to be sincere enough. Moreover, judging from Tang Long's aggressive manner, it seemed like he was here to denounce the old man. "Old man, this wine is not urgent. Before this, please give me an explanation." Tang Long's voice faintly revealed a trace of indescribable resentment. "It really is not friendly." Old Master Luo's heart slightly froze, but his mouth faintly smiled as he said, "Little brother Tang, if my Luo family has offended you in any way, please forgive us on this joyous day." Old Master Luo did not want to cause any unhappiness. "Old man, it's not that I don't want to give you face. It's just that your Joshuan girl has gone too far on this matter. If it wasn't for my son's timely return, my family's martial arts might have no descendants." Tang Long's voice was filled with endless anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. He only had 2 sons, and had always been regarded as the most important person in his heart. In the end, his youngest son was kicked to the point that his lower body exploded. If not for Tang Xuan delivering the healing holy herb, 100 spirits body recovery pill, in time, his youngest son's life would not have been saved. What? When old Master Luo heard this, he was immediately shocked. A trace of worry unknowingly climbed onto his face. Everyone in Ganyang City knew that Tang Long was the one who protected his own people the most. Tang Xuan and Tang Shuwu were his reverse scales. In the next moment, old Master Luo's gaze turned and landed on a young girl who looked to be 17 or 18 years old. She wore a fiery red dress and looked like a passionate flame. She was 1.6 meters tall and looked a little petite. However, when paired with her small oval face, she looked so cute and charming. She looked like an elf in the forest, making people's hearts palpitate. Luo Joshuan, Luo family third brother and Luo Jiaming were famous for being chilly in Ganyang City. "Joshuan, what's going on?" Old Master Luo's voice was heavy. If this matter was not handled properly, Tang Long, this crazy man who protected his own people, would not let this matter go easily. "Grandfather, this matter is not my fault. It was that Tang Shuwu wanted to do something bad to Qian Ru, that's why I kicked him." "Grandfather, this matter is not my fault. It was that Tang Shuwu wanted to do something bad to Qian Ru, that's why I kicked him," Luo Joshuan said with a wronged expression. At this moment, a beautiful girl beside Luo Joshuan also stood up. She was wearing white clothes and looked to be 18 years old. Her skin was as white as snow. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and her entire body emitted a weak aura. When people saw her, they couldn't help but feel pity for her. Han Qinru was the daughter of the second master of the Han family, Han Qinghu. She had a weak personality. She was completely on the opposite side of Luo Joshuan, the little chilly. However, what was strange was that out of all the third-generation disciples in the Luo and Han families, they had the best relationship. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were inseparable. Grandpa Luo, don't blame Joshuan for this matter. If it wasn't for Joshuan arriving in time, Qinru's innocence would have been terrifying. She would have already been destroyed by that villain's hands. It was in his hands. Han Qinru's voice became softer and softer until her entire head was almost buried. Countless guests in the surroundings secretly spat. No one doubted Han Qinru's words. What kind of character did the second young master of the Tang family have? It was not as if everyone in the crowd did not know. It was that they were the tyrants of Ganyang City. They burned, killed, robbed, and committed all kinds of evil deeds. It might be a little exaggerated, but they had done a lot of things to bully men and women. Bang! A burly man not far from Han Qinru knocked on the table violently. he suddenly stood up and glared at Tang Long. Tang Long, this is how you teach your son. If you don't give me an explanation today, we, the Han family, will never divorce the Tang family. This person was none other than Han Qinru's father, the second master of the Han family, Han Qinghu. At this moment, he was so greedy that he even had the heart to eat people. Little brute had actually dared to do such a thing to his precious daughter. Did he really think that Han Qinghu wouldn't kill people? This bastard really deserves to die. Bastard, how dare you have designs on Qianru? Do you really think that there is no one else in Han family? Tang Long, you have to give us an explanation today. The disciples of the Han family in the vicinity were filled with emotions. They could not tolerate this. Otherwise, how could the Han family establish a foothold in Ganyang City? They would not have the face to walk around the world in the future. A hint of uneasiness flashed across Tang Long's eyes when he heard that. Speaking of which, his son was the one who did the wrong thing. If it were him, if someone dared to do something bad to his daughter, it would be a light punishment. However, when he thought about how his son had almost lost his son, in an instant, that trace of embarrassment was instantly destroyed by his raging anger. He almost made my son lose his heir. Do you really think that our Tang family is easy to bully? Today, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I'm not finished with you. C-252. There's a place for you to talk. It was a great birthday feast, and it was full of twists and turns. The atmosphere in the huge banquet hall was extremely tense. It seemed like a battle could break out at any moment. Hiss. As expected of the number one butcher in my Ganyang City, he is really unreasonable and unreasonable. Just based on what that evil creature did, he did not kill him on the spot. That was considered his luck, but this Tang Long still had the face to come and find him. His skin is probably 3 feet thicker than a city wall. Contempt flashed across the eyes of the guests in the hall from time to time. If it were them, they would definitely not have the face to come and denounce him. No matter what, it was all Tang Shuwu's fault. He deserved it even if he was beaten to death. However, these words were just in their minds. Tang Long was not someone to be trifled with. Although the Tang family was not as prosperous as the 4 great families, however, as the city lord of Ganyang City appointed by the imperial court, sometimes. However, it represented the face of great Tang dynasty, even the 4 major families. Furthermore, Tang Long was not a mediocre person. He had the cultivation of a 4th-layer martial master and the secret skill passed down in his family, the fire spirit true technique. Even an ordinary 5th Empyrean expert wouldn't be a match for him. It was one of the top expert in Ganyang City, and it could be said that other than the old ancestors of the clan suppressing from the 4 big families, almost no one is his match. Of course, during this period of time, there were also a few who were gloating over the misfortune of others, such as the disciples of the Bai and Meng families. They were even more eager for both sides to directly start fighting, and along with Luo Yun's family's domineering rise, the Luo family had already faintly gained the upper hand over all the other families, and had the power to dominate Ganyang alone. This was definitely not something the Bai and Meng families wanted to see. If they could completely lose face with the Tang family at this moment, it would be great. If a full-scale war was waged, merely the Tang clan was naturally not a match for the Luo clan and the Han clan. However, they were unable to withstand the powerful background of the Tang clan, not to mention the official status of the Tang clan. Just the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Tang family, Tang Xuan, was enough to shock everyone. These were the 17 people from the 7 Stars Sect's Earth Board, and their status in the 7 Stars Sect. Even if they weren't as good as some sect elder, they wouldn't be much different. It was not something that an ordinary big family could afford to offend. If both parties really started a war, it was hard to say who would win or lose, even if the Luo family was now on a big ship. But it may not really be enough to crush the Tangs, and in the end, it could very well be a lose-lose situation. Tang Long, you are going too far. Han Zuhu was so angry that he was about to explode. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he was about to explode. An enraged tiger wanted to devour someone. Not only did that beast almost tarnish his precious daughter, he also wanted them to give him an explanation. Did he really think that their Han family was made of mud and could be freely kneaded by their Tang family? Tang Long, don't overdo it. Don't go too far. A trace of anger flashed across old Master Luo's eyes, and he said with a cold expression. Initially, he thought that Tang Long would aggressively come to their Luo family and ask them to give an explanation, and that someone from the Luo family had provoked him. They had never thought that it would be such a lousy incident. It was all because of the evil deeds of that evil creature. It was already his luck that he didn't come to the Tang family to find an explanation. He still had the nerve to come and look for him. It was truly a waste of his face. The Luo and Han families had been good friends for generations. They were in-laws. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were in the same family. For example, the wife of Old Man Han was his younger sister, and Han Qinru was also his granddaughter. Old Man Luo, Han Qinghu almost made my son prosper. You still have a point, right? As expected of the number one person in Ganyang City, he had to be unreasonable. I'll put it this way today. If the two of you don't give it to me, I'll give it to you. 1. Fight. Hurry and fight. The hearts of the Bai and Meng clan disciples burned with incomparable passion, and they wished for nothing more than for both sides to immediately fight to the death right at this moment. Tang Xuan, who was quietly standing behind Tang Long, suddenly took a step forward and interrupted Tang Long's words. Father, let me handle second brother's matter. It's Tang Xuan. I didn't expect him to be here. Too many guests were shocked. The people who had been focusing on Tang Long did not notice Tang Xuan, who was behind Tang Long. I'm too lazy to bother with them, Tang Long muttered unhappily, but he still took a step back. Regarding his big brother, who was also the pride of his life, Tang Long still believed him. Greetings to the old man and everyone else. Tang Xuan did not attack directly, but bowed to Old Master Luo. Secretary Wen is too polite. Old Master Luo hurriedly returned the bow. His voice faintly revealed a trace of fear. This was the number one monster in their Ganyang City, the 17 people from the Seven Stars Sect's Earth Board. Their status was respected, and their future achievements were far beyond their imagination. Old man, this matter is indeed my second brother's fault. If there's a mistake, you have to change it. Second brother, why haven't you come over and apologized to Miss Qianru? Eldest brother, Tang Shuwu had almost become a eunuch, but he still had to apologize. How could he be willing to accept this? Apologize. Tang Xuan's face turned serious, and his voice was cold. Yes, I apologize. Apologize is, in the entire Tang family, the person he feared the most was this eldest brother. He muttered in a low voice and unwillingly came in front of Han Qinru and apologized. It seems like the Tang family still has a reasonable person. The anger in Old Master Luo's heart faded slightly, and he was about to step down the stairs. Putting this matter aside, after all, the Tang family was not someone to be trifled with. If a war really broke out, it was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the Tang family was the one who would suffer the real loss in this matter. However, right at this moment, Tang Xuan suddenly changed the topic. Although second brother, was the one who was at fault in this matter, Miss Joshuan should just teach him a lesson. I shouldn't have attacked him so ruthlessly. If I did not happen to have 100 spirits body recovery pill in my hand. Second brother, I'm afraid that I will no longer be able to help others in the future. It is not good to let this matter go just like that. As Tang Long's seed, Tang Xuan also inherited Tang Long's protective personality. Even though he knew that Tang Shuwu would end up like this, he still wanted to stand up for him. The apology just now was just a courtesy before a soldier. It's not over yet. The eyes of the guests who thought that the good show would end here lit up again. I knew eldest brother loved me the most. The disappointment in Tang Shuwu's heart was immediately swept away. Tang Xuan, what are you going to do? The anger that he had suppressed with great difficulty once again boiled in Han Qinghu's heart. This matter was caused by Miss Qianru, and the one who injured me, second brother, was Miss Joshuan. The two of you could be said to have responsibilities that cannot be shirked. This way, this matter will come to an end as long as both of you are willing to marry me. Tang Xuan's voice was incomparably calm. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter, but everyone heard it. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing them to be unable to come back to their senses for a long time. They kept cursing in their hearts. To think that he would actually ask the Luo and Han family's young ladies to marry Tang Shuwu, this useless playboy. Zero kiss eldest brother. It really is my kiss, eldest brother. Definitely not for the sake of raising him. Tang Shuwu, who was standing at the side, had a look of delight on his face. Happiness had come so suddenly. Luo Joshuan and Han Qinru were one of the 4 golden flowers in Ganyang City. They were the goddesses in the hearts of countless young elites in Ganyang City. For an ordinary person to be able to marry one of them was already a blessing from their ancestors. And with his terrible reputation in the past, there was no need to talk about it. There was not even a crack in the window, otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a risky move, directly using force. He wanted to cook the rice and cook the rice. Tang Xuan, how dare you! Han Qinghu was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, and his killing intent was rolling. His tiger eyes kept flickering, and the other disciples of the Luo and Han family were also glaring at him angrily. This was going too far. He had really gone too far. Cousin, this Tang Xuan is really detestable. You must teach him a good lesson. Luo Jiawei revealed her canine teeth, waved her little hands, and said angrily to Yang Fann. How could there be such a detestable person in this world? She was truly angered to death. This Tang Xuan is really going too far. Yang Fann frowned and a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. He regretted saving him. He was right to protect his own people. He, Yang Fann, was very protective of his friends and family. Who would dare to hurt his friends and family? He would definitely make him regret coming to this world, but no matter how protective he was of his friends and family. You can't be so insensible. If he had such a brother, let alone standing up for him, and did not directly castrate him, then it would be his benevolence. However, before Yang Fann could make a move, someone jumped out first. This man was none other than the young master of Floating Snow Manor, Yi Chen. How could he be willing to let Yang Fann and his family lose face just now? He, Yi Chen, was the center of attention, the main character of the banquet. Furthermore, he was the perfect hero, saving the damsel in distress, except for his figure. He was not as hot as Zhang Jilin, but in terms of appearance. Luo Joshuan and Han Qinru were 2 girls who completely outclassed Zhang Jieran. She thought that he was such a flower lover. How could he watch such a beauty be ravaged by that scum? Brother, this is not right. Everything your brother suffered today was purely his own fault. You can't blame others for forcing him like this. How could it be done by us? Looking at the calm Yi Chen who was about to turn the tide, Luo Qian's originally gloomy mood disappeared all of a sudden. A hint of complacency climbed onto her pretty face once again. She glanced at Luo Yun provocatively as if to say, so what if your family has a fortune of 10,000? At this critical moment, you still have to look at my son-in-law Zhang Jieran, on the other hand, raised her head high, as if she was deeply afraid that others would not know that Yi Chen was her man. Who are you? Is there a place for you to talk here? C-253 Horrifying Tang Xuan. Yi Chen had a good idea. He wanted to rely on his own strength. He wanted to turn the tide in the war into a deal. In this way, he would save his face. He had also left a good impression and luck in the hearts of the 2 beautiful women. He might even be able to carry the beauty back, as the ancient book said. The thing that could move the heart of a beauty was nothing more than a hero saving a beauty. It was truly a beautiful thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, reality was so cruel. Tang Xuan did not even look at Yi Chen. He directly berated with contempt. An ant that wasn't even a bone-forging stage. Was there anything he could say here? You. The smile on Yi Chen's face instantly froze, and his chest heaved up and down like a drum. He did not know when, but he clenched his fists tightly. He, Yi Chen, was the young master of the Floating Snow Manor. In this 1.5 hectares of Ganyang County, even old Master Luo, the chief of a large clan, was a man of few words. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? This was a stain on his life that he could not wash up with. He wanted to make a move, but his remaining rationality told him that if he made a move now, the one who would be at a disadvantage would be himself. He had also heard about Tang Xuan, the #1 monster in Ganyang City. It was said that he had already condensed the spirit bones a few years ago and stepped into the bone forging. He was far from being his match. He must not know my identity. It must be like this, it must be like this. After comforting himself, Yi Chen forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. A smile appeared on his face once again, and he looked elegant and graceful. He said, Brother Tang. It's my fault, I didn't reveal my identity. My name is Yi Chen of the Piao Shui Mountain Manor, and my father is Yi Shuilong. Although the young lady of the Luo family had attacked him severely, it was his younger brother who had offended her first. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enemies than to settle them. Brother Tang, please show some respect to this little brother. Let go of the conflict and turn it into a peace treaty. Their Floating Snow Manor was the #1 sword sect in the Ganyang County, and there were countless experts in the manor. There are several intermediate martial master experts in the manor. His father had even taken that step before the new year. He had stepped into the high-level martial master, and as a famous sword cultivator, his attack power was known throughout the world. His father's actual combat strength was comparable to those level 8s from the level 8. Even some elders of the Seven Stars Sect had to give his father some face. Although Tang Xuan was ranked 17th among the monsters, he didn't believe it. How dare he not give face to their floating snow manor and his father, the snow dragon swordsman, Yi Shuilong. Looking at the chit-chatting Yi Chen, who had the demeanor of a noble family, Luo Qian and her daughter straightened their backs. They were like two hen chickens that had won a battle. Especially Zhang Jiaren, she could faintly feel that her hidden place had become moist. But very quickly, reality gave Yi Chen a fierce slap. Who do you think you are to give me face? Get lost. Tang Xuan looked like a modest gentleman and a scholarly man. Deep in his bones, he was just like his father. He had an arrogant heart, and what the hell was this floating snow manor? It was only because it was somewhat famous in the Ganyang County that it was placed in the 36 paths of the Great Tang Dynasty. It was unknown whether or not it would be able to enter the ranks of the 500 major powers. There was no comparison between him and the Seven Stars Sect. He was just a random elder of the inner sect. He had the strength to annihilate the entire floating snow manor. No one knew where this kid got his confidence from. He dared to stand out in front of everyone and let them give him face. Despicable bastard, you actually dared to look down on me like this? Yi Chen's face suddenly stiffened, and blue veins popped out on his forehead. He had never thought that Tang Xuan would dare to not give him face even though he had already introduced himself. This was a direct slap to Yi Chen's face, and it was the kind of slap that would open both sides of his face. He wanted to explode. However, when he thought about Tang Xuan's background, the killing intent in his heart froze. The Seven Stars Sect was a huge power that the floating snow manor couldn't afford to offend. However, just like that, he retreated with his tail between his legs. He was extremely unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He thought of someone and said in a calm tone, "Brother Tang, your Tianquan Yimai's Zhao Yulin and senior brother are best friends. I wonder if Brother Tang can give Brother Yulin some face." Although Zhao Yulin's ranking was not as good as Tang Xuan's, it was not much different. He was also top-level Heaven's Pride of the inner sect of the Seven Stars Sect. He did not believe that Tang Xuan would not give him face. He did not believe that he would not give Zhao Yulin face. Unfortunately, he had the wrong idea. Among the 7-peak pulse of the Seven Stars Sect, the Kaiyang and Yaoguang were arch-enemies, while the Yuheng was not on good terms with the Tianquan Yimai. In recent years, the Tianquan Yimai had risen to power. The Yuheng had been angered by the Tianquan Yimai many times. The most important thing was that young master Yulin, Zhao Yulin, had already died in the demon spirit secret realm. Before Yi Chen could finish his words, Zhao Yulin sneered, "Using a dead man to pressure me? He really didn't know what to do." You, what do you mean by that?" Yi Chen's face turned pale, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. "Humph is Zhao Yulin's best friend. Don't you know that he has already fallen in demon spirit secret realm?" A deep disdain flashed across Tang Xuan's eyes. Especially the words best friend, it was extremely heavy. Obviously, he did not believe that Yi Chen was Zhao Yulin's best friend. It was not like he did not know Zhao Yulin. He had always been arrogant. How could he take a fancy to an ant that was not even a martial master? How is this possible, Brother Yulin? How is this possible? Yi Chen's body trembled. His voice was filled with deep disbelief. Zhao Yulin's might, he had witnessed it with his own eyes. One man and one sword. He swept across the 9-dragon village and killed the 9 chiefs. The strength of the 9 great walls could be seen throughout the entire floating snow manor. Only his father, the snow dragon swordsman, Yi Shuilong, was able to suppress one of them. As for the others, such a genius from the monster. How could he die so easily? It was not easy for him to take down Zhang Jiaren, this beautiful woman. In these past few months, Yi Chen had been busy adding extra words to their old Yi family. How could he have the time to pay attention to other trivial matters? Although the news of the 4 great sect losing their halberd in demon spirit secret realm had spread like wildfire in the western region, he was still ignorant of it at this moment. "Scram to the side if you dare to be noisy again, I'll cripple you." A trace of impatience flashed across Tang Xuan's eyes. He did not have that much time to waste with such an ant. Yi Chen's eyes were red, and his heart was burning with anger. He had never been reprimanded like this in his life. However, when he touched Tang Xuan's cold and emotionless eyes, he immediately trembled. Not good. This bastard is serious. In an instant, the anger in his heart disappeared like a tide. The next moment, Yi Chen no longer cared about his face and quickly retreated. Being humiliated was better than losing his life. Why? How could this be? How could this be? Rossi and her daughter were in disbelief. She shouldn't be her son-in-law fiancé. To turn the tides and suppress that arrogant Tang Xuan. How did things turn out like this? Old man, and everyone from the Han family, what do you think about this junior's proposal? Tang Xuan took a step forward and asked again. Tang Xuan, how dare you Tang, you are courting death. You're going too far, you're really going too far. The disciples of the Luo and Han families, including old Master Luo, were all fuming with rage and gritting their teeth. They had almost sullied their young lady. Putting aside the fact that he had actually made their young ladies marry his perverted younger brother, he was simply shameless to the extreme. No matter how good-tempered a good sir was, he would still be furious. Let's go to war Tang family, the Han family will not rest until you die, and the Luo family today, you and I will be together. Many of the disciples from the two families had even said that they would fight to the death with the Tang family. This was going too far. If they just let this matter go, how would the two families stand in this Ganyang city? All of them would just find a rope and hang themselves with it. This would save them the shame of coming out and being mocked by the people of the world. Noisy rumble. In an instant, all the guests in the hall felt an extremely powerful spiritual energy surge out from Tang Xuan's body, instantly enveloping the entire hall. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can this Tang Xuan be so strong? How can he be so strong? Countless martial artists were horrified. Under the terrifying pressure of the aura, even a third-grade huge perfection martial master like old Master Luo was shocked. He was like an ant on the ground. As long as the other party was willing, he could do it at any time. They could be erased from this world. This was a complete suppression on the level of life. High-level martial master. This Tang Xuan is definitely a high-level martial master, and among all the high-level martial master, he is definitely not a weakling. Three-eyed old devil forcefully changed the rules of demon spirit secret realm, causing the dangers in the secret realm to increase tenfold, or even 100 times. However, as the saying goes, danger often coexisted with opportunities. As long as one could leave demon spirit secret realm alive, the harvest would be far beyond the imagination of the world, and it was not something that could be compared to the previous few years. In just a month's time, Tang Xuan's cultivation had jumped by 3 levels. He had broken through to the martial master 6th layer in one go. His actual combat strength was even greater than young giant's S. Even if he faced an ordinary 9 heavens expert, he would still have the strength to fight it. This was also the reason why he dared to pressure the Luo and Han family's old man. Do you want to know whether you want to become in-laws with the Tang family, or insist on becoming enemies with the Tang family? C254 then cut at the demon spirit secret realm was a dangerous place, but it was also a heaven-defying opportunity. After digesting nearly half of the fortune, Tang Xuan's cultivation base had jumped by 3 grades. He had jumped from a peak 3rd grade martial master to a 6th layer early stage martial master, and his actual combat strength was even more astonishing. He had completely crushed the 7th and high-level martial master of the major tribes in the level 8. It was just the pressure of his aura alone. Countless martial artist warriors couldn't even form a single resistance thought in the hall. This was the difference in the level of their lives. Even if all of them attacked together, even if they used all of their trump cards, they would still be no match for them. Bitch. This little brute had gone too far. He's going too far. Old Master Luo's eyes were bloodshot. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. If they really agreed to this, their reputation would be ruined. From now on, they would become the laughing stock of the world. Just as he was about to reject the offer, the words came out of his mouth. He swallowed it down again. This Tang Xuan was really too strong. He was so strong that he couldn't even muster the courage to resist, even if the patriarchs of the two families were here. Even if he used all of his resources, it would still be difficult for him to escape the suppression. If they really fought, the ones who would be defeated in the end. There was a high chance that it would be the Luo and Han families. Joshuan, Chinru, grandpa, granduncle, is incompetent. After being in a dilemma, it was the family's inheritance that gained the upper hand. He could not be so selfish. Because of his granddaughter, the family's 100 years of inheritance had been destroyed. In an instant, old Master Luo seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Watching his granddaughter being bullied by evil thief, he could not do anything about it. This was definitely the greatest tragedy in his life. When she saw old Master Luo's apologetic look, Luo Joshuan, who had always been mischievous, immediately understood what her grandfather meant. She fell to the ground in despair. Her eyes were unfocused, and she looked like a zombie. No, even if I die, I will never marry that scum. Her grief was greater than her heart. Who was Tang Shuwu? Everyone in Ganyang City. Who didn't know, and who didn't know? Among all the useless young masters, he was the second. No one would dare to be the first, the scumbag among scumbags. Zither, chess, painting, literature and martial arts. Not a single one of them was proficient in the art of eating, drinking, buying, and gambling. Cheating and swindling, that was something that could be done with ease. Every now and then, if he didn't rob a civilian girl, then he wouldn't be Tang Shuwu. He would call Tang Shuwu Tang Shuwu. There was no one in the streets and alleys. It wasn't a joke. She would rather die than marry such a hedonistic scumbag. At the same time, she felt regret in her heart. If she had known this would happen, she would not have held back at all. She would have just sent this beast on his way. Even if she died, she would have died in peace. Old man, have you thought about it? Tang Xuan looked down at old Master Luo from above. His expression was indescribably calm. He believed that the old man would make a wise decision. As a disciple of a big family, how could he not know that what they valued the most was the inheritance of the clan? For the sake of their clan, there was nothing that they could not sacrifice. 2 granddaughters were nothing. This. Although he had already decided to let Luo Joshuan and her granddaughter down, the words were already at the tip of his tongue. No matter how hard he tried, he could not say it out loud. Humans were not plants, so how could they be heartless? That was his biological granddaughter. How could she give up just like that? If that Tang Shuwu had a bit of a human appearance, it wouldn't be a big deal, but he really wasn't a fucking thing. If he married the 2 girls to him, it would truly be pushing the 2 girls into a pit of fire. Hehe. Han Qinru, Luo Joshuan, the 2 of you are going to be my people soon. When the time comes, I will definitely let you know how powerful I am, especially Luo Joshuan, who actually dared to do such a thing to me. Watch how I deal with you. Tang Shuwu rolled his eyes. Unknowingly, his pale face was full of smiles. Old man, give me a quick word. Do you want to become in-laws with the Tang family, or do you insist on becoming enemies with the Tang family? Tang Xuan urged once again. His voice was faintly filled with impatience. Sai Qingshan, Qinru, don't blame grandpa, uncle. Old Master Luo sighed helplessly in his heart. In the end, it was still the family inheritance that defeated the trace of familial love in his heart. At this moment, Tang Xuan, enough a voice filled with anger was heard from behind old Master Luo. In an instant, the gazes of all the guests in the hall were attracted by him. Who is this kid? How dare he scold Tang Xuan, Dark Star He seems to be Luo Yun's son. Is he stupid? How dare he talk to Tang Xuan like that? Crazy, this kid must be crazy. The guests looked at Yang Fann, who had suddenly stood up, as if they were looking at a madman. No one thought highly of Yang Fann. Luo Yun's family might not be the same as before. Their attacks were so heavy that even many high-level martial master warriors were shocked. However, it didn't mean that they were qualified to fight Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan was a terrifying existence that could suppress them with his chi alone. He was so powerful that even many high-level martial master warriors were no match for him. As for Yang Fann, he was just a 15 to 16-year-old young man. Whether he had the cultivation base of a pulse-opening stage 9 heavens was still unknown. Tang Xuan could easily crush him with just a finger. He would make him die without a burial ground. Kid, you've got guts. It's a pity that you're a little stupid. Yi Chen, who had retreated to the side, had a gloating look in his eyes. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a dead man. The sulky feeling in his heart immediately disappeared. Nonsense, what nonsense? Old Master Luo's expression changed. All of a sudden, is this a matter that a junior like you can interfere in? Just like all the guests, he didn't think highly of Yang Fann, this grandson of his. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Yunfeng's family was no longer the same as before, he would have long been dragged out of this shameful matter. Right at this moment, where did this wild brat come from? Is there a place for you to speak here? Seeing eldest brother descending from the heavens like a devil god, suppressing the Luo and Han families until they couldn't even raise their heads, Tang Shuwu's arrogant and domineering nature was revived once again. He said arrogantly to Yang Fann, why aren't you giving it to me? Get lost! Before he could finish his words, Tang Shuwu's entire body had already been sent flying. What shocked everyone even more was that the person who attacked was actually the mighty and insufferably arrogant Tang Xuan. What the hell is this? What is going on? Confusion, deep confusion. From the left side of Tang Shuwu's face, which was swollen like a steamed bun, it could be seen that Tang Xuan was telling the truth. Big, eldest brother, why did you hit him? Hit me? Tang Shuwu struggled to get up from the ground. He had a dumbfounded look on his face, and his voice was filled with unspeakable grievance. Writing, Tang Long, who had been quietly watching his eldest son perform, also looked at Tang Xuan in confusion. However, Tang Xuan did not seem to have heard Tang Shuwu and Tang Shuwu's reproach at all. His body trembled. He carefully walked towards Yang Fann. He looked like a mouse seeing a cat, like a primary school student who had made a mistake. He was currently being caught by his teacher. He felt indescribably uneasy. There was no longer the insufferably arrogant and imposing manner from before. It was as if he was a completely different person for this. What in the world is going on? He couldn't figure it out. It was really hard to figure it out. At this moment, Tang Xuan finally arrived in front of Yang Fann. His voice was filled with indescribable panic. Book meeting brother Yang Fann, this young man is actually Tang Xuan's senior brother. How is this possible? Countless guests stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. With Tang Xuan's cultivation base and strength, even among the core disciples of the Seven Stars Sect. Apart from those peerless sky rankings from the sky ranking, how many people could be worthy of the title of senior brother? And this young man in front of him was the monster of the sky ranking. Everyone knew that the youngest genius on the Seven Stars Sect's 36th heavenly ranking was over 30 years old. Not to mention, even if it was a monster from the sky ranking, it was impossible for Tang Xuan to be so shaken. It was as if he had seen the legendary prehistoric berserk beast suddenly. An exclamation attracted everyone's attention. It's him, he's Yang Fann, he's the youngest mortal born first in the history of Seven Stars Sect. Finally, someone recognized Yang Fann's identity. Even a small family like the Yang family, many of them had joined the Seven Stars Sect, let alone a large family like the Luo family and the Han family. In the main hall, there were still many disciples of the Seven Stars Sect. There were even a few disciples of the inner sect among them, but they were not as dazzling as Tang Xuan, who had 17 Earth board. Although some people initially felt that Yang Fann was more familiar with him, as if they had seen him somewhere before. As soon as they arrived, none of them thought that Yang Fann was the youngest disciple of the Seven Stars Sect, mortal board first, with the monster. They had also heard about Yang Fann, their younger cousin. He was a trash with a low-grade rank 9 bloodline. Secondly, he was a trash with a low-grade rank 9 bloodline. After the small completion black iron battle body, compared to the mortal board war 2 months ago. Finally, the most important thing was the news of a monster that defies the heavens. Yang Fann's death in the demon spirit secret realm had spread like wildfire. In everyone's eyes, Yang Fann was already a dead man. He is the youngest mortal board first in Seven Stars Sect. Yang Fann. Didn't he say that he died prematurely in demon spirit secret realm? And even if he is really that Yang Fann, this Tang Xuan shouldn't be so panicked. Very quickly, a great deal of doubt climbed into the hearts of all the guests in the hall. They could all say that Yang Fann's great name had been passed down from the heavens. He had rebelled against peerless evildoer, 100 Swords Lord, and Bailey Yunfei at the mere age of 15. He had become the youngest person in the history of Seven Stars Sect, mortal board first. It was rumored that his talent was extremely high. He was comparable to founding ancestor of the Seven Stars Sect, or perhaps even better. He had the name of the #1 monster in the Seven Stars Sect. It was undeniable. His talent was far above Tang Xuan's, but his potential was still his potential. Before he transformed into his true strength, everything was just an illusion. No matter how much Tang Xuan was afraid of Yang Fann, he shouldn't be so terrified. My grandson is actually the #1 monster in the Seven Stars Sect. Old Master Luo sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, a flash of understanding appeared in his heart. No wonder Yun was able to bring out such a heavy gift. I'm afraid it's all because of little Fan. How could this be? How could this be? How could that wild brat be the #1 monster in the Seven Stars Sect? Yi Chen's face twisted into a ball. His eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Tang Xuan, you're good, you're really good. Yang Fann's voice was extremely cold. It made people shiver from the bottom of their soul. although they did not like the Luo family very much. No matter what, he couldn't deny that there was a part of the Luo family's bloodline flowing in his body. Tang Xuan had forced the Luo and Han family to bully Luo Joshuan and Han Qinru. It was undoubtedly a direct slap to Yang Fann's face. Calm down, brother Yang Fann, calm down, brother Yang Fann. The book was not meant to offend you, it was not meant to offend you. Beads of sweat kept dripping down Tang Xuan's forehead. His voice carried a hint of sobbing, but at the same time, there was also a hint of resentment mixed within. Since you have been here all this time, just stand out. Don't tell me that I dare to not give you face and insist on causing trouble for the Luo and Han families. Only then did he speak up. There was truly no such thing as cheating, people hiss. This is really true, is it really, Tang Xuan? The guests in the hall were flabbergasted. They felt as if they had fallen into a dream. All of this was too surreal. What do you think about this matter? Yang Fann still had a cold expression on his face. Tang Xuan hurried to say, brother Yang Fann, this is written in books. If you want to fight or punish me, I will not complain. You personally apologize to my two cousins and get their forgiveness. Then, you will each pay the Luo and Han family millions of spirit stones. Let's forget about what happened just now, Yang Fann said in a low voice. After all, this Tang Xuan was a disciple of the Seven Stars Sect, and he was from the same sect as him. Furthermore, they had some friendly relations in the demon spirit secret realm. Most importantly, his attitude of admitting his mistake wasn't bad, and he didn't want to go too far with it. SS's, let's go our separate ways. Pay the millions of spirit stones separately. He really dares to say that. The entire hall was once again filled with utter shock. Those were 2 millions of spirit stones. It was not 20,000, nor was it 200. Even if the 4 great clans joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to produce so many spirit stones. However, these words sounded like amnesty in Tang Xuan's ears. He was deeply afraid that Yang Fann would go back on his word, so he kept nodding in agreement. Yes, 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 brother Yang Fann. I will apologize and compensate now. I will apologize and compensate now. 2 millions of spirit stones. Although it was painful for him, as long as he could obtain Yang Fann's forgiveness, everything was worth it. As for you, second brother, since you can't control yourself, then cut it off, so as to avoid harming others. C255. 5 million, was it a lot? A man's nature, liking women, is nothing in Yang Fann's eyes. The ancient sages had once said that women were lecherous, and there were a few people in the world who did not like women. However, being dissolute did not mean that they were obscene, especially those shameless lecherous thieves who relied on their family background to do dirty things. Yang Fann would not let any of them off lightly. If he saw any of them, what the fuck, cut them off. This is too cruel. The entire hall of guests trembled. Many of them subconsciously clamped their legs together. For a man, without his little brother, he might as well just kill them with his sword, but for a lecherous devil like Tang Xuan, better to die than to live. Cousin Yang Fann, he really is. Luo Jiawei and the other girls couldn't help but secretly spit at Yang Fann when they heard him. Their small faces were all flushed red. However, there was an exception. Luo Joshuan, whose heart was originally dead, almost jumped up in excitement when she heard him. She waved her small fist with a face full of relief. Tang Xuan, let's see how you are going to harm this little girl in the future. This. Tang Xuan, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, felt his heart jump to his throat again. Tang Xuan was his father and mother's blood brother. Although he had spent a lot of time with Tang Xuan ever since he joined the Seven Stars Sect, it was getting shorter and shorter by the day. He might not be able to get along with Tang Xuan for even a few days in a year. However, it didn't mean that the relationship between the two brothers had faded. Otherwise, he couldn't wipe Tang Xuan's butt time and time again. Today, he wouldn't be furious because of Tang Xuan and let him watch Tang Xuan suffer such torture. He really couldn't do it. However, before Tang Xuan could say anything, Tang Long, who was not far away, had already exploded. Brat, how dare you! At this moment, he could no longer care about his eldest son's attitude, as if he was a completely different person. He gritted his teeth. His veins bulged like a completely enraged beast. Tang Long only had these 2 sons, and his eldest son, Tang Xuan, was obsessed with the martial arts. He was almost 30 years old, but he didn't even have someone he liked. Who knew how many years it would take to expect him to give the Tang family a new lease of life? Therefore, Tang Shuwu, the youngest son, had practically become his only hope all these years. Tang Shuwu had been running amok. Every now and then, he would forcefully snatch a woman and return to the manor. This was not without Tang Long's deliberate indulgence. It was a pity that he didn't know if it was because of the heaven's will or because Tang Shuwu was too useless. For so many years, he had never given birth to a grandson or granddaughter. Now, Yang Fann actually wanted to sentence his son to death. This was simply wanting old Tang's family to die. How could Tang Long tolerate this? Ah, not good. Hearing this, Tang Xuan's face suddenly turned pale. There was almost no human expression on his face. No one knew how powerful Yang Fann was. How could he not know that Yang Fann was fighting against the master of a mountain alone? Even an outstanding Marquis expert like Patriarch Qing Yun admitted that he might not be Yang Fann. This was a human beast, a monster. The most important thing was that his behavior and actions were always unrestrained. That day, the mortal ranking war ignored the warnings of the elders. It was obvious that Baili Yunfei was going to be crippled. If he was really angered, he would never show mercy for the sake of a mere fellow disciple. As for his father's identity as an official of Great Tang Dynasty, in the eyes of a fierce man like Yang Fann, it was simply a joke. At that time, his father would definitely not be able to escape death. Father, shut up. At this moment, Tang Xuan no longer cared about his father's face and directly reprimanded. Ah, he actually wrote a book. Tang Long's face was filled with disbelief. Even the fury in his heart seemed to have vanished in an instant. He stared blankly at Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan had always respected him. In the past 30 years, not to mention scolding him like this, he had never refuted Tang Xuan's words. Brother Yang Fann, my father didn't do it on purpose. Don't take it to heart. Tang Xuan begged bitterly. His attitude was so humble that he almost knelt down in front of Yang Fann. Is this really Tang Xuan? The guests from all sides were shocked once again. They looked at Tang Xuan as if they had seen a ghost from the legends. They did not understand. They really could not understand all of this. Could it be that we are really old? Can't keep up with the trend of the times? Even if Yang Fann is the #1 monster in your 7 Stars Sect, his talent and potential are even higher than founding ancestor Venerable 7 Stars. He was highly regarded by the big shots of the sect, and was regarded as the hope for the rise of the sect. The future of the sect, but you, Tang Xuan, are still one of the top-level heaven's pride of the 7 Stars Sect. Peerless evildoer, a quasi-7th rank bloodline, no matter how much the upper echelons of the sect favored Yang Fann, it's impossible for them to do anything to you just because of Yang Fann. There was no need to be so afraid of Yang Fann if there's a next time, HMPH. Yang Fann cast a cold glance at Tang Long, then snorted coldly at Tang Xuan. Yes, thank you senior brother for your kindness. Tang Xuan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. His worried heart was slightly relieved. His father's life was finally saved. Still not making a move. Do you want me to do it myself? Yang Fann's voice was impatient. He did not have the time to waste with a scumbag. What the hell, does this Yang Fann want Tang Xuan to castrate Tang Shuwu himself? This is too much of a bully. The guests from all around widened their eyes. In their hearts, they felt as if 10,000 divine beasts, grass, and horses were galloping past. In front of Tang Xuan, he said that he was going to castrate his younger brother. It was already very bullying. Now, he was actually going to make a move personally. This was totally challenging the limits of a person. Brother Yang Fann, please show mercy. The book is willing to pay 5 million of spirit stonus as compensation. After saying this, Tang Xuan's heart was bleeding. Excluding the 2 million of spirit stonus that he promised to give to the Luo and Han families, these 5 million of spirit stonus. It was almost all of his belongings, but he could only watch helplessly as second brother was castrated. He could not do it, he really could not do it. SS's. 5 million of spirit stones. Gulp. Countless guests began to pant as they gulped down their saliva. 5 million of spirit stonus, 500. Even the 4 great clans of Luo, Han, Bai, and Meng might not be able to accumulate 5 million of spirit stonus even if they did not eat or drink for 100 years. Is it worth it for such a scourge? Many people had puzzled looks on their faces. If Tang Shuwu was some peerless evildoer, it would be fine. But in fact, Tang Shuwu was just a piece of trash with low talent. A pulse-opening stage 6th layer cultivation base was built up by the accumulation of medicinal pills. If they were in his shoes, if they had such a brother. Not to mention 5 million, it would be 500 spirit stones. They would find it too much. Agree to him. The disciples of the Luo and Han family seemed to have been injected with stimulants as they shouted out hoarsely. They wished they could replace Yang Fann and agree to Tang Xuan's request directly. The ashen Tang Xuan finally had a trace of blood on his face. In his despairing eyes, a glimmer of hope flashed. 5 millions of spirit stones. Even the high and mighty martial master would find it hard to reject it. This Yang Fann would definitely not be an exception. However, right at this moment, Tang Xuan, do you think that I am lacking that bit of spirit stone? A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. 5 millions of spirit stones, was there a lot of them? What? He actually refused. That was 5 millions of spirit stones, not 500. The wealth of many high-level martial master warriors was only so-so. Wasn't he just a playboy? So what if I let him go? And judging from Yang Fann's disdainful tone, it didn't seem like it was 5 millions of spirit stones at all. It was as if those were 5 spirit stones. It was an indescribable understatement. Just what kind of person is he? Is he really just a newbie? At this moment, everyone felt that this young man in front of them was like a cloud of fog, making them unable to see him clearly. Not only did Tang Xuan fear him like a tiger, he also treated the 5 millions of spirit stones as nothing. One should know that even half-step martial lord, who had just broken through to the Marquis stage, would be moved by him. Wapu. All the guests were confused and curious about Yang Fann's identity. Old Master Luo and the others were so angry that they almost vomited blood. DMN, if you don't want it, we want it. 5 million. My 5 million. How many years does my family have to live frugally? They just flew away like that. Woo. Impossible. This is impossible. Tang Shuwu's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost from the legends. That's 5 million. 5 million. How could he refuse? How could he refuse? The ray of hope that had finally bloomed was once again enveloped by endless darkness. Still not making a move? Do you really want me to make a move myself? C256. Poor people must have something to hate. Yang Fann's voice was incomparably cold and carried a hint of displeasure. It was as if he had reached the limit of his patience. He did not attack his family, but only sentenced his bully brother to death. That was already Yang Fann's mercy, but Tang Xuan was still delaying. He really gave him a taste of his own medicine, and now he opened the dye shop. The cold shine flickered in Yang Fann's eyes. If this Tang Xuan still did not make a move, then don't blame him for not caring about his old relationship. His parents and family had always been the reverse scale in his heart. If it were anyone else, who dared to bully his family, he would not waste his time talking nonsense with them. He would directly destroy his entire family. Of course, it wasn't because he hadn't truly accepted the Luo family. He had truly regarded them as his family. The shadow of childhood wasn't something that could be easily dispersed. In the huge Luo family, except for his uncle's family, the status of the others, including the old man Luo Yi, was very limited in his heart. If the one Tang Xuan threatened was his younger cousin, Luo Jiawei, Yang Fann would not care about his fellow disciples. He directly slapped the 3 of them into meat patties. Number. Not good. When he saw Yang Fann's extremely cold gaze, Tang Xuan immediately shivered. An ominous omen swept across his heart. He had a feeling that if he hesitated any longer, not only would second brother's treasure be lost, even his father and son would suffer the same fate in the next moment. Tang Xuan looked at Tang Shuwu apologetically, his heart filled with bitterness. Second brother, eldest brother has let you down. Don't blame eldest brother. In the end, Tang Xuan still chose to yield. Yang Fann was too strong, so strong that he couldn't summon any resistance thought. In just a month's time, his cultivation base had jumped by 3 grades. His combat strength had increased by more than 10 times, but compared to him, Yang Fann's harvest in Demon Spirit Secret Realm would only be greater. Perhaps even the high and mighty High Martial Marquis would be able to do so. Perhaps it was just a thought. He'll die a graveless death. Tang Xuan took a deep breath and walked towards Tang Shuwu. His steps were very slow, and his legs were like lead. Every step he took consumed more than half of his energy number. No way. Tang Xuan found it difficult to do so. Could it be true? I really do. The surroundings were filled with disbelief. That was not a life and death enemy, but his biological brother, the biological brother of the same father and mother. Even those cold-hearted people would not be able to do such a thing big. Eldest brother, what do you want to do? No, don't. I am your biological younger brother, your biological younger brother. There was no longer a trace of blood on Tang Shuwu's pale face. His voice was filled with indescribable fear, and he kept stepping back. He looked as pitiful as he could be. It was unbearable, however. Most of them still looked at him with hatred in their eyes. There must be something detestable about poor people. All these years, Tang Shuwu had relied on the power of his father and brother to do many evil deeds that angered both man and God. It was simply too difficult to write a book, and the whole hall was filled with guests. There were more than 1 or 2 people who were humiliated by him, and it was just that in the past, he was afraid of the powerful forces of the Tang family, as well as the peerless evildoer, Tang Xuan. They were just angry and didn't dare to say anything. Shu Wu, bear with it for a while. It will pass very soon. Tang Xuan's voice was trembling. He had castrated his own brother. The pressure and suffering he felt during this period could not be described with just a few words. No, eldest brother, I know I was wrong. I know that I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again, I won't do it again. His biggest hobby in his life was women. If he lost that source of happiness, what fun could he have in his life? No, he's your biological brother. Tang Long's voice was so heart-wrenching. The most tragic thing in life was nothing more than a white-haired man sending a black hair to a black man. However, he could only watch helplessly as his own son castrated his own child. The blow he received was not any weaker. Father, Thousands of words turned into silent sobs at this moment. How could the grief in his heart not be like this? That was his younger brother who had grown up behind him. If there was a slight possibility, how could he be willing to harm a martial arts student? Shu Wu, eldest brother has let you down. It was eldest brother who harmed you. If eldest brother could restrain you, why would he let you make mistakes again and again? It was all because of today's mistake. Shu Wu, eldest brother has let you down. It was eldest brother who harmed you. If eldest brother could restrain you, why would he let you make mistakes again and again? It was eldest brother who harmed you. Not daring to look at Tang Long again, an indescribable sorrow flashed across Tang Xuan's eyes. In the next moment, Tang Xuan waved his right hand, and a brilliant sword light cut through the void. I've made my move, I've really made my move. Although they had already guessed all of this, many people still found it hard to believe when everything became reality. The one who was cut off was his own brother. Almost at the same time, a heart-wrenching howl resounded throughout the hall. Tang Shuwu's body was blood red, and a lump of bloody soft flesh fell to the ground, scaring many ignorant girls into screaming. Martial scholar. Tang Long supported Tang Shuwu, who had fainted from the pain. His voice was like a sorrowful examination, and it was indescribably miserable. Even his head of black hair had turned much paler all of a sudden. His entire person seemed to have aged by 10 years. It's all father's fault, it's all father's fault. If not for him deliberately indulging, how could his youngest son have suffered such a great calamity? If he was able to strictly control him when he was young and not blindly protecting and indulging him, everything would be different. At this moment, if there was a medicine for regret that could be bought, even if he had to pay with his life, he had to buy one. Father, Looking at Tang Long, whose hair had turned white overnight like a candle in the wind, Tang Xuan's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. He wanted to comfort something, but thousands of words were about to come out of his mouth. He did not know how to open his mouth and castrate him, causing his father to be like this. It was him. Am I too cruel? A hint of pity flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Poor parents in the world were all born and raised by their fathers and mothers. They killed people but did not hit the ground. He really did not like this Tang Shuwu. He could just directly slap him to death. There was no need to force him so bitterly to let his brothers cripple each other right at this moment. Tang Shuwu, oh Tang Shuwu, you have such a day as well. All these years, how many women have you harmed? How many families have you caused to lose their families and families? Retribution. This is retribution. Luo Joshuan's voice was somewhat crazed. Her eyes were filled with the joy of getting revenge. She thought of the despair from before. It made her shudder. Just a little bit more. Her life was completely over. I feel pity for such a villain. When did I become so weak? When Yang Fann heard this, a wisp of self-mockery flashed across the corners of his mouth. A pitiable person definitely had that hateful aspect. All of this was caused by him himself. He pitied such a villain, and where did he put the people he bullied and bullied? And that night, Tang Long, whose hair had turned white, looked incomparably pitiful. However, this was also what he asked for. When he first entered the hall, he thought about it. How savage and unreasonable he was, and how arrogant and despotic he was. How overbearing was that Tang Xuan? He had forced the Luo and Han families. Today, if it wasn't for him being here, what kind of tragedy would await the Han sisters? Everyone had to pay the price for what he had done the next moment. Father, mother, little uncle, I'll be going back first. With a flash, Yang Fann returned to his original seat. He said to Luo Yun and the others that such an unforeseen event had occurred. The banquet obviously could not continue, and what Yang Fann hated the most was these utterly boring social gatherings. Rather than listening to the flattery of the crowd, he might as well go back and refine the essence of black irons. As for Tang Xuan's apology and compensation, even without him around, Tang Xuan would not dare to go back on his word. All right, Fan, just tell your grandfather and leave. Yang Yunfeng and his wife also knew his son's personality, and there was no need for him to socialize with the crowd, so he nodded and said, "Cousin, I'll go with you." Without Yang Fann, Luo Jiawei did not have much interest in staying any longer. Sigh, this girl. Luo Jianing and his wife smiled bitterly. No Dao did not say anything to stop them. C257 The aftermath. It was too late for old Master Luo to curry favor with Yang Fann. How could he dare to cause trouble for Yang Fann? When he saw Yang Fann taking his leave, he immediately agreed with a smile on his face. That intimacy was no longer as cold as it was in the past. Towards Luo Jiawei, this little granddaughter, she also had a smile on her face. He did not have the slightest bit of displeasure when he left the banquet midway. He was mature and shrewd. How could he not see the conflict between Yang Fann and the Luo family? Luo Jiawei was able to get close to Yang Fann. It was too late for him to be happy. How could he be unwilling? Wherever Yang Fann and Luo Jiawei passed, all the guests in the hall backed away. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at the legendary god and devil. Although they didn't know the exact details of Yang Fann, from Tang Xuan's cowardly behavior, he would rather castrate his own brother than fight back against Yang Fann. It wasn't hard to tell how terrifying this seemingly harmless young man was. It was absolutely beyond their imagination. Luo Qian and her daughter's eyes were unfocused as they powerlessly fell to the ground. They had lost. They had lost completely. Compared to Yang Fann, Yi Chen, whom they were proud of and regarded as their reliance, had lost. It was a pile of dog shit. The difference between the clouds and the mud was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. When their eyes touched the trembling body, they deeply buried their heads under the table. Yi Chen, who was afraid that Yang Fann would recognize him, was furious. His mother was really blind to choose such a son-in-law fiancé. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with all the geniuses of Seven Stars Sect. From top to bottom, in the Seven Stars Sect, almost no one dared to not give him face. "I have really fallen into your trap, I believe your nonsense." Watching Yang Fann walk out of the main hall, Tang Xuan hurriedly apologized to Han Qinru and Tang Long. His attitude was so sincere, and his tone was so humble that it was beyond the imagination of the world. In the end, he left 2 million Tang Shuas behind. He carried Tang Shuwu, who was seriously injured and unconscious, and Tang Long, who was still in endless self-blame, and left the Luo family with his tail between his legs. 2 millions of spirit stones. It really is 2 Luo families. I got it this time. The Luo family really got it. He looked at the several feet tall figure. The milky white spirit stones were like a small mountain, and the guests all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were filled with indescribable envy and jealousy. Not to mention 2 millions of spirit stones, even 10,000 spirit stones. Those who had seen it before. If it wasn't for old Master Luo keeping the small mountain of spirit stones in time, perhaps there were already guests whose rationality had been destroyed by money, and who were recklessly snatching the spirit stones. 2 millions of spirit stones. Even if it was the Luo, Han, Bai, and Meng clans who did not eat or drink for 100 years, they might not be able to accumulate such a huge amount of wealth. With him, they would no longer need to worry about the spirit stones for the rest of their lives. Luo family eats meat. Han family drinks soup. From today onwards, Ganyang City will be under their control. Whether we leave or stay, we should prepare for it as soon as possible. While their eyes were filled with shock and excitement, many of the guests felt a twinge of concern in their hearts. With the appearance of such a peerless evildoer from the Luo family, the rise of the Luo family had already become a foregone conclusion. The Han family had always been on good terms with the Luo family, and they only followed their lead. In addition to the fact that the two families were constantly interracial, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were one family. Naturally, the Han family would rise in power, and become the second most powerful family in Ganyang City. However, the other families were different. How could they allow others to snore and sleep in their beds? Especially the disciples of the Bai and Meng clans. They were in an even more panicked state all day long. As the longtime enemy of the Luo family, once the Luo family rose to power, the Bai and Meng families would be the ones to deal with them first. If we delay, something will happen. We must report this matter to Family Lord as soon as possible. Very quickly, the people from the various families and powers found a reason to resign from Old Master Luo. In less than 10 minutes, only the disciples of the Luo and Han families were left in the huge main hall. 10 miles southeast of Luo Mansion, there was also a large mansion. The mansion was so huge that it was not inferior to the Luo family. It occupied a large area of land. It was almost 5 miles in circumference, and the courtyard was very deep. There were countless small bridges, flowing water, and pavilions. This was not his territory, but the 4 great clans of Ganyang City, the Bai clan. Bai family's property was acting head of the family Bai Mufeng, and he was over 80 years old. He was a few years older than Old Master Luo, but he looked more than 10 years younger than Old Master Luo. He seemed to be in his 50s, the Bai family's family heirloom, Greenwood True Art. Although its attacking power wasn't high, it was among all the supreme grade techniques. However, in the path of health. However, it was still very effective in Ganyang City. Who didn't know that the people of the Bai family could live the most? Bai Mufeng's appearance was very ordinary. He was the kind of person who would disappear after being thrown into the crowd. However, his eyes were as deep as the starry sky in the universe. It was as if his eyes contained infinite wisdom, making it hard for people to forget him when they saw him. At this moment, the old man did not fall asleep. Instead, he was reading an ancient book in his study. From time to time, he would take a sip of fragrant tea. It was an indescribably comfortable feeling. Even the Han family had only sent a group of second-generation disciples to the Luo family. Furthermore, the Bai family, who had never gotten along well with the Luo family, had only prepared a generous gift for a few third-generation disciples right at this moment. Master, it's not good. It's not good. A thin old man in his 60s hurriedly pushed open the door of the study and barged in. Bai San, the chief steward of the Bai family, had been Bai Mufeng's servant since he was young. He had grown up with Bai Mufeng and had a deep relationship with him, even though he was a servant of the Bai family. He had an extraordinary status. Even some of the elders of the Bai family had to give him some face and did not dare to offend him. Third brother, don't worry, the sky will not fall. Bai Mufeng frowned slightly. This was also Bai San. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be severely punished for daring to barge into his study. Before Bai San could speak, another young man rushed into the study in a hurry. He kept shouting, "Grandpa, the sky is really falling this time." This was a young man in his early 20s. His white clothes fluttered in the wind. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. He had an imposing appearance. However, at this moment, his handsome face was filled with panic. It was as if he had seen a ghost from the legends. Bai Hao, the outstanding figure of the third generation of the Bai family, the fourth son of the Bai family, Bai Lin, was the eldest son of the Bai family. Tonight, he was the one who brought people to the Luo family to celebrate their birthday. Little Hao, what exactly happened? At this moment, Bai Mufeng also understood the seriousness of the matter. Otherwise, Bai San and Bai Hao wouldn't have dared to barge into his study late at night, and they were still in such a state of panic. Grandfather, tonight at the Luo family. What? With just his chi alone, he suppressed all of you. Even if that kid from the Tang family isn't a true high-level martial master. His combat strength was no longer below the high-level martial master, and he could even be considered one of the best amongst the other high-level martial master warriors. When he suppressed everyone, Bai Mufeng's body immediately trembled. As an old opponent who had been fighting for dozens of years, how strong was Luo Yi? He knew very well that the elders of the Luo family weren't weak either. He was able to suppress everyone with his aura alone. It was definitely a high-level martial master expert. What? Old man Luo's grandson was actually the #1 monster in the Seven Stars Sect, Yang Fann. Not only did Tang Xuan compensate 2 millions of spirit stonus, he even castrated Tang Shuwu with his own hands. Little Hao, are you sure you're not dreaming? Bai Mu Feng was dumbfounded. It wasn't that he didn't believe his grandson's words, but that this matter was too absurd, making people feel as if they were listening to a fairy tale. Grandpa, everyone has seen this with their own eyes. There is absolutely nothing false about it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaofeng and the others to come over and ask. Is there really such a thing? Seeing Bai Hao nod his head to confirm, Bai Mu Feng had no choice but to believe this absurd fact. In an instant, his brows twisted into a ball, and his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Third brother, send someone to call the elders over immediately. If this matter wasn't handled properly, their Bai family would be removed from this world. Geniuses naturally had their own pride. It was even more so for a monster like Tang Xuan. If it was only because of his identity and potential, Yang Fann would never be able to suppress him. Yang Fann's strength was far above Tang Xuan's. To be able to make him so terrified and even castrate his own brother to apologize to Yang Fann. Even if there were some discrepancies, just the identity of Yang Fann, the youngest mortal born first of Seven Stars Sect, was more than enough to crush their Bai family. If this matter can't be done, then we can only move our family away from Ganyang. Bai Mu Feng had a faint hint of retreating, let Xiao Hao, Xiao Feng and the rest leave Ganyang City immediately. At that time, even if there are any changes in our family, we can still leave a few seeds of hope for our Bai family. Ganyang City's Meng clan, lie, such a good thing could be encountered by old man Luo, it's really him, fuck. Meng family's acting head of the family Meng Hanlin couldn't help but curse. A grandson that he never took seriously could actually become such a heaven-defying monster. His mother's, there was still justice in this world. Sai, how come I don't have this grandson? That is the #1 monster in the Seven Stars Sect. With him, not to mention dominating Ganyang City, he could even run amok in the West Shu Road. That wouldn't be a difficult task. It seemed like he couldn't stay in Ganyang City any longer. Otherwise, the one waiting for us, the Meng clan. Even if our clan isn't destroyed, I'm afraid we'll become a vassal of the Luo family. The emergence of such a monster that defies the heavens from the Luo family is inevitable. My Ma family has a good relationship with the Luo family all these years. Perhaps this is a chance for my Ma family. This time, the heavens are going to change. What happens next is not something that a small family like us can meddle in. It's better for us to return to the Shanyang Peak as soon as possible so that we won't be affected by it. It doesn't seem to be a big deal for us to seek refuge with the Luo family. Who knows when our Hu family will be the second Han family. C-258 returned to the sect in the center of Ganyang City. There was a large mansion. Although it wasn't as grand as the Luo family's mansion, it had a circumference of 1 mile. There were pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, and a garden stable. It was complete. This was not the other place, but the city lord's mansion of Ganyang City in the beautifully decorated main hall. Bang bang bang, countless expensive antique vases were smashed to the ground and fragments fell to the ground. Roar, martial arts, my martial arts student. Tang Long's veins bulged and blood spurted out of his eyes. His chest rose and fell violently like a wind drum as he roared continuously. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. The sound was that of the chimera's weeping blood ape, and it was heart-wrenching. Its hatred was monstrous. Roar, Yang Fann, you're a baby, you're going to die a horrible death. Roar, if I don't skin you and pull out your tendons, I'll tear you into pieces. I'm not Tang Long. Woo woo woo, my poor martial arts student. Roar, this hatred, this hatred. I cannot live under the same sky. Even if I use all the water in the world, it would be hard for me to wash up. Also, that Luo family. I, Tang Long, am irreconcilable with all of you. Roar, father. Looking at Tang Xuan, who was roaring like a wild beast and shedding tears of blood, Tang Xuan felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. I was wrong. Am I really wrong? If he had just fought with his life on the line, perhaps second brother would not have. But very quickly, the terrifying scene of Yang Fann slaughtering Upper Demon General was like slaughtering a dog. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. If I don't do what Yang Fann said, not only will second brother suffer, I'm afraid that my father and I will also die. Right at this moment, Tang Long grabbed Tang Shu's shirt. Why? Why did you have to be so cruel to the civil servants? He is your brother, your biological brother. Tang Long's voice was heart-wrenching. Why? Why didn't he save Wenwu? Ah, Tell me, why is this? Bang Tang Xuan was thrown out by Tang Long. This time, Tang Long did not hold back at all. He hated Yang Fann, and also hated his eldest son. Not only did he not help his own brother, he even took the initiative to help others castrate his younger brother. This was a brother who had grown up with him. He did not even have a shred of humanity left in him. Poof. Tang Xuan's combat strength was not below the high-level martial master. His pure attack power, and even some Nine Heavens experts, were not his match. However, his physical defense had always been one of the biggest weaknesses of the sword cultivator. Tang Long threw himself onto the ground without holding anything back, causing him to almost fall apart. Even his internal organs seemed to be affected, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. You. Looking at his eldest son who spat out a mouthful of blood, Tang Long's rationality, which had been destroyed by his anger, recovered a bit. He wanted to say a few words to care for Tang Xuan, but when he thought of Tang Xuan's cold sword, he could not say anything else. Father, Shuwu is my biological younger brother. How can I be willing to let him suffer this torment? Tang Xuan struggled to get up from the ground with great difficulty. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said with a face full of grief, "Then why did you still make such a ruthless move against him?" Hearing this, that little brute is just a hair-raising boy who hasn't even grown a single hair. No matter how talented the monster is, can it be stronger than you? Could it be that he is afraid of his identity? Can you even sacrifice the happiness of your brother's life? Father, you really think too highly of me. To put it bluntly, as long as he's willing, he can take my life with just a flick of his finger. Tang Xuan's voice was filled with endless helplessness and bitterness. What? Impossible, this is impossible. Tang Long jumped up. He was very clear about the strength of his eldest son. That was the combat strength of a high-level martial master, even if it was the 9 great sect elder. That little brute, how old was he? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he would never be a match for his son, let alone killing him with a single finger. Ridiculous. This was ridiculous to the extreme. Father, I don't think so either. Unfortunately, that's the truth. Father, I only have a younger brother like Shuwu. If I have the slightest chance, I will risk my life. I will definitely protect Shuwu. He only had a younger brother like Tang Shuwu. If it was possible, how could he possibly do anything to him? Yang Fann was simply too much of a monster, making it impossible for him to fight back. If he fought back, then the only thing that awaited them would be the death of their entire clan. That's right, academics have always doted on martial arts. If there was a chance, why would he give up on martial arts and ignore it? Especially when he thought that Tang Shu would rather pay 5 million of spirit stonus to protect Tang Wenwu. Tang Long's resentment towards Tang Xuan disappeared without a trace. That was 5 million of spirit stonus. Not 50,000, not even 500. If not for his love, Tang Shuwu, this younger brother, who would be willing to use 5 million of spirit stonus to save a useless hedonistic younger brother who only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble but very quickly, a shocking killing intent rose from Tang Long's body like a great river. Die, that little flower must die even if it means sacrificing my life for it. His face was extremely distorted, as if he was an evil ghost from the depths of hell, capable of stopping a child from crying. Tang Xuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something to persuade him to take revenge. He also wanted to, but it was not that easy. Even if both of them opened their true acupoints and broke through to the Marquis stage. Furthermore, given their talent, it was impossible for them to be a match for Yang Fann. In this lifetime, there was almost no chance for them to step into the Marquis stage and open their true acupoints. The 7th rank bloodline was the foundation. A quasi-7th rank bloodline like him, even if he trained hard for his entire life, he would at most be a half-step martial lord. And his father's bloodline was even worse, it was merely an intermediate rank 8 bloodline. If he didn't have any fortuitous encounters, he would be a 7th layer martial master. That was his limit. However, when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them. Currently, Tang Long had already been occupied by hatred. No matter how much he said, it would be of no use. I can only take care of my father more and not let him do anything stupid. Otherwise, my Tang clan will be in danger. Regarding Yang Fann, he truly did not want to be an enemy. He was not a human, but a god. He was a devil. How could a human be a match for god and devil? In the end, second brother only had himself to blame for what had happened to him. 8,000 miles away from the 7 Stars mountain range, a dragon-shaped flying boat was flying in the sky above the clouds. Luo Jiawei, who was wearing a white princess dress, looked like a lively little elf. She touched this place from the east to the west. Her face was red and she was very excited. Although this was the second time she was on a flying boat, Luo Jiawei was still very excited. Unknowingly, it was already half a month later. After the birthday banquet ended, Yang Fann stayed in the Luo family for another 3 days. During this period, the peaceful Ning Ling garden suddenly became as crowded as a market. There was an endless stream of people who came to visit. There were the patriarchs of the major families in Ganyang City and the disciples of the Luo and Han families. If a monster that defies the heavens did not take the opportunity to curry favor with them, then they've lived for nothing. Unfortunately, Yang Fann had no intention of befriending them. Other than old Master Luo, who was his grandfather, the others, including their uncles and aunts, even the old man. If it wasn't for Luo Yun accompanying him, he wouldn't even want to see her. When his family was in dire straits, he ignored his family. All kinds of contempt and humiliation continued. He even almost drowned because of those so-called cousins. Now that his family was rich, each and every one of them hurriedly came up to him and tried to get in touch with him. Getting close to him, how could there be such a good thing in the world other than his uncle's family? Yang Fann had never thought of recognizing these uncles and aunts in his heart. 3 days later, Yang Fann's family bade farewell and left. When the 3 of them left, they returned with a small tail. While the little loli was acting cute, her eyes were filled with tears. If you don't agree, I will cry. Yang Fann had no choice but to agree to the little loli's request and bring him back to the Seven Stars Sect. In any case, with his position in the Seven Stars Sect, he would make an exception for Luo Jiawei and let her enter the outer sect. It was just a matter of a few words, not to mention that the little loli's talent wasn't bad either. Especially after consuming marrow cleansing pills and blood spirit grass, her talent had even reached the mid-rank 8. She could be considered a top genius in the entire outer sect. However, Yang Fann did not return to the sect. Instead, he stayed in the Yang family for a period of time. During this period of time, Yang Fann found an opportunity to hand over the silver puppet to Yang Yunfeng. Not only that, Yang Fann did not hesitate to use his natal saber chi to refine a few natal saber talismans. Every saber talisman contained Yang Fann's full strength. Even if it was top martial marquis, if he did not have the protection of the earth organ, his body and soul would still be in danger of dying. As long as it was not the martial ancestor expert that attacked, Yang Yunfeng and his wife and top martial marquis could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. Of course, there were also a lot of cultivation resources. Just the high-grade spirit stone alone was enough to save 50,000 for Yang Yunfeng and his wife. The other Yang Yunfeng and his wives were close to 100 million. At this moment, Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the other 2 half-martial master warriors had a high social status. Even compared to many Patriarch Wu, they weren't any worse. They were even better than Patriarch Wu. They were rich. As for the 100 million pills and spirit weapons that were purchased after the auction, besides a small portion that was left behind, Yang Fann had kept most of them in the Yang family. With such a huge amount of resources, the strength of the Yang family would improve by leaps and bounds. He believed that it wouldn't take long for them to surpass a big family like the Luo family. C-259 Someone poached me. There was a large and exquisite courtyard near the peak of the Lingyun Peak. It was the Lingyun courtyard, the number 1 courtyard in the Lingyun Peak. Usually, the maids in the courtyard were full of confidence. When they walked out of the courtyard, there was even a sense of pride that seemed to be superior to others. As the saying goes, a ranked 7 official in front of the Prime Minister. As the number 1 monster of the Seven Stars Sect, the youngest servant of Yang Fann, mortal bored first. They naturally had their pride, even if some geniuses of the outer sect saw them. However, more than a month ago, the news of Yang Fann's premature death in Demon Spirit's secret realm swept across the entire sect. Their sky had collapsed. The huge Lingyun courtyard was shrouded in an indescribable melancholy. The pride in his eyes had long disappeared, and all that was left was a deep confusion about the future. For under the grape rack in the backyard of Lingyun courtyard, 2 young women sat opposite each other in front of a bluestone round table. One of them, 29 years old, was dressed in a fiery red tight suit. Her face was delicate and pretty, and her skin was fairer than snow. Sha Yun, that's not right. It should be Sha He now. After Yang Fann had gotten mortal bored first that day, not only did he move into the Lingyun courtyard, which was the number 1 mansion in the outer sect of the Kaiyang, Manager Bai also sent a large number of servants and maids to him. Among them were 4 extremely beautiful outer sect disciples, and Xia Yun was one of them. After that, these 4 people were given the names of Chun Lan, Xia He, Chu Ju, and Dong Mei by Yang Fann. Among them, Xia Yun was changed to Xia He. The person opposite her was also less than 20 years old. She wore a long green dress and had a pretty face. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. She was tall and slender, and her slender waist could not bear to be held. Her black hair was like a waterfall as she draped it over her back. She was bound by a silver ribbon casually. Under this grape rack, her temperament was extremely elegant. Mo Rongxi, she was once a famous beauty in Kaiyang Yimai. She was the goddess in outer sect disciples' heart. In terms of beauty, she was even more beautiful than the unblemished angel Gong Wuxia. When fairy Bing Ling Lu Bingling came, she was only slightly inferior. Unfortunately, the bloodline talent was only at the rank 9 high grade. It could not even be considered a genius, which made her famous in the Kaiyang Yimai. Now, she was one of Yang Fann's 4 great maids, and Yang Fann had given her the name Chun Lan. Chun Lan, Dong Mei also left. Xia He's red lips parted. Her voice was filled with charm as Yang Fann died prematurely. Many people in the Kaiyang Yimai had their eyes on them. In other people's eyes, the 4 of them were Yang Fann's women. Their talent was not as good as Yang Fann's, but Yang Fann's woman after sleeping for a while. It was a different kind of temptation. Not long ago, Chu Ju was first unable to be seduced. She threw herself into the arms of the green mist swordsman Shan Qinglan, and just yesterday, Dong Mei had also become the exclusive property of the frenzied dragon swordsman, Chu Kuanglong. Lion King and Shi Wanshan's luck was still a bit bad. Of the 28 people who had returned from Demon Spirit Secret Realm, none of them were there. Obviously, all of them had died in the Demon Spirit Secret Realm, but it was normal. Among the 3 of them, the strongest was Shi Wanshan. He barely had the strength to fight with the 2 Empyrean Martial Master. In the Demon Spirit Secret Realm, not to mention those demon general grade demon beasts, he was just a top grade demon soldier. They might not even be able to bear the consequences. Including Yun Feiyong and Heng Yidao, who had been crippled by Yang Fann, as well as Yang Fann himself, there were 6 vacant spots in the top 10 disciples of the Kaiyang's outer sect. This Qing Lan swordsman Dan Qing Lan and the frenzied dragon swordsman Chu Kuanglong were the new top 10 disciples, and they were ranked 8th and 9th respectively. Not only Chu Ju and Dong Mei, but also the other ordinary maids. During the past month, many of them had left. Ordinary geniuses of the outer sect were unable to dig out Chu Ju and Dong Mei. However, it was highly possible for the other ordinary maids to do so. No matter what, it was still Yang Fann's female servant. There was still a great temptation to her. Sigh, Dong Mei has left too. Chun Lan muttered. An indescribable bitterness flashed across her beautiful eyes. In terms of beauty, she admitted that she was not much weaker than Gong Wuxia and Lu Bingling, but because of her poor talent. It made Gong Wuxia and Lu Bingling the proud daughters of heaven who were famous in the Seven Stars Sect, and the countless goddesses in outer sect disciples' heart. Even many geniuses of the inner sect fell to their knees under their garnet dresses. As for her, she was just an ordinary female disciple of the Kaiyang Yimai, and she was unwilling to accept it. She really couldn't accept it. She always wanted to be like Gong Wuxia and the others. Her name shook the 7 stars, and Yang Fann had appeared. It made her see hope. Mortal Board First, who was 15 years old. He was simply unprecedented, and no one ever came after him. What Sky Rankings monster, compared to one of the Earth Board prodigies. All of them were ordinary people. As long as they could become his woman, it was only a matter of time before Yang Fann could surpass Gong Wuxia and the other 2 girls. Never would they have thought that the heavens would be so cruel. Yang Fann had actually died in Demon Spirit's Secret Realm. This had, once again, shattered her hope. I heard that Li Yao spent a lot of money to hire you to be the supervisor of his residence. How about it? When will you be there? Shahi's coquettish eyes were like spring as she casually said. Young Master Yaoyun, Li Yao, and Dan Qinglan and Chu Kuanglong were both newly promoted top 10 disciples, but their ranking was far above Dan Qinglan and Chu Kuanglong. They were ranked 5th among the top 10 disciples. Young Master Yao Yun, Li Yao. With a soft mutter, a trace of disdain flashed across Chunmei's beautiful eyes. To others, Li Yao Yun was a rare monster genius in the world. He had extraordinary talent and was a rank 8 high grade. Compared to the previous 3 giants, he was only slightly inferior. if it were not for the fact that he was still young at that time. Unfortunately, he still couldn't enter Chunmei's eyes. Surpassing Gong Wuxia and Lu Bingling was her goal, and Li Yao himself was more than a level lower than Gong Wuxia and the others. If she followed Li Yao, she would not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gong Wuxia and the other two girls in the future. Whether or not she could squeeze into the ranks of the core disciples would be very uncertain. Let's not talk about me anymore, Shahi. That young master Lushang, Qi Lushang likes you very much. When are you going to the Qi residence? Turning her pretty eyes, Chunmei asked back. Young master Lushang was not an ordinary person. She was also one of the new top 10 disciples of the Kaiyang's outer sect. She was only ranked 6th below Li Yao. I am not interested in Qi Lushang. Shahi relaxed her body lazily. Her voice was full of deep disdain. Qi Lushang was not even as good as Li Yao, and her talent was even below Chu Kuanglong and Dan Qinglan. She only had a middle-level quasi-rank 8 bloodline. If it wasn't for the fact that she was 2 years older than Chu Kuanglong and Dan Qinglan, how could the 6th disciple of the 10 great disciples have a turn for him? With his talent, whether or not he could enter the ranks of the core disciples was still unknown. The condensation of spirit bones would be able to break through to the bone forging before the age of 30. For those with low rank 8 bloodlines, it was not an easy task. For those who had low rank 8 bloodline, those who had only broken through to the martial master stage at the age of 50 or 60. There were many of them, and even if Qi Lushang was lucky enough to become a core disciple, she was only one of the most ordinary of them. If she really followed him, she, Shahi, would only be a disciple of the inner sect in her lifetime, not to mention becoming a core disciple. Whether or not she could break through to the martial master stage was still a small matter. It could even be said to be impossible. Although she wasn't monster genius, she was still a first-grade high-grade bloodline expert. Furthermore, she was considered the top of the rank 9 high-grade bloodline. If she only became a disciple of the inner sect, she would be able to do it by herself. At most, she would need to spend 1 or 2 more years. Why would she need to throw herself at that Qi Lushang? She didn't mind being someone's toy. A woman was attached to an expert, especially beautiful women like them, who became the exclusive property of men. That was everywhere, but the prerequisite was that the person must have sufficient strength. Even if it wasn't a heaven-defying monster like Yang Fann, it must at least be one of the 10 great mortal boards of the mortal board. Otherwise, even a bone-forging martial master wouldn't be able to guarantee it. Why did he have to humiliate himself? Furthermore, had Yang Fann really died prematurely? Regarding this, Shahi had always had a trace of hesitation in her heart. A monster that defies the heavens, like this, was a person who possessed great fortune. It was not so easy for him to die prematurely. Young Master Lu's talent is indeed lacking. Chun Lan nodded her head in agreement. If it was her, she would also not be interested in him. In the end, he only had the identity of a disciple of the inner sect, so she might as well cultivate on her own. Suddenly, Chun Lan's eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost from the legends. She cried out in surprise, "What is that? A dragon? It seems to be a real dragon. How is this possible? How is this possible?" The divine beast true dragon had already become a legend since the ancient times. Even the flood dragon that was supported by a true dragon had already been extinct for tens of thousands of years. How could there still be a golden dragon appearing? No, that's not right. That's good. It looks like a dragon-shaped ship, but how can a ship fly in the sky? C-260A Great Reward A. A flying ship, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Oh right, flying ship, that legendary flying ship. Shahi's charming face slightly changed as she exclaimed. She had once read in an ancient book that in this world, there is a kind of spirit stone as the source of motivation. A flying ship that could soar in the sky and travel 100,000 miles a day. But very quickly, traces of doubt flickered in her charming eyes. According to the ancient records, flying ships were legendary treasures. In the entire Great Tang dynasty, there weren't many of them. Furthermore, the method of refining the flying boat had long been lost. The current flying boat, they were either left behind by the sect, or they were obtained from the various ancient caves. Each flying ship was extremely precious and could be used to control flying ships. All of them were the best experts in the world, even if it wasn't the high and mighty patriarch Wu Hu. They were also the best martial masters among many martial master warriors, but such experts. How could such an expert appear in the Lingyun Peak? After all, Lingyun Peak was just a spiritual peak of outer sect. In the past, sect elder from the 7 martial master level 8 might not even be able to get one, let alone a top-tier expert who could use a flying boat. That flying boat is great. It seems like it is flying towards the Lingyun courtyard. How is this possible? Suddenly, Shahi's exquisite body trembled once again and her eyes widened. For a big shot like this from the sect, even if he really had something to do, he should be looking for manager the outer sect instead of coming to the Lingyun courtyard. Right at this moment, the 30-meter-long dragon-shaped flying boat had already landed firmly on the empty space in front of them in the next moment. A man and a woman stepped down from the flying boat. It was as if there were invisible stairs in the air. Their footsteps were indescribably steady. That man was in his 20s. He was dressed in a black warrior uniform and had a tall and straight figure. His face was as clear as jade and his facial lines were very gentle. His aura was average, and he could be said to be at the martial artist. He looked more like an ordinary man who didn't know any martial arts. However, by chance, the divine light that was emitted from his body gave people the feeling of a heavenly god descending to the mortal world. His straight spine was like a peerless divine spear. It was so tall that it made people feel like prostrating themselves on the ground. Submit to him. As for the young girl, she looked to be 14 or 15 years old. There was a faint trace of baby fat on her oval-shaped face. Her eyebrows were curved and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. It contained an innocent, and quick-witted expression, and its skin was white and tender like snow. Her face was extremely beautiful, and she wore a white princess dress. She was like a porcelain doll carved from jade, and people couldn't help but want to hold her in their arms. Love her well, its master. Chun Lan and Shahi's voices were filled with indescribable excitement and surprise. The person who came was none other than Yang Fann and his lowly cousin Luo Jiawei. The 7 Stars mountain range was only 10,000 miles away from the Fengyang city. With the help of the roaming dragon flying boat, even if they did not use the high-grade spirit stone to travel at full speed, it would only take them a few hours to reach the Lingyun peak. In the next moment, Chun Lan, Shahi, greets master. The two girls hurriedly took a step forward and bowed towards Yang Fann. Their voices were slightly trembling and revealed unconcealable joy. Their bitter waiting was not in vain. They had returned. Master had finally returned. No need for formalities. Yang Fann nodded lightly, then pointed to Luo Jiawei beside him and introduced, "This is my cousin Jiawei. From now on, she will be your young lady." Chun Lan, Shahi, greets young lady. Hearing this, the two girls hurriedly bowed to Luo Jiawei. Their joyful hearts sank slightly. Looking at this Miss Biao's admiring gaze towards her master from time to time, it was not hard to tell. It was likely that she also had some thoughts about her master. In terms of beauty, the current Luo Jiawei was not inferior to them. In a few years' time, surpassing them was very likely. Furthermore, she had the identity of a cousin. She was definitely a formidable opponent for them. As for whether or not this violated human ethics, it was pure nonsense. In this world, especially those great clans and clans, marriage between cousins was not uncommon. For example, Luo Jianing and Han Min were a pair of cousins. As long as they were not siblings, it was not a big deal. Some families, in order to ensure the purity of their bloodline, they didn't even marry outsiders, and it wasn't like they didn't have any siblings. No need to stand on ceremony. Luo Jiawei waved her hand in a dignified manner. Although she wasn't old, the Luo family was a genuine aristocratic family. There were tens of thousands of servants and maids in the family. In the magnificent and grand hall of Lingyun courtyard, Yang Fann sat on the main seat. Beside him sat the little lowly, Luo Jiawei. Below them were Chun Lan and Shahi. Oh, Chuju, Dongmai, and many other maids have left. Yang Fann took a sip of the tea and softly muttered, "They have left, so let's go." Yang Fann would not let go of those truly rebellious people. However, their situation was a little special. It was after the sect announced his premature death in Demon Spirit's secret realm. Yang Fann did not want to make things too difficult for them when he joined someone else's sect just now. After all, he had already died. It was only natural for him to find a new master. However, understanding was understandable. It was wishful thinking for those people to want to return to Lingyun courtyard. Chun Lan, in the mansion. Yes, replying to master, currently, other than Shahi and I, there is no one else in the residence. There are also 3 level 1 maids and 5 second-grade maids. 13 third-grade female servants. Chun Lan bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Other than Chun Lan, Shahi, Chuju and Dongmai, there were 50 other female servants." According to the difference in bloodline talent, they were divided into 3 grades. The rank 9 high-grade bloodline was a level 1 maid, and there were a total of 8 of them. The intermediate bloodline was a 2nd-grade maid, and there were 18 of them. The remaining 24 low-grade female servants were 3rd-grade female servants. What about the servants? Replying to Master, not a single one of the 50 servants has left. It was Shahi who spoke this time. It was not that those servants were very loyal to the mistress, Yang Fann, but that no one came to poach them. Chu Ju and the other maids were all Yang Fann's women. Moreover, each of them had excellent looks, and at the very least, they were the town's beauties. What could those servants do? Should they dig them up and make love to them? Although it was rumored that there were also people in the world who liked men. They loved to walk the straight path. But at least in the Seven Stars Sect, there was not a single person in the Lingyun Peak. Instead of going back to their respective servicemen's peak to suffer, it was better to stay in the Lingyun courtyard. There was no daily service in the Lingyun courtyard, and the food was far better than the food in the servicemen's peak. The food was all exotic beast meat. It's rare for them to be able to stay in Lingyun courtyard. All the maid servants were rewarded with 1 marrow cleansing pill, and the level 1 maid servants were rewarded with another 100 spirit stones. 2nd-grade maids will be rewarded with 50 spirit stones, and 3rd-grade maids will be rewarded with 30 spirit stones. All the maid servants will be rewarded with 10 spirit stones. Yang Fann pondered for a moment. The maids were able to resist the temptation of external items. They could barely be considered one of them, but against one of them. Yang Fann would never be stingy, but some servants, although no one had come to poach them, since they had all stayed behind, he would not be stingy either. A mere 500 spirit stones was nothing to Yang Fann, who was filthy rich. That was the matter of plucking out a strand of hair, even if he left nearly half of the spirit stones in the Yang family. Even after leaving it for his parents, he still had more than 300 million spirit stones on him. There were over 60,000 high-grade spirit stones and 12 million middle-grade spirit stones. The most low-grade spiritual stones he had were nearly 300 million. If they were all exchanged for low-grade spiritual stones, that would be 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. A few hundred spirit stones were nothing. However, these words were like a clap of thunder in the ears of Chun Lan and Shahi. It caused their heart seas to stir up 10,000 layers of waves. This reward, it was also too heavy. 3 level 1 maids with 100 spirit stones, that was 300 spirit stones. The 2nd-grade female attendant had 50 spirit stones, a total of 5 people. That was 250 spirit stones. The 3rd-grade female attendant had 30 spirit stones. Including the 50 servants and 500 spirit stones, that was close to 1,500 spirit stones. One had to know that even a top 10 disciple like Dan Qinglin might not have 1,000 spirit stones in their entire net worth. Furthermore, there were marrow cleansing pills that were hard to find even with 10,000 gold coins. These were supreme grade Ling Dans that core disciples had the qualifications to purchase. Even for the top 10 disciples, it would be extremely difficult to obtain one. You will be in charge of Chunmei's reward. As he spoke, a universe bag was tossed aside by Yang Fann. Yes, its master. The jade hand holding the universe bag trembled slightly, and her voice was slightly panicky. If this universe bag was lost, even if he sold her, he wouldn't be able to compensate for it. You and Shahi, these days have been tough on you. It's coming, it's coming. Chun Lan and Shahi's hearts were in their throats. Their breathing was rapid and their emotions were incomparably surging. Even level 1 maids had such a great reward, let alone 2 of their personal maids. C-261. Long live the master. In the main hall of Lingyun courtyard, Chun Lan and Shahi's hearts seemed like they were about to jump out of their chests. Their faces were red and they were extremely nervous. Even a level 1 maid had 100 spirit stones and a marrow cleansing pill as a reward. These 2 personal maids, would it be 200 spirit stones or even more? Just as the 2 girls were overwhelmed with emotions and were making wild guesses, Yang Fann did not immediately announce their reward. Instead, he waved his hand and 2 bright spirit lights cut through the void and shot towards them at lightning speed. What? The 2 girls' pretty faces changed. A hint of uneasiness flashed across their bright eyes. Could it be that they didn't stop Chuju and the others from leaving because we were unable to protect them? Did Master want to punish the 2 of them? Before Yang Fann left, he entrusted everything in the courtyard to the 4 maids. In the end, in just a month's time, more than half of the maids had left. If one were to really talk about it, they indeed felt that they had failed in their duties. Just as he was about to open his mouth and beg for mercy, the two bright lights had already penetrated his body. In an instant, the words that were about to come out of their mouths could no longer be said. Concentrate and calm your mind. Quickly circulate the 3 Yang pulse opening stage art. Even Chu Ju and Dong Mei Yang Fan did not want to pursue this matter, let alone Chun Lan and Sha He, who had been waiting for him to return. Yang Fan waved his 2 spiritual lights. It was not like what they had imagined. He wanted to punish them, but to increase their cultivation as his personal maid. She had only just broken through to the 6th layer. It was really a little low. If she went out, it would be hard to say that she was Yang Fan's maid. So fast. Chun Lan and Chun Lan were shocked. The spiritual light that entered their bodies was like a peerless evil dragon. It passed through their bodies in less than half a breath's time. It had already opened up a heavenly meridian in their bodies, and it was still moving at a terrifying speed. The remaining heavenly meridians in their bodies were linked up, causing their cultivation base to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. 6th layer, early stage, late 6th layer. 6th layer. Huge perfection. Ah, it's broken. 7th Empyrean stage. The 2 girls were shouting crazily in their hearts. In just 3 breaths of time, they had actually broken through to the pulse opening stage, 7th Empyrean stage, becoming one of the top experts of the outer sect. If this were to spread out, who would believe it, and who would dare to believe it? What was even more frightening was that the spiritual light didn't seem to have weakened at all. It was still like a surging wave, charging at the remaining heavenly meridian. 74 heavenly meridians, 78 heavenly meridians, 81 heavenly meridians. Rumble. The aura around the 2 girls increased once again, the level 8 realm. After half a cup of tea's time, the 2 girls opened their eyes almost at the same time. Their pretty faces were filled with excitement and shock. All 108 heavenly meridians in their bodies were cleared. 9th level great perfection stage. This was simply unbelievable. It was as if they were dreaming. After a long while, the 2 women finally accepted this fact. They looked at Yang Fan with eyes full of respect. Their legs went weak, and they unconsciously knelt on the ground, as if they were worshipping the legendary gods. From this moment on, Yang Fan was like the heavens in their hearts. He was a god, a heaven-defying technique. It was not something that mortals could possess, even those sect elder. It was impossible for them to make their cultivation base jump by 3 levels in just a few minutes. Breaking through to the 9th grade great perfection stage in one go, and with a wave of his hand. Even the high and mighty patriarch Wu, who couldn't compare to them, get up. Yang Fan laughed lightly and casually. It was as if he had done something insignificant, but it was the truth. With his current cultivation base, he was able to open up all the heavenly meridians in his body. It was simply too easy. If it wasn't for the limitations of his bloodline, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the martial master stage. Of course, if that was the case, it would be a little too much. It would easily cause instability in one's foundation. Thank you, Master. The 2 girls' voices were still trembling. How could the surging emotions in their hearts be so easy to calm down? One should know that they were in the near 10,000 outer sect in Lingyun Peak. They could only be considered as the middle class. Could they enter the ranks of the top 1,000 disciples? It was still a big mystery. However, in such a short period of time, their cultivation and strength had increased by several times. Even if they were to fight against Dan Qinglin and the other top 10 disciples, they all had the strength to fight. It was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, I saw far and managed to withstand the attack. If I were like the autumn chrysanthemum and winter plum, hiss. Thinking of the autumn chrysanthemum and winter plum, Chun Lan and Sha He could not help but sigh. It was really a thought of heaven and a thought of hell. Just Shan Qinglin and Chu Kuanglong, Chu Ju and Dongmai had used all their skills to curry favor with them. In the end, they had achieved. It was likely that they would be like the current them, linking up all 108 heavenly meridians in their bodies. It was virtually impossible for him to advance any further. Furthermore, with Yang Fan returning to the 7 Stars Sect, Dan Qinglin and Chu Kuanglong would have a better life. Playing with Yang Fan's woman is a great sense of accomplishment. But the prerequisite was that Yang Fan really died. Otherwise, whoever played with her would definitely die, even if Yang Fan was magnanimous and did not mind. There were people who tried to please Yang Fan. As for Chu Ju and Dong Mei, who were the root of everything, they made things difficult for them. Would Shan Qinglin and Chu Kuanglong let them have a good time? Chun Lan and Sha He could already foresee the miserable lives of the two girls. The best outcome would be to leave Seven Stars Mountain Range as soon as possible and find an ordinary family to marry. Perhaps they could still live peacefully for the rest of their lives at this moment. Another 2 universe bags were thrown over and fell into the hands of the two girls. Each universe bag contains 1,000 spirit stones, 1 marrow cleansing pill, 1 bone spirit grass, 1 blackberry fruit. After refining it, I should be able to smoothly step into the martial master stage. 568 blackberry fruits were auctioned off for 30. He gave Luo Jianing and his family 6 Luo Jianings, as well as 10 congratulatory gifts. As for his uncle, as for the 400 Yang Fanns he had given his parents and grandfather, Yang Fann still had 102 left. Of the 43 Yang Fanns, Yang Fann left 30 for his family. There were still 13 left in his hands, excluding the ones he had prepared for his good brothers, Meniu and Qinhu. It was nothing much to give Chun Lan and Sha He a portion. With the two girls' innate talent, after using the marrow cleansing pill to cleanse their meridians, it might be difficult for them to transform into 8th grade bloodline in one go. However, a quasi-8th grade bloodline could not escape. With the blackberry fruit to increase his mental energy, he would then use the bone spirit grass to break through. Even if they did not have the confidence to break through to the 10th level, they would still have the confidence to break through to the 8th layer master. Chun Lan and Sha He's delicate bodies kept trembling. They were so excited that they could not speak. Condensation of spirit bones. Stepping into the bone forging was their lifelong pursuit. They had never thought that their dream would come true so easily. They had no doubt about what Yang Fann said. Yang Fann had raised their cultivation base to pulse opening stage, great perfection stage, with just a wave of his hand. They were just like Luo Jiawei. In their hearts, they had become Yang Fann's brainless fans. Yang Fann was the omnipotent god, not to mention helping them break through to the martial master stage. In other words, he was just a fart that could make the sun in the sky jump down. They would only believe that the sun was so fragile that it couldn't even withstand a fart from their master. They would not think about anything else. One, go down and distribute the rewards. Yang Fann waved his hand in motion for the two girls to withdraw. After that, go into seclusion and prepare to break through. Yes, master. What a pity. Chuju and Dongmai. After exiting the hall, the two women exchanged glances. Chun Lan said with some regret, if Chuju and Dongmai were able to hold on, they would probably get a share of the reward. Especially Dongmai, there was only a day left. What's there to pity about? Everything was chosen by them. The corner of Sha He's mouth curled into a cold smile. Her willpower was not strong and she could not bear it. Who could she blame? Very quickly, very soon, the cold smile was replaced by excitement that couldn't be concealed. Alright, let's not talk about the two of them anymore. I am going to break through. I really did not expect that I, Sha He, would have today as well. An 18-year-old bone forging martial master, from top to bottom in my 7 Stars Sect. Not many people. I also have to finish this quickly. I cannot let Sha He, this little lass, snatch the first. Looking at Sha He swaying her butt and walking swiftly, Chun Lan shook her head and laughed lightly. A 19-year-old bone forging martial master, it should also be a type of beautiful talk. Very quickly, the entire Lingyun courtyard began to boil and the cheers of their masters resounded. 10 spirit stones, that was 10,000 gold taels, not to mention these servant disciples. Among those outer sect disciple, only a small portion of them had such a high social status. As for the group of maids, they were all in high spirits, and they wished they could give up their lives to Yang Fann as soon as possible. In the main hall, it's been a long time since I last saw brother Meniu and Qinhu's senior brother. I wonder how they are doing now. With this thought in mind, Yang Fann couldn't wait to find them. Just as he called out to the little lowly Luo Jiawei, he saw a maid walk in from outside the hall. She looked to be 16 or 17 years old. She had a pretty face, a slim figure, and a slim waist. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Chun Lan and Sha He, she was still above 85 points. Cao Yan, one of the 3 level 1 female servants that stayed behind. Master, senior brother from Tianshu Peaks Zhuang Feng requests an audience. Cao Yan looked at Yang Fann with watery eyes, as if she wanted to eat him. C262. The master has summoned him in the main hall. The level 1 maid, Cao Yan, looked at Yang Fann with a pair of hot eyes. She wished she could throw herself into Yang Fann's arms and have a good time with him. In the 7 Stars Sect, ordinary outer sect disciple. However, even if he worked hard for a month, he might not be able to earn 100 taels of gold. Most of the time, outer sect disciple would not eat or drink for a year. He was only able to save 1 spirit stone, and Yang Fann rewarded him with 100 spirit stones. This was almost the income of many outer sect disciples' lifetime, not to mention the incomparably precious high-grade Ling Dans, marrow-cleansing pills. The generosity of his hands was something that even many core disciples could not match up to. In addition, they were not lazy at all. He was the #1 monster in the Seven Stars Sect. He was the most perfect Prince Charming in the hearts of thousands of people. Unfortunately, Yang Fann did not seem to see her burning gaze. He said, let him in. Master, this. Hearing this, Cao Yan did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Yang Fann hesitantly. She looked like she wanted to say something but didn't want to. It had always been a place for the core disciples of Peak Pulse to cultivate. Since Zhuang Feng came from the Tianshu Peak, he must be the high and mighty core disciple. As for the strict hierarchy of the Seven Stars Sect, the core disciples had come to the outer sect. Outer sect disciple had to kneel down to welcome him, even though Yang Fann had the title of the #1 monster in the Seven Stars Sect. His status was respected, but when faced with the core disciples, even if he didn't kneel down to welcome them, he had to at least go out to welcome them. Just do as I say. With a sudden thought, Yang Fann understood the concerns in Cao Yan's heart. He waved his hand indifferently. With his current cultivation base and strength, not to mention an ordinary core disciple, even the high and mighty Sky Rankings 36 monster didn't have the qualifications to let him go out to welcome her. The expert had its own dignity. Would those Patriarch Wu Hu lower himself to welcome a core disciple? Yes, Master. However, Cao Yan clearly did not know all of this. Her weak voice faintly revealed a trace of worry. There was also a trace of puzzlement. Her master did not seem to be the kind of person who did not understand favors. Why would he do such an unwise thing? Outside the Lingyun courtyard, a man in green stood proudly. He was a man in his 30s, young man. He wasn't very old, but his eyes contained the power of time. The meaning of time was like a song. It was extremely ancient and ancient. His body looked a little thin, and his aura was also so ordinary and ordinary. He was like a weak scholar who could not even trust a chicken, but occasionally. The sword light that exploded seemed to be able to cut through everything. Destruction of everything. A pair of eyes. It was as deep as the starry sky of the universe, as if it could absorb infinite rays of light at any time. His spine straightened, as though he was inside his body. It was like a pillar that could hold up the sky with the help of a supreme divine sword. It was as if he could support the sky. The aura on his body. It made people want to kneel on the ground and worship him. He was one of the 168 core disciples of Tianshu branch, Zhuang Feng, who was known as the green-robed swordsman. Zhuang Feng, senior brother, my master invites you. Cao Yan bowed respectfully to Zhuang Feng, and her heart started beating faster. What a good Yang Fann, he really has no respect for his elders. Hearing this, Zhuang Feng's expression instantly turned cold, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his brows. Thinking about him, although he wasn't a monster from the Sky Ranking, he was still one of the few experts among the core disciples. Even if Yang Fann had extraordinary talent, he was far above him, but now, he was just an outer sect disciple. How could he dare to look down on him like this? He wanted to turn around and leave, but when he thought of his mission, he stopped. Yang Fann, I want to see what ability you have to look down on me like this. Very quickly, under Cao Yan's lead, Zhuang Feng entered the main hall and saw that he was still sitting on the main seat. Without any intention of getting up to welcome him, the fury in Zhuang Feng's heart could no longer be suppressed. This is going too far. This is really going too far right at this moment. Yang Fann's gaze casually swept across Zhuang Feng. In an instant, Zhuang Feng felt as though his entire body was being shot by a mysterious force. He felt as though he had no secrets at all. Rank 8 high-grade bloodline, martial master late period of 5th layer, sword intent initial completion, not bad. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. With Zhuang Feng's cultivation base, even if he couldn't be ranked in the top 100 of all the core disciples of Seven Stars Sect, he wouldn't be much weaker. How could this be? Zhuang Feng's entire body trembled, as if a bucket of bone-piercing cold water had poured down, instantly extinguishing the raging anger in his heart. This feeling of being stripped clean was something he had only encountered with a few big shots of the sect. And among those people, The lowest was a 10th grade huge perfection martial master who had condensed 360 spirit bones all over his body. Could it be? Could it be that this Yang Fann is a 10th huge perfection martial master? Could it be that this Yang Fann is a 10th grade huge perfection martial master? How is this possible? Even Jun Haoran and senior brother had only just stepped into the realm of 9 heavens. Virtuous Sword, Jun Haoran, the chief disciple of the Tianshu Peak, and also the number 1 disciple of the sky-ranking Zhuang Feng, why are you looking for me? Replying to brother Yang Fann, the sect chief wants to see you at this moment. Zhuang Feng no longer dared to be dissatisfied with Yang Fann's rudeness. What qualifications did one have? It was all a lie. Yang Fann was able to see through him with a single glance. Even if he wasn't a 10th grade huge perfection martial master, his combat strength wouldn't be much weaker. It was absolutely not something he could compare with. At the same time, a deep sense of defeat welled up in his heart. In vain, he, Zhuang Feng, was also a genius of his generation, and had received the admiration of the world. However, compared to Yang Fann, who was a monster, he had been living like a dog for the past 30 years. What peerless genius! Saying that he was a genius was already a sign of respect for him. Sect chief wants to see me. A trace of confusion flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. It wasn't because he was puzzled that the sect chief would know about his return to the sect. Previously, he had openly used the flying boat to enter the 7 Stars mountain range. As the 7 Stars sect's greatest ability, the 7 Stars mountain range had all kinds of formations and restrictions. There were countless sentries in the open and in the dark. It was normal for the upper echelons of the 7 Stars sect to know that he had returned. It would be strange if they did not know. What he was puzzled about was why the sect chief had summoned him. After all, he was still an outer sect disciple of the 7 Stars sect. He had yet to become a core disciple, so he should not be able to get in touch with a big shot like the sect leader. I know, I'll go over right now. Yang Fann pondered for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. He was no longer the same person he had been a few months ago. A minor martial artist from the level 8 who had to be very careful when seeing a manager by. Let's not talk about it. As long as the sect chief wasn't a fool, he wouldn't be able to deal with a peerless evildoer like him. Even if there was really a scheme behind it, he was confident that he could deal with everything. For half a month, Yang Fann wasn't just playing with his parents at home. He never slacked off when it came to his daily cultivation. The cultivation of a martial artist was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall back. In a short period of 10 days, there were close to 2 tons of black iron essence. The black iron battle body once again took a big step forward. Pure strength of body. Yang Fann had the power to fight top martial marquis. If he used all his trump cards, even if he was an ordinary intermediate martial ancestor, he would have to defeat him first. The Tianshu Peak was 1,000 miles away from the Lingyun Peak. With the speed of an ordinary outer sect disciple, without a day or two, he wouldn't be able to reach the Tianshu Peak. However, Yang Fann and Zhuang Feng weren't ordinary people, even Zhuang Feng. When he unleashed his full strength, his speed was almost twice the speed of sound. Even at a constant speed, his speed was double the speed of sound. In less than an hour, the Tianshu Peak was already in sight as expected of the peak of the 7 Stars mountain range. Even the Kaiyang Peak, who was also in the 7 main peaks, could not compare to it. The entire summit was like a supreme divine sword soaring into the sky, piercing into the clouds. It was no less than 3,000 meters tall, and auspicious clouds were lingering around it. Endless cranes and rocks were flying in the air, thousands of waterfalls cascading down like jade dragons. There were countless glorious palaces built on the mountain. Flowers were blooming, the flowers were colorful, the flowers were beautiful, 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 and the flowers were beautiful. There were also old vines and birds chirping in the mountains, which were even more secluded. It was almost December, but one could not feel the coldness of winter in the Tianshu Peak. It was as if the 4 seasons had been cut off, giving people the feeling that it was spring all year round. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large square built entirely out of white jade. It was so wide that it was probably no less than 10,000 acres of farmland. In the center of White Jade Square, there was a group of palaces built. It was roughly 100. Very quickly, Zhuang Feng brought Yang Fann to a grand hall. He respectfully reported, "Sect Master, This disciple has brought Brother Yang Fann here. C-263 Battle of Green Clouds come in one. A calm voice came from the hall. It sounded like an ethereal immortal voice, but it also seemed to contain a magical power. It made people worship the owner of the voice and bow to him. Zhuang Feng, the swordsman in green, was a great proof. At this moment, other than deep admiration and admiration, he could not find any other expression in his eyes. You have some skills. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Zhuang Feng was not a weakling. Furthermore, the sword cultivator, especially the sword cultivator that had comprehended the sword intent. The toughness of one's will often far exceeded that of other martial artist warriors of the same level. However, it was just a small trick, as it wanted to affect Yang Fann. However, he was far from being able to do so. With his terrifying mental strength, which was not much weaker than a low-level martial ancestor, there was also the suppression of two-knife intents. Even top martial ancestor, who specialized in charming, knew about it. It doesn't even affect his mind. In the next moment, Yang Fann pushed open the door of the hall and slowly walked in. His steps were steady and steady, without the slightest bit of nervousness from meeting the sect master for the first time. It was as if he didn't see the sect master at all, but an ordinary outer sect disciple. Strength was the source of confidence, from top to bottom in Great Tang Dynasty. Yang Fann was confident that he could face anyone, even the emperor. Or perhaps the number one sect, the sect master of the celestial sect, was the same. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared in Yang Fann's sight. He looked like he was in his 40s, and he was wearing a purple robe. He had a noble aura around him, and his breathing was very weak. From afar, he looked like a noble master who did not know any martial arts in the mortal world. He looked ordinary from head to toe. However, the shocking thing was that although no one could sense the powerful chi of a martial artist from this middle-aged man, they couldn't sense it at all. However, the huge hall was filled with a mysterious force. Furthermore, between his brows, there was a peerless dignity that could not be concealed. Every single move he made, it was as if he could unleash a terrifying aura, a terrifying pressure. It was as if he was not born from some secret heart technique. It was as if the middle-aged man was born with it. It was as if every cell in his body was filled with an irresistible force field. It made people kneel on the ground and worship him. Han Chenny, the current sect master of the Seven Stars Sect, second layer martial ancestor. Looks like I have underestimated the 9 great sects. Suddenly, Yang Fann's heart trembled slightly. A trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes. In the cultivationless age, a marquis had become the ancestor, and the martial ancestor expert had become a legend. Initially, he thought that his own sect master would at most be a 10th heaven top martial marquis. They never thought that he would be a genuine martial ancestor, and not as simple as a newly advanced senior martial master stage. The 9 great sects and even the great Tang royal family weren't as simple as he had imagined. There were definitely martial ancestor experts residing within, and there might even be more than one. One had to know that the 7 Stars Sect was only ranked in the middle among the 9 major sects. It was ranked 6th in the next moment. Yang Fann slightly bent his body and bowed towards Han Chenny. Disciple Yang Fann greets the sect leader. Sect leader's longevity is boundless. Han Chenny was different from Zhuang Feng, who was a core disciple. There was no lack of etiquette. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Han Chenny's voice was slightly trembling. It was full of concern. Yang Fann was the number 1 monster in 7 Stars Sect. The bloodline talent was so extraordinary that even founding ancestor Venerable 7 Star of the 7 Stars Sect might not be able to match it. It was the hope for the rise of the 7 Stars Sect. If they were to fall in the demon spirit secret realm just like that, that would definitely be an inestimable loss for the 7 Stars Sect, especially after hearing what Patriarch Qing Yun said. After Yang Fann's astonishing performance in the demon spirit secret realm, Han Chenny couldn't wait to rush into the demon spirit secret realm. He wanted to find Yang Fann's whereabouts, but he was too weak. Although he was also a martial ancestor, compared to top martial ancestor, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that any random top martial ancestor had the power to kill him in an instant. Furthermore, the demon spirit secret realm was created by the combined efforts of the 4 great top martial ancestor, unless he could step into the top martial master. Hong Long, thank you sect master for your concern. Yang Fann's heart warmed slightly. He could feel that Han Chenny's concern was not false at all. He was genuinely worried about his safety. Peak Martial Master 6th Layer. After carefully examining Yang Fann, Han Chenyi's expression suddenly changed. In the end, the hidden spirit jade was just a treasure weapon. It could hide from top martial Marquise's investigation, but it couldn't hide from the eyes of a martial ancestor expert. Han Chenyi could easily see through Yang Fann's cultivation. Yang Fann had spent more than half a month refining the essence of the black iron. He was improving his black iron battle body, Jin Ni and the other 4 quasi-generals. Zhe Changtian, Nangong Qingfeng, and the other martial artist bodies had all been absorbed by him. The 4 quasi-demonic commander, who possessed the god-beast bloodline, and the 2 Marquis warriors. The 2 half-step martial lord and over 100 middle high-level martial master warriors were not joking. Not only did they help Yang Fann break through the bottleneck of the 6th Empyrean, but they also helped him break through it. And to reach the pinnacle in one go, even his own bloodline. He had also made some progress, just a little bit more. He was about to reach the middle 6th rank of course. During this period of time, the heaven and earth devouring method had broken through to the small success stage in one go. After breaking through to the small completion, not only had Yang Fann reached a radius of a mile in one go, his devouring efficiency had also reached the terrifying 3rd level, almost 3 times that of the heaven and earth devouring method beginning. If I remember correctly, he is only 15 years old, isn't he? 6 Empyrean Martial Master, who is 15 years old. I have never heard of him. He was the strongest sect master in the 7 Stars Sect, and he was also the strongest sect master in the past 500 years. He had just advanced to the 6th layer, and there was a difference of 10 years between them. Although it did not appear to be very big, it was actually a world of difference. Everyone knew that before 30 years old, the martial artist had broken through to the golden age at a high speed. When he thought of Yang Fann's heaven-defying combat power, Han Chenyi couldn't help but call him a monster in his heart. A 15-year-old Marquis warrior, not to mention the current era of the martial arts. Even in the ancient era where monsters were frequently produced, it would still be extremely rare to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. It's alright. This little monster is a disciple of my 7 Stars Sect. If it was a disciple from another sect, the consequences were unimaginable. He was afraid that he would not be able to sleep at night. He was only 15 years old, yet he had such strength. If he was given a few more years, it would be terrible. Even a martial ancestor like him wouldn't be able to escape his suppression. However, Han Chenyi was the master of a sect after all. He was a peerless martial ancestor expert. The tenacity of his will was not something an ordinary martial artist could compare with. Very quickly, he returned to his calm state. Yang Fann, you came back just in time. In another month, it will be the battle of the proclamation of Azure Sky that comes once every 60 years. With your cultivation base and strength, I'm sure you will be able to achieve a good result for the sect. Could this be the reason why the sect master is looking for me? A hint of understanding emerged in Yang Fann's heart, but what is the meaning of this 60-year cycle's battle of azure clouds? Yang Fann's rise was really too short. From the time he obtained the heaven-defying fortuitous encounter at the end of the 6th month until now, it had not even been half a year. There was still more than a month left to heal his injuries. Compared to those core disciples, his experience was still a bit shallow. As if he had seen through Yang Fann's doubts, Han Chenyi let out a faint smile. He said slowly, Yang Fann, this battle of green clouds has the meaning of a meteoric rise. It is the biggest event in the young lives of the 13 kingdoms of South Mountain Domain. It happens once every 60 years. All those who have yet to reach the age of 60, be it the disciples of the sect. As long as they have the strength to do so, you can sign up for it. 60 years old was already the age of 60 in the mortal world. Many people might not even be able to live to this age, but for martial artists, especially those experts, it was just the beginning of their lives. For example, Patriarch Wu Hu, who had hundreds of thousands of years worth of Patriarch Wu House, 60 years was just a fraction of their long years. And the previous battles of the Azure Sky can be divided into 2 parts. The preliminary round, which was also the Heaven's Pride battle of the country, would choose top-level Heaven's Pride from the various countries. Depending on the strength of each country, the qualifiers for the next round will also be different. For example, our Great Tang Dynasty's strength is above average in the 13 countries of South Mountain Domain. With 240 qualifiers, the strongest Great Qin Dynasty. After the preliminary round is decided, we will head to the Great Qin, capital, and Shenyang for the various Heaven's Pride battle countries. As long as they can stand out in the geniuses competition, they will be ranked in the top 120. Not only will they be able to obtain the luck of the heavens and the earth, their cultivation base will also skyrocket. Even the sect would be able to enjoy the love of the will of heaven and earth, and from then on, it would prosper. Take the celestial sect for example. 300 years ago, a peerless evildoer had appeared, and he had seized 68 people from the heavens pride battle in one fell swoop. In just 300 years, he became the number 1 sect from the 7th position of the 9 great sects. At the end of his speech, Han Chenyi's face was filled with envy and jealousy. He wished that peerless evildoer would appear in the 7 Stars Sect. Furthermore, this Qingyan battle involves a great opportunity. C264 The 7th grade sect, the Holy Extreme Sect. What? There's actually a great opportunity. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. In his opinion, the final reward of this green cloud battle was already very scary. Not only could he obtain the luck of the heavens and the earth, his cultivation base would also skyrocket, and even the sect would be able to obtain the love of the heavens and the earth. Only at this point would he be able to flourish, and the monster would appear frequently. The celestial sect was the proof of this. 300 years ago, among the 9 great sects, he was just an ordinary member. Their ranking was even lower than the 7 Stars Sects. However, because of peerless evildoer, he had won 68 positions in the heavens pride battle. The result was out of control. In just 300 years, he had become the number 1 sect in the Great Tang Dynasty, and was the leader of all the major powers in the sect. His power was far greater than the 7 Stars Sects. On the surface, Patriarch Wu Hu had more than 30 of them. Even the Great Tang royal family had to depend on their facial expressions for what they were going to do. This was unbelievable. Right at this moment, Han Chenyi opened his mouth again and said, "Legend has it that as long as you can enter the 120 Cyan Cloud ranking, you will have a chance to become a disciple of the Holy Ji Sect." Holy Ji Sect? This is the sect of He. A blank expression appeared on Yang Fann's face. The sect was one of the top sects in the 13 countries of South Mountain Domain. He had heard about it before. It seemed like there was no major sect that called the Holy Ji Sect. Furthermore, the Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky had gathered the top geniuses of the younger generation in the 13 countries of South Mountain Domain. If the Holy Ji Sect was a member of the South Mountain Domain, they might not be able to attract the top geniuses of each country. It was not a great opportunity. Could it be that the Holy Ji Sect is a major sect from the outer domains? Vaguely, a thought flashed across Yang Fann's mind. According to the legends, the place they lived in was called the Sobbing Blood Continent. It was vast and boundless, and the South Mountain Domain was only a corner of it. There were many large domains outside of the South Mountain Domain. Yang Fann, the Sobbing Blood Continent is vast and boundless. According to the legends, even if a martial lord expert walked for 100 years, it would still be difficult to travel across the entire continent. During the period of the archaic wilderness, the 5 great sects dominated the Sobbing Blood Continent. They dominated the 5 lands of the continent, and the people who came later would occupy the land of the 5 great sects. They turned the Sobbing Blood Continent into one of the 5 great regions and commanded it in the name of the 5 great sects. They were the Eastern Continent, the Eastern Continent, and the Southern Continent, 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 and the Southern Continent. Nioi Bo Studio in the strongest Middle Earth, and every continent. Each continent is further divided into many large regions, at most over 100. At least a few dozen, just like our North Wasteland, there are 81 large domains. It has a huge area, and is ranked 3rd among the 5 large domains. It is only below the Middle Earth and the Eastern Divine Continent. Very quickly, Han Chenyi's words confirmed Yang Fann's guess. The Holy Ji Sect is one of the major sects in the Middle Earth. In the Middle Earth, where Middle Earths are everywhere, they are considered the top. They are ranked at the 6th grade. 6th grade sect, what is this? Is this the classification of the sect? A trace of confusion flashed across Yang Fann's face once again. Within the Great Tang Dynasty, there were no specific grades among the major sects. The 9 major sects were high and mighty, followed by the tens of thousands of ordinary sect. Yang Fann, 10,000 years ago, our South Mountain Domain was just like the other large domains. Every major sect had a clear grade, but with the decline of the spiritual energy, the decline of martial arts was no longer the same as it was in the ancient times. There was a clear distinction between the different grades. Sect Master, may I know what grade the sect was divided into? And what grade is the Seven Stars Sect? The grades of the sect are actually very simple. The main thing is the number of top-tier experts in each major sect. It's just a small sect formed by pulse-opening stage martial artists. They are all small sects with neither quality nor quality. They have a martial master expert. Even if they managed to enter the ranks of the first-grade sect, if they could have a marquis, they could be considered as the second-grade sect, and so on and so forth. At the peak of our Seven Stars Sect, among the many fourth-grade big sects, they were considered the top. Now, we are just an ordinary rank 3 sect. Han Chenyi's voice was a little low. He recalled how glorious the Seven Stars Sect was 3,000 years ago. Not only was founding ancestor Venerable Seven Star a top martial lords in charge, he was also one of the 7 great true disciples. 3 of them had broken through to the martial lord realm, and the remaining 4 were all half-step martial lord warriors who had broken through to the martial lord with 1 foot. It wasn't like now, let alone martial lord, not even a high-level martial ancestor warrior could be found. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Hiss, what a good holy G sect, it's really terrifying at this moment, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The first-grade sect had at least 1 martial master, and the second-grade sect's strongest warrior was a marquis. If so, then in a 6th-grade sect, according to Yang Fann's knowledge, there must be that most powerful emperor in charge. There were 7 realms on the path of martial arts: pulse-opening stage martial artist, bone-forging stage martial master, true acupoint marquis, vital spirit martial ancestor, suppress martial lord, unparalleled king, and most powerful emperor, according to the legends. Every single emperor was invincible. It was as if the martial arts true god had the power to fight against an ancient god. The longevity was boundless. With a wave of his hand, he had the power to capture the stars and moon, to destroy the universe. A martial ancestor's fighting strength like Yang Fann, in front of the true most powerful emperor. He casually blew on the ground. Even if it's unparalleled king, even suppress martial lord casually pointed his finger. The gap between them and Yang Fann could not be measured with logic. The Holy G sect in Middle Earth is where I, Yang Fann, am going to fight. 120 Cyan Cloud rankings, I will definitely be there at some point in time. Yang Fann had already tightly clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. How could a true dragon stay in a quagmire for such a long time? With his current cultivation base, he had finally walked out of the Great Tang Dynasty. It was inevitable that he would walk out of the South Mountain domain. Otherwise, no matter how great Yang Fann's fortuitous encounter was, in this lifetime, his final achievement would probably be at the first vital spirit martial ancestor. The heaven and earth devouring method was considered heaven-defying. Without enough experts, it would be useless to let him devour it at this moment. Han Chenyi finally walked out from his deep emotions. As he looked at Yang Fann's somewhat immature face, the knot in his heart immediately disappeared. Yang Fann's talent was so high and his strength was so great that he was even stronger than the peerless monster from the Celestial Sect 300 years ago. This time around, the Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky would definitely be able to bring a good ranking to the sect. Unfortunately, if I were to give you a few dozen more years, Yang Fann, you will definitely be able to enter the top 5 of the Cyan Cloud ranking. You might even be able to charge into the top of the Cyan Cloud rankings. It's not impossible, but now, I'm afraid you'll only be able to enter the top 60 of the Cyan Cloud ranking. Yang Fann's talent is so high that it's definitely the first time in his life that he has seen it. Even founding ancestor Venerable 7 Star from the 7 Stars Sect was far inferior to him. In the 13 kingdoms of South Mountain Domain, a trillion martial artist was definitely the top peerless evildoer. Almost no one could be compared to him, but unfortunately, time didn't wait for me. The Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky was right in front of him, and there was a gap of dozens of years between them. It wasn't easy to make up for it. With my current strength, I can barely make it into the top 60. Yang Fann raised his voice slightly, and a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. The Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky was too terrifying. He was now the true martial ancestor's fighting strength. Could it be that the monster geniuses in this world were really that worthless? Yang Fann, the Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky is the biggest event of the young generation in South Mountain Domain. Countless of heaven's pride evildoer have been cultivating bitterly for this day, to be able to pass the preliminaries. All of them are the top geniuses of the 13 countries in the South Mountain domain, and those who can get 120 Cyan Cloud rankings. The monster among the monsters was the weakest. They all have intermediate martial marquise's combat strength, and are ranked in the top 60. Not a single person's combat strength was below high martial marquise's, but the strongest 10 monsters. They were all martial ancestor peerless experts, even in the main sect. They might not be their match. At the end of his words, a hint of sadness flashed across Han Chenyi's eyes. Han Chenyi, he was also the #1 peerless evildoer in the world. Among his peers, there were very few who could compare to him. In the end, after cultivating bitterly for hundreds of years, he could not even compare to some youngsters who were dozens of years old. It was a great irony. Yang Fann was slightly stunned. He almost forgot that the sect master did not know his actual combat strength at all. If he only used his performance in Green Dragon Mountain as a basis to deduce his combat strength, he would only be slightly stronger than the average high martial marquis. He could barely compete for the top 60 of the Cyan Cloud ranking. Yang Fann, actually, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. Your potential is definitely at the top of our South Mountain domain. Those people are only a few years older than you. Seeing Yang Fann's silence, Han Chenyi thought that Yang Fann had been struck by his words. He quickly comforted him. It wasn't easy for such a monster that defies the heavens to appear. If a monster that defies the heavens was struck down by his own words and was unable to recover, it would be a huge crime for him. When Yang Fann heard this, he immediately knew that the sect master had misunderstood him. However, he didn't explain anything. He just smiled at Han Chenyi, indicating that he didn't mind. A 15-year-old martial ancestor's fighting strength was too scary. Even if he said it, Han Chenyi wouldn't believe it. He couldn't just let him fight Han Chenyi first. There is still a month's time before the Heaven's Pride battle of our country arrives. During this period of time, you must prepare well and strive to achieve a breakthrough. You can tell us what resources you need. C265 Seclusion Training. The Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky, which was held once every 60 years, could be said to be related to the rise and fall of the sect. For this reason, Han Chenyi was ready to throw caution to the wind. He had the power to give whatever Yang Fann wanted. Yang Fann's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. This was a rare opportunity. Vaguely, Yang Fann seemed to see a large success black iron battle body waving at him. Sect Master, do you have any black iron hearts? A black iron heart was a supreme treasure that could be used to refine earth organs. It was rare in this world. There were tens of thousands of treasures in the Merit Palace Hall, but they were all ordinary treasures. True supreme treasures were rare. The essence of the black iron used to refine black irons. It could be exchanged for, but if it was black iron hearts, it was hard to say. Although the black iron essence could be used to cultivate the black iron battle body to the large success stage. He could even cultivate the most ordinary black irons, but the gap between them. The black iron battle body could not be measured with logic. The black iron battle body had broken through to the mastery from the small completion. It required 1,000,000 tons of black irons. If one used the essence of the black iron, with Yang Fann's current refining speed, he would need about 100 tons of black iron. Even if he refined the essence of the black iron for a day and a night without rest, without eating or drinking, would he be able to refine 10 tons of black iron essence within a month? It was a huge unknown. Without a year and a half, he would be able to refine 10 tons of black iron essence. In fact, a longer period of time was simply an extravagant hope. However, if he refined the black iron heart directly, it would be different. The efficiency would be increased by at least 10 times. In a month's time, even if he couldn't raise the black iron battle body to the mastery, he would at least be able to enter the small completion perfection stage. Black iron heart, don't tell me you want to refine an earth organ. A trace of curiosity flashed across Han Chenyi's eyes. With Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength, if he had an earth organ that was compatible with him, even if he couldn't unleash the full power of the earth organ, he would be able to fight an ordinary top martial marquis. Yang Fann, how many do you want? Although black iron hearts were rare, with the foundation of the Seven Stars Sect, they still had some in stock. Sect Master, this disciple wants a ton. Since he had already spoken, Yang Fann no longer hesitated and said bluntly, a ton of black iron hearts. The black iron battle body broke through from small completion to mastery. To cultivate required about a ton of black iron hearts. Although he had already stepped into the small completion late stage, he didn't need so many black iron hearts, but he only needed about 1 to 200 jin. He would be able to gather all of them 1 ton. You're talking about black iron hearts, not black iron essence. Han Chenyi's eyes widened when he heard this. He looked at Yang Fann as if he had seen a ghost, and his voice trembled slightly. Yang Fann pouted slightly. If it was just a ton of black iron essence, then there was no need for me to tell you. In my universe bag, there are still several tons of black iron essence in the next moment. Yang Fann nodded his head again and said in confusion, Sect Master, 1 ton of black iron hearts. To the sect, it shouldn't be much no matter what. The Seven Stars Sect was a large sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. At its peak, there were even top martial lords warriors. It had a strong foundation and a ton of black iron heart. It was only the matter of refining a few earth organs. Logically speaking, it should not be a difficult matter. Hearing this, Han Chenyi almost burst out cursing. His mother really doesn't know how expensive firewood and rice are. Does she really think that our Seven Stars Sect is still the Seven Stars Sect from 1,000 years ago? A ton of black iron hearts. To think that you would say that you want to empty the sect's treasury. He wanted to refuse, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, Han Chenyi swallowed them. Just now, he solemnly promised Yang Fann that he had any requests. Although he had said it was just a condition, and he couldn't even satisfy Yang Fann's request. He really couldn't afford to lose face like this. Forget it, isn't it just a ton of black iron heart? My Seven Stars Sect can still afford it. As long as this kid can achieve a good result, everything is worth it. 120 Cyan Cloud Rankings, Peerless Evildoer. The higher the ranking, the greater the benefits that sect could obtain, especially the top 60. The difference between each rank was like a qualitative difference. In the next moment, Han Chenyi gritted his teeth and said, Yang Fann, I can give you 1 ton of black iron hearts, but to the Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky 1 month from now, you have to give me a good performance. You must not let down the expectations of the sect. Don't worry, Sect Master. You just have to wait and see. The first place on the list is none other than my disciple. Seeing that 1 ton of black iron hearts was in his hands, with the black iron battle body about to be completed, Yang Fann was in a good mood. He made a solemn vow to Han Chenyi. A late small completion black iron battle body, with just the power of the shell alone, could match top martial Marquise's strength. Once it was completed, it would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. His strength increased by more than 10 times. Just the pure strength of body alone. If he used all of his trump cards, even those high and mighty top martial ancestor might have the strength to fight him. He didn't believe that within those young men's monsters, there would be top martial ancestors peerless expert. However, it was obvious that Han Chenyi did not believe Yang Fann's words. Yang Fann, nothing can be forced. Just try your best. Alright, you can go and prepare. 1 ton of black iron hearts, I'll get someone to send it to you later. Very quickly, Han Chenyi gave the order to leave. He was really a little afraid of Yang Fann. He opened his mouth and said 1 ton of black iron hearts. If he really let him open his mouth a few more times, the entire Seven Stars Sect would definitely go crazy. In a quiet room in the backyard of Lingyun Courtyard, on top of the top-grade supplementary treasure weapon, white jade calming hard lotus bed, Yang Fann sat cross-legged. The lotus bed was in all 4 directions. It held the sky with both hands. Each of them held an irregularly shaped silver-gray ball the size of a silver volleyball. It was the essence of the billions of black irons, black iron heart. The endless essence of the black irons was like a great river, surging out. It was swallowed by Yang Fann into his body and spread throughout his entire body, strengthening all of his bones, flesh, and internal organs. Unknowingly, it was already a day later. Yesterday, after bidding farewell to Han Chenyi, Yang Fann went straight to Qinhu and Maniu, the 2 good brothers, and had a good gathering with them. During this period of time, Yang Fann casually opened up all the heavenly meridians in their bodies. He had allowed them to break through to the 9th grade huge perfection martial artist in 1 leap, and had also left them with a large amount of cultivation resources. Among them, there were only 6 bone spirit grass left. Compared to Chun Lan and Sha He, Maniu and Qinhu's bloodline talents were even worse. They were only at the 9th class medium bloodline, even if they ate marrow cleansing pills. They had only just advanced to the rank 9 high grade. A single bone spirit grass was probably not enough for them to break through the martial master bottleneck. Not long after, Han Chenyi sent someone to deliver a ton of black iron hearts to them. Yang Fann settled his younger cousin Luo Jiawei down and let her enter the Seven Stars Sect. After she skipped the servant disciple and became a outer sect disciple of the Seven Stars Sect, she shut herself up and wanted to break through to the mastery within a month. He was determined to get the first rank of the Cyan Cloud ranking. Although there was only one rank difference between the first rank and the first rank, the amount of luck he could enjoy during the process was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference was more than double. It was almost equal to the total of the last 9 Cyan Cloud rankings. Whether he could break through to the Marquis stage in one go would depend on that day. Otherwise, relying solely on killing the exotic beast demon race to break through would be an extravagant hope without several years or even longer. Yang Fann's accumulation was too abundant. Once the black iron battle body broke through to the mastery, the difficulty of breaking through would increase by several times. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's aura rose steadily. Unknowingly, he had already revealed the true form of the black iron. Endless silver radiance erupted from his body. His entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver armor. From afar, he looked like the god of the silver armor in 9 Empyrean's palace had arrived in the mortal world. His appearance was solemn and his divine aura was awe-inspiring too. Very quickly, the huge quiet room seemed to have turned into a world of silver lights. The black iron heart in Yang Fann's hand had been replaced twice. The aura around his body was incomparably terrifying. If an ordinary Marquis dared to approach him, he would immediately be crushed to the ground, and blood would flow out from his 7 orifices. Suddenly, Yang Fann's body trembled. His body, which looked like a divine god, seemed to have grown a lot taller. He pointed his finger at the sky and stepped on the ground, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was as if ancient devil god had awakened, and it made people kneel down on the ground and worship him. Rumble, honglonglong, rumble. The silver glow around Yang Fann's body became extremely bright. Within these silver lights, there was an indescribable vitality and strength. It strengthened the mountains and rivers in an instant. Yang Fann's aura skyrocketed crazily, rising steadily like a peerless evil dragon, sweeping across the universe. Endless hurricanes burst out from his pores. It tore apart the sky and the earth, destroying everything in the surroundings. If Yang Fann had not been prepared for this, he would have asked Hall Lord of the Formation Palace to set up all kinds of defense mechanisms for him before he went into seclusion. The Lingyun courtyard and even the entire Lingyun peak would have been reduced to ruins at the same time. Yang Fan's strength was rising at a terrifying speed. 200 billion cauldrons, 220 billion cauldrons, 2500 billion cauldrons, 280 billion cauldrons. After 5 days of bitter cultivation, after absorbing nearly 200 kilograms of black iron hearts, Yang Fann's black iron battle body finally stepped into the peak of the small completion C266 Envy. There was a grand palace halfway up the mountain in Tianshu Peak. He was about 60 years old, with white hair and a youthful face. The old man in white clothes was sitting on the main seat. He was arrogant, and his invisible sword chi covered the area with a radius of several meters. Large patches of voids were crushed into pieces like tiles. From afar, it looked like a sheathed supreme divine sword that was showing off its power and destroying everything. This old man was none other than the second elder of the Tianshu branch, one of the top 7 Stars sects of the 7 Stars Sect. Zhao Qianjin, who had the reputation of 1,000 swordsmen below him. On the left and right, on both sides, there were terrifying Zhao Qianjins with powerful auras. On the left side, there was a man with white hair and a youthful face. His skin was as tender as a baby's, and his face was gloomy. He was the 5th elder of the Tianquan Yimai, Gao Moran. The last man was completely covered by a black robe. Waves of cold chi kept gushing out from his body, causing people to feel a shiver in their souls. It was the 2nd elder of the Yaoguang Yimai, Qin Yuan, who had always been at odds with the Kaiyang Yimai. As the ancient saying goes, good people don't live long. A scourge that has been left behind for 1,000 years, these words were truly correct. Yang Fann, that little brute, actually didn't die. Truly detestable. On the main seat, Zhao Qianjin's voice was extremely cold. It made people shiver with fear. More than a month ago, when they found out that little brute died prematurely in Demon Spirit's secret realm, the anger in their hearts was gone. Even the grief of Xiao Tian's premature death in the secret realm dissipated. They had never thought that. It had only been a month, but little brute had miraculously returned to sect. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. I have to say, that kid is quite lucky. So many Heaven's Pride evildoer died prematurely in Demon Spirit's secret realm. He actually managed to return to sect safely. Gao Moran, who was on the left, sighed, I'm afraid this kid is also a man with great luck. There was a faint trace of a desire to retreat. The concept of luck was illusory, but it also existed in reality. These people with great luck were often able to turn bad luck into good luck and avoid danger. It would not be easy to kill them. So what if this little brute possesses great fortune? How dare he cripple my Yunfei child? This little brute must die. Zhao Qianjun's killing intent was boundless, surging like a great river. His heart was constantly boiling. Baili Yunfei was his last disciple. He had always been regarded as the inheritor of his legacy and the position in his heart. In fact, he was even higher than the eldest disciple, Thunder God Sword. After all, Xiao Tian had another fortuitous encounter. He had chosen the Heavenly Thunder Sword Dao, unlike Baili Yunfei. Just like him, he had practiced the Thousand Swords Dao. Elder Zhao, in my opinion, forget it. Qin Yuan sighed slightly and said, among the three of them, the one who had the least enmity with Yang Fann was. The reason why he wanted to get rid of Yang Fann was because he wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. However, he just didn't want to be suppressed by the Kaiyang Yimai once again. However, following the earth-shattering change in the demon spirit secret realm, everything was meaningless. Amongst the 28 geniuses who had returned, there were only 2 of them in the Yaoguang Yimai, and they were ranked below the 30th position of the Earth Board. Even without Yang Fann, Zhu Feng, the Flying Dragon Divine Sword alone was enough to suppress the Yaoguang Yimai. Elder Zhao, stop it. The sect has already bled enough. Gao Moran sighed helplessly, although it was because of Yang Fann. It was also because of Yang Fann. It had caused the Tianquan Yimai to lose a top-tier monster, but at this moment, he didn't want to cause any more trouble for Yang Fann. In the demon spirit secret realm, they had already lost a lot of them. 180 Heaven's Pride evildoer. In the end, only 28 of them returned. This was a huge loss. It had almost shaken the foundation of Seven Stars Sect, but they could no longer bear the torture. Moreover, if one were to talk about it, he and Yang Fann did not have any direct hatred towards each other. Since Ma Wenlong had gone to the life and death arena, he could still blame himself for not being good at learning. He could not blame Yang Fann. As for the bet, even if he wanted to settle it with Sun Liren, he should find him. You all. Zhao Qianjun's chest rose and fell rapidly. He was so angry that he could not speak. He wanted to find these 2 men and discuss how to deal with this little brute, Yang Fann. He never thought that they would actually try to persuade him. Old Zhao, it's better to get rid of enemies than to get rid of them. Furthermore, it was you, disciple and Baili Yunfei, who provoked that Yang Fann first. If not for Baili Yunfei being jealous of Yang Fann's monster talent, he would have crippled Yang Fann before Yang Fann could grow. In the end, he would have been crippled by Yang Fann. It was also his own fault. Alright. Elder Zhao, think about it. Is it really worth provoking a peerless evildoer like Yang Fann for the sake of a crippled Baili Yunfei? Qin Yuan cupped his hands at Zhao Qianjun and took the lead to walk out. Elder Zhao, let's do it this way. I don't want to get involved in the grudges between you and Yang Fann. Without waiting for Zhao Qianjun to speak, Gao Moran also stood up and left. 2 cowardly rats, without you, I can still kill that little brute. Zhao Qianjun's face was extremely twisted, and his voice was like that of a malicious ghost. If the chosen of the 3 sects can't kill you, then I don't believe that the monster of the 8 sects can't kill you, little brute. Little brute, treasure your last moments. The battle of the proclamation of Azure Sky will be the day you die. In a quiet room in the backyard of Lingyun Courtyard, rumble 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 rumble, boundless silver radiance burst out from all the pores on Yang Fann's body. It was dazzling to the extreme, and his majestic body instantly grew taller. He pointed his finger at the sky and stepped on the ground, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. He was insufferably arrogant. In a flash, 20 days had passed. He had swallowed nearly 1,000 kilograms of black iron heart. After that, Yang Fann's black iron battle body made another breakthrough and successfully broke through to the small completion great perfection stage. The strength in his body increased crazily once again. 450 billion ding. 450 billion ding. 550 billion ding. 55 billion ding. 600 billion ding. Boom boom boom. An incomparably violent energy surged out like a peerless evil dragon soaring into the sky. It formed a distorted and terrifying wave above Yang Fann's head. Crack crack crack. The surrounding formation let out a sorrowful cry, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. The current Yang Fann was just too terrifying. Just the power of the shell alone was enough to suppress most half-step martial ancestor warriors, and with the enhancement of the Black Iron's true body, the momentum of his breakthrough was as strong as the advancement of many low-grade martial ancestor warriors. If an ordinary Marquis warrior dared to break into the formation without permission, he would be crushed into a meat patty by the violent chi. Fortunately, Hall Lord was not a vain man. In the end, he was able to withstand it. There are still 8 days left, I hope. There is still time. Although it was said to be a month's time, they had to leave 2 days earlier. West Shu Road was not close to the capital of Heaven's Pride battle. 8 days later, in the White Jade Square on the peak of the Tianshu Peak. From time to time, numerous core disciples with powerful auras would arrive. The Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky that was held once every 60 years was the biggest feast for the young generation of the South Mountain Domain. It was the gathering of all the major sects in the South Mountain Domain, as well as the top geniuses of the young generation of the rogue cultivator in the martial arts world. Even if they couldn't participate in it, it would be a great blessing in their lives to be able to witness it. The battle between top-level Heaven's Pride and the other geniuses had passed by this village. As long as they didn't happen to have something to attend to, they wouldn't be able to open the shop anymore. Or he would be in the middle of a death seclusion to make a breakthrough. Almost no one in the thousands of core disciples of the Seven Stars Sect's 7 Great Peak Pulse was willing to miss out on this opportunity. Some of them were even sect elder. Even Patriarch Wu, who was usually elusive and secretive, was among them when Yang Fann brought Luo Jiawei, Chun Lan, and Shahi into the White Jade Square. There were already hundreds of people gathered in the huge White Jade Square. In an instant, almost all the core disciples in the square were attracted to this place. He is Yang Fann. He is so young. He is not even 16 yet, but it doesn't seem like it's a big deal. What do you know? That's called returning to simplicity. That's right. He's the youngest mortal born first in the history of Seven Stars Sect. How could he be simple? Many core disciples were whispering to each other, their eyes filled with curiosity. They had heard of Yang Fann's great name before, but Yang Fann had kept a low profile. He had been in secluded cultivation all this time, and there were very few people who had seen his true face. That should be her little cousin, Luo Jiawei, Chun Lan and Shahi, the 2 maidservants, right? They are really lucky. With Yang Fann's care, they managed to condense the spirit bones at such a young age. Thinking back on how much suffering I had to endure in order to break through to the bone forging, and then looking at them again, they easily became martial master warriors. Comparisons between people are really infuriating. Sai, who called us a good cousin, a good master. Looking at Luo Jiawei and the other 2 behind Yang Fann, the gazes of everyone instantly changed from curiosity to envy. Their voices were filled with indescribable sourness, wishing that they were the ones accompanying Yang Fann. C267 Jun Haoran's hostility. Yang Fann had used spiritual energies to open up all the heavenly meridians in their bodies, and he had also used marrow cleansing pills to clear their meridians. In addition, the blackberry fruits had increased their mental strength, and in the end, supplemented with the power of bone spirit grass. Chun Lan and Shahi suddenly became completely natural. It was only a week's time. The 2 of them successfully condensed the spirit bones and broke through to the martial master stage. As for Luo Jiawei, she had swallowed the blood spirit grass. After her bloodline broke through to the mid-rank 8, she had reached the bottleneck of the bone forging. It was impossible to trap her. She had even reached the bone forging a few days earlier than Chun Lan and Shahi. There were only a few bone forging martial master in the entire Seven Stars Sect who weren't even 20 years old. Especially Luo Jiawei, who was only 14 years old. It was even more shocking. In just half a month's time, the 3 of them had become the influential figures of Seven Stars Sect, as well as the core disciples. From the ordinary outer sect, it could be said that almost no one had heard the names of the 3 of them. At the same time, 2 of them were known by the world. However, it wasn't a good name, as long as they weren't fools. They all knew that Luo Jiawei and the other 2 girls could break through to the martial master stage at such a young age. It all depended on Yang Fann's help. Chu Ju and Dong Mei, who were both Yang Fann's personal maidservants, they should also be like Chunlin and Shahi, the condensation of spirit bones. They had been promoted to the ranks of core disciples, but in the end, they had been tempted. He abandoned Yang Fann and left. If he were to throw himself into the embrace of the Sky Rankings monster, but looking at the person they were following. What young master Qing Lan? Frenzied dragon swordsman Chu Kuanglong. What the hell are they? They're blind people in the world. In terms of number 2, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. What was even more ridiculous was that these two girls actually wanted to return to Yang Fann's side. No one knew where they got their courage from. Did they really think that Yang Fann specialized in collecting broken shoes? No way. In the end, they didn't even see Yang Fann's face before they were swept away by the floor. This added another topic of conversation for the Seven Stars Sect. After the meal. During this period of time, the huge Lingyun courtyard was filled with people in carriages. From time to time, there would be people who came to recommend themselves, wanting to join Yang Fann's sect. As slaves and maids, there were even a few core disciples who did not get what they wanted. There was also an old acquaintance of Yang Fann, that was the breakthrough competition, Bronze Warriors Lane. Lan Lingmei, who was regarded by countless fairy Lingmice as the goddess in her heart, was called Fairy Lingmei. One had to say that the world was unpredictable. A few months ago, she was the proud daughter of heaven who was barely on par with Yang Fann. A few months later, she didn't even have the right to look up to Yang Fann. It was a pity. Yang Fann didn't have the intention of taking in any more servants. It was just a mere Lingyun courtyard. It was enough to have nearly 100 servants. White Jade Square, the peak of Tianshu Peak. Under the envious and curious gazes of the crowd, Yang Fann slowly walked into the White Jade Square with Luo Jiawei and the other two girls. Brother Yang Fann, you have returned safe and sound. This is great. Soon, more than 10 people walked quickly towards Yang Fann. The leader was a young woman in her 20s. She was wearing a dark red-purple dress, and she looked magnificent. There was an unconcealable aura between her eyebrows. It was like an empress had descended, making people prostrate on the ground. The one who bowed his head in submission was Situ Jing, who was also known as the 100-Flower Queen. The people behind Situ Jing were also acquaintances of Yang Fann. They were all the people he had saved in Demon Spirit's secret realm. The Flying Dragon Divine Sword Zhu Feng, the unblemished Fairy Gong Wuxia, and Fairy Bing Ling Lu Bingling were among them. However, none of them were disciples of Outer Sect or Inner Sect anymore. They were the mainstay of the Seven Stars Sect, the core disciples. The Demon Spirit's secret realm was a dangerous place and also a treasure land. Especially Lu Bingling, a black iron heart. She had earned 5 millions of spirit stones with such a high value. Compared to many of sect elders, she was even more valuable. In addition to them, the lowest grade was a mid-rank 8 bloodline warrior, the condensation of spirit bones. There were almost no bottlenecks, and they now had a large amount of resources. It was reasonable for them to break through in just 2 months. Looking at the concerned eyes of Situ Jing and the rest, Yang Fann's heart warmed slightly and said, I have made everyone worry. There was a small mistake during the teleportation, but in the end, they were transported to Cloud Dragon Dao. It took them a lot of time to rush back from Cloud Dragon Dao. I didn't expect that the teleportation would also be wrong. But it's good that you are all right, brother Yang Fann. As they chatted and laughed, the time it took for an incense stick to burn passed very quickly. There were already no less than 1,000 people in White Jade Square. Most of the core disciples and quite a number of sect elder had arrived. Suddenly, an exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Look, it's young Master Fei Long, Chu Longfei, senior brother. Right at this moment, rumble, a powerful and wild aura swept across the sky. A ray of light shot into the square. It was a young man who was wearing a gorgeous dragon armor. He looked like he was in his early 30s. A terrifying aura that could make thousands of beasts submit to him burst out from his body. It was the dragon's aura, and he looked like the incarnation of power. In just a breath's time, a powerful force was unleashed. He could easily blow a high-level martial master to death. Young Master Fei Long, Chu Longfei, the third monster of the sky ranking, the chief disciple of the Tianquan Yimai. He was faintly known as the #1 body cultivator of the Seven Stars Sect. It was said that this man had a fortuitous encounter since he was young. He had accidentally entered the Flood Dragon Pond and was baptized by the blood of the Flood Dragon. From then on, he had been reborn. He was like a human-shaped Flood Dragon, invincible and insufferably arrogant. It was at that moment rumble a brilliant sun descended from the sky, illuminating the entire 9 states. Wherever it passed, nothing was spared. When they were about 300 meters away from the square, a young man walked out from the brilliant sun. He was wearing a robe that looked like 100 birds facing the phoenix. His face was sharp and cold, and his eyes were like the eyes of a god. It was as if he was born with the ability to attract light. As soon as he appeared, it was as if he was the only one left in the world. He was filled with an invincible spirit and confidence, as if everything in the world was under his control. Hiss! What a terrifying great sun true flame! Just a trace of its aura is enough to make me feel like I'm about to melt. I'm afraid that Kai Senior Brother's great sun true record has already stepped into the realm of 9 heavens. The second monster of the sky ranking, the second person of the Tianshu branch, young Master Zhu Tian, Kai Jushao. Similar to the flying dragon young Master Chu Longfei, he also had many fortuitous encounters. He had once entered the cave of an ancient mighty figure and inherited the Tao system of that ancient mighty figure. It was said that the level of the Great Sun True record he cultivated was as high as the ultimate technique of the Seven Stars Sect, the Seven Stars True technique in the next moment. Rumble! A golden sword light descended from the sky. The sword light connected the heavens and the earth, and the air connected with the clouds. It seemed to have pierced through the entire heaven and earth, like a pillar that held up the sky. Soon, a man in white clothes walked out from it. He looked to be in his early 30s, and his hands were empty. He did not carry a sword on his back, but his whole body. He was extremely sharp, and his aura. It was like he was standing there casually. It was as if he could tear apart the heavens and cut through all things. It was as if the aura on his body would even pierce through the spatial crystal wall if it were to be slightly unleashed. The explosion would tear everything apart and turn everything into powder. In his eyes, there was also a supreme sword intent rolling around. It was as if with just a thought, a terrifying sword chi that could slaughter gods and devils could be unleashed, annihilating everything. The number 1 expert of sky ranking and the number 1 expert of Tianshu branch, Jun Haoran the virtuous sword. Interesting. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. With just a glance, he had already seen most of Jun Haoran. A quasi-grade 6 spirit pulse was only slightly weaker than unparalleled divine sword and Shen Wuxuang. He was at the peak of the 10th level bone forging, and he was one of the thousands of core disciples in the Seven Stars Sect. Not a single one of them could surpass him. Even Kai Jushao and Chu Feilong, who were ranked second, were much weaker than him. Adding the sword intent that was close to the perfection, any ordinary 4th layer Marquis would be able to defeat him. They may not even be his match right at this moment. 3. The calm Jun Haoran seemed to have sensed something. He turned his gaze and looked towards where Yang Fann was. When he touched Yang Fann, Jun Haoran's body trembled slightly. A faint cold shine flashed in his sword eyes. Is he the Yang Fann that Master can never forget? I want to see what ability you have to make Master respect you so much. Strange. I don't think I offended this gentleman's sword, right? A trace of confusion flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He could faintly feel a trace of hostility from Jun Haoran. What Yang Fann didn't know was that this Jun Haoran wasn't just the number 1 monster in the sky ranking. During these days, he was also the disciple of the Seven Stars Sect lead Han Chenny. From time to time, Han Chenny would tell him about Yang Fann, and his words were full of respect. His words were like the words of the number 1 person in the sky ranking. He was not as powerful as Yang Fann, and he even said something. Would the Seven Stars Sect be able to break the 1,000-year destiny in this year's the Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky? It all depended on Yang Fann to once again slaughter his way into the Cyan Cloud ranking. How could Jun Haoran accept this? In terms of potential, he was not as good as Yang Fann. He did not deny that both of them were at the same age. He was indeed no match for Yang Fann, but in terms of strength, he could easily crush Yang Fann. He had not eaten for so many years. If Yang Fann wanted to compete with him, it would be 10 years earlier. Master, it won't be long before you know that the person who killed his way into the Cyan Cloud ranking wasn't Yang Fann, but me. Jun Haoran. C268 enemies are on a narrow path. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't remember where he had offended Jun Haoran. Yang Fann shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. When a soldier comes, he will block the water. When the water comes, the earth will block the water. If this Jun Haoran didn't come to provoke him, he would be dead. Forget it. Otherwise, he would definitely let him know what regret was. Quasi-grade 6 spirit pulse, peak 10th tier martial master. Peak perfection sword intent, no matter which point. The 3 of them combined into one. Even intermediate martial marquis might not be a match for Jun Haoran. But to Yang Fann, it was nothing. A long time ago, intermediate martial marquis was an ant that he could easily suppress. Now, after a month of hard work, his combat strength had increased by several folds. To put it bluntly, he was just a mere intermediate martial marquis. He could easily kill a youth with just a finger. The only thing that could make him take this seriously was the combat strength of the top 10 Cyan Cloud ranking right at this moment. Rumble, the surrounding space shook slightly. In an instant, everyone in White Jade Square, including Yang Fann, felt an extremely terrifying chi and pressure spreading out, instantly enveloping the entire White Jade Square the next moment. A few people stepped into the sky and arrived. The leader was a man. Dressed in a purple robe, he gave off an oppressive aura. His aura was unfathomable, and, at first glance, it made people feel as if he had never cultivated the martial arts before. He was like a noble lord in the mortal world, without any cultivation base. However, the shocking thing was that in the entire White Jade Square. Moreover, between his brows, there was a kind of peerless dignity that couldn't be concealed. Every single move he made, it was as if he was able to unleash a terrifying aura. Such a terrifying aura, it was as if he was not born from some secret heart technique. It was as if the middle-aged man was born with it. It was as if every cell in his body was filled with an irresistible force field. It made people kneel on the ground and worship him. This person was none other than the Seven Stars Sect Supreme Sect Head, Han Chenny. Behind Han Chenny were 6 middle-aged and old experts. Each of them had an aura as strong as a deep ocean. It was as if as long as one was willing, any gaze would be able to destroy the voids and shatter the space. One of them was an acquaintance of Yang Fann. He was in his early 50s and was wearing a green robe that fluttered like an immortal. He was the patriarch Qing Yun who led Yang Fann and the other 180 inner and outer sect geniuses to the demon spirit secret realm. The identities of the other 5 people were self-evident. Clearly, they were the same as patriarch Qing Yun, the Marquis Stage Supreme Elder of the Seven Stars Sect. The biggest feast of the young generation of the Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky in the South Mountain Domain was not only for the martial master expert, but also for Patriarch Wu Hu. One should know that although the top geniuses of the various countries might not have reached the Marquis stage, their actual combat strength was not any weaker than theirs. In fact, their actual combat strength was even higher than theirs. Since everyone is here, let's go. Han Chenny smiled faintly without saying anything. Suddenly, his right hand moved, and a palm-sized green flying boat with a rich historical aura appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it. The palm-sized flying boat expanded along with the wind. In just a breath's time, it turned into a huge object that was over 300 meters long and 30 meters wide. Even if it was thousands of people riding it, it wouldn't feel crowded at all. Compared to Yang Fann's roaming dragon flying boat, it was nothing. It was totally not on the same level. The 7-star boat was a high-grade flying boat, and it was one of the hidden resources of the 7 Stars Sect. It could reach 50 times the speed of sound at a normal speed. If it were to explode at its maximum speed, its speed could even exceed 100 times the speed of sound, which was also because of the 7-star boat. That was why Han Chenny had dawdled until today to lead his team out. One must know that the previous Green Cloud battles were held in the Jinjiang Road. The Jinjiang Road was the core of the Great Tang Dynasty, an important place in the capital. It was located in the center of the Great Tang Dynasty, and the West Shu Road was located in the westernmost part of the Great Tang Dynasty. The distance between them was more than 1,000,000 miles. If he used a low-grade flying boat like the roaming dragon flying boat, it would take him less than a week. It was simply an extravagant hope. Very quickly, Han Chenny's figure moved as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He leisurely boarded the 7-star boat. The other disciples and elders also transformed into streams of flowing light and boarded the 7-star boat. Swoosh swoosh, swoosh swoosh. The 7-star boat soared into the sky. Its speed was so fast that it was as if it had teleported. In an instant, it had already left the 7 Stars mountain range. On top of the boat, Yang Fann, who was dressed in black, stood with the wind blowing against his face. His long hair was fluttering in the wind, and clouds were floating around his body. He looked like an immortal from the heavens who wanted to ascend to immortality. The Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky, the pinnacle feast of the younger generation in South Mountain Domain. I'm still a little excited when I think about it. Yang Fann smiled confidently, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes. I wonder if there's anyone among them who can make me fight with all my strength. As his cultivation base and strength continued to break through, it was really too difficult to find an opponent who could make him fight with all his strength in this era of the martial arts. Even a sect master like Han Chenny would find it very difficult to force him to use all his strength the next moment. A hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's face. It's a pity that it's such a grand feast. Brother Maniu and Brother Hu are not fated to meet as he had expected. Maniu and Qin Hu's talent was really too low. After cleansing their meridians with the marrow cleansing pill, they only managed to squeeze into the rank 9 high-grade bloodline. Even after consuming the blackberry fruit, the spiritual sense was comparable to the second Empyrean martial master. However, after swallowing a bone spirit grass, it still did not go smoothly. After breaking through to the bone forging, both of them were still in secluded cultivation. High-rank flying ships were high-rank flying ships, they were not something a low-rank flying ship like the roaming dragon flying boat could compare with. In less than half a day, they had already crossed several paths and entered the mixed cloud dragon Dao. At this moment, a magnificent and brilliant sword light descended from the sky. It landed in front of the seven-star boat and revealed a huge golden divine sword. This was definitely the first time Yang Fann had seen such a huge sword. It was 3,000 meters long and 300 meters wide. On it, countless profound ancient talismans flickered unceasingly. Streaks of golden sword light circled around it. Wherever the sword beams passed by, they cut through everything in their path. The spatial crystal wall series was like glass, filled with tiny and dense cracks. Imperial God Sword, one of the ultimate treasures of the Iron Sword Sect. It was personally refined by the founder of the Iron Sword Sect, Jian Daozi. Not only was it a supreme divine sword with unparalleled attack power, it was also a supreme flying treasure. Its speed was so fast that it was not inferior to many high-grade flying ships, and it even surpassed them. In the center of Royal God Call's sword, there was a middle-aged man dressed in white fluttering in the wind. He was like a dazzling light source, causing people to unconsciously focus their gazes on him. His face was firm, and his facial features were straight. His spine was straight and his entire person was like a supreme divine sword. He pierced through the clouds, and his entire person, it was as if he could support the heavens and the four seas. Deep within his pupils, there was a terrifying sword intent borrowing the power of the myriad returning swords. He could vaguely see the world of the sword. Countless sword cultivators appeared within it. The long sword danced in his hands, displaying the most exquisite sword moves. It was as if with just a single glance, one's sword Dao would improve greatly. Sword God, Du Guiyifeng, the current sect master of the Iron Sword Sect. He was faintly known as the #1 swordsman in the Great Tang Dynasty. 3 Following closely behind Du Guiyifeng was a peerless swordsman, whose sword intent soared into the sky. One of them was an old acquaintance of Yang Fann. Similarly, his white clothes were as white as snow, spotlessly clean. His temperament was as if Sword Immortal had come to the mortal world, and his sword chi could travel 90,000 miles. A sword light shone through the 19 provinces, and his entire body was glowing with the light of treasures. The sword chi in his eyes was so beautiful that it could topple cities. He gave it a slight glance. It could shoot out a terrifying sword chi that could shock both ghosts and gods, and cause a person's body to explode with a single sword strike. It wasn't the Grand Elder of the Iron Sword Sect, who was the Heavenly Sword Spiritual Master. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword Spiritual Master happened to glance at Yang Fann. When their eyes met, the Heavenly Sword Spiritual Master's eyes instantly emitted a terrifying killing intent. The geniuses of his family had died one after another in Demon Spirit's secret realm, but this little brute was still alive. This was an unforgivable crime. Enemies really cross paths. Yang Fann licked his lower lip, and killing intent flashed across his eyes. The insidious face of this old dog in Twin Dragon Desert was still vivid in his mind. Also, in Demon Spirit's secret realm, those arrogant and despotic people looked at him like a pig or dog, and wanted to take his head as a reward. C-269 Despicable Du Guiyi sighed. I don't know if it's fate or not, but it's an old saying that says, enemies meet on a narrow road. Under the vast sky, they were actually able to collide with the Iron Sword Sect's team. Judging from their stance, it was obvious that they were going to participate in this 60-year cycle's the Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky as well. Should we send this old dog on his way? A cold killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. 3 months ago, this heavenly sword venerable was an existence that Yang Fann needed to look up to, even if he used all of his trump cards. Even running away was an extravagant hope. However, to the current him, a 6th-layer Marquis like the heavenly sword Taoist. As long as he was willing to. A casual slap would be enough to beat him to death. After thinking for a moment, he chose to give up. Right now, the top priority was still the Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky. As for this old dog, he could kill him anytime. If he attacked now, The sword god Du Guyi would definitely not watch him kill the heavenly sword spiritual master. This Du Guyi was not weak at all. In fact, his cultivation base was even higher than Han Chen's, and he had already reached the third-level martial ancestor great perfection stage. He was only a step away from the intermediate martial ancestor, but even so, it wasn't a big deal. In just a month's time, he didn't cultivate for nothing. The key was that he was still the sect chief of the Iron Sword Sect. As a sect with thousands of years of history, just like the Seven Stars Sect, the strength of his foundation couldn't be underestimated. Even the high and mighty suppress martial lord might suffer a great loss if he was not careful. No one could guarantee that Du Guyi didn't have any trump cards in his hands. If he missed out on the battle of the proclamation of Azure Sky because of this, it's too late to regret at this moment. Han Chen flashed to the bow of the ship and made an obeisance to Du Guyi. He said, "Brother Dugu, it's been a long time. Although the four great sect in the west had a lot of conflicts, especially the Iron Sword Sect, the new number one sect in the west, and the Seven Stars Sect, who was once the number one sect, there was a lot of friction between them. However, they had yet to truly fall out with each other, so they still maintained a harmonious relationship on the surface. Chico, how have you been since we last met?" Du Yifeng also smiled, but his smile was very cold, as if he was rejecting people from thousands of miles away. "I heard that a monster that defies the heavens has emerged in your Seven Stars Sect. He is merely 15 years old, yet he is able to ascend to the top of your Seven Stars Sect's mortal board ranking. He is truly worthy of respect and respect from the younger generation. There are many talented people in his generation. Brother Dugu is too polite. He is just a useless junior. I don't think he deserves such praise from you." Brother Dugu. Han Chen smiled faintly and said modestly, "A tree that was outstanding in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to have a reputation that was too high. This must be Yang Fann. Good, he is indeed a young genius, a dragon among men." Dugu Yifeng's gaze turned and landed on Yang Fann, who was standing beside him. Suddenly, a cold shine flashed across his sword eye. Peak Martial Master 6th Layer. The hidden spirit jade was somewhat of little value now. It was more than enough to fill up all the Patriarch Wu house of those Patriarch Wu Hu. However, to these martial ancestor sect leaders, it was as if it was nothing. It happened in a moment's time. An extremely powerful pressure directly covered Yang Fann's head. It contained the supreme sword intent, and it wanted to destroy everything. "Bitch it, this old dog is playing tricks on us." Yang Fann's body trembled. Raging flames of fury were boiling in his heart. Besides anger, a hint of disbelief flashed across his eyes. No matter what, Du Guyi's side was the leader of a sect. He was a mighty martial ancestor warrior, and however, he was just a junior of a sect, a weak youth. How could he kill him just like that? Wasn't he afraid of being laughed at by the people of the world? Furthermore, it was in front of everyone's eyes. Wasn't he afraid that the Seven Stars Sect would start a war with the Iron Sword Sect? Soon, a look of realization emerged on Yang Fann's face. This old dog has a good idea. Du Guyi wasn't trying to kill him, he was preparing to suppress him with the martial ancestor pressure. Then, with the hidden supreme sword intent, he cut open his own Dao heart. When his Dao heart was broken, there was almost no chance of him making any progress in the future. He would be utterly crippled, and his Dao heart would be ethereal. Even if it was broken, there would not be a trace of injury on the surface. At that time, even if the Seven Stars Sect wanted to make trouble for him, he could pretend to be a fool. He would shirk the responsibility. If Yang Fann really acted like he did, being only a first 6th layer martial master, he would probably be defeated this time. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was not. In terms of spiritual energy, it was vast. Yang Fann wasn't any weaker than Dugu Yifeng, who was a 3rd-grade martial ancestor. In fact, he had even surpassed him. HMPH. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's eyes. Yang Fann's vast and mighty spiritual energy had condensed into an invisible arrow. It was the ultimate skill that he had obtained from the Li Huo Zong, the spiritual arrow. However, before Yang Fann could unleash his power, a terrifying will descended from the sky, cutting off the dignity of Du Guyi and destroying the supreme sword intent within Du Guyi. "You are a famous senior after all. How dare you bully the weak like this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world?" Han Chen's face instantly turned cold. His heart was boiling with killing intent. This time, if it wasn't for his cautiousness, he would have been on guard against Dugu Yifeng at all times. Yang Fann might not be able to say for sure, but his intentions were sinister. He simply deserved to die 10,000 times for his crimes. Hearing this, Dugu Yifeng's old face turned slightly red. He was the dignified sect master, a martial ancestor big shot. Attempting to sneak attack a junior disciple was a huge loss to his status. However, there was no such thing as regret. There was only regret of not crippling Yang Fann, a 15-year-old peak 6th layer martial master. This talent was truly shocking. It was something that he had never seen before in his entire life. Once this kid was allowed to grow, he would definitely become a huge threat to the Iron Sword Sect. If it was the pride of the Iron Sword Sect, unparalleled divine sword and Shen Wushuang, he wouldn't have made such a stupid decision. Although Shen Wushuang wasn't as good as Yang Fann's monster, it wasn't much different. It wasn't impossible to suppress this kid in the future, but the pride of Iron Sword Sect had already died in Demon Spirit Secret Realm very quickly. Dugu Yi's side had once again returned to its calm state. Chico has misunderstood. I only wanted to test young Yang's ability to adapt to a critical situation. Not bad, he isn't afraid of a critical situation. He really does have the demeanor of a great clan. He will definitely become a great figure in the future. Misunderstanding. Han Chenny sneered. He really thought that he was a fool and would believe his words. Chico, I will meet you at the Heavenly Saint Mountain. Dugu Yi cupped his hands toward Han Chenny. Royal God Call's sword flashed across the sky like a true dragon, and was exposed by Han Chenny on the spot. However, he did not have the face to continue staying here. Furthermore, Yang Fann was protected by Han Chenny, so it was no longer possible for him to attack him in secret again. Dugu Yi, our 7 Stars Sect will settle this score with your Iron Sword Sect sooner or later. Looking in the direction where Royal God Call had disappeared, Han Chenny's killing intent was boundless. He had secretly harmed a monster that defies the heavens in front of him, and he really thought that their 7 Stars Sect was easy to bully. No way, if not for the timing being wrong and the fact that both sides were equally matched in strength, he would definitely not have let this matter go just like that. In the next moment, Han Chenny's gaze shifted and he instructed Yang Fann, Yang Fann, Dugu Yifeng is sinister and sinister. If you encounter this old thief in the future, you must be careful. Yes, Sect Master. Disciple will pay attention. Although he said so, he did not attach too much importance to it in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that Dugu Yi had some great treasures of the sect, it wouldn't be a good time for him to make a move at this moment. He was confident that he could keep him here. If he was given some more time. He had obtained the first rank of the Cyan Cloud ranking, and his body was filled with luck. He had broken through to the Marquis stage in one go. A mere Dugu Yi was nothing to him. Time flowed like water. Very quickly, half a day had passed, and the 7-star boat had already entered the Jinjiang Road region. An hour later, a majestic mountain that soared into the sky appeared in the sight of Yang Fann and the others. The 7 main peaks of 7 Stars Sect was considered magnificent, especially the prime peak, the Tianshu Peak, which was 3,000 meters tall. However, compared to this majestic mountain in front of them, it was like a little brother who had not grown up. This mountain was more than 10,000 meters tall. The peak of the mountain was glittering with divine light, causing the entire mountain to be filled with brilliant lights and beautiful jade. It was beautiful and magnificent, as if it was a divine mountain at this time. From time to time, streaks of flowing light tore through the void and entered the mountain. There were also flying boats that tore through the sky and arrived, ascending this mountain. Powerful oars pierced through the heavens and the earth. Dense and mysterious runes hovered around the divine mountain in all directions. Some of the oars were so powerful that it could cause the heavens and earth to tremble. They were not any weaker than martial sect expert, who was like Han Chenny. In fact, they were even stronger. Green Cloud Mountain was the #1 mountain in Great Tang Dynasty. All the initial battles of Cyan Cloud ranking were held here. This was also the reason why Green Cloud Mountain was known as the Green Cloud Mountain. C-270. If Yang Fann didn't die, the sect wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Green Cloud Mountain, Great Tang Dynasty's #1 mountain peak, the place where the first Cyan Cloud ranking battles were held, was finally about to arrive. Currently, Yang Fann's eyes were filled with endless fighting intent. He could feel many terrifying auras in Qingyan Mountain. Among them, there were several auras that were even stronger than Supreme Sect Head and Han Chenny of the 7 Stars Sect. It could be said that they were a gathering of experts, and it was a gathering of wind and clouds. There are 36 paths in the Great Tang Dynasty, and the population is in the tens of billions. The number of martial artist warriors was at least more than 10 billion. Among these 10 billion martial artist warriors, the most outstanding ones are the most outstanding ones. At this moment, they were all gathered on this green cloud mountain. I, Yang Fann, was just an ordinary servant a few months ago. My lifelong wish was to break through the bronze warrior's lane and break through to the outer sect. But now, I want to compete with these geniuses, peerless evildoer. They were competing against each other. Now that he thought about it, Yang Fann narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed in his heart. It felt unreal. His experience was too horrifying. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, who would believe it? Yang Fann's current cultivation and strength had only been achieved in less than half a year in the eyes of the people of the world. Yang Fann had been there for a long time. He had experienced a great fortuitous encounter that had caused his bloodline to. However, he had been enduring it patiently. He hadn't revealed anything until half a year ago. It was only after there was a certain increase in strength that it erupted in one go. He had shocked the world with his brilliant feat. This scheming, this forbearance was simply astounding. Because of this, Yang Fann was regarded by countless people as a target that they absolutely could not provoke. Putting aside the fact that the bloodline talent was heaven-defying, its scheming was even deeper than those century-old monsters. If such a monster was provoked, it would definitely be the greatest nightmare in one's life. Swoosh swoosh. The high-grade flying boat, the seven-star boat, continued to fly at a terrifying speed of 50 times the speed of sound towards Qingyan Mountain. The words, "a dead horse running at a mountain," were really not wrong at all. Qingyan Mountain seemed to be very close to them. However, even with the frightening speed of the seven-star boat, it would still need to fly for half an hour before they could enter it. At this moment, all the disciples and elders of the Seven Stars Sect. At this moment, all the disciples and elders of the Seven Stars Sect stood up and looked at the green cloud mountain in front of them. The Great Tang Dynasty was incomparably vast, with 36 paths combined into one. It was far more than 1,000,000 miles of land. It was just a place in the west. Just a West Shu Road alone had a radius of over 100,000 miles. Without a flying boat, ordinary core disciples could only come out from the West Shu Road. It would take 10 days and a half a month. If one wanted to come to the central region of the Jingui Road, just traveling alone would take a year and a half. Among the people present, apart from a small number of core disciples and elders, most of them were seeing the number 1 mountain of the dynasty for the first time, Qingyan Mountain number. It is indeed worthy of being the number 1 mountain in Great Tang Dynasty. It is too high, really too high. I'm afraid it's at least 10,000 feet tall. Initially, I thought that my 7 Stars Mountain Range's 7 main peaks was already majestic enough, but compared to this green cloud mountain, I know how big the world is. One mountain is as tall as the other. There is also that divine light from the summit. It is truly beautiful. It was as if it would never wither. It had a kind of transcendent beauty that transcended the secular world. Legend has it that this green cloud mountain used to be the residence of an ancient god. I wonder if it's true or not. Time passed by slowly. The green cloud mountain was expanding rapidly in front of everyone's eyes. In the time it took to make a cup of tea, the mountain had already blocked everyone's view. When they looked up, they could not see any other scenery other than the mountain. When a person entered the mountain, he was as insignificant as an ant or a speck of dust. After another incense stick of time, the 7-star boat finally arrived at the green cloud mountain. There were a total of 999 levels to the Qingyan Mountain. There were a lot of palaces built on each floor of the mountain by the Great Tang royal family. They were antique and decorated with luxurious buildings under Han Chenyi's control. The 7-star boat landed on the 998th level of the mountain. This was the joint encampment of the 9 great sects. As one of the top 9 superpowers in the Great Tang Dynasty, it was naturally superior to the other powers and families. As for the top floor, it was the place where the Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky was held in the past. As soon as the 7-star boat landed on the ground, a large group of palace maids, led by several female officials, quickly came forward to greet them. The Jing Gyundao was a great ability of the Great Tang royal family. In the past, the Battle of the Proclamation of Azure Sky's food, accommodation, and maintenance of Qingyan Peak had always been handled by the Great Tang royal family. Of course, only the 9 major sects had the right to let Great Tang royal family send out female officials to receive them personally. For the other major powers and families, it was already considered not bad to have 1 or 2 palace maids in charge. This servant greets Sect Master Han. Sect Master Han's longevity is boundless. The leading purple-clothed female official. She quickly walked in and respectfully bowed to Han Chenyi. The 9 major sects of Great Tang Dynasty and the Great Tang royal family were known as the 10 major sects. They were the leaders of the various major sects. Compared to the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, they weren't much weaker. Especially the Celestial Sect, which was the number 1 sect in the Great Tang Dynasty. It was even more powerful than the Great Tang royal family. No need for formalities. Han Chenyi waved his hand lightly and said indifferently. "Thank you, Sect Master." After the purple-clothed female official expressed her gratitude, she said to the group of 7 Stars Sect disciples and elders behind Han Chenyi, "Everyone, this servant has already arranged everything for you. This way please." Under the lead of the purple-robed female official, they quickly arrived at a large palace on this floor. This palace was constructed in an extremely splendid manner. Its area was so wide that it was as big as several thousand acres of farmland. It was far from what the palaces below could compare with. There were gardens, book houses, pavilions, mountain rocks and inner lakes. There was everything that one could wish for, and it was even divided into over 1,000 courtyards. Within the palace of the 1,000 disciples and elders of the 7 Stars Sect, it did not seem crowded at all. There were even quite a number of empty rooms. While the purple-clothed female official led the group of palace maids to settle down the people of the 7 Stars Sect, there was a grand palace several miles away from the large palace where the people of the 7 Stars Sect stayed. A white-robed peerless swordsman sat on the main seat with a determined expression on his face. His facial features were straight and his spine was straight. His entire person was like a supreme divine sword, piercing through the sky. It was as if he could support the heavens. In the depths of his eyes, the myriad returning swords concept would occasionally flash. He fused his sword with his body, and his Tao fused with his Tao. Combining the Tao with the heaven. Combining the heaven with the life. The man is the sword, and the sword is the man. One with the sword, invincible. He was the only one. It was the Iron Sword Sect Supreme Sect head who plotted against Yang Fann. Sword God Dugu Yifeng below him, 9 Marquis Stage Sword Immortal with soaring sword intent sat on both sides. Behind each of the old ancestors, there was a powerful aura. The core disciple of the sword Qi soaring through the clouds, a sword elder. 3 If we don't get rid of Yang Fann, we won't be able to eat and sleep in peace. Dugu Yifeng's voice was extremely cold. 6 Empyrean Martial Master, who was 15 years old, had an astonishing talent. Even if their Iron Sword Sect Sword Dao Child's ancestral master was resurrected, it was still not enough. Once he was allowed to grow, he would become a huge threat to the Iron Sword Sect. It wasn't impossible for the inheritance of the sect to be destroyed by this young man. Whether it was the Iron Sword Sect or the 7 Stars Sect. Both of them had the intention to annex the other party and dominate the western region. However, they didn't have the heart to win. Besides, Violet Spirit and the 8 Desolations sect were waiting for them. That was why they were barely able to maintain a balance. Initially, he wanted to seize the opportunity when Han Chenyi was unprepared and break Yang Fann's Tao heart without anyone noticing and destroy this peerless evildoer. He never thought that Han Chenyi, this old ghost, would be so cautious that his plan would be foiled. Sect Master is right. If Yang Fann is not eliminated, he will become a huge threat to sect in the future. As Dugu Yifeng's voice faded, the Heavenly Sword Spiritual Master, who was standing next to him, quickly echoed him. With just a pair of eyes, he could tell that Yang Fann was determined to kill him. If he allowed Yang Fann to grow, the first person he wouldn't let go of would be the Heavenly Sword Spiritual Master. All disciples, listen up. When the battle of the proclamation of Azure Sky meets this kid in the future, don't hold back, kill him with all your strength. Dugu Yifeng's eyes were filled with killing intent. No matter who it is, as long as we can kill this kid, I will allow him to enter the Sword Tomb and choose a divine sword. Sword Tomb, the true foundation of the Iron Sword Sect. It contained a large amount of ancient 7 Stars sects from the 7 Stars Sect, as well as a large number of famous swords and divine swords. The lowest grade was profound artifacts, and there were even quite a number of earth organs. Even the founding ancestor of the Destiny Sword, Sword Dao Child, the Heavenly Dao Sword, was within it. It was a top-grade heavenly artifact. As long as it could unleash a tiny bit of its power, it could easily kill a martial sect expert. Besides the Heavenly Sword rankings and the 10 Great Monster, there was also a chance to enter the Sword Tomb. The rest of the people weren't the ones who had contributed a lot to the sect. They were not allowed to enter the Sword Tomb. In order to get rid of Yang Fann, they were not allowed to enter. Dugu Yi's side had invested a lot. In an instant, the breathing of the hundreds of core disciples below started to quicken. Their eyes were filled with blazing light, and their killing intent was soaring to the sky. Sect Master, I swear to kill this kid, this Yang Fann, this disciple must kill him. I, blood-drinking sword, am already hungry. I am thirsty. Yang Fann kid, you better pray that you do not meet me. C271 The strongest demon Wangfu Qi. Time is like flowing water, not stopping as one wishes. A night passed. There was only a day left until the Cyan Cloud Ranking's first battle. One within a grand palace on the 999th floor of Qingyan Mountain. He was dressed in purple, and his aura was calm. Although he was called a martial artist, he looked more like a martial artist. Han Chenny, who was an old aristocrat who could not understand the martial arts, sat at the head of the palace. On his left and right sides, there were 3 Marquis stage supreme elders with powerful qi that were as deep as the ocean. Below them were Yang Fann and the other core disciples who wanted to participate in the battle of the proclamation of Azure Sky. There were so many of them. There were close to 400 of them, and they could be divided into low-grade martial master like Luo Jiawei, Chun Lan, and Shahi. Almost 1,000 core disciples of the 7-peak pulse of the 7 Stars Sect had chosen to participate as long as they had reached the martial master 4th layer. Although they knew that with their current strength, they wouldn't be able to do much. Not to mention the 120 Cyan Cloud ranking, even the Heaven's Pride battle of their own country had chosen to participate. It would be difficult for him to stand out from the others, but he would still be able to compete with the other geniuses of the sect on the same stage. Furthermore, it was such a grand ceremony. There was once a time when the top ranker had to be a young genius who had yet to reach the age of 60. If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Among them, there were also several acquaintances of Yang Fann. For example, the 100-Flower Queen Situ Jing, the Flying Dragon Divine Sword Zhu Feng, and the Tang Xuan who was forced by Yang Fann to castrate his own brother were among them. The top 30 of the Earth Board, before entering the Demon Spirit Secret Realm, all of them had successfully condensed the spirit bones, and the weakest was at the first level of the Martial Master. After consuming all the Demon Spirit Secret Realms he had obtained in the Demon Spirit Secret Realm, all of them had improved by leaps and bounds. Almost all of them had broken through to the intermediate Martial Master stage, especially the Queen of 100 Flowers, Situ Jing. She had even broken through to the Martial Master 7th layer in one go, and had a very high cultivation base. She was even stronger than Yang Fann, and among all the core disciples. If a fight really broke out, even the few people behind the sky ranking might not be a match for him. The difference in bloodline. It was not so easy to make up for it. In the monster of the 36th heavenly ranking, those who truly had a 7th rank bloodline cultivation base. They were just the top 10 monsters. The rest of the geniuses were mostly at the quasi-7th rank bloodline. Some of them even only had the bloodline of a rank 8 high grade. The only reason they could occupy the position of sky ranking was because they had cultivated for a few more years than the others. The 7 Stars Sect had been working for 5 years, and the outer sect had been working for 10 years. The disciples of the inner sect had yet to condense and solidify before the age of 30, and they had broken through to the Martial Master stage. They would be released to be managers of a region, or they would be sent to various major servicemen's peak. He would become a manager, and a core disciple. After 60 years, if he successfully broke through to the Martial Master 7th layer, on manager's side. Otherwise, he would only be the deacon of a mountain. Or, he would be sent to a certain branch. He would be in charge of the land. Tomorrow will be the first day of the Cyan Cloud ranking battle. I hope that all of you will be able to bring out the prestige of our 7 Stars Sect and raise the prestige of our sect. After a round of encouragement, Han Chenny suddenly changed the topic and said, of course, if you encounter an opponent that you cannot fight against, all of you must first protect yourselves. A true man knows when to yield and when to yield. When there is a green mountain, there is no need to worry about the lack of firewood. Do not act recklessly and lose your life for no reason. The battle of the proclamation of Azure Sky was different from the sect sparring. They couldn't help but kill. Every core disciple was the mainstay of the sect. If they lost too many of them, it would be enough to shake the foundation of the sect. To be honest, the other core disciples were just going to fight. Even his proud disciple, the virtuous sword Jun Haoran, was only going to study with the crown prince. Those who were truly valued and regarded as hope, Yang Fann was the only one. Jun Haoran's bloodline talent was not bad. In the Great Tang Dynasty, it was worthy of being called a top-grade monster. It was rare for anyone to reach that level. However, in the 13 countries of the South Mountain Domain, it was just an ordinary monster. Although it was not as common as his expert, it was not worth 1,000. There were still hundreds of them. If he wanted to reach the third level of the Cyan Cloud ranking, his chances would not be higher than that of the third level. Last night, I had some inquiries with the elders and found out that there were 12 people who posed the greatest danger to you. In addition to you, all of you, including senior brother, are known as the 13-seated evildoer. Hearing this, Jun Haoran, who was standing in front of the disciples, unconsciously puffed out his chest. After that, he glanced at Yang Fann, who was not far away. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was saying something else. Yang Fann, you are 10 years ahead of me. Unfortunately, Yang Fann didn't seem to notice his gaze at all. His expression didn't change at all. He was still as calm as before, as if nothing could make him take it to heart. It made him feel as if his fist had landed on cotton, and there was nowhere for him to use his strength. The number one amongst the young generation of the 9 major sects of the Sky Thunder Sect, the Thunder Devil, Chen Lei. It's said that this child was born with a heavenly thunder body, and possessed the power to absorb lightning from the 9th heaven. Over the past 40 years, he has been constantly tempered by the power of lightning. His physical body was terrifying, and it was comparable to an ancient savage beast. He had the power to tear apart top-grade beast generals. In addition, he had the unique lightning control technique of the Heavenly Thunder Sect. Han Cheni Kakai spoke, the number one person in the Purple Spirit Sect's younger generation, young Master Wan Shou, Bei Lilong. This kid's cultivation base wasn't much, but he was skilled in the Tao of Familiars. He controls an army of exotic beasts, and there are even a few low-grade beast lords among them. Even intermediate Martial Marquis would find it difficult to gain an advantage under his army of exotic beasts. Bawangdao Palace, the number one gold blade man, the Broken Blade. This kid has killed a third Empyrean Marquis with a single blade strike. He can't be underestimated. Furthermore, this person's killing intent is extremely strong, and is rarely seen in this world. When you meet this kid, you must quickly lower your head and admit defeat, lest you lose your life in vain. The young master of Li Huo Zong, Mo Li. When this kid was born, the sect master of Li Huo Zong, Mo Long, had gone to the Fire Desolate Domain to hunt down a top-grade beast lord that possessed the bloodline of an ancient fire dragon, the Three Claws Fire Glass. This beast lord had laid a supreme foundation for him. He had just reached 30 years of age this year, and had already mastered the ultimate technique of the Li Huo Zong, the fire-leaving scripture, to the 7th layer. The profundity of the fire-controlling technique was something that even many Patriarch Wuhu in the Li Huo Zong would be amazed by. The number one monster in the Starlight Palace, the Son of the Stars, Sima Xingqian. He has a strange image and is surrounded by starlight. He was born with the ability to absorb the power of the stars. Under the tempering of his star power for decades, his physique is so terrifying that it even surpasses the Heavenly Thunder Sect's Chen Lei. He is faintly known as the number one body cultivator among the young generation in the Great Tang Dynasty. Heavenly Sect, Peerless Evildoer and Bei Gongqingyu. It was rumored that this girl had obtained a trace of the inheritance of founding ancestor, Master Tian Yi from the Heavenly Sect. The Heavenly Sect's ultimate technique, the Heavenly One Heart Calming Technique, had already reached the transformation stage. Every frown and smile on her face had an unparalleled charm that made people lose themselves in it. In the 13-seated evildoer, if one were to say that she was difficult to deal with, this girl would definitely be able to squeeze into the top 3. After that, it would be our old opponent. The number one genius of the Heavenly Sword rankings in the Iron Sword Sect, young Master Heavenly Sword, Sha Yu. Although this kid's talent was not as good as Shen Wushuang's. Furthermore, he is more than 10 years older than Shen Wushuang. His strength was even more terrifying. It was the ultimate skill of the Iron Sword Sect, the Divine Sword True Technique. He had already mastered it, and his sword intent was terrifying. Even many Marquis Sword Immortals were inferior to him. Among the 13 monsters, this kid can definitely enter the top 5, or even the top 3. Of the remaining 5 monsters, 2 of them came from the Great Tang royal family. They are Grand Princess Li Xianning and the second prince, Li Shimin. Especially Grand Princess Li Xianning, he is a true grade 6 spirit pulse warrior. 3 years ago, he had successfully opened his true acupoint. After 3 years of bitter cultivation, he had broken through to the Marquis stage. No one knew what level his cultivation had reached. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. An ordinary intermediate martial marquis. He is definitely not his match. The other 3 great monsters are all from the Celestial Sect. They are Dongfang Huang, who possesses the bloodline of the ancient True Phoenix. He is known as the descendant of the ancient Combat King. Zan Wuji, who is known as the Minor Combat King, and a peerless monster, Wang Fuqi. His talent was extraordinary, and it was even above the Void Knight, which was the greatest monster in the Celestial Sect 300 years ago. He laid the foundation when he was 8 years old, and when he was 10 years old, he officially started practicing the martial arts. 15 Bone Forging, another 10 years. He had just opened his true acupoint. Now, he was only 30 years old. He has already broken through to the Marquis 4th Empyrean stage. He has the name of the most powerful monster of the young generation in Great Tang Dynasty.